Jason fires his water-scale prison attack straight toward our main character. The water-scale prison splashes out, forming a watery cage that traps its target inside, making it absolutely impossible for anyone to escape. The lock lasts for 19 seconds. Seeing his goal so close, he laughs maniacally, mocking Dragon Kingdom representative Luke for trying to sit back and steal his hard-earned fight rewards. Jason arrogantly shouts that he is way too naive, but suddenly, a massive black claw quickly reaches straight out toward him. Before he can even react to the danger, the giant claw slams hard into him, launching him backward through the air while he screams out in absolute terrible agony. Jason gets tossed away like a literal rag doll, his entire body crashing violently into the rock-hard ground below. Holding his injured arm, he slowly scrambles up. With a bitter face, he thinks to himself in panic that the dragon's power is real and his bones are totally shattered. At this moment, Luke, who had been completely silent, finally speaks up. He simply reaches his hand right through the water-scale prison coldly, telling him that he is overthinking this whole stealing rewards thing. With a gentle wave of his hand, Luke easily shatters the watery prison. Plus, he shoots Jason, a look of absolute utter disgust. Those pathetic 5,000 points of yours are not even close to enough to tempt me. He decides to just let him go. Jason sits slumped on the dirt, jaw dropped in complete shock. Realizing his ultimate crowd control skill was completely useless against this guy. It seems completely impossible since Luke is only level 32. Refusing to accept this, he quickly stands up to fight back. Sparing him? No way. Even if he fails this national trial, just killing the Dragon Kingdom representative will make him an absolute legendary hero back in his home country. But before he can even attack, Jason gets blown backward by an incredibly ferocious roar from Midnight the Dragon. It does not stop there. The beast slowly approaches him, gathering a massive burst of raging fire inside its giant mouth. He lets out a totally terrified scream. Luke smiles kindly and advises him not to do anything stupid, claiming this quest for himself. Very quickly, the smartwatch on his wrist flashes a notification confirming that the new high-stakes mission has been officially accepted. The current quest is to hunt down the level 85 undead boss Earth Demon of the 9 Demon Realms. Luke's face turns totally serious, intensely staring down at the glowing screen before him. Back over with Luke and Jason. Jason clumsily scrambles backward, trembling as he mutters that he is completely doomed this time around. Stick with me, this is where things get completely wild. Suddenly, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes leaps up from behind, making him flinch. The dark shadow violently crashes down right next to Luke, shaking the entire ground and kicking up blinding dust everywhere. Seeing this, Jason takes the chance to run for his life, screaming loudly. But before getting far, he trips and tumbles wildly into the dirt. He looks back in absolute terror and stammers out the horrible truth. That is the quest Point Guardian boss, which turns out to be the level 75 Icefield Snow Monster King worth a massive 245 points. It just keeps roaring ferociously. Jason laughs proudly, secretly thrilled that heaven hasn't forsaken him. Absolutely loving that Luke is about to die right in front of him. Suddenly, the massive Snow Monster King violently swings its huge arm brutally, sending Jason flying away. Its blood-red savage eyes glare menacingly straight down at him on the ground. Seeing this horror, Jason's face instantly turns completely pale white. His eyes bulge in terror. His whole body shakes uncontrollably. Eyes watering, he bites his lip hard. In his head, he's completely convinced it's game over. But suddenly a bizarre red glow erupts right behind the Snow Monster King. It immediately snaps the beast's attention away. The monster growls in pure confusion and whips its head around to see what it is. Just a single blinding flash of light. Instantly, a massive deep slash tears open across the beast's huge body, and disgusting green liquid violently sprays out in absolutely every direction. Jia Sanlei completely loses it and screams in absolute terror. But before the monstrous king can even process what just happened, Xiao Ye aggressively charges right up into its face. Xiao Ye immediately unleashes an incredibly massive earth-shattering roar. With zero hesitation, he drives those razor-sharp claws straight deep into the Snow Monster King. System alert pops up. Void Severing with Dragon Aura scores a brutal double strike. At the exact same time, the dragon pet lands 2 massive dragon strikes, fully packed with that wild aura. Then a totally arrogant voice echoes out. "Chit, it's just a little big, that's all." Xiao Ye spots him, instantly darts behind his back, and lets out a high-pitched cry. Lu Fan glares at the beast's corpse and sneers. Not even as strong as a fallen ghoul. Right then, his system stats quickly flash in front of him. Current Dragon Aura. Black Dragon of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan. Earned points 257. Overall total sitting at 245. Jia Sanlai's eyes practically bulge out of his head. Cold sweat is pouring down his face like absolute rain. He stays completely frozen, terrified to even twitch a muscle. Why? Because right next to him is a terrifying bottomless abyss that Lu Fan just carved into the ground. He stares down into that massive crater, completely horrified. One single strike absolutely vaporized the boss. Is Lu Fan seriously only just a level 32 player? If that crazy attack had hit him instead, his face instantly tightens up. Right now, just the simple act of breathing feels incredibly heavy and forced for him. Lu Fan's eyes are glowing blood red. Gripping his sword, he slowly walks right toward Jia Sanlai. The guy is internally panicking. I am dead. I am actually dead. Is this really it? Is this how my story ends? Pushed to the brink, he squeezes his eyes shut tight. He flings his arms up to block and desperately screams out, I am so sorry. Please show some mercy. But unexpectedly, Lu Fan just completely ignores him and casually walks right past. When Jia Sanlai finally opens his eyes, there is absolutely nobody standing there. Just a chilling breeze blowing past, slapping a cold wave of pure relief right across his sweaty face. He whips his head around completely totally stunned and mutters to himself. Lu Fan actually spared me. He really just let me live. But then a sudden flash of light glows right from behind him, making him jump and aggressively spin around. When he finally sees what it is, his confusion just triples. A glowing quest marker, and it has actually been accepted. Subjugate the level 85 boss, the Earth Fiend Corpse Demon of the Nine Realms. Jia Sanlai gasps out loud. Wait, why does a crazy quest like this even exist? Then it suddenly clicks in his head. Hold on, Lu Fan asked about this earlier. Is that insane guy actually planning to hunt down the Nine Realms demon? Now you and I need to see what is happening outside the trial. Sheng Ming glares at the monitor and shouts, why was a quest like this placed inside? He points a furious finger straight at Xian and aggressively demands answers. This is literally an impossible mission to clear. If this impossible quest gets completely deadlocked and cannot be turned in, how exactly is Lu Fan supposed to grind missions to rack up his points? Xian coldly glares back. You really need to calm down. You are making way too much noise. Sheng Ming completely loses his temper. He instantly lunges forward, grabs Xian tightly by the collar and roars. How exactly am I supposed to stay calm right now? This entire system setup is completely rigged. I am officially appealing this. Remove that quest immediately. But Xian just smirks violently, slapping Sheng Ming's tight grip away from his collar. If you keep throwing these pointless tantrums, I will be forced to kick you out. Back off. Knowing exactly how the Taiki Nation operates, they absolutely rigged this whole thing on purpose. Sheng Ming's face goes completely dark, violently hissing out his pure rage through tightly clenched teeth. Han Feibai sees things escalating fast and finally decides to step in. Vice Principal Zhao, let's not lose our tempers here. Sheng Ming turns around, still visibly fuming. Old Han Feibai casually pours himself a cup of tea, looking perfectly relaxed. They pave a smooth road for their own champions while deliberately sabotaging the foreign representatives. They are obviously cheating for their own selfish gain. You are the Dragon Nation's war director. Why wouldn't you have the authority to appeal this? Sheng Ming looks totally confused. Sir, what exactly do you mean by that? Feibai gently lifts his teacup and explains with absolutely zero panic. Even if you push an official appeal right now, it will not fix anything. Don't you think Lu Fan triggering this exact impossible quest right now is suspiciously perfect timing? Sheng Ming frowns deeply. Elder Han, you know this is incredibly unfair. As a war director yourself, why aren't you stepping up to loudly defend Lu Fan? The old man just laughs out loud. Sometimes people playing dirty tricks just end up digging their own graves. Against absolute overwhelming power, all their pathetic little schemes are completely meaningless. He stares down into his steaming tea and smirks. This supposedly impossible quest, it is exactly what Lu Fan has been waiting for. I trust that kid. And honestly, you should definitely trust him too. Sheng Ming takes a breath and finally calms down. He turns his head back toward the massive monitors. Understood, Elder Han. I get it now. But suddenly, a look of absolute shock flashes across his face. Sheng Ming watches Lu Fan flying on Xiaoye. He gasps in disbelief. Unbelievable. Lu Fan is actively hunting for the Demon Tower. Now let's jump back in with our guy to see what happens. He is flying high on Xiaoye, scanning the desolate area. Finally, a massive red warning alert pops up right in front of him. Ahead, dark spire detected. A huge grin spreads across his face. Finally, I found the real prize. Let's go. Midnight time for a massive slaughter. Answering Luke's battle cry, the beast unleashes an absolute ear-piercing roar and violently surges forward. At the 9 Undead Lord's spire, endless mutant zombie swarms completely surround them from every single direction. The system flashes a warning about the awakened undead beast army. Level 60 undead blood bats granting 84 points. Luke just smirks with pure excitement. Wait a minute, isn't this Arthur's precious little mount? Oh, he is absolutely loving this setup right now. With a sarcastic laugh, our guy orders Midnight to charge straight into the attack. Honestly, to him this terrifying zombie horde is nothing more than a giant pile of free experience points just waiting to be farmed. Looking back, he calls out to Astra. Time to wake up, Astra, we are heading straight into combat. The beast responds with 2 earth-shattering roars. Blazing flames completely wrap around his body the second he shouts the epic command to trigger a massive form change. The system officially announces the Black Dragon's form has mutated. Enter the Doomsday Dragon. Midnight's updated stat panel pops up on the screen. Massive raging flames erupt outward, launching a devastating attack that incinerates countless flying undead bat mutants in the sky. Luke screams out a warning for Midnight to watch the ground. A massive swarm of rotting zombie ghouls is charging in fast, triggering another urgent system alert. Level 75 zombie ghouls, dropping a solid 127 points per kill. Drawing his blade, he readies up. These zombie creatures arrived perfectly on time. Let's watch what happens when the entire undead beast army rushes him. The system displays his current dragon aura. Our Black Dragon Midnight unleashes a terrifyingly powerful roar, blasting away the surrounding mutant swarms in close range. Time for Magma Blaze. A quick system note pops up. The basic Dragon Tamer seal attack actually carries that epic dragon aura, dealing some serious long-range damage. Taking the full brunt of Midnight's brutal shockwave roar, the zombie horde gets completely blasted backward and collapses. Magma Blaze violently tears a path straight forward, spewing pure fire that completely wrecks the enemies while simultaneously healing his own health bar. Spotting more flying undead swarms closing in, Luke realizes there are way too many vanguard beasts. Slowly picking them off one by one is a total waste of time. Making up his mind, he raises his hand and activates a major skill, Dragon's Roar. This absolutely insane buff boosts both himself and his dragon pet, jacking up all their core stats and total attack power by 30%. At the exact same time, Midnight roars as its power absolutely explodes. Level 30 Contract Black Dragon. Strength jumps from 5,124 up to 6,661. Agility spikes from 9,431 to 12,260. Spirit rockets from 20,214 up to 26,278. And endurance boosts from 10,473 to 13,614. Insane gains. Luke charges forward, commanding Midnight to prep the massive Great Cataclysm attack. The dragon unleashes waves of terrifying dominating roars that rattle the entire battlefield. Great Cataclysm allows the Doomsday Dragon to literally detonate the areas it flies over, dealing a massive amount of damage while leaving a blazing trail of fire behind. Taking aim from high above, Luke realizes Midnight's spirit stat just cleared 26,000. Time to test out this absolutely wicked move. Serpent Shadow Arrow. By holding the Dark Serpent Bow in a fully drawn stance and charging it for 3 solid seconds, it fires off the Serpent Shadow Arrow, boosting total damage by an unbelievable 500%. The countdown begins as the system interface flashes the status. Current charge 1 second. Midnight roars out loudly, once again unleashing a colossal wave of fire through the Great Cataclysm. It dive bombs the target zone, dealing totally insane damage before triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion right as new system alerts pop up. Current charge at 2 seconds. Now 3 seconds. Luke zeroes in on his target and finally releases the devastating shot. This is it. The lethal arrow aggressively weaves right through the swarming undead mutants, rocketing straight down toward the exact designated strike zone. Completely on point, the deadly arrow violently smashes right into the exact spot where Midnight was positioned. Then an entirely new massive explosion totally wipes the battlefield clean. The Great Cataclysm Serpent Arrow combo fires directly into the target zone marked by the Doomsday Dragon. It violently detonates and scorches the entire area, inflicting insane apocalyptic splash damage, scaling the raw power up to 500% of the Black Dragon's total spirit stat. The system practically spams notifications on screen. Luke from the Dragon Kingdom watches his points jump from 502 all the way up to 22,758. His ranking skyrockets straight to number 1. And here is where it gets crazy for us. The undead Earth Fiend's entire monstrous zombie army has finally awakened. His fallen star dragon officially hits level 12, while Luke himself levels up to an impressive 33. Everyone stares at the live rankings in pure shock. Oh my god, he made a comeback. The elite trio has returned. Nobody actually thought Luke had the guts to assault the Black Flame Spire. Grabbing those survival points and running away is definitely the smartest move here. Sally and Andre have also triggered this same crazy questline, but their point totals are completely frozen. Victor stares up at the screen, literally sweating bullets. He thinks to himself, Elder Harrison was totally right about this. This subjugation quest for the 9 realms undead isn't some deadly trap for Luke. Honestly, it's just a massive stepping stone for his unstoppable rise. Setting down his teacup with a smirk, he chuckles. The sheer apocalyptic damage output from Luke and his Black Dragon is genuinely a joy to watch unfold. Harrison chimes in, reminding everyone that Luke still has plenty of other dragons he hasn't even bothered summoning to this fight yet. He quickly replies, Elder Harrison, please wait a second. I'll have the staff bring up some fresh hot tea for you right now. Elder Harrison raises a hand, waving it off. No need. We can drink tea literally anytime, but there is no way we are missing out on Luke's epic performance. Smiling brightly, the old man notes that Luke's insane growth has completely shattered their expectations. Let's wait until he slaughters the undead Earth Fiend. Then we'll brew that tea. Jason just stands there glaring, thinking bitterly to himself. He assumes this is just temporary hype. Once the undead Earth Fiend hits the field, it's definitely going to harvest Luke's corpse. The guy scoffs. The final boss is spawning, and he still isn't running away. Does Luke seriously not know when to quit and focus on survival? The undead horde isn't completely wiped yet, but it really looks like he plans to clear the entire Black Flame Spire. But then snap. A massive iron chain suddenly snaps cleanly in half. Something huge crashes down from above, echoing with a terrifying thud as it slams into the earth the second those restraints finally shatter. All right, you and I are jumping right in. A massive noise hits and our guy turns fast. The 9 Demon Realm Tower gates crack open, revealing shadows of savage beasts inside. He raises his weapon, totally alert. Honestly, he should have just waited for all of them to walk out and crush them in one hit. This is just a huge waste of time. More fresh monsters storm the battlefield as the system floods his screen with targets. Level 75, Ghost worth 135 points. Level 75, Two-Headed Maneater packing, 297 points. The alerts just keep rolling in like absolute madness. They roar relentlessly. Level 60, Demon Scout, 50 points. Seeing this massive wave approach, our main character doesn't even flinch or step back. Tuda, looks like you're working hard again today. Let's just completely wipe out this massive beast army. He stays locked onto the incoming targets. Tinthen, you're finally willing to join the fight. Tinthen flies right up front, throwing a hand back to block him. A furious roar. Luke fam is totally caught off guard and hesitant. Wait, you actually want to take these guys on all by yourself? The monsters don't wait around. They charge forward with endless deafening screams. Tinthen isn't scared at all, roaring back with insane power. Luke fam gets seriously worried and yells out, Tinthen, get back here now. Seeing that it isn't working at all, he calls out loudly. Tuda, let's go provide some cover for Tinthen. In his head, he's cursing. This rebellious kid is ignoring orders again. At such a low level, there's no doubt he's going to get seriously hurt out there. Suddenly, the two-headed monster freezes up, noticing something rushing straight toward it. The beast raises its weapon, roaring loudly to threaten the incoming target and warn the rest of its pack. Luke fam rides in on Tuda. Tinthan's personality is way too independent. Trying to force him to obey commands seems completely impossible right now. Suddenly, a thought flashes right through his mind. Hold on a second, I really haven't seen Tinthan use his full strength yet, have I? Maybe I should just let him fight on pure instinct for now. Up ahead, Tinthan roars, getting ready to launch Starlight Armor. He coats himself in Starlight Scales, instantly absorbing any incoming damage for the next 6 seconds straight. The moment this broken skill ends, every single enemy in melee range takes all that absorbed damage right back. A massive blue tornado erupts, sweeping away all the lower monsters surrounding him. The vortex quickly traps the two-headed giant, completely locking it down, so it can't move an inch. The sheer force of that attack blasts the monster far away. He grabs his club, stands back up, and starts screaming in pure untamed fury. He watches the chaos and says, "Tu-da, stop right there. Starlight armor already absorbed the damage. Looks like we don't need to worry about Tinthan after all." That massive two-headed monster completely freezes up again, watching this overwhelming wave of power rushing closer. Even if he disobeys, he can still fight beautifully. "Stick with me here, this gets wild." Starlight armor activates, forcing every single enemy caught in the close combat zone to take the full blast of that absorbed damage. A massive blue explosion triggers, violently blasting the entire monster horde away. The two-headed beast watches the sheer destruction and roars loudly. Star Shatter. This insane move spawns a star and crushes it, dealing devastating area damage. The total destructive power scales completely off the energy poured into it. Seeing this play out, he says, "Tu-da, let's fly back a bit." Right on cue, Tu-da roars as an intense pulse of blue energy violently erupts forward. That two-headed monster just standing there gets instantly frozen by the energy pulse. The rest of the beasts can only scream in complete despair as they suffer the exact same fate. Tinthan flaps his wings, unleashing that massive area effect strike. He happily praises him. "Awesome job right there, Tinthan. Honestly, if you ignore the 5 times multiplier from Phantom Arrow, this Star Shatter move hits just as hard as Tu-da's absolute ultimate attack." Luke Pham levels up to 34. Hearing the praise, the little guy snorts with pure smugness. "I'm the best, right?" Our guy just chuckles quietly. "Wow, this little dude is actually pretty arrogant, isn't he?" 2 seconds of praise, and his nose is in the clouds. Tu-da refuses to be outdone and lets out a massive roar. He quickly jumps in. "Hey, Tu-da is seriously amazing too. When the next boss shows up, I'll definitely let you take the spotlight." Tinthan just sticks his tongue out, teasing him. "Man, I really shouldn't compare these two like this." Now Tu-da is getting completely impatient. Suddenly, not far away, a massive purple explosion rocks the area. Tu-da and Tinthan are completely drawn by the deafening noise, and both turn to look at once. A huge green foot steps out from behind the thick smoke. A colossal frog beast reveals itself. Ribbit level 80, Black Mountain Horned Beast packing. 429 points. Luke Pham smiles and says, "Well, didn't this guy just deliver himself right to our front door?" Tu-da, Tinthan, get ready. Let's send this thing packing. The sharp green monster spots them instantly, suddenly whipping out its incredibly long, deadly tongue. System notifications pop up continuously, syncing perfectly with Luke Pham's fast tactical commands. Magma Burst skill activated. Current Dragon Chi is at 11. Tu-da, get ready, hit it with Magma Burst Star Surge kicks, in pouring out continuous energy and scaling up their raw power as the fight goes on. All 3 of them charge right in to attack together. Void Sever, infused with Dragon Chi, slashes twice. Whenever allies use their skills, the dragon pet instantly follows up, unleashing 2 brutal claw strikes, backed by pure Dragon Chi. The giant frog stomps the ground, totally furious. Pointing upward, it blasts a highly concentrated beam of green energy straight from the horn on its head. That horn and the bright green beam launch forward together for a massive strike. He yells out, "Tinthan, show this ugly toad what your real power looks like." Tinthan quickly obeys the command, blasting out raw energy to defend against the incoming heavy attack. Seizing the perfect opening, he points forward. "Tu-da, strike now." "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Xiao Ye's chest suddenly opens up, revealing a blazing red energy core. And then boom, that fiery power blasts out, rocketing directly toward the frog monster like an absolute missile. The system flashes a warning: explosive magma. A massive eruption triggers right on the spot, turning the entire target zone into a deadly pool of boiling lava. Any target caught in that magma pit will sink, taking massive continuous burn damage. But this monster isn't dumb. The frog instantly leaps high into the air, completely dodging what should have been a fatal bone-melting strike. Suddenly, a blinding flash of red light streaks across the sky, aiming precisely at the frog's landing spot. It's Lu Fan. He dives straight down, going in for the kill. A perfect hit, high above. Xing Chen uses its powers to lift the monster's severed horn right off the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Fan sends that horn rocketing back into the beast. One incredibly precise strike. He just stands there, flashing a very satisfied smile. Incredible teamwork right there. The Darkspire is honestly the perfect spot for speed leveling. Xing Chen, the Starry Sky Dragon. It just shot up 13 whole levels. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan sees his score jump from 23,160 straight up to 28,193. Everyone watching the broadcast screens is absolutely mind blown. The points his beast army is raking in have officially shattered the 50,000 mark. This pet synergy he is going on. It is just beyond spectacular. Now it all makes sense. This is exactly why a level 30 Lu Fan dares to challenge level 60 elites. Meanwhile, second place Kim Sung-han sees his own score rising twice as fast. The Dragon Nation representative really opened my eyes, Zhao Shengming says, clearly impressed. Did young Lu Fan really get this ridiculously strong just from a quick trip to the far north? Han Fei Bai chuckles softly. Not bad at all. Really not bad. But Kim Tae, and he violently punches the wall, cursing out loud. Damn it. What the hell is going on with this Lu Fan kid? His monster army wasn't weakened at all, yet they still got completely wiped out. And now Lu Fan is blowing past Kim Sung-han's score like it is absolutely nothing. Now, pay attention here, because things are getting messy. Kim orders his lackeys to rush backstage immediately and double-check all the combat data from the Dark Spire. This Dragon Nation rep is definitely exploiting some kind of system bug, he growls. Report back to me the second you find anything unusual, do you understand? His mind is spinning. He is absolutely convinced that no one except the supreme national hero of their own nation could possibly defeat the 9 Demons Realm challenge. Just you wait, Lu Fan. The moment I catch you cheating, I'll strip away your tournament qualifications in a heartbeat. He is furious. Half an hour passes. Back at the Golden Jade City Arena, his breathless subordinates come rushing back. Boss Kim, we've completely finished the system investigation. The national trial system is running perfectly fine, and there are absolutely zero glitches or errors within the Dark Spire sectors. Refusing to believe it, Kim aggressively grabs one guy by the collar. What nonsense are you saying? The terrified lackey instantly stutters out. Sorry, Boss Kim. We will go back and recheck the data immediately. Kim yells right in their faces. You two useless trash. Keep scanning. Don't stop until you find that loophole. Get out of my sight right now. The two subordinates stumble away in a panic. Kim stands there fuming internally. He realizes the punishing mechanics meant to threaten other competitors have ironically turned into Lu Fan's personal point farming tool. There is no way he can let Lu Fan's total score keep climbing like this. If push comes to shove, he'll forcefully tweak the 9 Demons Realm difficulty stats to make Lu Fan back off. That sneaky thought instantly lifts his foul mood. As for the actual tournament rankings, he can only place all his hope on Kim Sung-han now. Taking down Lu Fan and Wu Zhangtian, a second-tier class user, over level 30 shouldn't be too hard, right? Regaining his cool, Kim calmly strolls back toward the massive buzzing crowd. But as he walks over, he accidentally locks eyes with Han Fei Bai. Suddenly, Kim freezes. His eyes widen in absolute horror, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. Stick with me because things are getting insane. The battlefield is pure chaos, raging flames, shattered arrows, and endless monster corpses scattered absolutely everywhere. Lu Fan stands triumphantly atop the dead beasts, scanning the area. Almost instantly, a fresh monster army emerges from the shadows, led by a massive, intimidating boss. He raises his hand, initiating a summon. Against a level 85 boss, he has no choice but to call upon Xiao Fei. Bringing Xiao Fei out means splitting the XP, sure. But after clearing this far, he can't afford a single mistake. Sensing the threat, the monster minions shriek and frantically charge forward. Come on out, he shouts. Instantly, Xiao Fei shifts directly into its ultimate Eternal One form. Emerald Dragon form changed to Eternal One. The system log rapidly lights up with alerts. Thanks to the Emerald Dragon bloodline, every single skill effect applied to Dragonkin and those sharing their blood gets instantly doubled. Life Pulse triggers, granting Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to every single ally within range. The massive buff multiplier skyrockets the effects from 2 times to 4 times. Xiao Ye lets out a massive answering roar. Roar Emerald Blessing hits, pushing the target's dragon aura from 3 straight to 12 stacks. Attack damage scales up, incredibly jumping from a 3 times to a 12 times multiplier. Plus, Emerald Light boosts their defensive shielding from 3 to 12 protective layers. It cleanses all debuffs and jacks up every single base stat from a 30% boost to 60%. And each blessing layer can now block 2 instances of damage instead of 1. Lu Fan drops into a combat stance. Xiao Ye. Xing Chen. Let's go, he yells. System notifications just keep frantically popping up on his screen. Level 30. Contract. Black Dragon Xiao Ye's stats go absolutely crazy. Strength jumps from 5,124 to 8,189. Agility blasts from 9,431 to 15,890. Spirit. surges from 20,214 up to 32,342, and durability spikes from 10,473 all the way to 16,756. Insane numbers. A massive trail of blazing magma sweeps forward, spewing lethal fire that obliterates enemies while simultaneously healing the caster. Pure, overpowered synergy. Lu Fan, Xiaofei, and Xing Chen all surge forward with a battle cry. Eternal Guardian activates, throwing up a massive, unbreakable defensive energy barrier. Every ally under that shield is completely safe. The barrier's damage absorption perfectly scales off the Eternal One's max health pool and its own ridiculous self-recovery capabilities. He shouts a command. Xing Chen instantly unleashes the Starlight Armor. This Starlight Armor coats them in pure astral energy, absorbing absolutely every ounce of incoming damage for a full 60 seconds. And here is the kicker: once the timer runs out, all that soaked-up damage blasts right back at any enemies caught in range. Xing Chen charges straight into the monster army, letting the Starlight Armor drink up their hits. Lu Fan pauses for a second. Right, he just remembered something incredibly important. Current Dragon Aura at Black Dragon 11. Lu Fan smirks, pulling out the exact item we've been waiting for, the Dragon Speak Magic Tome. He finally hit level 35, so he can actually use this bad boy now. Dragon Speak Resonance. Epic quality. Requires level 35 to unlock. Once consumed, the user instantly learns the legendary passive skill, known as Dragon Speak Resonance. Dragon Speak Resonance is active. Here is how it works. Whenever a dragon rider and their pet cast the exact same Dragon Speak magic together, both of their attacks get a massive 100% power boost. The system chimes in. Skill book consumed successfully. He has officially acquired the Dragon Speak Resonance passive ability. Lu Fan clenches his fists. He already mastered the Magma Burst technique gifted to him earlier. Now he can finally team up with Xiaoye to trigger this insane resonance combo. A sudden flash of crimson light erupts instantly, shattering the ground beneath them. Lu Fan glances over and asks Xiaoye if he is ready. A massive roar, Lu Fan raises his hand, triggering his newly learned Dragon Speak magic. Xiaoye feels that surging energy connection, roaring out his own attack, Magma Burst. Blazing hellfire instantly erupts all around the targeted blast zone. It forms a massive boiling lava pool, trapping any enemies inside the molten rock, where they suffer massive continuous burn damage over time. Xiaoye holds his ground, pooling together a terrifying amount of energy. Waiting for Lu Fan's signal, the dragon finally unleashes his attack, Magma Burst. A colossal wave of flames spews forward, completely incinerating everything in sight. The Magma Burst fully activates. Hellfire erupts across the targeted zone, melting the ground into a literal lake of lava. Any monster trapped inside is slowly dragged down into the boiling rock, taking brutal, continuous damage over time. Dragon Speak Resonance is in effect. Because the Dragon Rider and his pet are casting the exact same spell together, both of their magic attacks receive a completely broken 100% power increase. Lu Fan lunges forward to strike. He successfully triggers the resonance. 2 magma bursts double up, creating a combined output 4 times more devastating than if Xiaoye used it alone. He stares down at his own hands, flashing an excited grin. This level of power is just unbelievable. Completely synchronized with Xiaoye, they unleash a terrifying flood of fire that simply melts anything caught in its path. The monster boss is absolutely no exception, its entire body melting from the extreme heat. Lu Fan shouts out a command. Xiaoye shift into World Destroyer form and finish it. Roar. The system interface updates. Black Dragon Form 2 World Destroyer activated. Xiaoye is level 30. Under the Black Dragon contract, his strength shoots from 5,124 up to 32,790. Agility hits 15,899. Spirit skyrockets from 32,342 to 80,850, with durability at 16,756. The monster boss desperately tries to block, but the mighty giant croc dashes, unlocking its jaws to inflict massive continuous bleeding damage on the target. Lu Fan observes the scene. It is still barely breathing. He steps up. Current Dragon Aura shifted to Black Dragon 2. Immediately after, an absolutely massive explosion violently detonates right exactly where the monster boss is standing, leaving nothing behind. Xing Chen sticks his tongue out, mocking the beast. Go die, you ugly monster. He gathers his cosmic energy, readying one final blow. Starlight Armor unleashes. Every single enemy in melee range is blasted by all that absorbed damage at once. The monster army is completely wiped out. System noticed the Fey Dragon levels up to 23. Lu Fan laughs. Damn it, Xingchen, since when did you learn how to steal my kills? The Black Dragon hits level 31. Lu Fan smiles to himself. Xingchen finally reached level 15, which means his massive adult dragon form is finally getting unlocked. Wait a second. The Star Dragon just hit level 15 and acquired a brand new skill. Form transformation. Lu Fan immediately opens up his system interface to check the stats. He is completely blown away. Strength over 4,000 Starlight and Galaxy. These two forms are way stronger than he ever imagined. He realizes that Xingchen's Starlight form literally multiplies his overall power by 5 times. That massive stat boost easily blows Xiao Ye's World Destroyer form completely out of the water. But there is a catch. This absurd form only lasts for 60 seconds. Still, combined with that new skill, Xingchen's Starlight form is definitely going to be his ultimate trump card. Then he looks closer. The Galaxy form is completely beyond anything he could have expected. It acts a bit like Xiao Fei's Soul Light. They both literally abandon their physical bodies, making themselves totally immune to enemy attacks. But when Xingchen transforms into a nebula, he can easily hide right next to his enemies without ever being detected. Pure stealth. He definitely needs to find a strong magical beast to test this out on. Now that you and I think about it, where are the other monsters? Looks like the entire beast army really was wiped clean. Meanwhile, Xingchen is just standing off to the side, posing with his hands on his hips like an absolute boss. He figures they were just too terrified of his power. Suddenly, Xiao Ye snaps his head up and lets out a massive roar. The system chimes. Black Dragon perception activated. He can now easily detect any enemies hiding in stealth or camouflage mode. Actively using this brand new skill will instantly strip away the stealth and camouflage from absolutely every single enemy lurking nearby. Alright, you and I are diving into the abyss today. Lu Fan knew his pet Xiao Ye sensed the enemy perfectly. The Earth Demon was definitely inside this dark spire. He leaps onto Xiao Ye's back, soaring straight into the sky. Trailing close behind are his companions, Xingchen and Xiao Fei. Since the monster refused to show its face, Lu Fan decides they will just bust in and drag it out themselves. Xiao Ye completely agrees, unleashing a massive earth-shaking roar. Gliding through the air on Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan turns to look at his other two summons. He gives them a serious warning to stay completely on guard for whatever comes next. Together, the squad flies right through the massive glowing purple gates of the dark spire. Once inside, they find themselves completely swallowed by a vast, seemingly endless dark void. The sky above them burns a surreal mystical shade of deep purple. Walking forward, Lu Fan is genuinely surprised by just how insanely dark this tower actually is. Judging by the heavy echoes of his own footsteps, this chamber is incredibly massive. Suddenly, a strange purple flame flickers in the distance, catching his eye and forcing him to a complete halt. Right on cue, a whole chain of identical purple flames violently ignites one by one. The blazing lights reveal a massive pathway stretching out straight ahead of him. Staying completely cool, he tells Xiao Ye that it is time to move forward. The dragon blinks its big eyes in utter confusion, but obediently follows right beside its master anyway. He steps incredibly carefully, noting the eerie emptiness around them. Is this hidden demon actually trying to bait him into a deadly trap? The suspense is real. Out of nowhere, a phantom gust of wind sweeps past him, sending a freezing chill down his spine and stopping him dead. Boom! The giant chandeliers lining the pathway burst into blinding light, creating an intensely eerie and demonic atmosphere. Standing before this crazy spectacle, Lu Fan is completely thrown off balance in pure shock. Sitting right there is a ridiculously massive throne. Beside him, Xiao Ye starts growling aggressively, while Lu Fan actually feels his heart racing with intense, dangerous anticipation. He demands the Earth Demon to show itself. The sky instantly turns pitch black, and a booming voice echoes out, "A human, and you even brought a dragon." The voice claims it was killed by humanity ages ago. Right on top of the giant throne, a massive swirling tornado of pure black smoke rapidly begins to take shape. The dark entity finally puts the pieces together. It realizes it lost its original body, that this pathetic place is not its castle, and that it has been totally sealed away. Breaking into a maniacal laugh, the demon mocks the foolish humans who actually dared to capture and preserve its dark, ancient soul in this place. Hearing this pure villain monologue, Lu Fan gets instantly on high alert. Slowly, a horrific blood-red arm wrapped in heavy metal chains emerges right out of the thick smoke. The monster complains about how pathetic this is, claiming it used to be one of the 9 absolute rulers of the entire demon realm. To die and become a mere toy locked away by humans, completely ridiculous. The thick smoke finally clears fully, revealing its true form, a terrifying red demon with a single piercing eye and grotesque, wildly thrashing tentacles wrapping entirely around its hideous, massive body. The system identifies it Earth Demon Vine. A nightmare tier boss monster. Let me read the exact numbers. Level 85. Strength is 37,951. Spirit is 30,582. Agility sits at 39,034. And endurance is a staggering 40,658. Absolutely insane stats. This boss wields 3 major skills. First up is Layered Shadow Strike, throwing out heavy blows completely packed with deadly Earth Demon aura. Getting hit applies a shadow mark stacking up to 3 times. Every single stack cranks up the incoming damage by a brutal 40%. You do not want to get comboed by this thing at all. The second skill is Phantom Walk. It lets the boss merge directly into the demon aura, granting it a totally flawless invisibility effect. It can move undetected within the aura zone. This cloaking skill cannot be pierced by normal vision, making the boss completely immune to all physical attacks until the invisibility is forcefully dispelled. Finally, the ultimate attack, Blood Blade Claw. It slashes 5 razor-sharp blood claws at lightning speed. Landing a hit deals massive damage while simultaneously buffing the demon's own strength by a whopping 200% for 5 full seconds. Done talking, the demon raises its horrifying razor-sharp claws and lunges straight at Lu Fan with murderous intent. Furious, the boss roars out asking if this puny human and his little dragon pet are trying to play hero and seal him away all over again. Activating its layered shadow strike, the demon violently charges up. Brimming with arrogance, it demands that Lu Fan spit out his last words before dying like an insect. Lu Fan, he just stands there totally unfazed. Right as those deadly claws are about to shred him apart, a brilliant magical shield instantly flares up to block the strike entirely. It is Zhao Fei's defensive skill, the Shining Emerald Light. Lu Fan hits the demon with a look of pure disgust. Last words. He tells the monster it better save those for itself because payback is coming right now. Now you and I know this is where things get truly wild. He orders Xiao Fei to swap forms immediately. Right in front of the boss's shocked eye, the pet undergoes a terrifying transformation, shifting straight into its brutal fallen demon dragon mode. The Earth Demon simply cannot believe its single giant eye. It panics, questioning what kind of absurd, terrifying power could possibly be radiating from this beast. Swinging his sword smoothly, Lu Fan tells the boss it doesn't need to know. Then he orders Xiao Ye to unleash the magma flame attack. Xiao Ye opens its jaws wide, blasting a ridiculously huge scorching fireball straight at the demon's face. The massive fireball crashes forward like a blazing meteor, but the boss just stands there completely motionless. And then, boom, wait no. The fiery attack phases right through its monstrous body like it is made of thin air. Witnessing this impossible stunt, Lu Fan is totally stunned. It phased right through. Is this hideous monster entirely immune to physical damage? Catching the look of pure shock on Lu Fan's face, the Earth Demon starts laughing hysterically at him, calling the insolent human and his newly hatched dragon a completely pathetic and weak duo. The demon heavily mocks their foolish efforts. It turns out the boss had already triggered its Phantom Walk ability, letting it easily dodge that strike. Lu Fan knows this is major trouble now. Xiao Ye's perception skills can only spot basic stealth and camouflage tricks, but the Earth Demon's unique invisibility is completely undetectable by normal means. Moving faster than a shadow, the demon instantly circles right behind Xiao Fei, perfectly positioning itself to launch a devastating cowardly sneak attack. Without a single second of hesitation, the monster violently launches a strike straight toward Xiao Ye. But luckily, Xiao Ye threw up a shield just in time. Die, you little brats. Seeing them survive, the Earth Demon just laughed like an absolute maniac. Ha ha ha. I can keep playing this little game all day long. Let's just see how much longer you pathetic mortals can actually last. Lu Fan was getting seriously annoyed with this guy's cheap fighting style. 2 back-to-back strikes instantly shattered 4 layers of defense. Now you and I both know staying completely defensive right here is a pure death sentence. It was time to risk absolutely everything to survive. Lu Fan reacted instantly to the Earth Demon's next brutal assault. The monster lunged right at him, unleashing its deadly Shadow Phantom Strike skill with zero hesitation. You are dead this time, human. But luckily, Lu Fan swung his blade up and perfectly blocked the devastating hit. Lu Fan just smirked. You are not hiding this time. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, straight at the earth demon, completely forcing the monster out of hiding. The demon stared at the incoming strikes, completely baffled by what was happening. It was the Phantom Walk technique in action. That strike instantly canceled out the monster's invisibility effect. Lu Fan was absolutely thrilled, immediately calling out his trump card. Come on out, Xingchen, you can test out that new skill now. For the first time, the Earth Demon felt genuine freezing terror. It stood completely frozen in place, screaming out, "This is impossible." Right above them, a massive, absolutely majestic pair of glowing wings slowly materialized in the sky. The creature raised its head, showing off a flawless and truly epic transformation sequence. Enter the Starry Sky Dragon Galaxy transformation form. The Earth Demon took one look at this majestic beast and absolutely lost its mind in pure frustrated confusion. Did that thing enter this place with you? Has it seriously been hiding here this entire time? Without missing a beat, Lu Fan pointed his glowing blade straight at the monster. You don't need to know. Have you thought of your last words yet, you pathetic bug? The Earth Demon finally realized exactly why it couldn't detect Xingchen's presence earlier. The dragon had literally been using the Phantom Walk skill to keep its massive body perfectly hidden. The fiend let out an agonizing roar and completely snapped. It glared daggers at Lu Fan and snarled, "You think that cheap trick will save you?" This sudden outburst actually caught Lu Fan totally off guard. The crazed monster lunged straight at him, screaming at the top of its lungs, "Even if you light up the darkness in this place, it won't change your fate." Lu Fan and Xiao Fei instantly launched themselves high into the air, narrowly dodging the monster's devastating ground attack. He urgently ordered Xiao Fei to shift her aura light. Lu Fan leaped right onto Xiao Ye's massive head, and the trio charged together straight at the raging Earth Demon. You have absolutely nowhere left to run, Lu Fan yelled out, calling his partner. Xiao Fei, sync up with my attacks right now. In a flash, he triggered the Dragon's Blessing aura, while Xiao Fei fully unleashed the hidden power of her ancient Emerald Dragon bloodline. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye fully activated her hidden soul state. The Dark Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, exploding with immense power. Seeing this insane energy, the Earth Demon tried playing mind games again. It hissed through its teeth. How could a mere human possibly command the majestic power of a dragon like that? Riding high on Xiao Ye's head, Lu Fan raised his blade and shouted, "Xiao Ye, let's go." They launched a massive combined strike, but the demon actually managed to block it. The monster immediately went back to its cheap psychological warfare. Why would a godlike species ever willingly let themselves be enslaved by a weak little bug like him? Hearing that trash talk, Lu Fan instantly realized the monster was just desperately trying to drive a wedge between him and his dragons. But Xiao Ye just roared in defiance and unleashed her demon dragon assault. A chaotic storm of brutal claw strikes rapidly rained down on the massive fiend. The Earth Demon deflected and sneered. With that kind of godly power, why do you still obey this human? Hearing this absolute garbage made Lu Fan furiously angry. Our MC was fully determined to shut this monster's mouth permanently. He glanced up at his starry companion and asked Xingchen, "You agree with me, right?" Xingchen let out a rumbling growl of pure agreement. The Earth Demon completely lost it. Arrogant fools. Then you can die right here alongside your pathetic little dragon. Xiao Ye instantly dashed forward with a brutal punch, but the demon somehow blocked it. Lu Fan praised her amazing effort, rapidly gathering raw energy for his ultimate attack. He ordered Xiao Ye to hold the line. He was fully charging his deadly snake shadow arrow technique. But the Earth Demon wasn't just going to wait around. The monster growled fiercely, instantly activating its terrifying Blood Blade Claw skill to counterattack. By now, Lu Fan's snake shadow arrow had been charging for 2 critical seconds. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was desperately struggling to withstand the Earth Demon's chaotic, relentless barrage of strikes. Suddenly, the dragon tightly grabbed both of the monster's arms. The Earth Demon completely lost its mind. Roaring, "Let me go." Seizing this perfect opening, Lu Fan yelled out, "Now is our chance. Let's end this right now." He fully ignited his glowing arrowhead and fired off a devastating flaming arrow. The fiery attack slammed right into the Earth Demon, instantly setting it ablaze as it screamed in pure agony. Xiao Ye quickly followed up, blasting the fiend with a brutal aura shockwave. At the exact same moment, Xingchen triggered its Star Shatter skill, boosting their attack power by a massive 500%. The Earth Demon was completely swallowed by flames. It screamed out in pure agony. This is impossible. There is no way you have this kind of power. And then a massive screen-shaking explosion totally wiped out the battlefield. Just like that, the terrifying monster was entirely reduced to ash. Meanwhile, back inside the battle supervision room over in Golden Jade City, Zhao Shengming and Lin Ziyan were completely speechless. Honestly, you and I would be too. Did Lu Fan seriously just eliminate a literal earth demon all by his own hands? They immediately started panicking and talking over each other. This is utterly impossible. A Tier 9 demon cannot just be killed by some random kid from the Dragon Kingdom. That kind of insane power level is something only the 5 great national defense heroes could ever hope to reach. No, we need to completely recalibrate the Earth Demon's threat index right now. Meanwhile, Han Feibai was just sitting there quietly, deeply lost in his own complex thoughts. They stared closely at the monitor. The massive explosion finally cleared up. Oh no, the Earth Demon was somehow still standing right there. All right, let's dive back in. The crowd finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. An ancient demonic beast really is invincible, but wait, look closely. That thing is completely covered in brutal injuries. Kim Jae, and just laughed like a total maniac. Meanwhile, the Earth Fiend slowly dragged itself up from the rubble, coughing up blood and cursing its absolute bad luck. The demon stood tall, absolutely furious. A mere bug pushed me to this miserable state. I swear I'm going to tear you apart. It was completely losing its mind. Lu Fan just stared back with pure disgust. You will not forgive me. My attack is not even over yet. Did you somehow fail to notice 2 missing dragons? The Earth Fiend completely froze. Right behind the beast, 2 massive pillars of blinding light suddenly erupted. It was the 2 dragons Lu Fan just mentioned. They immediately triggered Doomsday Fall. And get this, their health bars were still at an absolute 100%. The Earth Fiend stubbornly roared back. So, what if you are dragons? You are just human pets. How dare you act so incredibly arrogant? The beast charged straight at the dragons, screaming that it would never fall to insects again. With pure rage, it violently activated its ultimate Crimson Blade Claw. Boom! The 2 devastating attacks violently collided, releasing an absolutely terrifying wave of raw power. An earth-shattering explosion instantly wiped out the entire surrounding battlefield. Through the flickering, blinding flames, the massive Earth Fiend was finally seen slowly collapsing to the ground. It cursed in pure agony. Damn it, insolent bastard, this is impossible. The beast started totally losing its mind, wildly screaming about how it could never possibly lose this fight. It blamed everything on its useless body holding it back. After finally being reborn suffering, the pathetic fate of being killed by a mere human was just completely unacceptable. I refuse to accept this. While screaming, the sneaky demon secretly activated its Shadow Walk skill, desperately trying to make a quick escape. But nope, a massive volley of deadly arrows rained down directly, striking the demon and completely shattering its cowardly Shadow Walk skill in an absolute instant. Lu Fan slowly walked forward, his massive bow firmly in hand. It is completely over, Earth Fiend. The beast went absolutely completely insane. It shrieked loud enough to shatter glass. Human, it is over. I could not kill his dragon, let alone even land a scratch on him. Am I really finished? But suddenly, the Earth Fiend's massive body began shaking violently. A brand new surge of overwhelming power flooded its veins, leaving the monster utterly absolutely stunned. Lu Fan was also completely caught off guard by this insane twist. The demon started screaming fiercely all over again as a terrifying, wildly intense aura violently exploded from deep within its completely battered body. Its twisted hands began violently mutating. The beast shrieked in absolute agony, feeling the new power. Then it burst into a psychotic laugh. Lu Fan quickly opened his system panel to check the stats, completely bewildered. What in the world is happening right now? He had clearly already defeated this insane monster, right? Absolutely unbelievable. Where was this sudden burst of ridiculous strength even coming from? Then it hit him like a truck. Could this be the Earth Fiend's hidden second phase? The 9 Realms demons clearly still had hidden power. There had to be a massive reason why the great hero of Taichi Kingdom had to heavily seal all 9 of them. Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted something absolutely crazy on the screen and gasped. What? Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. The Earth Fiend kept laughing like a total maniac. Its power was still multiplying. Still think it is over, you pathetic bug. Lu Fan stared at the info panel, genuinely sweating. The stats were skyrocketing to an absolutely unknown level. The monster's attributes were actually still rapidly climbing higher. Something felt incredibly horribly wrong. Even the Earth Fiend knew something was completely off. It started screaming in absolute agony. What is happening to me? Back at the base, the panicked crowd watching the monitors completely misunderstood this chaotic transition phase. Seriously, what on earth just happened to these ridiculous combat values? The numbers were endlessly soaring with absolutely zero signs of stopping. Everyone immediately realized this situation was fundamentally entirely wrong. With these completely insane multiplying values, there was literally zero chance left for anybody to win. Vice Principal Zhao nervously turned to Old Han. Look at how fast those demon attributes are spiking. For Lu Fan's safety, shouldn't we issue an emergency alert and pull him completely out of the Immortal Tower right now? Old Han just casually sat there, quietly sipping his tea. Vice Principal Zhao. Do you not remember the absolute promise you already made to me? We heavily agreed that right after Lu Fan slaughters this Earth Fiend, we would go brew a brand new pot of premium tea together. Zhao froze, completely panicked. But this involves a precious human life. That crazy Earth Fiend has a massive, highly critical problem right now. Those combat numbers have absolutely already blasted, way past 100,000. Old Han calmly explained that Lu Fan's previous intense battles did not just simply showcase his incredibly rich, massive combat experience. They also perfectly highlighted the kid's wildly sharp and brilliant battlefield awareness in every single fight. This is absolutely the very first time I have seen such an insane young talent. So trust me, I would never carelessly let his life be genuinely threatened. Vice Principal, I naturally believe completely in Lu Fan. What about you? Hearing this overwhelming confidence, Vice Principal Zhao finally felt his nerves totally calm down. He quickly nodded and replied, I obviously believe in Lu Fan's absolute strength too. He then completely continued, Old Han, since you firmly guaranteed Lu Fan's life, I can fully relax now. After all, Dragon City Academy literally poured absolutely everything they had into perfectly nurturing this crazy kid. I completely lost my manners just now. Old Han laughed heartily. No need to apologize at all. I totally understand you were just terrified for Lu Fan's actual safety. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-an was secretly grinning like an absolute villain. Nobody discovered his dirty sabotage yet. Truly excellent. Then he totally bragged to himself. The sabotage skills of those two useless trash bags were not half bad. Even legendary national heroes could probably never defeat a 9 Realms demon with completely maxed out absolute stats like this. The only thing left to honestly do is just sit back and patiently wait for news of Lu Fan's brutal death. So what do you and I take from this? Absolute chaos. Back over to Lu Fan, he is now fiercely facing off against a monstrously hideous, completely mutated abomination. Lu Fan stares the monster down. I have no idea how your evolution got this ridiculously absurd, he says, but you are definitely celebrating way too early. He drops into a battle stance. Trust me, you and I both know he cannot let this creature's stats keep growing like this. Time to unleash the heavy artillery. He immediately activates his dragon aura, pushing his black dragon form straight to level 2. Then he hits nature assimilation. Xiao Fei, fuse with me, he yells before summoning the massive undead demon dragon for another round. The nether demon's eyes literally bulge out of its skull, pure nightmare fuel. It lets out this hideous flesh-crawling shriek and charges straight at Lu Fan. Die, you little insect. Lu Fan yells at Xiao Ye to unleash the world-destroying roar. Xiao Ye instantly blasts the monster with that apocalyptic roar. But wait, the creature suddenly activates its dragon language unseal, letting out a massive twisted laugh. Ha ha, you arrogant human. You and your pathetic dragon will never kill me. Lu Fan shouts right back, undead demon dragon, unseal dragon language magic. His heavy sword bursts into roaring flames, while 2 massive undead dragons charge up a forbidden curse to nuke the monster. He combos the world-destroying roar with the demon dragon forbidden curse, stacking a massive weakness effect on his enemy. The nether demon absolutely loses it. Enough, it roars. I will show you the fatal consequences of looking down on an ancient, undying demon beast. For the pride of the 9 realms, but right as it screams that wait what? A blinding absolute flash of light suddenly erupts right in its face. Lu Fan stands tall and coldly declares, too bad. Now, it is time you learn exactly what happens when you underestimate a real Dragon Tamer. You die. Above them, the astral dragon has already shifted into its brilliant star form. The system shows 59 seconds remaining on this insane power state. The nether demon stares at the blinding scene, completely utterly stunned. That little baby dragon? Impossible. The Astral Dragon triggers its Starlight skill, firing a colossal blinding beam of pure energy straight at the Nether Demon. The monster takes the crushing hit point blank, screaming loudly in absolute agonizing pain. "No, no, this is not my destiny," it screeches in total desperation. "I cannot lose. I just got my undead power back, and I am already losing." Right before our eyes, its monstrous body crumbles slowly, turning into dead dust as its hideous voice finally fades away. "You are not leaving. You will all be buried right here with me." Suddenly, the entire ground starts shaking violently. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. Lu Fan senses the danger. Bad news. This Nether Demon wants to take us all down with it. The spire is collapsing. Xiao Ye, we need to lead everyone out of this place right now. The massive tower starts cracking violently in every single direction, sending brutal shockwaves everywhere. And then, the whole giant structure begins crumbling and collapsing inward. Lu Fan and his group finally manage to break out of the tower, flying safely into the open air. Lu Fan lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, the space inside that spire was insanely huge. We almost did not make it out of there in time. The system suddenly chimes in with crazy rewards. The Emerald Dragon leveled up to 24. His Astral Dragon hit level 17. Lu Fan himself reached level 36, and his Black Dragon skyrocketed to level 32. He thinks to himself, yeah, this boss fight was completely exhausting, but they finally wiped that Nether Demon off the map. His spirit stats shot up 2 whole levels. Totally worth it. He checks the system screen. 50,000 points usually gets first place, but now he has over 500,000 accumulated points. He can finally relax and take a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, everyone is staring at Lu Fan's rank in shock. An absolute genius, someone yells out loudly. He is beating second place by 440,000 points. Lu Fan's teamwork with his dragon pets was just flawless, and that final completely decisive laser beam was insane. Did you guys see that? Of course we did. This guy's combat awareness is absolutely top tier. He can easily step into the ranks of the master experts. Principal Zhao looks over at the older man. Elder Han, just like you predicted, Lu Fan took the win. Elder Han chuckles loudly. Ha ha ha. For someone so young to have such a fierce combat mindset. This kid is not simple at all. Principal Zhao nods in deep admiration. You are totally right, Elder Han. Our Dragon Capital Academy poured so much effort into nurturing him. His raw talent absolutely cannot be wasted. Elder Han nods slowly and continues. To unleash the true maximum potential of a Dragon Tamer, this kid must have pushed himself through absolute hell. And Principal Zhao is completely right. During that entire period right before the national trial started, you were the one constantly training him. But right before he can even finish his sentence smash, a loud noise suddenly echoes. Turns out that Kim Guy just violently smashed his phone onto the floor. He is absolutely boiling with pure rage over Lu Fan taking the win. People rush over, asking Mr. Kim, "Are you all right?" But he just hastily storms off, muttering, "It is nothing. Forgive my sudden loss of manners." The room starts buzzing. You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Sure, his Taegyuk Nation is behind by 440,000 points, but second place is still great. Yeah, no idea why he is throwing such a huge fit. Principal Zhao is equally confused. Seriously, what is wrong with Mr. Kim today? Elder Han just laughs it off. Haha, do not even worry about him, Vice Principal Zhao. Let's just go brew a fresh pot of tea. Out in the hallway, Mr. Kim slams his fist hard against the wall. He seethes with pure anger. That Nether Demon was actually killed by Lu Fan. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. This little Dragon Nation brat actually managed to defeat a monster that only National Guardian heroes are supposed to handle. Just as he is completely losing his mind with rage, 2 subordinates run up to him. "Boss Kim, we finally found you." "All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. We couldn't reach you," Kevin yells violently, grabbing his assistant's collar for answers. "Answer me, did you really max out the Earth Demon's stats like?" I asked. He screams, completely losing his mind. The terrified subordinate stammers back. "Yes, but that Dragon Nation rep Luke is just way too fast. His damage output is absolutely insane. The Earth Demon got deleted the second it hit max level. Kevin is absolutely furious right now. In his mind, there's no way Luke is playing fair. They literally rigged the system behind the scenes, maxed out the boss completely, and Luke still destroyed it with ease. Kevin is convinced the kid is using some kind of exploit. Suddenly, Mr. Cole and old Henry stroll right past the group, making everyone sweat bullets. Mr. Cole glances over. Are we heading out now? Old Henry just brushes it off. No worries. This kid Luke really doesn't give us anything to stress over at all. Mr. Cole nods. Forget his terrifying combat power for a second. Just look at how flawlessly he dismantled that Earth demon. In this entire national trial, absolutely nobody can stand against him. Old Henry bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha. He dominated the entire night all by himself. My old bones can't take sitting around anymore. Let's go stretch our legs. Overhearing this casual banter, Kevin is practically boiling with pure rage. His panicked assistant quickly tries to calm him down, but Kevin just points a finger right in his face. That Dragon Nation rep is cheating, and their overseers definitely know exactly what's going on. You guys better guard this door with your lives. If anyone comes looking for those two, report back to me immediately. The terrified subordinate doesn't dare argue. Yes, sir, he quickly replies. After that, Kevin sneaks closer, continuing to eavesdrop on their private conversation. He smirks to himself. I really want to see what dirty exploit you guys are using. How else did he obliterate the Nine Realms demon without even breaking a sweat? Old Henry smiles. If things keep going this smoothly, our Dragon Nation is absolutely locked in for first place in this trial. Right. Mr. Cole agrees. It's a guarantee. You never panic under pressure, Henry. My old anxiety must have been a real joke to you. Hiding in the back, Kevin is fuming. A guarantee. Just wait. Once I catch his weakness, I'll get every other nation to form a massive coalition against you. We will kick your entire country right out of the 23-nation alliance. Meanwhile, old Henry is just standing there laughing it up. Honestly, I kind of miss your old nervous breakdowns, Henry jokes. Mr. Cole looks a bit embarrassed. Well, anyway, we're finally here. But wait, check this out. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shoots out of nowhere, flying straight toward Kevin's back. Boom! A massive sword violently stabs into the wall right in front of his face. He freezes in pure terror, convinced he's been caught. But the hallway remains totally empty. He desperately tries to process this. A level 90 Dark Harvester. No mistake. This signature weapon absolutely belongs to a terrifying 4th-tier master. I was too sloppy, he realizes. I completely forgot about the elite phantom bodyguard that always shadows old Henry. Trembling, he touches the fresh blood dripping down his cheek. They aren't chasing him, it's just a lethal warning. Completely terrified, Kevin turns and sprints away. Kevin realizes shadowing them is a total suicide mission. If that phantom sword actually wanted him dead, he would already be a corpse on the floor. 10 minutes later, old Henry and Mr. Cole are calmly strolling right back. Mr. Cole smiles. Henry, let's hurry back to the command room. I honestly can't wait to see what crazy move Luke pulls next. Meanwhile, old Henry spots the massive sword gash left on the wall. He just shakes his head, laughing loudly. Those pathetic rivals are exactly as shameless as I expected. Beside him, Mr. Cole looks totally confused by the comment. Cut back to Kevin, who is storming down the hallway, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. His two desperate goons practically jump with joy. Boss, thank God you finally made it back. The guy with the messy hair shoves a backup phone into his hands. You need to see this right now. Your phone has literally been blowing up non-stop with calls. Kevin is so incredibly mad, you can literally see the veins popping out on his forehead. The bald goon flinches back. Boss, are you okay? What happened to your face? But Kevin viciously snatches the phone from his hands. What are you staring at? Get back to the control room and keep monitoring everything. Terrified, the goon stutters out a quick yes. Kevin just glares at the glowing screen in his hand, looking absolutely murderous. He furiously reads through the urgent messages displayed on his smartphone. He grits his teeth. Do these idiots really think I don't want to disqualify Luke? I've been hunting for their fatal weakness this entire time. If I find even a single shred of evidence proving Luke is using some kind of exploit, I will publicly destroy him. Meanwhile, the massive crowd outside is completely losing their minds, cheering endlessly. This Dragon Nation kid is a total monster, they scream. He is literally racking up points while doing absolutely nothing. Is this what they call an automatic idle victory? Totally confused, Kevin pushes his way to the front to see. His jaw drops at the live scoreboard. Luke's total points just spiked into the stratosphere again. He's literally using an auto-farming glitch. Realizing this, Kevin's face lights up with sheer twisted joy as he immediately dials a number. He laughs like a maniac in his head. Finally, after all this time, I finally caught you red-handed. You are completely finished. Luke, exploiting system bugs like this. Your entire country is getting banned from this national trial. Forever. The second the call connects, a harsh voice snaps. Hello, you finally decided to pick up the phone. What the heck were you doing? The committee is already in an uproar. You better tell me you found concrete proof that this Dragon Nation rep is cheating. Hearing this sudden intense pressure, Kevin completely freezes in utter shock. Wait, what the heck is actually happening here? Alright, you and I need to talk about why the Earth Fiend and its massive army are farming points for Lu Fan. Our guy is literally kicking back, while these monsters do the heavy lifting for him. He sits back completely relaxed. Finally, he sighs. I can actually get some real rest. Let's rewind an hour. The fallen dragon just burst out of the spire, and Lu Fan lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God the spire's interior was so huge, he muttered. Almost didn't make it out of there. Deep in thought, he realized they had actually done it. The terrifying Earth Fiend was finally dead. With his points skyrocketing like absolutely crazy, taking a quick breather sounded like a pretty solid plan. He stares up at the sky. Honestly, he never really saw those two dragons as true partners before this. But during that brutal showdown with the Earth Fiend, the fallen corpse demon dragon proved itself. It had grown insanely powerful. Suddenly, it hits him. Staring at the scattered tombstones around the battlefield, his eyes widen in pure realization. Hold up, he mutters. I've got an idea. His mind flashes back to the extreme north camp. Specifically, the exact moment the twin Wyvern Kings violently mutated into the fallen corpse demon dragons. Xiao Fei had completely snatched the Wyverns right out of the ancient god's control. That move let them absorb the zombie energy without turning into mindless zombie slaves. Earlier, he and Senior Du had finally figured out the crucial difference between standard zombies and these specific zombie puppets. The terrifying truth. Every single zombie puppet being controlled was either a vicious monster to begin with, or already completely dead. But here's the kicker. Right now, he controls two massive demon dragons absolutely bursting with maximum zombie power. Plus, the ground is literally littered with the Earth Fiend and dead heavenly demon soldiers. Beside him, Xiao Ya and Xing Chen just exchange confused looks. They have zero clue what insane plan is brewing in his head. Suddenly, Lu Fan snaps his fingers. An opportunity this perfect, totally worth a shot. The three pets just stare at him, massive question marks floating above their heads. Right on cue, the two demon dragons let out a deafening roar. Lu Fan sighs heavily. Damn it. Guess that method is a bust. The dragons clearly can't command the dead bodies. Since these dragons aren't true zombie slaves themselves, they just don't have the authority to control the puppet army. Makes sense, right? He was just about to scrap the whole idea when out of nowhere a tiny hand grabs his own. He jumps in surprise. Hovering right there in the sky is a tiny girl flexing her glowing green wings. Stunned, he asks, Xiao Fei, what's going on? Suddenly, the system chimes in. Jade Dragon, Form Shift, Skill Unlocked Light of the Soul. It's the Jade Dragon Bloodline skill. Every single buff gets a flat 2x multiplier for Dragon Kin and matching bloodlines. Plus, she activates the ultimate soul protection skill. Any target bathed in the light of the soul gets a massive stat boost, jumping up by 1 to 200%. And that's not all. Every single incoming attack gets absorbed instantly, stacking 1 to 2 layers of defensive aura. Once those defenses stack all the way up to 10 layers, boom, shockwave release. The explosion deals double the total damage absorbed from those 10 layers. Lu Fan is absolutely speechless. This is completely broken. Even the Demon Dragon bloodline gets triggered by Xiao Fei's double stat passive. Wait. Did the zombie essence actually evolve the Wyvern Kings from mere lesser dragons into genuine pure-blooded dragons? He grins. Xiao Fei must have sensed the massive upgrade hidden inside the Demon Dragon's new bloodline traits. It wasn't that his zombie dragons couldn't control the army. Their base stats were just way too low to dominate higher-level monsters. It was a stat check. If that's the hurdle, then I know exactly what to do, he smirks. Immediately, he orders Xiao Fei to unleash her ultimate Jade Light. She triggers Jade Light in an instant. This ridiculous buff gives targets 3 to 12 stacks of absolute defense, completely wipes away all debuffs, and cranks up every single base stat by 30 to 60%. Oh, and every single blessing stack blocks 1 or 2 incoming attacks entirely. Insane. Now watch closely. They couldn't outlevel the monstrous Earth Fiend, sure. But raw stats, they could absolutely brute force those numbers. Lu Fan yells across the battlefield. Xiao Fei swaps straight into your eternal form and hit them with Life Pulse. With a flash, Xiao Fei shifts into her eternal form, instantly triggering her Jade Dragon bloodline and the massive life pulse. She layers on Jade Blessing and Jade Light back to back, sending the twin zombie dragon stats absolutely through the roof. Lu Fan clenches his fist in pure triumph. Yes, their raw stats finally dwarf the Earth Fiend. Alright, Demon Dragons, unleash every ounce of your zombie energy right now. Turn that Earth Fiend into nothing but your personal puppet. A terrifying roar shatters the sky. Countless decayed hands suddenly burst through the soil. Groaning and snarling, the horrific puppets drag themselves up, completely bound to the demon dragon's will. These aren't just fodder, they're level 75 heavenly demon soldiers. Lu Fan throws his hands up, absolutely ecstatic. Massive success. The entire heavenly demon army just got hijacked and turned into our personal zombie squad. With an entire legion of heavenly demons at his beck and call, he can just kick back while they farm infinite points for him. Ding! The system chimes in. New overpowered skill, officially unlocked: zombie puppet manipulation. He reads the prompt. Every single corrupted puppet can be commanded telepathically from miles away. And get this, he can instantly store them away too. This changes everything. He can literally pack up this entire demon army, carry them out of the dungeon, and summon them into the real world whenever he wants. Staring at the terrifying legion, a wild grin spreads across his face. Basically, if he brought this army into the outside world, he could single-handedly recreate the apocalyptic disaster that nearly wiped the Tai Chi kingdom off the map 50 years ago. And just like that, the monstrous Earth Fiend itself drags its body up. Puppet confirmed. It thrashes around like an absolute madman. Lu Fan just smirks at the chaos. This legendary beast almost wiped an entire nation off the face of the earth back in the day, and now it's just another mindless zombie puppet taking his orders. And guys, this apocalyptic monster is now entirely under his control. How do you even describe this feeling? Absolute pure satisfaction. An hour later, Kim gets a frantic phone call. What exactly is going on here? He yells. The Earth Demon is actually following Lu Fan's orders. Hello, where's that evidence of the Dragon Kingdom representative cheating? Panic setting in. Zhao can't even believe his own eyes. The phone slips right out of his trembling hands, crashing onto the ground. It's over. The Earth Demon is completely under Lu Fan's control now. This whole ridiculous scheme officially shut down. The internet is absolutely losing its mind right now. And just then, a very familiar voice echoes right behind him. Take a look for yourself. Didn't I tell you Lu Fan is still the absolute undisputed number one? With a massive score gap like this, the other reps have zero chance of catching up. Zhao sighs and nods. Old Han, you are totally right. I was worrying over absolutely nothing. Old Han just chuckles. Accepting the harsh reality of the situation is a pretty crucial part of building any strategy. If the other countries have already lost the game, what's even left to play? He shoots Kim a freezing deadpan glare. What do you think about that? He laughs out loud. Hearing this, Kim's blood absolutely boils over. He clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn white. The brutal online backlash. His powerful family's dignity completely ruined. Even this old guy's mocking laughter, ringing right in his ears. He violently grinds his teeth, eyes wide with pure unadulterated rage. If that is how you want to play it, I'll just have to hand you a special little mission myself. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is literally just chilling out beside his absolutely stacked monster squad. He figures his orders for Xiao Fei are set. Xiao Fei summons the zombie dragon. The zombie dragon controls the Earth Demon, and the Earth Demon bosses around the heavenly demon soldiers. A perfect chain of command. Talk about having way too many layers of management. Meanwhile, his points just keep going up and up without him lifting a finger. Suddenly, a ping goes off. He pulls up the glowing system interface and raises an eyebrow. Is there an update already? I haven't even taken a real break yet. But there it is, a brand new mission marker. Meanwhile, over at the frozen wasteland trial grounds, a giant blue system pillar violently erupts straight out of the snow. Jia Sanlai is hiding behind a massive tree nearby, keeping a close eye on the glowing pillar. He finally lets out a deep breath. A completely wicked smile spreads across his face. Last time I had the worst luck running into Lu Fan. But this mission, all mine. But wait for it. That cocky smile vanishes in an instant. The second Jia Sanlai spots what's coming, he frowns hard. He bites his lip, looking absolutely miserable and completely defeated. His face goes completely pale. Spotting Zhao Ye flying overhead, he throws his head back and groans. You have got to be kidding me, not again. Dripping with nervous sweat, he starts complaining. It took forever to track down this mission spot. Why do I have to bump into Lu Fan of all people again? But hold on, you and I need to do the math here. He freezes. Wait a second. If he's grabbing another quest right now, doesn't that mean he already wiped out the 9 Realms demon already? Up ahead, Lu Fan clearly senses somebody lurking around behind him. He shoots a quick sharp glance over his shoulder. Pure panic hits Jia Sanlai. Crap. He's been totally busted. He instantly waves his hands and yells out an excuse. Hey, sorry, I was being kind of loud just now. Please just ignore me. Lu Fan totally ignores the sad excuse and just straight up draws his sword. The system chimes. Current Dragon Aura Tier 2 Black Dragon Mode engaged. Jia Sanlai's jaw drops as he screams in terror. Wait, last time you promised you would let me go. Why are you attacking me now? System Alert Dragon Seal Basic Attack, enhanced with aura dealing heavy range damage. Twist Lu Fan wasn't aiming at him. The strike obliterates a giant monster creeping up behind Jia Sanlai. But the guy completely thought he was the target. He drops to the ground, hugging his head and screaming for his life. The system chimes again. Dragon Kingdom's Lu Fan now has 551,470 points, plus a solid 245 bonus. Jia Sanlai just freezes. Was that monster stalking me this whole time? He realizes Lu Fan wasn't trying to kill him at all. Oh, thank God. Scratching his head, he laughs super awkwardly. Hey, thanks for saving my life. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's system screen pops up, flashing a reminder about the active mission point right up ahead. Lu Fan keeps an absolutely poker face and just stares at him. Saving your life. Let's not go that far. You were just in the way of my target. Jia Sanlai forces a stiff laugh. Man, I really thought I was a goner for a second. The system pulls up some stats. Rank 17 South Kingdom's Jia Sanlai. Total points 23,705. Health sitting right at 23 out of 23. Lu Fan just gives a cold nod. He's honestly wondering how this guy has scored so few points when the survival match has been running for a full day. Crying internally, Jia Sanlai wants to scream that he literally hasn't slept a single wink just to grind out those 20,000 measly points. Lu Fan genuinely considers just wiping the guy out right now for the points. But honestly, it's barely pocket change. Better let him fatten up his score first, like a piggy bank. And thanks to the brutal beatdown from their last encounter, Jia Sanlai wouldn't dare throw a punch at him anyway. Lu Fan casually strolls over and slaps a heavy hand onto Jia Sanlai's shoulder, like a coach trying to motivate his worst player. He looks him dead in the eye, completely serious. You are grinding points way too slowly, man. Only sitting at rank 17 right now, you're basically embarrassing the entire South Kingdom. Jia Sanlai just stands there, totally stunned into silence. Lu Fan simply turns around, throws up a casual hand, and waves goodbye. You've really got to work harder. Hopefully next time we bump into each other, your rank won't be so completely tragic. Well, you and I will just have to see if he survives. Jason freezes for a solid 2 seconds. He cries out, completely moved. Wait, is Lu Fan actually cheering him on right now? He's totally stunned. Lu Fan is nothing like the rumors. They said people from the Dragon Nation were supposed to be completely arrogant. But Lu Fan, he just crushed the 9 Realms demon, saved his life, and even encouraged him. Tears well up in Jason's eyes. He looks up at the sky, cursing himself for being an absolute irredeemable fool. He quickly shakes it off. For the pride of the South Nation and to repay the absolute boss Lu Fan, he swears he's going to rack up way more points. Then he proudly declares his promise. I get it now. Next time we meet, I'll be 10 times stronger. But Jason just stands there sweating bullets in pure confusion as he watches Lu Fan fly off on midnight. Meanwhile, Lu Fan checks his alerts. A one-on-one mission notification pops up, and he's genuinely shocked realizing someone might actually die and get eliminated this round. Current objective: hunt down a representative. The target is still totally unknown, currently sitting at rank 6, located right in the swamp zone. He breaks it down. Rank 6 in a swamp terrain. Could it be Kim Sung-han, or maybe Charlie? His eyes lock onto the horizon, silently hyping himself up for whatever is waiting out there. Doesn't matter. Whoever it is, this mission is getting done today. Lu Fan shouts his command. Midnight, let's move. We're heading straight for the swamp. Midnight lets out a massive earth-shaking roar. All right, let's jump over to the National Trials secret zone. It's late afternoon in the swamp. Vicious beasts lurk everywhere. Their glowing red eyes pierce the shadows, waiting patiently like absolute monsters for some poor prey to step out of line. Flash. A gigantic black snake lunges forward with lightning speed. It sinks its fangs right into a wild boar's back, making the beast squeal in absolute agony. Kellen sits right on top of that massive snake. He just watches the brutal scene unfold, clicking his tongue like he finds the whole thing mildly entertaining. Suddenly, something catches Kellen off guard. He glances back over his shoulder, just in time to see the giant boar completely collapse, hitting the dirt hard. Someone steps out of the shadows, walking calmly toward him. "Pray, let him come to us." The voice belongs to none other than Vicky. She smiles, totally smug. Whoever it is won't ever expect that 4 nations have actually formed an alliance. System alert triggers rank 10 Vicky from Korea. Fierce God Inheritor, level 60. Total points, 26,642. She groans, seriously annoyed that they had to meet in this soaking wet dump completely crawling with venomous bugs. Kellen shrugs it off. He didn't plan for this either. The 4 nations agreed that once the trial started, they'd regroup at his location to farm points together. Vicky leans back against a giant tree, crossing her arms in obvious frustration. "Why am I the only one here? Where the heck are Jason and Badan?" Kellen calmly explains the situation, but Dawn is supposed to arrive any second now. As for Jason, he hasn't seen him, but his status says he's still alive. Vicky rolls her eyes, totally exasperated. "I swear Jason is unbelievable. Honestly, if you ask me, we really shouldn't even bother waiting around for him anymore." She pulls up her system screen, venting her frustration. "I was rushing to get here, so I only managed to kill a few beasts blocking my path. If I didn't have to group up with you, there is no way I'd be stuck at rank 10 right now." Vicky shoots a sharp glance at Kellen. "What's wrong? Did the hunter finally show up?" Kellen lets out a heavy sigh. "I just hope this guy brings plenty of points." Then he grins wickedly. "Once Badan arrives, we'll set up the perfect ambush." They exchange a completely arrogant, triumphant look. "We're going to show this idiot exactly who the real hunter is and who is about to become the prey." Fast forward 4 hours later. Deep in the swamp of the trial zone, midnight gracefully touches down. Thick, eerie fog blankets the entire area. The air is freezing cold. Lu Fan hops off his dragon, taking a deep breath. "Finally, we actually made it to the swamp." The terrain here is an absolute mess. It's packed with venomous bugs and toxic gas. Honestly, without the ability to fly, escaping this place would be a nightmare. But something feels off. He quickly realizes he's walking straight into a trap. There's zero wildlife around here. Absolutely nothing. Not even a single wild beast is moving. Lu Fan's eyes go sharp. On high alert, he raises a hand behind him and calls out his command. "Midnight, activate your perception skill right now." The dragon obeys instantly. The system immediately triggers. Black Dragon Perception. This insane skill detects any enemy hiding in a stealth or camouflage state. When actively used, it completely strips away the invisibility and disguises of every single hostile target lurking nearby. Lu Fan scans the area and lets out a dry smirk, just as he thought a classic ambush. But what actually surprises him, there are 3 whole people hiding out there. He summons his massive blade in a flash of light, shouting out a bold challenge. "You can clearly hear my voice, so why keep hiding like cowards? Fine. Let me give you a little hand with that." The system chimes in current dragon aura, Black Dragon Phase 2. Lu Fan lets out a massive roar. He slams his huge sword straight into the ground. Violent explosive energy erupts everywhere, blasting outward just like epic New Year's fireworks. Right in front of him, the giant black snake reveals itself, screaming its lungs out in pure agony. A system alert flashes on screen. Mission target has officially been discovered. Keelan sits cross-legged on the massive snake, genuinely impressed. He can't believe Lu Fan actually managed to spot his hiding place and hurt his precious little 7. System info drops. Kellen from Korea. Level 60. Class 5 Poison Witch Doctor. Total points sit at 66,375. Rank 6. Lu Fan responds with pure sarcasm. "There aren't exactly many places to hide out here, so it wasn't a hard guess. But honestly, I'm pretty disappointed. My target isn't Kim Sung-han or Charlie after all." Kellen just smirks back at him. "You're a nobody. I actually thought some elite expert was coming, so I spent all this time preparing a trap. But it turns out it's just the representative from the Dragon Nation." Below them, a bright red system warning flashes. Hunter encounter confirmed. But Keelan's arrogant smirk instantly vanishes the second he actually reads the stats of the guy standing right in front of him. Name: Lu Fan. Dragon Nation. Level 36. Class Rare Dragon Tamer. Points 551,292. The Undisputed Rank 1. Yeah, you and I both know he messed with the wrong guy. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Jilan broke into a cold sweat, absolutely shocked. First place. With 550,000 points. Yesterday, this Dragon Kingdom representative was literally dead last. A sinister smile crept across his face. He never expected to stumble across such a fat sheep. Even if this kid had insane strength, Jilan was totally determined to steal those points. Jilan sprang to his feet. He instantly summoned his weapon, his voice dripping with mockery as he called out to Lu Fan. Just because you're walking around with all those points, you really think you're the hunter here? Wake up, kid. You're dreaming. He kept running his mouth, but Lu Fan didn't even bother replying. Instead, our main character just silently raised his sword. His eyes were ice cold. He stood firmly, like an absolute god of war, ready to clash at any second. Jilan launched his skill. A glowing green sphere instantly materialized right at the sharp tip of his heavy spear. You're just prey delivering yourself right to my door, he mocked. Jilan laughed with pure arrogance, absolutely certain that all those massive points were already his to take. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the ground. Lu Fan was blasted backward, but he smoothly landed right on Xiaoye. He stared Jilan down. If you want them that badly, come, try. Lu Fan aimed his blade straight at Jilan and shouted his command. Xiaoye Magma Flame. The dragon opened its jaws, and a terrifying sphere of molten lava materialized. Jilan calmly reassured the white snake tightly wrapped around his body. Don't be scared, Xiaoqi. It's just a dragon. Big deal. He roared his command with totally arrogant disrespect. It's barely over level 30. What is there to be afraid of? Go get him. The two beasts clashed head-on. Toxic mist spray activated. It constantly blasts a deadly green fog right at the target, dealing massive damage, while inflicting a nasty poison status effect. Meanwhile, Magma Flame blasted intense fire straight ahead. It completely torches the enemy while actively healing the user. Suddenly, the giant snake reared up its entire body, glowing with a bright green aura. Then, faster than lightning, its massive form started sinking straight down into the murky swamp. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Did it run away? No. He suddenly froze as a chilling thought hit him. There were still two other enemies hiding out there. Wei Qi was aggressively sprinting straight toward Lu Fan, completely intent on launching a brutal sneak attack. But Lu Fan saw it coming from a mile away, like a car slamming its brakes on ice. Wei Qi suddenly halted. She violently swung a massive iron ball, aiming right at his head with maximum power. Fast as lightning, Lu Fan dodged to the side and aggressively slashed her heavy chain. Then, out of nowhere, a gigantic claw suddenly slammed down from the sky. It was aiming right at Wei Qi. Her face went totally pale in absolute panic. It was Xiaoye. Wei Qi curled up in pure agony as the dragon brutally crashed straight into her body. Wei Qi's eyes went wide as she violently coughed up blood. Pure terror filled her mind. He was literally only level 36. How on earth was his attack power this unbelievably high? The raw damage from this guy and his dragon pet was absolutely no joke. Watching her teammate get completely wrecked, Ba Dan started sweating bullets. She fiercely gritted her teeth, letting out a frustrated heavy grunt. Lu Fan quietly judged the situation. This lady was incredibly muscular, but weirdly enough, she actually looked like she was smiling. Wei Qi frantically screamed out. Jilan, Ba Dan, do something. High above the giant snake, snapped its massive jaws open. It launched itself like an absolute rocket straight toward Lu Fan and Xiaoye. It viciously coiled around Xiaoye, making the dragon roar out in sudden pain. But Lu Fan stayed totally calm, fiercely slashing his heavy blade right into its thick scales. As the snake sank its fangs into her arm, Xiaoye furiously gripped its neck. Roaring with pure rage, she brutally slammed the snake's head right into the dirt. Jilan was completely stunned. Xiaoqi. Ba Dan let out a furious bitter shout. Damn it, the ambush completely failed. The system flashed her stats. Rank 14 Golden Incense Kingdom. Ba Dan level 57. Dark Spirit Hunter 2 with exactly 34,831 points. Watching this unfold, Wei Qi simply couldn't believe her own eyes. Are you kidding me? How did we actually fail? Ba Dan furiously yelled back. You messed up too. This kid is not easy to deal with. He doesn't fight like a level 36 at all. Jilan finally spoke up. Even if he's a tough pill to swallow, we have to finish this. His points are more than enough to skyrocket us straight into the top 3. Lu Fan just smirked, throwing the mockery right back. Your little ambush was an absolute joke. You tried a sneak attack, and you're the ones who ended up getting hurt. If you really want my points so badly, what are your actual chances of winning? Wei Qi's blood was absolutely boiling. Don't get cocky too soon, she snapped. You're definitely a lot stronger than we expected, but we'll see who gets the last laugh here. Lu Fan glanced at her and sneered. Then let's settle this face to face. Let's see who truly owns this swamp. It was on Ji Lan, furiously shouted his command, ordering his giant snake to blast them with deadly poison. Obeying the command, the massive snake unleashed a vicious growl. It instantly blasted a highly toxic stream of green sludge right at Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. A glowing system window quickly flashed right in front of him. Poison spit. It fires a continuous stream of toxic acid at the target, dealing heavy damage while simultaneously applying a lethal poison debuff. But Lu Fan wasn't backing down for a single second. He loudly commanded Xiao Ye to launch an immediate counterattack. Xiao Ye finished this right now. Faster than lightning, the dragon lunged forward. It viciously grabbed the giant snake by the head and body, pinning it down as the beast desperately struggled and shrieked. The glowing screen popped up with a brand new notification. Poison effect completely nullified. Absolute immunity. Black Dragon Bloodline activated. All incoming damage is slashed by 50%. Total immunity to all debuff effects and auto-recovery speed is massively boosted by 500%. Xiao Ye let out an absolutely terrifying roar. With one brutal motion, the dragon completely ripped the giant snake into two perfect halves. Thick green sludge exploded, splashing violently across the entire battlefield. Jilan stared in pure disbelief as his pet's lifeless body hit the dirt. He screamed in total horror. One hit. You destroyed my beast in just one strike. But get this, before he could even finish his sentence, a dark shadow suddenly flew in out of nowhere. I've got your back, Jilan. Keep attacking. Lu Fan just stared coldly at the volley of flying arrows, his mind already calculating his next deadly move. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. A bright light flashes next to Kellen. What is he plotting? He raises his staff, high, screaming out a massive threat. His magic array is fully prepped. Lu Fan, you better stop right now. With that warning, he violently slams his staff straight into the ground and shouts out, Myriad Snake Array. In just a split second, Little Seven's dead body starts violently sizzling. Out of that empty skull, countless terrifying snake heads burst out in a flash. Right then, the system screen pops up with the Myriad Snake Array stats. It is a major array for the 5 Poison Witch Doctor. It takes 60 seconds to prep, but once finished, it summons literally billions of venomous snakes at any given moment. It deals massive damage equal to 750% of the caster's spirit stat and heavily poisons any target that gets hit. Lu Fan stares in shock as the venomous snakes lunge at him with wide open jaws. But he quickly snaps back. One sword swing directly chops off dozens of heads. He calculates his odds. This cannot go on. Since this is Kellen's special skill, there is absolutely no way to kill all these snakes. Kellen arrogantly shouts out loud, he is never escaping my Myriad Snake Array. You two hurry up and take down that black dragon right now. The guy in black looks nervous and asks, hey, these snakes will not hurt us, right? Further away, Wei Qi is struggling to hold on. She furiously screams, we have no more time to waste around here. Badan, we need to attack now. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right in front of Kellen, making him scream out in pure shock. What is that? A veiny hand slowly reaches out from the roaring flames, and a voice filled with total disrespect echoes through the air. You are not getting away, so stop acting so smug. The system screen instantly displays new information. The world-destroying roar blasts out. It deals massive damage to every single target caught in its range, and it also applies a heavy weakening debuff. At the exact same time, Knight lets out an absolutely ferocious roar. Holding his blade, Lu Fan slowly steps out of the flames. He mocks them. This magic array of yours is nothing but cheap garbage. The snakes swarming around his feet are completely burned up by the fierce flames. Right in front of him, the Dragon Claw and Dragon Destruction skill stats appear. His arm shifts into a Dragon Claw. It delivers a fast 6-hit combo from a distance and can even buff his dragon pet. Kellen looks insanely confident right now. He laughs like a maniac. Cheap garbage, I am going to make you regret saying that immediately. Raising his staff high, he summons a massive tornado from above. It starts sucking up all the broken snake corpses scattered across the battlefield. He screams out, Wei Qi Ba Dan, hurry up. Hearing this, Wei Qi immediately bursts into a full sprint, charging forward while letting out an ear-piercing shriek. Getting right up in Lu Fan's face, she violently swings her heavy mace at him. Now you and I need to pay close attention here. He calmly raises one hand, stopping that massive mace dead in its tracks like it was nothing. Just as he blocks Wei Qi Ba Dan charges in, he immediately unloads a rapid barrage of sharp arrows right at our main character. From out of nowhere, Night dashes in from behind. She uses her incredibly tough wings to shield Lu Fan from the storm of arrows. Suddenly, his expression shifts to pure focus. His eyes dart around the area. Lu Fan wonders. An earthquake. No, wait, what exactly is that sound? Meanwhile, Kellen is laughing like a total maniac in the distance. Come back to life, little seven, fuse the snake corpses and unleash the myriad snake's ultimate lethal poison. A colossal monster fused together from tens of thousands of snake bodies slowly rises up. A new line of system info pops up on the screen. Frenzied Python Resurrection. It is a giant monster formed by the 5 poison witch doctor's pure spirit energy. As long as its master survives, this thing literally cannot die. As long as spirit energy flows into it, it resurrects. If its body gets sliced apart, it just splits into massive numbers. Both giant snake heads strike at the exact same time. They open their jaws, preparing to blast lethal acid right at Lu Fan and Night. The system updates the screen again. Myriad snake lethal poison. The billions of snakes summoned will absolutely never disappear even if they are killed. Their dead bodies turn into a massive acid bomb, hitting the entire target area and leaving a deadly poison effect on every single target caught inside. For the next 120 seconds, it deals massive damage, every second equal to 900% of the caster's spirit stat. Lu Fan desperately shouts, "Night, get right beside me." He realizes something. That colossal python is an actual physical entity created entirely by Kellen's special class trait. If you slice it in half, it just turns into 2 monsters. Hearing his command, Night instantly flies right behind him. She tightly wraps her heavy armored wings around Lu Fan, completely shielding him from the disgusting green venom blasting their way. But Wei Qi is not fast enough. She gets hit directly by the python's venom. Disgusting black veins immediately start bulging all over her face. She furiously screams at him. "Kellen, why the hell are you attacking your own allies?" The system screen flashes next to her, confirming she has been hit with the myriad snake lethal poison debuff. At this point, Kellen has completely lost his mind. He does not care about anything else anymore, except killing Lu Fan once and for all. He laughs maniacally. So what if dragons are completely immune to poison? Standing right on top of the python's giant head, he screams out. "But Lu Fan, if you get infected by this poison, you are going to die." Wei Qi is already choking on the heavy venom. Her voice is totally raspy as she begs, "Kellen, cure me right now. Hurry up. Please save me. I literally cannot breathe anymore." Kellen just shoots a cold, calculating glare. Even now, he is absolutely convinced that Luke is already lying dead inside that toxic zombie mist. He looks down at Vicky, writhing on the ground, and begging, "Help me." A vicious thought crosses his mind. If Vicky and Brad just happened to die from the poison, all those sweet accumulated points would be his alone. Down below, Brad sees Kellen making 0 moves to help and completely panics. Vicky, how are you holding up Kellen? You need to save her right now." But it is way too late. Vicky has already succumbed to the deadly poison. Her eyes snap wide open. Her jaw drops completely motionless. But suddenly Vicky bolts upright, gasping heavily for air. A system notification pops up in front of her. Blood meld protection has completely cleared the poison status. Kellen points his staff right at her, his tone totally unapologetic. "My bad, made a little mistake there. From now on, I will make sure to cast poison immunity on my trusty allies before we actually start the fight. And to show my sincerity, I will go ahead and transfer over 10,000 of Luke's accumulated points right to you." The system screen quickly flashes the blood meld protection details, slapping a full 10-minute poison immunity buff straight onto the selected target. If the target is already poisoned, this skill completely wipes out the toxic effect. Once blood meld protection ends, it triggers a 5-minute cooldown. After that, cooldown wraps up the protection buff, can be cast on a target all over again. His face darkens as he silently calculates. There are still Andre and Saki out there. Now definitely is not the time to break their 4-nation alliance. Making up his mind, he turns back to Vicky. All right, I have put protection buffs on you guys. Now hurry up and check if Luke is actually dead." Vicky is furious, but given the urgent situation, she just snaps back. We are definitely settling this score once we get back. Cough, cough. Brad, you go check it out. Hearing this, Brad cannot hide his absolute shock and blurts out, "Huh. I will go." Suddenly, Kellen's face turns completely pale. Staring in pure disbelief, he screams out, "What the hell? All right, you and I need to watch this." Luke slowly steps right out of that green smoke. He smirks, telling them calmly, "No need to check. I am obviously still alive." Luke's sudden dramatic appearance makes Brad jump back, totally paralyzed with absolute fear. Of course, Vicky is no exception here. Her face is full of confusion, eyes wide open in pure shock. Sitting tall on Midnight's back, Luke's mocking voice cuts through the tension. "You guys really put on a great show for me. Are your allies seriously this incredibly weak?" Right beside him, a system info panel flashes into view. Poison immunity effect active. Black Dragon bloodline traits unlocked. All incoming damage taken is reduced by 50%, immune to all debuffs. And base self-healing abilities are boosted by a massive 500%. Brad frantically screams out. Luke is not dead, he is riding on a dragon, and somehow he is completely immune to every single debuff effect. Kellen's face slowly turns purple with dread, his body involuntarily taking a terrified step back from the massive beast. He panics internally. If both Luke and the dragon are completely immune to debuffs, does that not mean his class skills are absolutely useless at hurting them? Forget about Andre and Seiki. This guy Luke is the real terrifying disaster they need to be seriously worrying about. Thinking about this, Kellen completely loses his mind. Pointing straight at Luke, he screams like a maniac. "Kill him, we absolutely have to kill him now. You two go kill him right now, and you will each get an extra 20,000. Vicky grips a mace in her hand, scoffing with pure disgust. Besides, these heavily injured, completely useless teammates, it looks like she really has to rely on herself in the end. "Brad, coordinate with me, I will take him." But before she can even finish speaking, a massive explosion booms from behind, silencing her instantly. Luke startles, wondering in total confusion. Is that another one of their allies? Vicky nervously shouts out, "Who goes there?" She thinks to herself, could Nathan actually be here? But suddenly, a massive fireball crashes directly into her body, making her scream out in pure agony as searing hot smoke violently erupts all around her. The man who just showed up is none other than Andre. He laughs out loud and declares, "Do not worry, brother, I am here to save the day. 3 against 1 is just completely shameless behavior. If you are real men, come fight me." Instantly, a system info panel pops up right in front of him. Snow Nation Group B, Andre level 60 Flame, Warrior score 80,167. Luke blurts out in total amazement. Andre rests his heavy axe on the ground, casually laughing with absolute delight. "Brother, that big dragon of yours looks seriously strong." Luke gently pats Midnight's head, softly reminding him, "Midnight, relax buddy, Andre here does not have any bad intentions." Saying that, he turns back to Andre, waiting down below, and replies, "Your fire skills are seriously strong too, just look at how crazy far you blasted this lady away. Now, here is where you and I gotta love this guy." He laughs and explains, "This is my 3rd job skill, Flame God True Body, but dealing with these low-level thugs has not even warmed me up yet." At this exact moment, Vicky finally regains her senses, awkwardly crawling right back up from the thick cloud of dust. Luke is completely oblivious, still casually chatting away with Andre. Yeah, she has not even used a single skill yet, so she must actually be incredibly strong. Andre gasps in genuine surprise. "Hold on. A second, did you just say, lady, this person is actually a girl?" Vicky wakes up just in time to hear their entire conversation, furiously screaming out, "You guys!" Andre just shouts back, completely confused. "Really strong. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness." Andre declares he'll crush the girl first. He looks at Luke. "Can you handle the Snake Rider and the Archer alone?" Luke scratches his head awkwardly, replying that he doesn't actually need help. Seeing herself completely ignored, Vicky gets absolutely furious and snarls right at them. "You bastards!" A massive surge of raw power violently erupts from her entire body. She screams out, "You dare look down on me like I'm nothing." In a flash, a monstrous bear materializes right behind her. Giant bear spirit body. She literally just summoned the bear god itself. A totem drops, morphing into this massive beast. The system hits her with wild buffs, endurance spikes by 120%, and her max health jumps up by 175%. Cooldown, just 16 seconds. The bear spirit grips a massive mace and swings it down hard. Vicky screams at the top of her lungs, "You're all going to pay for this." But Andre swings his heavy axe, smashing it right into her mace. Struggling to hold the line, he yells back to Luke, "You need to watch your own back, man. Leave this crazy girl to me." The system screen suddenly flashes with a brand new notification. Flame God True Body. He summons the power of Shirong, boosting all stats by a flat 100%. Plus, he gets blazing wings for temporary flight. Insane power up. The actual duration of this fiery form, completely tied to his base spirit attribute. Andre leaps back. The giant bear roars, charging right at him again. Watching these two maniacs violently clash, Luke just holds his head and lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Sure, Andre is a pretty reliable tank, but the guy is an absolute magnet for trouble. The real issue here, this is basically flat-out kill-stealing. Honestly, Luke didn't even need their help for this fight. He hadn't even bothered summoning his earth demons or his massive undead army yet. Suddenly, countless glowing strikes rain down from the sky. Luke just casually leans to the side, dodging perfectly. Down below, Kellen and Brad watch Nyx block everything with a single wing sweep. Kellen instantly starts cursing in absolute rage. "Damn it, Kellen, my attack completely missed again." Kellen drops the act immediately, leaping right off the giant snake's head. He fiercely screams at Brad, "You're totally embarrassing us. Just stick to the damn plan." Gripping his heavy mace, he points it straight at Luke and barks out an order. 7 hit him with the poison mist now. Obeying the command, the massive beast unhinges its jaw, spewing out a thick toxic green fog. The toxic fog floods the entire battlefield. System text flashes right above the beast's head. Poison mist. It constantly floods the target with toxic gas, dealing heavy continuous damage and locking in a nasty poison status effect. Riding high on Nyx's back, Luke watches this pathetic display and scoffs with total absolute disdain. "You already know my dragon and I are completely immune to poison, yet you still waste a skill on this." But then his expression shifts. He tenses up, realizing something is very wrong. Wait, he thinks. Where the hell is Kellen's second giant snake? Luke's eyes dart around, scanning the chaotic battlefield. He quickly puts it together that missing snake is sneaking up from behind for a fatal pincer attack. He readies his heavy blade defensively. Void Sever. It perfectly spikes his dragon energy, letting him slash twice instantly, while his dragon companion syncs up to unleash a brutal double-charged dragon claw strike. Luke spins on a dime, brutally slashing his glowing blade right into the empty air beside him. Boom. A massive hidden snake is instantly and cleanly sliced perfectly in half by the raw force. Watching the severed corpse plummet, Luke smirks. "You almost got a bite in. What a shame. Way too slow." He calls out Nyx, "Let's take these guys out." Down on the ground, Kellen watches his beast get totally shredded. He curses in absolute fury, "Damn it." But wait, in a split second, his angry expression shifts completely. He lowers his head, bursting into maniacal laughter. "Too bad, my beast doesn't die that easily." He roars at the bleeding corpse. "Rise again, Mad Snake Resurrection." The system reveals these creatures are forged from shaman spirit energy. They literally cannot die while their master breathes. Pumping more spirit energy revives them instantly. And if you smash their physical bodies, they just mutate, splitting into multiple terrifying gigantic segments. Luke stares down the charging swarm of mutant snakes, muttering under his breath, "The more I kill, the more spawn. What a disgusting pile of bugs." "All right then, let's play rough," he says, raising his blade high. "Nyx, shift into your destruction dragon form. Burn absolutely every last one of them to ash." Hearing her master's command, Nyx unleashes an ear-piercing apocalyptic screech. Within seconds, her entire massive body is completely swallowed by a vortex of raging explosive flames. The system text updates above her glowing head. Black Dragon Child form shift. Complete destruction. Dragon Nyx has now officially hit level 32. Bound by contract, Nyx unhinges her jaws and blasts a massive fireball. Magma Flame. It continuously roasts everything in her path, burning enemies to a crisp while actively healing herself. Nyx completely bathes the giant snakes in this furious molten inferno. The undead beasts shriek violently, writhing in absolute burning agony. Kellen instantly sees the battle slipping away. Panicking, he desperately screams out to his burning beast, "Hang in there. 7. Keep fighting." Sweating bullets, he turns toward Brad and violently snaps. "Brad, are you still alive over there?" Honestly, the archer wasn't looking much better himself. Brad groans through the pain, slowly raising his heavy bow. Aiming his glowing arrow dead straight at Luke, he screams out, "Charging phase is finally complete. Kellen, cover my back right now." The terrifying evil eye lightning arrow fully materializes. Brad's face twists into pure vicious determination as he snarls, "Just die already, you piece of trash." High up above Nyx, hasn't noticed the sniper at all, still completely focused on blasting the burning snakes below. Evil Eye Lightning. The system text explains it perfectly. It compresses raw electricity into a dark arrow dealing 4 strikes of 29% shadow damage, plus a massive 91% chunk of pure lightning damage. The longer that arrow charges, the higher the damage scales. Seeing the sniper's trap, Luke casually reaches out instantly, generating a massive orb of crackling lightning. He smirks, shouting, "A lightning skill? I'm way too familiar with those. Let me show you how it's done. Honestly, you and I already know they're doomed." Alright, watch this. Dragon language magic activates. The blue Dragon King roars, blasting massive lightning straight forward, dealing crazy damage and instant paralysis. The follow-up attacks gain 20 stacks of lightning attributes. Each strike drops 1 stack, giving a 20% chance to paralyze the target completely. Bodden stares at the incoming dragon magic, totally freaking out. He screams, "What, it actually knows lightning attribute skills too?" And to make things worse, it is super rare dragon language magic. Suddenly, a massive dragon appears right in front of him, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Badon gets blasted straight backward instantly. Seelan and his snake catch the crossfire. Yet even now, Seelan still remembers to shout for Little Seven. Completely paralyzed by the shock, a trembling Badon screams over to his ally. "Seelan, you have got to hold on. I cannot block this insane power." But then, seeing what Seelan is actually about to do, Badon desperately screams his name. Seelan issues a command. "Little Seven, snake ambush." Seeing this, Badon panics and yells out, "Seelan, what are you doing? Do not abandon me." Badon keeps screaming his name, but Seelan and Little Seven completely ignore him, diving straight down into the ground. They move incredibly fast. Behind them, Badon cries out in absolute despair as the brutal lightning bolts shift right to where he is standing. Left with absolutely zero defensive support, Badon just eats the full force of Little Knight's vicious attack. A system announcement immediately follows. Badon from the Golden Aroma Nation has died. 22 out of 23 survivors remain. Staring at the lingering flames, Lu Fan falls into deep thought. That scumbag sold out his ally again. With a fake alliance like that, you are not escaping, Seelan. Lu Fan quickly turns to Little Knight, issuing orders. "Little Knight, coordinate with me. Activate Dragon Language Resonance." Hearing the command, Little Knight immediately gets ready. Little Knight charges rapidly forward, carrying the furiously blazing flames of the Magma Burst technique. "We will scorch this mud lake clean," Lu Fan declares. Little Knight pumps endless flames, combining with the terrifyingly powerful Dragon Resonance. Lu Fan points his arm straight ahead. "This right here will be your grave." The unmatched Magma Lake power reduces him to mere bones. Passing by, Lu Fan declares, "It is over." He is the real hunter. The prompt chimes again. Seelan from South Korea has died. Only 21 out of 23 players left. Now watch closely. Lu Fan checks his updated scoreboard. Looking at the newly tallied points, he figures the mission is finally complete. 710,000 total points. That is an insane increase of 160,000. Player versus player missions are absolutely brutal, but the rewards definitely worth it. Right now, Lu Fan is sitting proudly at rank 1. Just as he finishes calculating, a loud voice suddenly echoes. "Brother, catch this!" Looking completely confused, Lu Fan turns around. A massive explosion shakes the area below, heavily rocking the secret trial realm of the Swamp Nation. Stumbling out of the blast, Wei Ji in his bare form struggles to hold himself upright. His sheer panic spikes when he sees Andre pointing a weapon straight at him, eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. With the axe attack closing right in on his face, a terrified Wei Ji can only stutter out a plea for mercy. But it is too late. Andre's weapon shifts into a hammer, slamming right into him. He then lifts the giant bear, effortlessly speaking with iron resolve. Rats hiding in shadows to scheme against others do not deserve mercy. Andre casually tosses Wei Ji toward Lu Fan and Little Knight, shouting loudly, "Brother, catch him." Seeing this move, Lu Fan hesitates. According to national trial rules, only the person landing the final kill can steal the representative's stored points. Then a dark snake arrow flies rapidly straight toward Wei Ji. Lu Fan cracks a smile. Absolutely no reason to refuse such a sweet gift. His score shoots up once again. After the strike, Andre approaches them. Little Knight stays on high alert, so Andre waves his hands with a helpless tone. Do not misunderstand. I came to help guess. I worried for nothing thinking they would bully you 3-on-1. Lu Fan steps closer, smiling. Thanks. I definitely would not mind getting a few more free favors like that. Without a hint of annoyance, Andre cheerfully replies. No problem at all. Who told you to hook me up with so much amazing Dragon Kingdom food? If you are all good, I will go sweep up some more points now. But then a familiar stomach growl rumbles. Using so much power with his massive frame has definitely made him hungry. Andre looks a bit embarrassed. Brother, do you have any more Dragon Kingdom food? And so we end up watching these three land in a forest for a barbecue. Grabbing 2 huge meat legs, Andre heavily praises the food. He suggests a trade. Can I use points to buy food? You give me 1 chicken and I will give you 5,000 points. Deal. Holding his coffee cup and listening to this ridiculous offer, Lu Fan immediately refuses. Forget about the points. If you really want to eat, I'll just give it to you. Left with 0 other options, Andre finally caved. How could I accept that? It should be at least 2,000 points each. But a split second later, Andre was completely dumbfounded, screaming in pure shock when he saw Luke's total points. Holy crap! Over 700,000 points. How in the world did you get your score so high? Luke just checked Andre's info right on his smartwatch. Seeing the data, Luke was actually curious. Did Andre also get the impossible quest to hunt the 9 Realms demon? Andre's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared back at Luke. Wait, you too? Bro, you have so many points. Don't tell me you actually leveled a whole dark tower straight to the ground. Luke kept his face completely calm and just shrugged. From the very beginning, my main target was always the dark tower. Monster points scale directly with their combat power. So honestly, the dark tower is the absolute best place to farm massive points. Hearing that casual explanation, Andre was absolutely terrified of this guy's strength. Seriously, what kind of absolute monster was he dealing with here? If it wasn't for his own specific defensive class traits, Andre would have totally died during the 3rd monster wave back at the tower. But this guy, he basically treated the deadly dark tower like a casual point farming zone. Andre looked completely stunned. Thank goodness they were not actual enemies. Both he and Shirley were completely stuck on this brutal quest. They were absolutely no match for this guy. After a long moment of heavy hesitation, Andre let out a deep sigh and shook his head. I originally planned to show you my secret spot to farm points, but now I guess I was just daydreaming. Your farming method, yeah, I literally could never pull that off. Luke glanced over and quickly added, the 9 Realms Demon's Dark Tower is genuinely tough. I actually had to use a ton of energy just to clear the whole thing. Andre watched Midnight happily devouring a chicken leg. Having a dragon pet really hits different. No wonder Dragon Rider is ranked as one of the 3 strongest hidden classes ever. Midnight noticed the stare and immediately hissed right at Andre, acting completely paranoid that this guy was going to steal his precious chicken leg. Andre immediately backed away, his face pale with a flash of real panic. Okay, maybe your dragon is just a little bit too aggressive. Luke ignored the hissing and pushed the conversation forward. So what you're saying is you already attempted this quest and completely failed it, right? Andre couldn't even deny the embarrassing truth. He shuddered, remembering how he ran for his life, dripping in cold sweat. He had honestly almost died back there. This damn locked quest. As long as it's stuck on my profile, I literally have 0 ways to accept any other missions. A confident smile crossed Luke's face. And here is where you and I get to see him cook. I actually have a method. Let's team up. The 2 of them started moving out. But after walking a short distance, Andre's lingering suspicion finally forced him to turn back and question Luke. Bro, about that dragon of yours. The more Andre stared at it, the more terrified he felt. Why does it look eager to eat me? Luke heard the panic and calmly explained. Dragons are naturally fierce and hate strangers. Just relax. As long as I'm here, it definitely won't bite your head off. But internally, Luke was totally sweating. He couldn't exactly admit out loud that Andre looked like dinner, because someone had already eaten all of Midnight's regular food. After walking for a while, the squad finally arrived at a painfully familiar location. A massive, menacing pyramid loomed directly in front of their eyes. System warnings instantly started blaring like crazy. Danger ahead. Entering the deadly Dark Tower zone. A completely new wave of brutal monsters spawned. Level 60 undead eagles worth 84 points each, and level 60 skyhorn bulls also 84 points aggressively growling right down below them. Andre gripped his massive mace tightly and asked his partner, so what exactly is our next move here? Luke just smirked and replied, "You handle your side, I'll handle mine. Every man for himself." Then he immediately turned towards Astra and shouted a command. Riding casually on Midnight's massive back, Luke confidently looked down at Andre. "With your current combat power level, taking out those undead eagles and skyhorn bulls shouldn't be an issue, right?" Andre hesitated for a second before answering. "These two monster waves don't have insane stats. The numbers are huge, sure, but I can still crush them without too much trouble." Luke grinned, highly satisfied. "Perfect, you hold the line and wipe out the outside waves. Meanwhile, I'll charge straight inside the tower and butcher the rest." Andre nodded firmly, totally locked in. "Yeah, holding the outside perimeter is absolutely no problem for me." But a split second later his brain caught up and he screamed, "Wait, what? You're charging straight inside the actual tower to fight?" Completely ignoring Andre's total panic, Luke shouted an epic command. "Astra, it's time. Shift into your ultimate star state right now." Instantly, Astra obeyed the order, transforming inside a dazzling cloud of magical blue smoke. Then using Void Shuttle, the dragon pierced straight into the Dark Tower. Star Dragon Ultimate Star State combat power receives a massive 500% boost. It maintains this reality-breaking form for exactly 60 seconds flat. Brilliant blue lightning violently erupted everywhere. Only then did Luke finally bother explaining his crazy plan. Instead of waiting for the tower's monsters to slowly come out in waves, it's way better if I just invade the inside and butcher them all at once. Seriously, it saves so much time this way. The Void Shuttle ability literally tears through the fabric of space, creating an instant teleportation rift straight to a previously marked target location. This teleportation rift stays open for exactly 6 seconds, and get this, it bypasses every single magic barrier or forbidden curse out there. Just before executing the absolute madness he had just promised Andre, Luke turned his head and shouted back with a grin, "Stay safe out here, man. I'll quickly wipe out every monster inside this dark tower." "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Andre is completely shocked right now. Seriously, how does this guy have another dragon? Lu Fan and his two massive beasts finally step forward, marching straight into the ominous dark spire. Lu Fan just finds it funny. He smirks, saying this welcome ceremony is way too formal. "Check out this crazy four-winged red-eyed beast. It is an abyssal moth, at level 75 worth 223 points. And that weird fruit-shaped monster right over there, that is a crypt devourer, sitting at level 85 holding 652 points. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes out, calling him a pathetic lowly human. Next up is Dark Knight Thorn at level 80 holding 423 points. Plus, there is a glowing red-eyed bug with razor-sharp pincers, a carrion beetle at level 65 worth 127 points. The Earth Demon warmly greets him. It sneers, telling our guy that since he had the guts to step inside, he gets to choose exactly how he dies. The terrifying Earth Demon is level 85. A true boss-class nightmare tier threat. Its raw strength is 30,951. The spirit power hits 37,582. Agility sits at 48,034. And its total physical endurance is exactly 30,658. It uses the Death Coil skill, twisting its entire body and limbs to completely lock down enemies. This prevents any movement, while stacking nasty negative effects like paralysis, stiffness, severe poisoning, and intense dizziness. Plus, those razor-sharp leg joints deal serious tearing damage, and yes, that brutal damage actually stacks up over time. The Shadow Break skill lets its body completely merge with the surrounding space, granting it a perfect invisibility effect upon activation. It can freely slip right through the dark shadow barriers without ever being detected. While it remains invisible, absolutely all physical and magical attacks against it become completely useless and ineffective. Then there is Undying. After this Earth Demon is killed, its outer shell shatters and a brand new shell is instantly born from it. After this rebirth, its attack power boosts by 100%, but defense drops by 100%. Its life force drains rapidly until the body completely rots away into nothing. Lu Fan immediately summons Xing Chen, shooting a deadly piercing glare straight at the monster. Lu Fan sighs. "What a shame, it seems you do not welcome me here. But I brought you a massive gift anyway. Looks like I will just have to hand it over a little bit later." This right here is the level 24 Emerald Dragon contract. Its strength is 4,256. Agility is 4,318. Spirit reaches exactly 7,059, and endurance is 4,559. Thanks to the Emerald Dragon bloodline, All skill effects for dragons and those sharing the connected bloodline are automatically doubled in power. Lu Fan shouts out loud, commanding Xiao Fei to use the Soul Shelter skill. The amazing Soul Shelter skill covers friendly targets in a bright spiritual light. This powerfully boosts the character's total attributes by 100 to 200% instantly. Every single time they take damage, it absorbs the hit and creates a defensive gas layer. Once 10 of these defensive layers stack up, it unleashes a massive defensive shockwave. That damage equals the total absorbed damage multiplied by 2. Lu Fan is completely fearless, boldly taunting them for actually trying to use sheer numbers against him. You cannot scare me now. Black Dragon Contract Level 32. Its strength jumps from 8,457 to 30,183. Agility spikes from 15,697 to 50,262. Spirit goes from 33,812 to 105,807. Endurance rockets from 17,382 to 56,769. Lu Fan immediately gives the command to clear out the entire area. Void Sever combined with Dragon Aura, unleashing 2 rapid back-to-back attacks. When synced with his dragon pet, he unleashes 2 claw strikes charged with intense dragon aura. Then comes Great Catastrophe. A destructive dragon explodes right over its flight path, dealing massive burning damage. Star Shatter creates a falling star that crushes targets, causing a huge amount of area of effect damage. Its true power depends on raw strength, and the stellar state lasts 10 seconds. Lu Fan anxiously yells, "Xing Chen, use Star Shatter now." Currently charging up the Snake Shadow Arrow. When the Underworld Snake Bow charges for 3 seconds, it can fire the deadly Snake Shadow Arrow, boosting the total attack damage by 500%. The charge has held for 3 seconds. Star Shatter Snake Shadow Arrow forms a giant star. After being shattered by the arrow, it creates massive area damage. That explosive power is increased by 500% of the Star Dragon's strength. In the middle of this brutal fight, every single monster is using massive power. Aura Shockwave triggers, releasing the 10 previously absorbed hits as double the total damage, launching a widespread counterattack across the area. The Star Extinction Light skill is currently being cast. This terrifying light of destruction gathers all the stellar power inside its body. It fires a blended beam that deals absolutely unpredictable damage, completely ignoring all defenses and making it impossible to block. The total damage dealt depends entirely on its strength and level. Right now, the current damage of Star Extinction Light spikes from 23,280 up to 349,200. He laughs happily, noting that he is about to level up again, so he better finish this fast. Dragon Country Lu Fan, current score is 763,383 plus 15,687. Zombie Demon Dragon is level 24. The Demon Dragon Breath skill spews dragon breath at the target, dealing heavy magic damage. Any target killed by this breath revives as a puppet fighting for you. Demon Dragon Strike covers its body in dark zombie armor and rockets right toward the enemy. At the exact same time, while dealing damage, it recovers 99% of the damage taken. And it will also reflect all the skill effects it receives back. Dragon Word Unseal and Magic Dragon Word Unseal. The regular Dragon Breath is completely replaced by Ancient Dragon Word Magic. Demon Dragon Forbidden Spell. The Demon Dragon Strike is instantly replaced by Dragon Word Magic. The Apocalyptic Fall from the Demon Dragon Bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 75%. But before too long, he screams out loud. Xiao Fei quickly summoned the Zombie Demon Dragon Nature Assimilation, summon the Dragon Flute. All right, you and I are watching him summon the twin fallen undead dragons. Their level perfectly matches our summoner. Both sides instantly crash into an absolutely brutal clash. Astral Dragon Summon Form activated. Galaxy Mode, incoming falling stars. This insane galaxy form unleashes a massive storm of falling stars covering the entire battlefield. And get this, he can launch other skills at the same time, unless someone forcefully stops it. This meteor strike keeps raining down literally forever. Massive level up. The Emerald Dragon hits level 25. The Astral Dragon jumps to level 18. And Luke, our main guy, just skyrocketed straight up to an incredible level 37. Luke is totally hyped up. Easy as stealing candy. He secretly praises these insane system gains. Now, that is exactly how you grind points. The Black Dragon finally hits level 33. The Abyssal Moth jumps to level 75, scoring 223 points. Next attack. Acidic Corrosive Spit. Once activated, the massive abyssal moth unleashes a wave of thick, sticky green venom, blasting it straight toward the enemy target zone at blinding speed. Upon impact, this nasty venom rapidly spreads across the victim. It leaves behind glowing green bubbles that literally melt right through their armor. The black hole skill drops. It creates a massive gravity well, constantly dragging all nearby enemies inward while the spell stays active. When the spell ends, boom. The black hole explodes, dealing massive area damage equal to the combined total health of every single enemy sucked inside. The enemy actually praises his own power. Honestly, he is simply begging for death. 1 second, Luke is laughing, the next, dead serious. He holds a broken mirror shard, fading completely out of sight. Darkness broken. His entire body assimilates seamlessly into the surrounding space. This stealth skill grants total invisibility. He can just stroll right through the heavy darkness barriers without triggering a single alarm or being spotted. Get this: absolutely zero physical or magic attacks can touch him while this stealth effect is active. The darkness is completely broken. Luke frowns, highly annoyed that he cannot sense the target at all. Meanwhile, the fiery battle rages on with the aura of death wrapping everything. Using its massive body and sharp legs to form a deadly lock, the beast completely binds the enemy, leaving them totally paralyzed. This move instantly inflicts stiffness, poison, and a nasty stun effect. Plus, those bladed legs deal brutal tearing damage that constantly stacks up higher and higher. The enemy is completely caught off guard. Wait, what? The Phantom Walk is triggered, totally wiping out the stealth hiding effect. Suddenly, a massive force blasts the earth. Fiend away. Furious, the monster roars. It is you. Why are you here? And why help a puny human? Answer me. The Nether Fiend activates Phantom Walk. It perfectly merges its own body into the deadly earth aura, instantly gaining a powerful stealth effect. This ability lets it freely move straight through the heavy dark aura, completely undetected. The stealth cannot be scanned by anyone. However, taking a solid hit or launching any attack will instantly break this perfect camouflage effect. The Nether Fiend ignores the question entirely. It just keeps attacking. Blood Blade Claws. 5 razor-sharp bloody claws slash through the air, violently tearing into the earth. Fiend blow after blow. Then comes Great Cataclysm. A massive explosion wipes out a huge area, dealing catastrophic damage and leaving everything heavily burned. Luke just stands on the sidelines, happily enjoying the show like it is a movie. Old friends reuniting at last. I wonder, are you totally satisfied with this little gift I prepared? Now you and I are pivoting back to the National Trial Dungeon, inside the Dark Tower Swamp, belonging to the Earth Fiend. The Earth Fiend is absolutely furious. He screams about being a dignified ancient demon god, yet getting killed twice by a puny human, and now actually becoming that very human's mindless puppet. He glares with pure disgust. Ridiculous. You think you are worthy to stand equal with me? You and these lowly trash creatures absolutely deserve to die. System scan reveals the Earth Fiend is level 85. Straight up boss difficulty. We are looking at Nightmare tier. Its strength stat is locked at 64,852. Massive stats. Agility sits at 69,427. Spirit is 69,924. Durability hits 8,758. Plus, it unlocks the insane Shadow Split skill, instantly creating 8 deadly clones that last for 15 whole seconds. These clones are broken. Each one holds 60% of the original boss's health and attack power, while also absorbing incoming damage. The Nether Fiend narrows its sharp eyes, feeling seriously uneasy. The strange aura coming from this kid is highly dangerous. He absolutely must be eliminated today. Without wasting another second, the monster instantly launches the deadly Death Wrap attack. The beast uses its massive body and sharp-bladed legs to completely lock the enemy down, paralyzing them. At the exact same time, it inflicts stiffness, severe poison, and a stun effect. Those deadly legs constantly tear into flesh, stacking the damage value higher and higher. But instantly, that Death Wrap skill is brutally interrupted. He violently screams for the Nether Fiend, but the Nether Fiend shows zero signs of stopping. It just keeps attacking like absolute crazy, triggering Shadow Split to instantly generate 8 more clones. Lasting a full 15 seconds, every single clone completely inherits 60% of the main boss's health and terrifying attack damage, while also effortlessly absorbing a huge chunk of incoming damage. Luke cannot hide his massive grin, watching this absolute masterpiece of a show unfold. Since you love my little gift this much, let me toss some extra gasoline right onto the fire. Without hesitation, he summons his heavenly demon soldiers. He activates undead control. He can mentally command every single corrupted puppet created by the fallen undead dragon, instantly summoning or recalling them whenever he wants. If a corrupted puppet dies in battle, all its dark energy immediately flows right back into the massive fallen undead dragon. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers flood the zone. The army's numbers are completely overwhelming. Seeing this insane undead legion appear makes the Earth Fiend insanely anxious and visibly shocked. This is impossible. How did he actually manage to completely conquer the entire Nether Fiend army, guarding this huge dark tower? So, what do you and I take from this? Luke is having the time of his life. Two ancient beasts clashing. Let's see who actually comes out on top. Right away, neither side holds back. The clash is absolute madness. But get this, the heavenly demon soldiers are actually dominating, and the enemy is totally panicking. Seriously, how could these tiny little humans pack so much insane power? The demon soldiers immediately call out the Earth Demon boss. Your turn, ugly. But the boss just stubbornly yells back, thinking a few random guys can actually kill him. Absolute pure delusion. But what happens next hits him like a truck. A relentless, brutal wave of attacks immediately forces this tough guy to rethink his life and run. Lufan instantly unleashes a brand new move. Dragon Dance buffs his dragon pet, boosting all stats and attack power by 30%. To make absolutely sure this ugly boss cannot escape, Xiao Ye enters the active battlefield. Xiao Ye level 33 Black Dragon contract. His strength skyrockets from 8,707 straight up to 11,319. Agility jumps from 16,197 right up to 21,056. Spirit climbs from 34,812 up to 45,255. And his durability, a staggering 17,882,246. Lu Fan turns around and calls to Xiao Fei. Apply the spirit buff. Use Star Extinction Light Starry Sky Dragon. It is time for a complete form switch. Star form activated with 59 seconds left on the clock. The Star Extinction Light skill starts charging its energy. He raises his hand, giving a quick signal to Xiao Ye. Magma burst. A massive wave of fire blasts forward. Time to unseal dragon magic. Unlocking this changes demonic dragon breath, completely turning it into a devastating forbidden tier dragon spell. Demonic Dragon Assault is now swapped for the ultimate dragon magic Doomsday Fall. Doomsday Fall. Once this unsealed dragon magic shoots up to the highest altitude, it literally sacrifices a massive chunk of the user's own health points. Then it crashes down, dealing absolutely colossal damage. The hit is equal to the sacrificed health, multiplied by a crazy 2,000%. And right now, Doomsday Fall is sacrificing 100% of his total health. The battlefield is completely burning up Star Extinction Light channels. Maximum star power firing a massive laser beam that deals absolutely unpredictable off-the-charts damage. It completely ignores all defense, totally unblockable. The final damage scales directly with raw strength and level. Right now, Star Extinction Light upgrades the damage output from 39,364 straight to an insane 708,552. Magma Burst unleashed. Huge flames erupt right at the target's location, instantly forming a deadly boiling lava pool. Anyone caught inside slowly sinks into the molten rock, taking absolutely massive continuous burning damage. Dragon Magic Resonance. Whenever a Dragon Knight and their active dragon pet cast the exact same magic, the spell's raw power is boosted by a massive 100%. Dragon Magic Resonance fully activated double magma burst. Trapped entirely inside that blazing sea of fire, the boss screams out in absolute agony. He refuses to accept this defeat. Now, let us pivot to the National Trial Dungeon. We are deep in the swamp, right outside the Earth Demon's Dark Tower. Andre quickly glances back and spots a roaring monster charging right at him. Without missing a beat, he pops open his fiery wings and launches upward to dodge. Riding those wings of fire high into the air, he tightens his grip on his weapon, builds momentum, and smashes it brutally into the monster's skull. The dust finally settles, revealing monster corpses completely littering the ground. He flies closer to the towering spire, notices the entrance is sealed tight, and wonders why is the gate still closed. Where exactly is the third beast wave? Suddenly, boom, the entire tower explodes right from its center, blasting him backward. Debris and giant rocks rain down everywhere. Looking completely stressed, Andre shouts what just happened. 5 minutes later, back in the Swamp Trial Dungeon, a massive dragon suddenly soars out of the ruined tower, and a familiar voice shouts down from above. Andre was pretty fast too, having completely wiped out the beast army swarming outside the spire. Just look down, dozens of dead monsters are literally piled on top of each other. The giant dragon casually tosses down a massive severed monster head. Then the guy riding it yells out, "Hey, man, are you holding up okay down there?" Andre whips around, instantly recognizing Lu Fan's voice, but that gigantic monster head crashing down right next to him gives him a serious jump scare. Holy crap, what on earth is this thing? That, my friends, is the undying zombie state. 10 minutes after dying, the creature uses 100% of its health to completely resurrect from the corpse. Once revived, its attack damage doubles, its defense drops by 200%, and it bleeds 1% of its health every single second. Undying zombie state countdown, 4 minutes remaining. Staring at this creepy severed head, smoking with green gas and glowing red eyes, Andre can only sigh. This demonic monster really is built completely different. Lu Fan hops down from Xiao Ye and warns him, do not just stand there freezing up. That is the Earth Demon boss. Hit it now, its passive revival skill just triggered. Andre is totally shocked and asks, wait, what? Are you seriously giving these boss points entirely to me? Lu Fan just smiles kindly. I already took all the trial points inside the tower. If I steal this boss, kill two, your whole questline will be stuck forever. Hearing that, Andre hoists his massive hammer up. Blazing with intense fire, he laughs. Brother, you truly know how to take care of your friends. He brings his hammer down in one brutal skull-crushing smash. The system immediately confirms the undying zombie resurrection is totally cancelled. Now you and I know the night was absolutely brutal. But by early morning, the swamp trial dungeon actually looks stunningly beautiful. Hanging out around the campfire, they chat away happily. Andre laughs out loud, declaring that teaming up with him was the absolute luckiest move ever. Staring straight at his system screen, he cheers. Completing this quest instantly rewarded him a whopping 200,000 points. Let's kick things off. Andre from the Snow Nation just hit rank 2. He's a level 61 flame warrior. He's sitting at 271,229 points. Rank 2. Lu Fan looks at him and asks, so our temporary team is done here, right? Andre stands up, looking at Lu Fan with total regret. He says it's a shame this is a national trial, meaning they're basically rivals in the end. He wishes they had met before the tournament started. If they did, he totally would have bought him some top-tier liquor. Hearing this, Lu Fan just tells the guy to cheer up. There will definitely be plenty of chances later on. Andre lights up and sticks his hand out. He calls it a deal, saying neither of them is allowed to die. After the national trial ends, they are going to drink until they drop, and it is totally his treat. The two of them happily shake hands to seal the deal. The black dragon watches them, totally confused. Meanwhile, Andre opens his system screen and transfers his points straight to Lu Fan. Andre insists that Lu Fan has to take these points. The system interface pops up. Current points sit at 271,229. Point transfer initiated. Clearing out the current point balance completely. Lu Fan looks at his scoreboard. He just got a flat 50,000 point boost and asks why. The points fluctuate up to 1,050,135. The change type reads as a point transfer from an external outside source. The Snow Nation warrior gave him extra out of pure guilt. He ate so much of Lu Fan's food, dragged him into those annoying PvP fights, and even needed his help to clear a quest. He knows these points are basically nothing to Lu Fan, but he begs him to take them anyway because he feels so bad about it. This big guy is surprisingly cute. Lu Fan jokes that seeing a grown man act so needy is honestly just a little bit too weird for him. But he tells him he won't reject the free points. Andre hesitates for a second, mentioning he has had one question since they met. He wants to ask about it before he finally leaves. His face gets dead serious. He asks why someone so ridiculously strong with so many insane dragon pets even wastes time fighting those useless weaklings. Couldn't Lu Fan just end those guys in 2 or 3 quick hits and be done with it? Standing beside the black dragon, Lu Fan explains that these are all top rookies from various countries with hidden classes he has never seen before. It is the perfect time to study their skills, so it is not a waste of time. After all, he knows he is going to be the final winner anyway. Hearing that, Andre turns around, stretches out his massive flame wings and laughs. Typical cool guy talk, he says. He refuses to fall too far behind Lu Fan, so he already accepted a point-grinding quest. He shoots straight up into the sky and shouts back at Lu Fan, hoping they meet again if fate allows. They say their final goodbyes right there under the dawn light. Watching Andre fly further away, Lu Fan thinks the guy is actually pretty decent. He just really hopes he never gets a PvP hunting quest with Andre as the target. Parting ways, he looks down at a freshly severed head to handle some serious business. Now, it is time to focus on the main event. His undead puppet legion is finally getting a brand new member added to the ranks. Scene shift to the other side, where Andre's buddies are staring at the leaderboard and celebrating. Over in the National Trial Observation Room, they are cheering and talking with absolute joy. Andre is amazing. He jumps straight to rank 2, completely bypassing the Eagle Nation. Huge congratulations are in order. It looks like defeating the Nine Realms demon actually isn't impossible after all. But others are way more hesitant, telling them they are being way too optimistic. The Snow Nation rep only pulled it off because he relied entirely on the Dragon Nation superstar. Exactly. If any of the other representatives got stuck on that ridiculous quest, there is no way they could pull it off. A bald guy walks over to Elder Han, expressing his massive gratitude toward the Dragon Nation's representative. He asks Elder Han to accept the Snow Nation's sincere thanks. The older man gives him a friendly smile and praises him right back. This kid Andre steps up to help whenever he sees injustice, so he absolutely deserves respect. A bodyguard standing nearby looks at the scoreboard and chimes in. Meanwhile, the host from the Taichi Nation just dropped down to 3rd place. Mr. Kim is sitting in the corner with a super bitter scowl. The crowd suddenly nudges each other to keep their voices down. Someone whispers, "Haven't you noticed that Mr. Kim has been totally silent for way too long? He is losing his mind with toxic thoughts." Even that simple-minded meathead managed to rank higher than his precious Kim Sung-han. If the Eagle Nation starts pushing hard, won't the Taichi Nation lose their grip on 3rd place completely? Staring at his phone screen just makes him madder, and he literally crushes the glass in his hand. He realizes controlling the quest distribution was totally useless. Tweaking the Nine Realms demon stats was totally useless too. Now, only one final desperate option remains on the table. A bodyguard peeks his head in and calls for Director Kim. He has something super important to report and asks him to follow along. Hearing that, he just snaps, telling them to stop bothering him. What kind of important news could they possibly have right now? The bodyguard keeps pushing, insisting that it is a massive deal. That special scroll they asked for, it's finally been fully crafted. Now you and I know this catches his attention. He flashes an evil smile, clearly plotting something nasty. Perfect. The final plan is a go. He orders the guard to take him there immediately. Fast forward to day 3 of the national trial. Kim Jae-an is secretly rushing to test out his brand new weapon. Did they actually manage to pull it off? The bodyguard hands over a sleek briefcase. He tells Director Kim that yes, thankfully they used the back door he ordered left open when the secret realm was built. The bodyguard finishes his brief report. Being a totally rushed emergency item, there was absolutely zero time to test it out. Sure, there might be a few glitches, but the master with the enhancement class guaranteed it was completely ready to use. Inside the briefcase, a rare, consumable item. It instantly opens a portal straight to a specific spot inside the national trial realm, staying open for exactly 180 seconds. But since it is just a temporary experimental prototype, the portal itself could be wildly unstable. They have to use it with extreme caution and keep it completely hidden. Arthur Kim picked it up, silently mulling over those exact words, highly unstable. While he was still examining it, his bodyguard suddenly hesitated before speaking up. "Boss Arthur, we have been backstage monitoring Luke for a really long time now, and we still have not found a single thing out of the ordinary." Arthur furiously barked back. "That is just because you guys are completely clueless." This pushed him to make a massive gamble. Since they could not find any leverage on Luke here, he had to execute the final backup plan. Right before turning away, he barked an order. "You two guard this hallway. Until I get back, absolutely no one is allowed to come anywhere near this place." The bodyguards immediately accepted the order. The other guy was totally confused. "Boss Arthur, what do you mean?" Arthur frantically activated the scroll, tearing open a massive swirling portal. "That is right. I am going to use this scroll to personally enter the dungeon and deliver the message myself." The system blinked with an urgent notification. "Portal constructed. Destination: the National Trial Wasteland Zone. Warning: the portal status is highly unstable and could completely collapse at any given second." The bodyguard instantly panicked and tried to stop him. "Boss Arthur, doing this is way too dangerous. This scroll is literally just an untested experimental prototype." The other guy also chimed in to warn him. "If the other overseers see this, or if your face suddenly shows up on the live stream, it will be a massive disaster. However, Arthur Kim was fully ready to risk his own life anyway. He warned his 2 bodyguards. That is exactly why I already notified the man in charge. Before I make it back, no one is allowed to change any scenes of the wasteland map. You guys absolutely have to guard this spot with your lives. If we get caught here, the Titan Nation's reputation will completely crash and burn. Got it. The system warning suddenly flashed again. Portal duration remaining 179 seconds. Knowing they could not stop him at this point, the 2 bodyguards simply bowed their heads and obeyed. Understood, sir. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial. Oh right, there is one more thing. Arthur Kim pointed straight at them and commanded, I need you guys to trigger the ultimate quest. Right now, Luke has already found the new 9 Realms Demon quest, and we are completely running out of time. Let us see what is happening inside. Meanwhile, in the blistering heat of the National Trials Wasteland Zone, a massive pillar of blue light suddenly crashed down, grabbing everyone's attention. Luke stood next to Luna, staring at it in deep thought. This time, it was the Blood Fiend in the wasteland. He also received a quest to slay the level 85 9 Realms zombie boss, the Blood Fiend. When he turned around, he realized a massive tower had mysteriously spawned right behind him. Looks like I do not need to wander around searching for the Dark Spire this time. He analyzed the situation in his head. Based on the tournament's official rules, a high point quest like this should honestly be extremely rare to stumble across. I have only received 3 quests in total, and 2 of them are for slaying 9 Realms demons. This kind of drop rate is suspiciously high right now. Then Luke called out to Luna. He hopped right onto her head, advancing straight toward the menacing Dark Spire. Even so, Luke still felt super uneasy, like something was totally off. He had this creeping suspicion that these quests were rigged, but finding proof was going to be tough. Sure enough, trying to figure out the hidden tricks behind this Titan Nation tournament was an absolute headache. Luke brushed it off to focus on the fight ahead. Luna powerfully carried him, charging straight toward the tower. As she flew closer, the low-level mobs were instantly alerted. These creepy wolf-faced beasts with bat wings bared their fangs and shrieked into the air. Luke shouted out loud, Faye Nova, your little break time is officially over. They immediately materialized out of thin air. Then he confidently ordered them to unleash the Stardust Shuttle technique. Nova suddenly transformed into the massive Stardust Dragon. In its dazzling stellar form, it let out a deafening roar. Remaining duration for the stellar form exactly 59 seconds. Nova blasted out a massive surge of lightning to activate the Stardust Shuttle. The sheer power of this move literally ripped through space, forming a dimensional rift portal directly leading to their target location. This space rift portal stays open for exactly 60 seconds, and it completely bypasses any kind of magical spell barriers or domain restrictions. With 59 seconds left on the Stardust Shuttle clock, Luna carried him right through the glowing rift, completely bypassing the massive swarm of angry mobs. Thanks to that epic shortcut, Luke finally made it safely inside the Dark Spire. Now he and his dragon squad were totally ready to face the next brutal challenge. Now, standing right in front of Luke, alongside swarms of creepy centipede-like beasts, was the massive Blood Fiend. It roared out, "You actually dare to trespass into my sacred territory. You foolish humans are literally just begging for death. You and I can see its stats, a level 85 demon class boss. Its raw strength hits 42,151. Agility is at 40,183. Spirit power sits at 29,210. And its overall endurance is a massive 35,884. Luke effortlessly summoned his sword and replied with a deadpan tone, "Sorry for barging in uninvited, but sadly for you, you are the one who is going to die here." His current dragon aura had already hit the Black Dragon 2 stage. The moment he activated the natural assimilation and dragon bone flute techniques, he instantly summoned the twin fallen zombie dragons, the Earth Phantom and the Earth Fiend. At your command, Master. Their levels perfectly matched his own. Luke gave a calm, chilling order, "Attack them all at once. I am actually in a huge hurry right now." His fallen zombie manipulation skill allowed him to fully control all transformed zombie puppets. Watch this. He can summon and recall them anytime. All right, watch this. If the puppet dies, that wild energy flows straight back to Drake. Meanwhile, right outside the tower in the desolate wasteland area, 2 players are having a massive clash. A seriously bulky guy with a horn on his head sits in the sand, totally stuttering in fear. "Please, I beg you, don't kill me, spare me." But the other player doesn't even flinch, casually pressing a cold blade against his neck, asking with absolute disgust, "Beg me." The one holding the sword is Scarlet. Just how exactly do you plan on begging me for your life? The terrified guy stammers back in absolute panic. I'll do anything. I'll transfer every single one of my survival points to you right now. I'll drop out of the match immediately. Just please spare my life, okay? This completely terrified guy right here, that's Oscar, from the Mika Nation. He's ranked 14, a tribal warrior class at level 59, and his current survival points sit at exactly 42,175. Scarlet playfully toys with him. That sounds incredibly boring. I could just kill you right now and take all your points anyway. Tell you what. Suddenly, Scarlet points her blade right at Oscar's face, scaring him half to death. She sneers down at him, "Lick my boots clean, and while you do it, scream this out loud. We people from the Mika Nation are nothing but filthy pigs." How about that? Obviously, he can't stomach this kind of extreme humiliation. "No, I can't do that." Scarlet's face instantly darkens. She grits her teeth, threatening him. "You don't want to." The cowardly Oscar desperately caves in. "Sorry, I'll do it. Just please spare me." And so he slowly lowers his face toward her boots. "We people of the Mika Nation are..." Scarlet completely cuts him off intentionally, making it harder. I can't hear you. Speak up a little louder." Oscar practically screams out loud. "We people of the Mika Nation are absolutely nothing but filthy pigs." This immediately cracks her up into absolute hysterical laughter. Seriously, this pathetic guy really will do anything to survive. But suddenly a massive shadow shaped exactly like a hand comes flying out of nowhere. It blasts straight through Oscar's stomach, killing him instantly right on the spot. The survival system immediately pops up. Oscar from the Mika Nation has died. 18 out of 23 players remaining. Scarlet hasn't even processed what just happened before witnessing this brutal scene. She just stands there, dumbfounded. She turns around and sees Hunter. He's the one who literally just ripped through him. "Hunter, what the heck are you doing?" I wasn't even done playing with him yet. His points instantly spike by 42,175, reaching a massive 160,964. "You were gonna kill him anyway. I don't buy for a second you'd actually let him live." Scarlet rolls her eyes, looking totally bored. "You have zero sense of fun. Obviously, I was gonna kill him, but that was my kill. You literally just stole my survival points." Hunter just frowns, totally brushing her off. "You're just too sloppy. I didn't kill him for the points anyway. We actually have way more important things we need to handle right now." Scarlet finally sheathes her blade, her entire vibe instantly shifting to dead serious. "Important things." Hunter looks at her. "From now on, you just need to keep quiet and listen." But right in the middle of his sentence, Scarlet suddenly picks up on a weird static noise echoing nearby. It's Zane. He's literally stepping right out of a wildly unstable glitching teleportation gate. Hunter doesn't even look surprised. Teleporting straight in like this, does the Overseer have some kind of urgent intel? Now you and I need to pay close attention. This portal could collapse any time. Meanwhile, Scarlet's jaw is completely dropped. Wait, you can seriously do that? Meanwhile, a completely terrifying wave of killing intent erupts from the Blood Demon, and its entire system data log finally gets displayed for everyone to see. Check out these stats. Earth Blood Demon. Level 85. Nightmare Tier Boss Difficulty. Its raw strength is sitting at exactly 42,151. Spirit hits 29,210. And its agility, a massive 40,183. Durability is 35,884. It uses phantom steps, instantly transforming into a terrifying transparent tiger illusion that randomly teleports all around any player in the immediate zone. With every single attack, that illusionary rift shatters, unleashing an absolutely massive shockwave of pure magical damage across the entire area. Next is its Thunderburst Claw Strike. It violently slams its claws, charged to the max with devastating lightning power straight into the ground. After leaving those glowing thunder marks on the floor, it only takes a split second before a massive paralyzing shockwave completely erupts outward. This blast unleashes a devastating area of effect lightning damage wave, completely crippling its targets by drastically dropping their movement speed down by a staggering 70%. And this debuff lasts for 10 full seconds. Then there's the Soul Hunting Tiger skill. Any target struck by this phantom will literally have their soul shredded into pieces, temporarily stripping away a massive chunk of their maximum health pool limit. Your maximum health gets brutally slashed by 60% for 8 long seconds. And to make matters worse, any healing effects on the target are heavily nerfed by 30%. Meanwhile, Luke stands fearless, gripping his sword between the blood demon and the golem. The monster unleashes another Thunderburst claw strike, violently smashing its lightning-infused claws straight into the shattered ground below. Just like before the moment, those glowing electric claw marks hit the floor. They instantly erupt into a colossal blinding shockwave of pure lightning. It deals insane area of effect damage, absolutely crippling anyone caught in the blast zone by violently reducing their movement speed by 70% for 10 full seconds. But the nightmare isn't over yet. Suddenly, another absolutely terrifying, savage-looking monster comes violently lunging right at him. It triggers Death Coil, using its grotesque body and spiky appendages to form an unbreakable cage physically binding its prey. You're completely paralyzed. Plus, it stacks massive debuffs on you: stiffness, severe poison, and total stuns. On top of that, those jagged legs inflict tearing damage that just keeps endlessly stacking up over time. Right in the middle of this total chaos, the two monstrous bosses actually start talking. The blood demon angrily speaks up first. "Earth Golem, why are you even here?" But before anyone can process that shock, another nightmare drops in. The legendary Bloodblade has officially entered the chat. The blood demon loses its mind, roaring in rage. Bloodblade Claws. It unleashes 5 brutal razor-sharp blood claws that literally shred targets right out of the sky. After dealing massive chunk damage, the monster's own raw power violently multiplies by 200% for 12 insane seconds. The blood demon screams in denial. "Earth Slaughter Fiend, even you showed up, and this is where it gets crazy." Luke finally speaks casually, standing there with his hands pocketed. Let's check out Lu Fan from the Dragon Kingdom. His accumulated points 13,135,135. Plus, another 6,718. Just 2 of these 9 realm demons are already terrifying. So what happens if 9 attack one guy simultaneously behind Lu Fan? His beast Sepang lets out a massive roar, totally ready to fight. The Taiki Nation definitely did not see this coming. All their careful scheming basically just handed our guy the ultimate free gift. That giant monster, finally down for the count. Fighting off that many enemies all by itself was just way too much. The battle is officially over. Lu Fan proudly steps forward, gripping his razor-sharp blade with his loyal monster squad right behind him. Now it is time to unleash this terrifying demon beast army outside. He smiles, wondering just how much absolute terror this is going to cause out there. Meanwhile, over in another area, massive clouds of dust kick up into the air. Someone starts frantically screaming, slow down, please slow down." Chang Han looks totally epic, standing right on top of a moving demon beast. Right behind him, a girl is desperately gripping his shirt just to keep up. "I am literally about to fall. Shut up, your screaming is giving me a headache." Zhang Tian just wails in absolute panic, totally helpless. If your battle supervisor already gave you the exact location for that ultimate quest, why on earth are we not going after it? Flashing back for a second, we see a tense conversation with the Jin family. His eyes look super dark and serious right now. It is just not time yet. Long story short, this teleportation circle is super unstable. I need to give you this intel as fast as possible and then get right out of here. Damn it. The Taiki Nation is totally shameless for actually teleporting their battle supervisor straight into this zone. Chang Han takes a slow minute to process the whole crazy situation. These points are obviously totally fake, so why not just straight up cancel his tournament qualifications right now? Jin Zian replies flatly, "The secret realm rules are completely normal, nothing is glitching out. Because of that, I have absolutely zero authority to forcibly teleport him out of the match." His eyes narrow with a really dangerous glint. Hoping to slowly farm monsters to complete the mission just is not going to cut it anymore. If we want to rack up way more points, we have to figure out exactly how that Dragon Kingdom representative managed to clear out the Dark Spire. If that guy can pull it off, then you can absolutely do it too. He throws a nervous glance at the portal. The teleportation circle is getting really unstable now, so I have to get out of here. Right before leaving, he points a finger back with a final warning. "Oh, and Chang Han, that ultimate quest is finally open. You better make full use of this massive opportunity." Chang Han and Wu Zhangtian just stand there in total silence. A second later, Chang Han squeezes his eyes shut, thinking hard before speaking. That ultimate quest was actually originally designed to target Sei Li. Right now just is not the right time to waste our energy on Lu Fan. First things first, we need to locate a Dark Spire and figure out exactly how Lu Fan managed to beat those 9 realm demons. He immediately thinks about the ranking tower. That ultimate quest directly locks onto the #1 player on the points leaderboard as the hunting target. Honestly, it is only really worth using on the absolute strongest person. Zhang Tian sighs next to him, sounding totally exhausted. Alright, fine. Whatever you say goes right now. Honestly, it feels like the Taiki Nation put every single ounce of their talent entirely into cheating the system. Without warning, Chang Han leaps right back onto that massive purple demon beast sphere. Zhang Tian completely loses her balance, face-planting hard into the dirt and screaming out in total pain. Bruised and furious, she glares right back at him. Seriously, your desire for revenge is way too extreme. I literally made one small comment. Did you have to go that far? Keeping his eyes locked dead ahead, he just fires back. You idiot, look in front of us. Hearing that, Zhang Tian instantly snaps her head around to look. A massive horde of soldiers dragging giant chains is marching right toward them. Level 75 Heavenly Demon Corps soldiers. Beating them drops a sweet 165 points. Zhang Tian instantly drops the comedy act, gripping her sword hilt and getting totally serious. Chang Han leaps down right behind her, getting ready to back her up. So this is the legendary Dark Spire. Honestly, the oppressive aura here is completely insane. Chang Han flares up his power, trying to hype Zhang Tian up. Do not panic. With our combined strength, we can easily handle this mob. But honestly, is this really all the 9 Realm Demons army has to offer? Zhang Tian channels intense energy straight into both her hands, swords raised for a lethal strike. Alright, let me see what they have got. Meanwhile, over on the other battlefield, a massive purple-headed demon beast suddenly crashes the party. The ancient beast army is completely steamrolling right through the Taiki Nation's defenses. Gripping a sword in each hand, he looks absolutely terrifying right now. The purple beast raises its heavy blade high and brings it crashing down, sending all the surrounding monsters flying in every direction. It unleashes the Ghost Breath Demon Slash, firing off high-speed spinning blades of razor-sharp wind. Anyone caught inside that massive target radius gets instantly shredded with heavy physical damage. Back with Chang Han, he is still acting completely fearless. So what if Lu Fan has a dragon pet? If he did not find some secret glitch, there is no way his raw strength alone could wipe out a Dark Spire, right? A monster soldier gets blasted away as Chang Han scowls in frustration. Whatever that guy managed to pull off, I can absolutely do it too. A little while later, the battle is over, leaving nothing but monster corpses scattered everywhere. But wait, how is this even possible? They completely wiped out every single monster in the area, yet their total points have not increased by a single digit. Knowing something is seriously wrong, Chang Han stares up at the tower, his mind racing. There is definitely a massive glitch here. Let's head inside first and check it out. The more he overthinks it, the more obsessed he gets. Now you and I are about to see exactly what kind of insane secret Lu Fan discovered inside. Together they enter the hall. Why are there absolutely no monsters inside here? Could this entire place be completely cleared out already? Suddenly, the two feel a mysterious presence nearby. Stick with me, it's about to get wild. They quickly prep their weapons and draw swords. But who is it? Something in the shadows instantly leaves both of them in total shock. The terrifying beasts slowly emerge from the darkness. First, the massive Kui Demon. Second, the one-eyed Bone Demon. And third, the glowing two-eyed Blood Demon letting out a brutal roar. Chang Han and Zhang Tian are completely paralyzed by this absolute nightmare scene. 3 of them, 3 colossal demons appear right in front of the pair, just staring them down. 3 legendary 9 Realms demons. Zhang Tian shivers in fear. This oppressive aura is insanely strong. This is impossible, something must have gone terribly wrong. Lu Fan suddenly appears behind them, his voice startling the pair. He just smiles at them. So you guys finally found this place, huh? The two tense up immediately, Zhang Tian readying her sword. You actually came here too, Lu Fan. Lu Fan just winks. Don't look so surprised. I came here specifically looking for you guys. After all, you did sneak attack the main base that I worked so hard to put together. Before arriving here, he had already finished taming everything along the way. The undead puppet numbers keep growing, and his control method is getting way more proficient. Now he can just use the 9 Realms demons to command them to hunt far away from the Dark Spire. Now each 9 Realms demon can control a whole army branch. That means he has 3 separate legions out there constantly farming points and experience for him. The little soldiers can be sent outside to hunt, while these big guys just stay right here to guard the Dark Spire perfectly. Zhang Tian sneers at him. Looking for us? I think you're just looking for an early death. Name Lu Fan. Dragon Kingdom Citizen. Hidden class, the legendary Dragon Tamer. Total points sit at 1,736,853. Ranked absolute first. She pulls up Lu Fan's status board with a mocking smile. Kim Chang-han, with so many points up for grabs, kill him quickly. We can discuss how to split these points up later. Chang-han just laughs with pure contempt. No rush, you probably know this guy has a huge grudge against me anyway. Giving him an easy death would be way too much of a bargain. Kim Chang-han glances at the three demons, thinking hard. Lu Fan is easy enough to handle, but those 9 realms demons are no joke. Fighting even just one of them is going to be incredibly tough, let alone the absolute fact that there are 3. He looks at Lu Fan, sweating bullets now. He dared to enter the spire alone, so he must have a way to win without actually fighting the 9 realms demons directly. Lu Fan leans casually against the wall. Seems you guys don't take me seriously at all, openly discussing your plans right in front of my face. Kim Chang-han raises his hand to attack, and Zhang Tian holds absolutely nothing back. Lu Fan, tell us the secret of the Dark Spire, and we might spare your life. Kim Chang-han, don't waste words on him. Just grab him first, and we'll slowly interrogate him later. Lu Fan lets out a heavy sigh. Secret? Do you guys honestly think I used some glitch to clear out this Dark Spire? Zhang Tian smirks with a completely despicable look. How else could you get so many points? Do you not know in your own heart? We walked all the way here, and only faced 2 waves of guard beasts. Inside, there was absolutely nothing else left for us. Do you actually think everyone here is stupid enough to blindly believe a mere level 30 class changer? Like you could clear the entire Dark Spire all by yourself? Lu Fan closes his eyes, his voice soft. Nothing. He mentions the 3 colossal monsters behind them, making their faces turn pale. Then, what exactly are those 3 9 realms demons standing right behind you considered? Kim Chang-han glances back at the 3 beasts dripping in sweat. Something is very wrong, these demons are way too quiet. Logically speaking, with outsiders invading their territory, the 9 realms demons should have launched a massive attack by now. He squints. Could they really be under Lu Fan's control? No way, that's impossible. Nobody can control the almighty 9 realms demons. Lu Fan stands with folded arms right behind Kim Chang-han. There really is a method to farm points. Does your Taiki Kingdom seriously not know about it? After all, you guys can just alter the system missions however you want, right? The guy jumps in panic. He figured out we rigged the trial from the start. Kim Chang-han turns around, a terrifying thought hitting him. What if he actually controls them? Zhang Tian doesn't hesitate, instantly equipping her weapon and charging forward. Why are we wasting so much breath on him? Just attack directly and get it over with. Lu Fan chuckles lightly and snaps his fingers. Now watch this closely. It really breaks my heart. The points I worked so hard to earn are just dismissed by your simple words, since you guys still do not seem to believe it. His snap instantly awakens the 3 massive demons behind him. Then I guess I will just have to open your eyes to my true power. Zhang Tian and Kim Chang-han quickly turn their heads and sprint for their lives. Run. This is impossible. He can actually command the 9 realms demons. Running frantically, Kim Chang-han keeps thinking. A glitch, it must be a glitch. The 9 realms demons absolutely cannot be controlled like this. On what grounds? The trial we worked so incredibly hard to build has now just become his personal playground. He is genuinely terrified of Lu Fan. Now these things belong to our Taiki Kingdom, but the terrifying demons don't give them any chance to escape, blocking their path completely. The cold system voice rings out. Death entanglement, using bodies and limbs to gather into a solid lock. The skill binds the enemy tight, locking them down completely. It triggers poison stiffness and a massive stun effect. Those insect legs tear into them, stacking up heavy fracture damage with every single hit. The demons launch a relentless attack. Neither of them can block it. They get blasted backward, screaming in absolute agony. They smash hard into the dirt. Kevin stares up at the giant demon towering over him. He panics. No, please don't. Abyssal Entangler. A brutal level 6, 1 summoned beast. It is the fully evolved form of the Abyssal Crawler. Now it readies its terrifying Bloodblade claws. 5 glowing Bloodblade claws slash through the air, ripping the target apart. After dealing massive damage, the beast gets a 200% power boost that lasts for 12 whole seconds. Kevin goes completely pale as he stares at the demon's venomous claws. This is just way too terrifying. Is this really the kind of power that shakes a nation? You and I know it is. He cannot even block a single strike from the mighty Abyssal Entangler. Pure survival instinct kicks in. Kevin knows he needs to run away right now. He has to escape. He refuses to die here. His mind races with absolute fear. He is the ultimate pride of Titan. But before he can even finish that thought, the giant demon swats him like a bug, smashing him right through the wall. Lucas sits down calmly while two girls immediately cling to his sides. He casually shrugs. He told everyone he wasn't cheating. He worked hard, killing all those savage beasts just to turn them into his own personal puppets. Taylor is heavily battered, her mask completely shattered to pieces. She slowly forces herself back up and screams out that she refuses to fall. She is the #1 young expert of the Sakura Empire, the ultimate future powerhouse. She charges forward, slashing like an absolute maniac, screaming that she simply cannot die in a place like this. The demon breath sickle slash is fully unleashed. High-speed wind blades spin wildly, tearing into targets and dealing massive physical damage. But the two demons do not care. Their massive claws slam down, completely crushing Taylor before she can even gloat. She screams that she refuses to accept this. Meanwhile, Lucas glances at his glowing info panel with a mocking smirk. Every single one of them claims to be the supreme powerhouse of the future. But he has not even lifted a finger yet. He just casually tossed out a few summoned beasts, and his enemies are already dead. He checks his unique status panel. Name: Lucas. Nationality: the Dragon Nation. Level 38. And his legendary class: Dragon Rider Knight. Total points: 136,853. Rank 1. But Lucas notices his points are not going up at all. He frowns, wondering why he didn't get any extra points. Then it suddenly clicks in his mind. He remembers now. He remembers Kevin's trick. That guy relied on his summoned beast to resurrect himself. It looks like Taylor must have some kind of similar backup ability too. Now, let's take a closer look at the Endless Desert Trial Zone. It is a scorching, brutal wasteland where absolutely everything is buried under deep sand. Kevin and Taylor suddenly burst out from beneath the dunes. They are covered in blood and gasping for air. Split hibernation charges remaining 6. Split hibernation charges remaining 5. Taylor coughs up sand and yells in absolute shock. They actually came back to life. The Abyssal Symbiosis skill now shows a massive 24-hour cooldown timer. Her eyes go wide with pure amazement. This is incredible. With this trick, they do not have to fear death anymore. Kevin wipes the blood from his mouth with a cold glare. He tells her not to be naive. Scratching his head, he reminds her that Lucas controls 3 Tier 9 beasts and a whole army. If they cannot figure out a way to kill Lucas, then reviving 100 times will be completely useless. Besides, the split hibernation skill only has 5 charges left. Taylor waves her hands defensively, complaining that she already wasted one just by running into him. What a huge loss. Kevin's eyes go ice cold. His voice drops flat as he warns her that they absolutely cannot afford to waste any more extra lives. They need to find another Dark Spire immediately. An untouched one. They have to investigate exactly how Lucas managed to tame those terrifying Tier 9 beasts. Lucas is just a dragon rider. Taming demonic beasts like that is definitely not one of his standard class skills. If Lucas can pull it off, then he can do it too. Taylor raises her hand suddenly, fueled by a fresh wave of determination. Since that is the plan, they will use their remaining 5 lives to figure out how to slaughter Lucas. But wait, suddenly, her whole body feels incredibly heavy. Why does she have absolutely 0 strength left? The weakness debuff timer shows 9 minutes remaining. Kevin closes his eyes and explains that reviving always triggers a weakness phase. Both their health and energy stats are dangerously low right now. They just have to wait out the 10 minutes to fully recover. Taylor starts to panic again. Doesn't that mean they are sitting ducks right now? They are in extreme danger. Kevin drops to his knees. They just need to move slowly and head toward the ultimate quest's Dark Spire. But suddenly massive flames erupt from nowhere. Kevin flinches in pure shock, gritting his teeth as he trembles. A spear violently pierces through Taylor, dropping her instantly. Her body bursts into flames as a strange voice echoes. Talk about some incredible luck today. Out here in this absolute desolate wasteland, 2 easy targets basically just delivered themselves right to his front door. The raging flames continue to burn bright as the stranger casually yanks his spear out of Taylor's body. Well, isn't this the precious prince of the Kim family? He smirks. Does Kevin remember that little warning? He specifically told him to never show his face inside this secret realm. Kevin breaks into a cold sweat. This is the worst possible luck. Running into this absolute savage right when his weakness debuff has not even ended yet. 7 agonizing minutes of weakness left. He checks the newcomer's glowing status panel, and the stats are absolutely terrifying. Rank 2 Andre from the Snow Kingdom, A level 61 powerhouse. His class is the Blazing Tyrant Warrior. Total points 239,758. He steps closer, radiating pure menace. What are you losers doing in the dirt? Whack-a-mole. Stick with me, it gets crazier. The Flame God's true form summons the high-tier power of Swarok. All stats get a massive 100% boost. Plus those explosive wings grant temporary flight, with the exact duration completely tied to his spirit stat. Absolute madness. Andre charges forward laughing. Playing whack-a-mole is genuinely fun. Kim Sung-han panics, falling to the ground in total fear. He is completely out of energy to escape, having just revived. Andre rushes right toward him. Let me play with you for just a little bit. One massive smash downwards drops Kim Sung-han into an entirely unconscious state immediately. Andre stands there, checking the system panel, totally confused. He just crushed both of them, so why hasn't the player count dropped? And his points haven't even moved a single inch. 10 whole days pass. Day 14 of the national trials in the Golden Jade City Arena. It is hard to believe, but alright, you and I are about to see how this wraps up. The Taichi Nations hosted tournament has been running for 14 days and is finally hitting the endgame. Over inside a room at the Dragon City Academy's Villa number 2, Honka watches the massive screen intensely. This is officially the most brutal battle in history. It also has the highest death toll we have ever witnessed. Absolutely wild. The combat students at the Dragon City Academy are also glued to their screens watching closely. There were 23 players total. 11 of them died in combat, and 2 actually surrendered. Right now, only the final 10 remaining players are still fighting to survive and pushing forward. The representatives in the top 5 ranks have basically locked in their current standings. We have the Northern Camp and Tujing's working faction leading the charge. This means that relying on regular quests to farm trial points will not affect the overall leaderboards anymore. The only way for any real shifts to happen is by hunting each other down. Wu Zhangtian continuously strikes down monsters, upgrading his total trial points from inside the magma volcano secret realm. The Sakura Nation's representative Wu Zhangtian is currently holding on to 5th place with a solid 460,000 accumulated points. 5th place belongs to the Sakura Nation's Wu Zhangtian, a Tier 3 Ghost Warrior, at level 61 holding 462,853 trial points. Kim Sung-han is also continuously gaining more trial points. Our Taichi Nation's representative Prince is currently ranking right at 4th place with a solid 510,000 points. Taking 4th place is the Taichi Nation's Kim Sung-han, a Tier 3 Abyss Summoner at level 62 holding exactly 519,776 points inside the Grassland National Trial. Et ilmb. Andre is just casually chilling out on the grass. 3rd place goes to the Snow Nation's representative Andre with 680,000 points. He is a formidable Tier 3 Flame Warrior, currently at level 62. He closes his eyes, fully taking in the gentle natural breeze. This wind blows so comfortably. It is just a shame that Andre only managed to hold on to 2nd place for 4 days. Over inside the Magma Volcano National Trial Realm, Representative Charlie from the Star Nation actually surpassed Andre to claim that 2nd place spot. Taking 2nd place is the Star Nation's Charlie, a Tier 3 Holy Cleric at level 62, sitting with a massive 728,115 total points. This specific representative rarely even makes a move, but by hunting down 5 other players, he secured an absolutely massive amount of trial points. The final person to mention is Lu Fan. Now here is where you and I must pay attention. He has the most insanely exaggerated high point total ever recorded. It is happening soon. My master will find him very quickly. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan is dominating 1st place with an absolute massive lead of 7 million points, completely untouched. Deep inside the Magma Volcano National Trial Realm, a piercing scream from someone violently echoes straight out of the Earth Frenzy Demon's Dark Spire. Lu Fan actively controls his demons to attack multiple targets and gather trial points. He just finished the boss subjugation quest for the level 85 Earth Frenzy Corpse Demon, officially completing his 9th overall Demon Realm subjugation mission. The final demon of the 9 realms is finally defeated. Black Dragon's level increases to 38, while Lu Fan also levels up to 41. He smiles proudly because he finished the quest. Now, he can finally subjugate all of the 9 demons, and his massive fallen corpse army is incredibly close to being fully constructed. The Starry Sky Dragon increases to level 29, and the Jade Dragon perfectly hits level 35. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan reaches 7,125,510 points, plus an extra 440,955. The demons serving Lu Fan listen and obey. Master. The system chimes in with a new skill unlocked Dragon Domain. Lu Fan stares at the panel genuinely surprised. What kind of new skill did Xiao Fei manage to get? Right as Lu Fan finishes speaking, a virtual screen immediately pops up from the smartwatch on his wrist. Dragon Domain deploys a pure dragon territory with a 100-meter radius. Inside this zone, dragons and those with connected bloodlines receive a massive 50% boost to all stats. For anyone caught inside who is not a dragon or a connected bloodline ally, their stats will instantly drop by 50%. Plus, using teleportation or summoning to enter or escape the domain is entirely blocked. Just glancing over that insane line of information leaves him completely startled and stunned. A dragon territory, wait a minute, does this specific effect actually hint at seeing huge advantages in the future? Lu Fan immediately smirks with absolute confidence. Xiao Fei really never disappoints. Getting another 50% stat boost is incredible, but the actual strong point is completely isolating the dragon domain from the outside world. If he uses this exact move against Kim Sung-han, won't that mean he cannot summon his abyss creatures inside? And even after dying, he cannot be teleported out of the domain. He calculates everything with a wide smile. We are about to watch him finally eliminate that guy for good. Despite thinking all that, Lu Fan just naturally pats Xiao Fei on the head, praising her. Absolutely amazing job, Xiao Fei. We can finally crush that annoying, unkillable cockroach once and for all. Hearing his praise, she just smiles brightly and nods her head. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. A system screen suddenly flashes. Lu Fan is now a hunt target. This totally catches him off guard. He actually wonders who has the guts to hunt him down. But then Lu Fan figures it out. He flashes a knowing smirk and whispers to himself, "This is actually getting interesting. Looks like a massive amount of free points is about to drop right into my account very soon." A little while later, inside the Volcano National Trial Dungeon, Xia Li stares at the glowing orb in his hand. He mutters, "Is this really it? Is this thing actually real?" Right at that very second, another system notification pops up. Mission 1 has been officially accepted. The current task, an ultimate player versus player hunt for the number 1 rank. He scoffs coldly. So this is the dirty trick you guys use to eliminate the top player. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures appear right behind his back, and a rough, raspy voice breaks the silence. "Xia Li, the mission is in your hands now. Can you actually pull this off and kill him?" The guy asking is Cheng Han, standing right next to his bodyguard. Xia Li doesn't even bother to look at them. He just casually throws back a completely calm reply. "Of course I can. You already know exactly how strong I am. Otherwise you wouldn't have bothered teaming up with me, right?" Hearing that bold claim, Cheng Han frowns and stares him down. Inside, he's totally sweating it. He and Wu Zongtian literally needed 3 or 4 massive skills just to barely take down one of those lava giants. But Xia Li, he just crushed one with a single strike earlier. Cheng Han realizes his plan to use the ultimate mission to hunt Xia Li was completely naive. Staring at Xia Li's back, Cheng Han clears his throat. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, even if we 3 team up, we might not beat Lu Fan." Just as he finishes speaking, Wu Zongtian speaks up from behind. "Lu Fan tamed the 9 Realms demon and its army. We fought him before, and honestly, we were absolutely no match for him." Acting like that was the funniest joke ever, Xia Li bursts out laughing. "Taming the 9 Realms demon, I could easily do that too. That is not his own true skill. He is honestly just borrowing someone else's external power." Hearing those confident words makes Cheng Han incredibly confused. Wait, what? External power? Looking at their completely clueless and totally confused faces, Xia Li raises an eyebrow and asks, "Don't you guys want to know exactly how Lu Fan exploited a massive loophole to farm all those demon points? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes and I will give you the exact answer." Meanwhile, let's take a look at the central control room. Yue is standing around deep in thought, and then he suddenly speaks up to the others. "Boss Kim teleported back a while ago, but he still hasn't contacted us at all." He nervously whispers, "Do you guys think we might have just gotten fired or something?" The guy typing at the computer quickly cuts him off. "Stop jinxing it, man. Maybe he's just handling the whole situation by himself right now." The bald guy chimes in. "Boss Kim told us to keep an eye on Lu Fan. Just do that, and whatever you do, do not start any unnecessary trouble. But Yue, who has his back turned to them, suddenly spots a blurry, ghostly figure dashing right past his eyes. But a second later, absolutely nothing is there. He frowns completely confused, muttering, "Wait, am I just seeing things now?" The bald guy suddenly frowns and angrily snaps, "Hey, I am talking to you right now, are you deaf?" But he completely fails to notice the incredibly dangerous woman with a razor-sharp blade suddenly appearing right behind his own back. Before he can even finish, she slashes her blade, taking a quick toll of blood. The brutal pain hits him, he screams once and then drops completely dead. Hearing that awful noise, Yue jumps in absolute terror and immediately spins around. He instantly watches in shock as his teammate desperately clutches his torn throat, blood aggressively spraying absolutely everywhere without stopping. He totally panics and screams out, "Hey, what happened to you?" Right then the woman steps up close behind him. She whispers a chilling threat, "Stop yelling. Shut your mouth right now or you will die a very painful death." Absolutely terrified, he screams for mercy, "No, please don't," but this pathetic reaction only makes her way more excited than before. And then in a single flash, she swiftly slices a fatal strike, instantly ending Yue's life. After completely wiping out the two guards, a voice crackles from her earpiece. "How is it going over there? The 3 minutes are almost up." Grabbing the thick bundle of system wires, she confidently answers back, "Relax." Then she forcibly rips out the main power cables, chuckling softly as she says, "The Morgan family never ever fails a single assassination job." Back outside, the massive screen suddenly loses all signal. The arena host frantically tries to calm everyone down. "Everyone, please calm down. We are just experiencing a minor technical issue. Yes, technical difficulties, we will fix it immediately, so please hold on a moment." But the massive crowd sitting in the stands is getting incredibly frustrated and super angry. The live stream is cut off. Why did the signal just drop? What the heck is going on? A power outage. Are you guys actually kidding me? Where exactly is the manager in charge? Angry boos echo through the entire hall. What a disaster. I really wanted to see what the Star-Spangled Nation's representative was going to say. Inside a private room, Sheng Ming whispers, "Elder Han, the Taiki Nation is definitely playing dirty behind the scenes." After a long silence, Fei Bai finally speaks up with a heavy tone. "The Star-Spangled Nation isn't so simple either." Just then, the guy in the suit frantically turns around and yells, "Boss Kim, you are the one in charge here. Hurry up and ask what happened." But before he can even finish, Boss Kim is nowhere to be seen. He frowns, utterly confused. "Wait, where did Boss Kim go?" The guy next to him quickly replies, "No idea. Stick with me here. I think someone literally just called him away a second ago." All right, you and I are shifting scenes right to the end of the hall outside the combat control room. Tai An is meeting with the Morgan family. He forces a smile, breaking the dead silence. "Mr. Morgan, did you call me out here because you had something important to say?" Suddenly, a voice crackles through the man's earpiece. A clear signal the Morgan family never ever fails. He just checks his watch and smirks. "I told you I would take up 3 minutes of your time. I actually have absolutely nothing to say to you." Tai An freezes in pure shock, anger flashing across his face. He glares and asks, "Are you kidding me right now? I am incredibly busy. I do not have the time for your jokes." The man just turns his back to leave, dropping one final line. 3 minutes are up. "Goodbye, Mr. Kim." Back on the other side, Zhang Tian frowns in total disbelief. "Are you saying Lu Fan became the corrupted Elder God servant, using that power to control the 9 Realms demon?" Cheng Han is totally stunned too. An eternal, unstoppable being like an Elder God. This is honestly just too hard to believe. Seeing their pure shock, Sha Li just clears his throat. "Unimaginable and therefore unbelievable. I completely understand your reaction. Anyway, an Elder God's power is literally a blessing from the heavens. No matter your current strength, even a tiny drop will completely reforge your body and boost your limits." Right at this moment, he suddenly summons 3 glowing fiery stones. "This right here is the Elder God's power. The Holy Mountain Essence, straight from my master." Zhang Tian squints, absolutely blown away. Just feeling the aura of this power radiating off them is honestly completely unbelievable. The system screen pops up. Holy Mountain Essence. Legendary grade. Consumable item. Effect currently unknown. After staring in absolute awe, Cheng Han finally speaks up. "This energy cannot even be compared to the 9 Realms demon." "Wow. Is the source of your insane power really coming from these 3 essence stones?" Hearing that, Sha Li bursts into evil laughter. "No, no, no. 2 of these are actually for you guys. Cheng Han's jaw literally drops. For us. If they are really as broken as you claim, completely reforging our bodies, then what exactly is the price tag here? Zhang Tian quickly agrees. Exactly. A hidden class upgrade item this incredibly rare. There is absolutely no way you are giving it away for free. Seeing their suspicion, Xiaoli's eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and deadly. He frowns and says, then let us be perfectly clear. This is a trade. You accept my master's baptism to gain massive power. In return, our Morgan family gets to unearth the unawakened elder gods in Taiki Nation and Yinghua Nation. How about it? Now here is where you and I have to watch closely. Cheng Han squints, thinking to himself, as a prince the Morgan family probably would not dare try to trick him. Forget unearthing the elder gods for now. Getting this essence means an instant insane power boost right this very second. Beside him, Zhang Tian hesitates, asking quietly, are we really going to agree to this? After weighing the risk, he finally compromises. Alright, fine. I will accept this crazy deal. After we kill Lu Fan, the Morgan family can explain the excavation to the Kim family. Zhang Tian raises an eyebrow at their chat. Is that really necessary? Cheng Han roars in anger. Of course it is. Do you want Lu Fan stepping on your head forever? If that guy can use the Elder God's insane power, then so can we. Seeing his fiery reaction, Xiaoli smiles and hands the last essence stone over to Zhang Tian. Have you thought this through completely? Soon the people outside will be able to see us. You will completely lose this chance. Hearing that, he bites his lip, hesitates, and finally just accepts it. I accept the deal too, he laughs smugly. Good choice. Remember, do not resist. Xiaoli glares knowingly at Zhang Tian. The more you embrace the change, the stronger my master makes you. Then he stares at the final essence, stone, whispering softly. As for this very last piece right here, I prepared it specifically for Lu Fan. An image of Lu Fan suddenly flashes right through Xiaoli's wicked mind. He flashes a sinister smile, chuckling. Time to turn him into my own holy mountain puppet. Meanwhile, at the National Trial Arena's central control room, 2 guards are lying completely motionless on the floor, soaked in a massive pool of blood. A guy stands in front of the monitors. The cameras totally missed the killer, but the live stream and combat room footage are fully restored now. Looking right down at the 2 dead guards, their blood hasn't even dried up yet. They haven't been dead long. Someone snaps photos for evidence. A girl standing next to Kim Tai and nervously asks, Boss Kim, are we really not going to report this at all? Kim Tai shakes his head. No, we investigate this internally. Nothing leaks outside. He remembers his earlier chat with the white-bearded man. The Star-Spangled Nation's combat room incident was absolutely the work of the Morgan family. Back inside the National Trial's secret realm, right near the volcano, Lu Fan is literally riding a massive dragon. So what do you and I learn here? He smirks. This final match forces a mutual massacre. To speed things up, my hunters are waiting right up ahead. All right, you and I are jumping right in. While Lu Fan was riding night to patrol the map, he checked his quest board and suddenly noticed something. That avatar. It was Jason from the Southern Nation. Seeing this, he didn't waste a second. Night, land up ahead. We are going to pay our old friend a little visit first. He tapped the console with a sharp beep. Night let out a massive roar, totally completely obedient to her master's command. She quickly scanned the area to find a solid spot to touch down. Night landed safely, and Lu Fan hopped right off her back. He looked around completely surprised. Wait a minute. Where did he go? Just a short distance away, Jason had already locked eyes on Lu Fan. He called out in absolute shock. Lu Fan. He sounded so happy. It really is you, boss man, you scared me to death. Then he thought to himself, thank goodness, boss. Lu Fan didn't just spare my life, he actually encouraged me. He is completely different from all those other super dangerous guys out there. Lu Fan looked right at him and replied, your luck really isn't bad surviving all the way until now. Jason just scratched his head and walked over smiling. Man, I seriously thought someone was trying to kill me. Thank God I ran into you, boss. Hearing that, Lu Fan pointed at him and asked, so why exactly are you still here? You only have 150,000 points. Rank 10 Jason of the Southern Nation. Water Lotus Swordsman Class 2 Level 49. Current score is 155,920 points. Looking right at the ridiculously excited expression on his face, Lu Fan could only think one thing. Is this dude sick or something? Final match, yet he is so happy to see another player. Then Lu Fan looked at him and said, Jason, you need to realize that in the final match absolutely no one is going to play nice. Right after saying that, Lu Fan immediately pulled out his massive bow. Just about to shoot, he asked in surprise, Knight, you sense that too? The Black Dragon can instantly detect any enemies hiding under camouflage or stealth. She actively uses her skill to completely wipe out the stealth and hidden status of absolutely every single enemy target in the area. Suddenly, something bursting from underground violently grabbed onto Jason's leg, making him scream out in pure terror. Lu Fan whipped his head around in shock. The monster fully emerged, digging its claws into Jason's entire body and dragging him away. Jason screamed in total panic. Somebody please save me. It was a summoned beast, a holy mountain puppet. Holy Abyss Digger, Class 3. Legendary quality level 62. It was the absolute ultimate evolution of the Deep Abyss Messenger. Witnessing this scene unfold, Lu Fan could not help but get seriously angry. He quickly raised his bow and thought, this is Kim Sung-han's summoned beast, yet it actually carries the dark elements of a holy mountain puppet. The twisted hands of the abyss were advancing, getting closer and closer by the second. The dark serpent arrow, even without a full draw, can instantly fire 12 magic arrows. Every single arrow deals a solid 20% magic damage to the target. Jason was still desperately crying out for help right now. Save me. Please save me. The National Trial Secret Realm. A magma volcano system announcement. Jason of the Southern Nation has officially died. Only 9 out of 23 players are remaining. Kim Sung-han and Wu Zongtian stepped up. Well, we meet again, Lu Fan. We accidentally stole your little points just now, but we hope you really do not mind. Because, anyway, every single one of your points will belong to us very soon. Hearing this obvious threat, Lu Fan just calmly replied, long time no see. You guys have definitely gotten quite a bit stronger. Holy Mountain Slave Kim Sung-han. A hidden combat class level 62 Holy Abyss Warlock Tier 3. Then there is Wu Zongtian. Holy Mountain Slave, a hidden combat class level 61, Holy Land Warrior Tier 3. After speaking, his mind raced. They actually joined up with Sha Li. It seems the one really trying to hunt me down is him. System warning. Encountered the main hunter. Sha Li stood right between the two men, laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. It seems both you and I clearly understand exactly what this power is. System check. Sha Li Holy Mountain Slave. A hidden combat class at level 63 Holy Cleric Tier 3. Now here's where things get tense. His expression right now was incredibly smug. Before I kill you, I am willing to give you one chance. Hearing this, Lu Fan asked him back in total disbelief. A chance system data showed Holy Mountain Essence legendary quality, consumable item with completely unknown effects. He just kept talking. Abandon the one you are currently loyal to. Dedicate absolutely everything to my master, and you will gain supreme, totally unstoppable divine power. Lu Fan was thinking fast. Holy Mountain Essence. This massive power is completely identical to the fallen zombie essence. Maybe this exact item is what Kim Sung-han and Wu Zongtian relied on to transform. He held out the glowing essence and continued to speak. Join our side and we won't even need to do this. Lu Fan flatly rejected him. Be completely loyal to you guys. Stop joking around, I am nothing like you freaks. Sha Li angrily asked back. What are you still pretending for? Do you actually dare to look down on us? Lu Fan pointed his finger in total contempt. Even if you guys obtain this dark power, you have merely reached the exact same power level as my summoned dragon pet. That is all. All 3 of their faces darkened instantly. They angrily growled. It seems you just cannot be negotiated with. Kim Sung-han, Wu Zongtian. Didn't you two desperately want to take revenge for getting killed last time? Well, you can finally make your deadly move right now. Wu Zongtian and Kim Sung-han shouted with completely twisted joy. We couldn't wait a second longer. Lu Fan, for every single grudge from before, we are going to make you pay us back double. The giant hand of the abyss slammed down, but Lu Fan jumped up perfectly in time. Drawing his bow, he thought to himself. These guys willingly let themselves turn into mindless slaves of the ancient god. They literally have 0 dignity left. What do you think happens next? He aimed straight at Wu Zongtian, charging up. But his arrow did absolutely nothing. With just a single sword strike, Wu Zongtian completely slashed Lu Fan's magic arrow away. Alright, you and I are about to see something insane. He slips on his mask and smirks. A wise man yields, but you will definitely die under my blade. I highly suggest you join the Holy Mountain Slaves. Become our lackey and you just might get to keep your pathetic little life. The Prajna ghost face mask activates instantly, transforming him into a spirit of pure resentful vengeance. Here is the catch. Every time he takes damage, his normal attack power goes up by 10%. Attack speed jumps 30%, and this terrifying buff stacks up to 6 times. Wu Zhangtian and Xia Li are still actively trying to tempt Lu Fan. Xia Li holds up an essence crystal. Otherwise, we will just kill you right here and turn your corpse into my personal holy mountain puppet. Lu Fan flashes back to the far north. He already slaughtered countless claws of the ancient god up there. Do these mere holy mountain slaves honestly think they can threaten him? Suddenly everything clicks into place for him. I understand now, he says. Not a single one of you is escaping this alive. Wu Zhangtian points right at Lu Fan's face and laughs with absolute contempt. Look at him obeying us so easily. The divine power of the holy mountain truly scared him stiff. Lu Fan does not care at all. He just raises his sword high. Xiao Ye, time to change forms. Become the destructive giant dragon. The 3 of you will not make it out of this secret realm alive. The black dragon child mount officially transforms into its massive destructive giant dragon state. Xiao Ye charges up a huge fireball and blasts it straight at the enemy. Facing that colossal fireball, Wu Zhangtian stays totally confident. A sneak attack. You really do not have what it takes to defeat me anymore. Magma Fury activates. It spits a continuous stream of fire forward, dealing massive damage while actually healing the user at the exact same time. But here is the wild part. Lu Fan dashes forward, totally ignoring Wu Zhangtian. Instead, he dives straight into the abyss to clash directly with Jin Changhan. Jin Changhan just laughs, showing zero fear in his eyes. Keep struggling all you want. Today is definitely the exact day you die. Hearing this, Lu Fan quickly jumps back, landing right on Xiao Ye's head. Every single one of you is so arrogant. Come on, out Xiao Fei. He then thinks. The Wyvern King evolved into a powerful fallen corpse demon dragon using the fallen corpse essence. If I feed it Xia Li's holy mountain essence to the lives of you 3 holy mountain slaves, plus all 3 essence crystals will finally be mine. Magma burst triggers. It instantly creates violent lava across the target area, completely forming a deadly magma lake on the battlefield. Lu Fan shouts, Dragon Magic Magma Burst. Xiao Ye blasts intense fire at them, and a system notification pops up announcing a successful dragon magic resonance. Whenever a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the exact same dragon magic together, the raw power of that spell is instantly boosted by a full 100%. Jin Changhan spots the danger and quickly jumps up, barely dodging that fiery blast from Xiao Ye. Wu Zhangtian manages to draw his sword to block the strike, screaming out from the sheer intensity of the flames. Lu Fan scoffs with pure disdain. Stop summoning this absolute trash. Hurry up and bring out something that can actually match my dragon pet on the battlefield. Jin Changhan curses angrily in his mind. Damn it all, can this guy not see I already summoned the strongest holy abyss digger out here to fight him? Lu Fan continues. Look at your weak little body. You are already falling apart before the fight even starts, so maybe you should go take a rest first. Wu Zhangtian grits his teeth in pure frustration. What an unbelievable humiliation. How is a juvenile giant dragon barely past level 3 acting this ridiculously overpowered? Then he turns his head toward Xia Li and says, I never expected you to be this generous, practically handing them over to me for free points. Xia Li stays totally silent for a moment. Then he pulls out the cross-shaped sword from his back. You arrogant fool. You will pay dearly for your complete ignorance. That massive cross-shaped sword violently swings down, glowing with a golden light. The blade instantly unleashes countless waves of terrifyingly powerful fire, known as the Flames of Divine Punishment. A holy class user unleashing the Flames of Divine Punishment shoots sacred fire straight at the target, forcing them to take 500% raw holy damage on impact. And for the next 10 seconds, the unfortunate target suffers 20% holy burn damage every single second. Lu Fan asks, with totally fake surprise, is that really it? Looks like your master is honestly nothing special after all. The system notification pops up. Dragon Annihilation transforms his arm into a dragon claw. It unleashes a rapid 6-hit combo from a distance, while his dragon pet syncs up to deal 6 magic attacks. Xiao Ye and Lu Fan answer right back with their own brutal fireballs. Xia Li is absolutely furious at this point. You utter fools. The essence crystal in his hand shatters completely. Gripping that explosive golden energy, he screams. Now I will let you witness something that will truly open your eyes. This is the true power of the ancient god. A massive glowing square suddenly appears right behind his back. A brilliant streak of light pierces through. Then a golden winged projection holding a sword materializes, and suddenly wings sprout right from his own back. Lu Fan laughs. Charging an attack, keep dreaming. Without hesitating, he draws his bow and starts firing rapidly. The underworld serpent arrow can actually fire off 12 homing magic arrows even without a full draw, with each shot dealing 20% base damage. As 4 arrows fly toward that golden projection, Lu Fan realizes something. Stick with me here. Even as a mere projection, this ancient god power is slightly stronger than a 9 realms demon. Then he shouts, "Dragon's Dance." And right on cue, Xiao Ye unleashes an absolutely massive earth-shattering roar. You and I are jumping straight into the action. Dragon's Cheer activates, boosting Lu Fan and his pet's overall stats and attack power by 30%. Roar meets Xiao Ye, his level 38 contracted black dragon. The stats are absolutely insane. Strength jumps from 9,782 to 12,717. Agility hits 18,137 to 23,578. Spirit skyrockets from 39,252 to 51,028. And durability, a solid 20,382 to 26,497. Serpent Shadow Arrow. When the underworld serpent bow is fully drawn and charged for just 3 seconds, he can unleash the Serpent Shadow Arrow. This absolutely broken mechanic boosts the damage output by a staggering 500%. Charge time, 1 second. A dark dragon aura suddenly materializes straight out of Lu Fan's bow. He calls out, telling Xiao Ye to get ready to launch a massive magma burst. The dragon aura flows into his black dragon armor. Magma burst is still charging up. Charge time hits 2 seconds. Meanwhile, that glowing golden phantom points its sword and immediately charges forward to attack him. The golden sword directly clashes with the massive blazing fireball right in front of them. Roar. The system screen pops up. Magma burst. It triggers a violent explosion of scorching flames right inside the target's area, instantly forming a deadly pool of boiling lava on the ground. Any unlucky target caught inside this lava pool will slowly sink into the molten rock, continuously taking massive amounts of burn damage over time. Charge time reaches 3 seconds. Finally locking onto the perfect moment, Lu Fan yells out, "Now is the time." Instantly, the fierce black dragon coiled around his bow launches a devastating strike straight ahead. System alerts flash again. Magma burst combined with the Serpent Shadow Arrow erupts into raging flames right on top of the target, creating another terrifying pool of molten lava on the battlefield. The target sinks deeper into the magma rock, taking insane continuous damage. But here is the kicker: the destructive power is boosted by 500% of the Black Dragon's total spirit attribute. That giant golden phantom keeps up its momentum, charging into the attack without any hesitation. A split second later, the two massive attacks collide head-on, triggering an absolutely colossal explosion that shakes the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Sha Li scowls. His face completely darkens as he mutters under his breath. The ancient god phantom's true power is way more than just this. After that earth-shattering blast, the black dragon gets even more furious. It rushes forward like a dark hurricane, heading straight for Sha Li and his entire crew. The black dragon changes into its ultimate world destroyer form. The World Destroyer's roar echoes out, dealing massive area of effect damage to every single target caught in the blast zone, while also slapping them with a heavy weakening debuff. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly thrusts his hand forward. Dark energy condenses into a massive bow in his grip, and he fiercely shouts out, "Underworld Serpent Arrow." Even without fully drawing the bowstring, the Underworld Serpent weapon rapidly fires off 12 separate magic arrows, with each single shot dealing a solid 20% base damage. Everyone else on the battlefield sees the opening and aggressively charges straight at the Black Dragon. The deadly Ghost Breath Demon Scythe instantly unleashes a high-speed spinning blade of wind straight into the enemy ranks, ripping through them and dealing brutal physical damage. Right now, Xiao Ye is completely locked down by glowing golden binding chains. At the exact same time, a colossal surge of raw power hurtles directly toward Lu Fan. Flame of Heavenly Punishment. The Holy Cleric unleashes a blinding barrage of sacred fire right at the target, forcing them to tank 500% divine attribute damage. And for the next 10 seconds, the victim suffers another 20% of continuous holy burn damage every single second. But Lu Fan, he doesn't panic at all. Instead, he calmly spins around to face that overwhelming source of holy energy head-on. Then he effortlessly slices the attack into 4 pieces. Seeing this, Sha Li and his crew get completely hyped, shouting out, "We did it." Without his dragon pet's buffs, he is absolutely nothing. Sha Li confidently continues. As long as we force him away from his dragon pet, his overall fighting strength will definitely take a massive hit. But, in that exact moment, a pair of giant wings suddenly appears. Now you and I know our boy always has a plan. Rocking black dragon wings. Lu Fan arrogantly glares down at the crowd and smirks. Are you guys absolutely sure I'm the one trapped? Sha Li's group violently flinches at those words. They spin toward Lu Fan completely enraged and demand to know what he means by that. You really know how to bluff. Listen, Lu Fan, putting on a brave face won't change the fact that you are going to lose. Swoosh dust scatters everywhere. Sha Li and his goons find themselves standing near a towering muscular demon. They instantly panic, wondering, when the hell did he summon all these magical beasts? The 9 realms demons. Hearing this, Lu Fan lets out a soft laugh. I saw through your little scheme ages ago. I only pretended to fall for your trap to play along and keep your attention completely distracted. Sha Li frowns in pure anger. He points his sword straight at Lu Fan and furiously screams, "You really think you can defeat us just by relying on a few of these corrupted zombie puppets?" Lu Fan hears this and casually replies, "Of course not." The moment he stops speaking, the savage beasts behind him lock eyes with Sha Li's group, looking completely ready to swallow them alive. Then he glances back at the panicked crowd, gives them an absolutely mocking grin, and says, "Who said there were only a few?" The opposing side descends into total chaos. As Jin Chenghan stammers out in fear, "There are 9 of them." Sha Li is completely shell-shocked. He thinks to himself, how did Lu Fan pull this off in such a short amount of time? Sha Li stands frozen, realizing Lu Fan actually pocketed every single 9 realms demon. Lu Fan casually asks them, "So who do you guys think is going to win now?" Desperately channeling energy into his weapon, Sha Li scoffs with pure disdain. "No matter how many fallen zombie puppets you summon, you will never defeat us holy clerics." He proudly declares this while quickly activating his powerful divine protection skill. So what does this mean for us? This move boosts his entire team's holy power, increasing their total strength by a massive 100% for 60 seconds. Alright, watch this. Wu Zhangtian and Jin Chenghan unleash an absolute blood-curdling roar at the exact same time. One blasts out the flame of divine punishment. We are talking holy fire hitting for 500% damage plus 10 seconds of brutal divine burn. Meanwhile, the other unleashes a ghost breath demon slash, firing off high-speed spinning blades of wind straight at their target. This is absolute overkill. Sha Li scoffs, claiming the fallen corpse's 9 realms demon is honestly nothing special. Jin Chenghan steps right up, mocking Lu Fan. Did he seriously think killing them would be this incredibly easy? Wu Zhangtian smirks. After their dark baptism and massive upgrades, they are on a whole different level now. But suddenly Xiao Fei morphs straight into the eternal form of the Emerald Dragon. Lu Fan just laughs it off. A tiny little buff makes them think they are gods. Compared to his actual dragon pet, they are complete trash. The Emerald Dragon bloodline kicks in, instantly doubling the power of absolutely every single skill. Lu Fan yells out for Xiao Fei to use Life Pulse. This insane move boosts the Emerald Light, multiplying its stacking effect by 2 whole times. Emerald Blessing, Emerald Dragon Aura, and Emerald Light are all stacked together right now to massively boost their attack power. The monsters unleash horrific bone-chilling screams. It is like they just got injected with pure adrenaline, charging forward with absolute unstoppable murderous intent. Xiao Ye instantly gets hit with the same buffs: Emerald Blessing, Dragon Aura, and Emerald Light. Only this time, the energy surging through him is literally double what those monsters just received. The massive dragon Xiao Ye lets out an earth-shattering roar, absolutely overflowing with raw power. He uses Giant Jaw Assault, rushing at blinding speed to chomp right onto Sha Li's projected head. This move locks in a brutal, continuous bleeding effect on the target. Sha Li watches this happen and completely panics. How is this even possible? His upgraded Sacred Mountain projection actually just got destroyed in seconds. Suddenly, a giant blood-red eye with a pitch-black pupil rips open in the sky alongside crackling lightning. Lu Fan casually tells Sha Li to keep his eyes wide open. You and I both know it gets way crazier from here. Hovering way up high, Lu Fan drops his dragon domain. A massive sphere expands to 100 meters wide, completely maxing out the strength of his dragon allies while crushing everyone else. Jin Chenghan totally loses his mind, realizing it is an actual domain. Sha Li is equally terrified, screaming that this should be completely impossible. A low-tier awakened user, barely over level 30, shouldn't have the power to cast a domain. But Sha Li snaps right back to reality. So what if it is a domain? He fires up the flame of divine punishment again, swearing to rip this pathetic fake illusion to absolute shreds. He launches the brutal attack with a seriously arrogant smirk, telling them it is finally time they realize the massive gap in their power levels. Lu Fan just stands there totally unfazed. A massive eagle swoops in, instantly blocking the fiery attack like it was nothing at all. Sha Li is absolutely stunned. He boosted his attack power by a massive 300%, and it still got blocked. How is that even possible? Wu Zhangtian starts panicking, shouting that his attack power is dropping fast. Jin Chenghan is freaking out too. He completely lost the mental link to his summoned beasts. It finally hits Sha Li. It is not just them getting weaker. Lu Fan's magical beasts are actually getting terrifyingly stronger. This crazy domain lowers enemy stats while boosting its own side. The other two guys are just screaming now, desperately trying to swat the monsters away. Up in the sky, Lu Fan looks down at them with total disgust. Are they seriously going to die this easily after all that trash talk? But wait. A blinding flash of light suddenly explodes, pushing the beast horde completely back. Sha Li grips a glowing golden feather bitterly, stating he originally wanted to keep Lu Fan alive. Sparkling golden currents of pure energy start swirling intensely, all around his entire body. Sha Li screams that he wanted to give Lu Fan a chance to serve the ancient mountain god just like him, but Lu Fan is simply way too wild to control. His sacred mountain projection instantly heals up, growing even more massive than before. Sha Li declares that, since he will not submit, he will just turn Lu Fan's dead body into a mountain puppet. The solid ground takes a massive hit, suddenly cracking wide open into gigantic shattered chunks. Sha Li coldly swings his arm and screams out endless holy light. The actual earth beneath Lu Fan's feet starts violently ripping apart into jagged pieces. This insane move uses the ancient mountain god's power, firing off an endless holy light that zeroes in right on its target with completely amplified attack power. Zhao Shengming is visibly shocked by the crazy power. Elder Han, is Lu Fan actually dead? Han Feibai hears this but just stays completely silent, watching closely. But wait, down on the battlefield, Sha Li drops to his knees in pure shock. All three of those guys, Sha Li, Jin Chenghan, and Wu Zhangtian, are staring in absolute disbelief, screaming out loud. Impossible! Xiao Ye actually threw up an eternal guardian shield right in time, totally protecting Lu Fan and the Emerald Dragon bloodline. Every single recovery effect just spiked by 5,000%. Sha Li is losing his mind. How could anyone survive a direct hit from the ancient god's essence like that? Lu Fan calmly raises his sword, letting out a cold sigh. Looks like that was his final pathetic strike. Stick with me because it is officially Lu Fan's turn to attack. Xiao Ye roars, unleashing a massive pressure wave. This move lets the Black Dragon blast pure terrifying coercion in every direction, instantly causing blinding fear for absolutely every enemy caught in its giant range. Those guys are screaming in pure agony, begging for it to stop and covering their bleeding ears. Jin Chenghan reaches out to Wu Zhangtian in sheer desperation. He begs him to sign an abyssal contract right now, so if Lu Fan kills them, they can at least revive. But before they can even try it, a lightning-fast blade slices completely through Wu Zhangtian's body. Lu Fan smoothly pulls his sword back, totally unbothered. Such a shame. Jin Chenghan just stands there absolutely paralyzed in horror, watching Wu Zhangtian drop dead to the dirt. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Lu Fan's voice echoes out cold. You guys probably won't be coming back to life anymore. Kim Sung-han is absolutely losing his mind right now. He stares down at his trembling hands, totally freaking out. It's ruined, he mutters. I seriously can't sense Wu Zhangtian anymore. Why the heck can't he summon anything? The connection to his beasts is completely gone. While he screams in panic, someone suddenly grabs his wrist tight. It's Zachary. And honestly, Zachary's looking just as wrecked as Kim Sung-han right about now. Complete desperation. Form a contract with me. I absolutely cannot die here. Hearing this ridiculous demand shouted in his ear, Kim Sung-han stammers, completely drenched in cold sweat. No way. Lu Fan watches these two holding hands, gets completely annoyed by the sight, and casually fires off a massive sword strike right between them. Talking to him is useless right now. He literally has zero power left to save your life anyway. Lu Fan looks at the pathetic duo and smugly declares, except for me, absolutely nobody in the Dragon Realm can use summoning arts. Without a summoned beast, there is no way he can form a contract with you. Lu Fan's status screen suddenly pops up, Over 519,000 points added just like that. Seeing him stand there looking so mighty, Zachary hisses Lu Fan's name through gritted teeth. Before crossing paths with Lu Fan, he never imagined he'd be pushed to such a pathetic state. They both serve the ancient gods, so why is this guy so insanely strong? Deciding to risk it all, Zachary gathers intense energy in his palms, glaring straight at his enemy. This was originally prepared for you, but your eyes are blind. You can't even recognize true divine grace when it's standing right in front of you. I beg, my lord, show mercy. Grant me the power to crush those who dare look down on us. As soon as he finishes speaking, the aura around Zachary explodes with terrifying force. But this is reality, not some superhero anime, where enemies wait for you to transform. Lu Fan instantly delivers a clean, brutal slash. Do you think I'm completely stupid? You really thought he'd give you time to power up? Taking that attack head-on with zero defense leaves Zachary with a massive, absolutely fatal wound. Done for. Following a desperate blood-curdling scream, Zachary finally collapses to the ground. The intense aura surrounding his body instantly condenses into a glowing silver stone. That magical stone quickly shoots straight up into the sky. Lu Fan traces it with his eyes, instantly spreading his massive wings wide open. Wait, is it seriously abandoning its most loyal servant just to run away and save itself? Kim Sung-han tries using a skill, but even he can't escape this. Relying on someone else's borrowed power and you still think you can make it out alive. With those final words, Lu Fan blasts into the sky, aggressively chasing down his glowing target. Locking onto his prize, he smiles. After waiting for so long, he finally got his hands on a perfectly complete Holy Mountain essence. Big win here. Meanwhile, completely elsewhere, a massive crowd is eagerly huddled around the global leaderboard waiting for updates. Look at that. The accumulated points for the Star Nation, Taehan, and Sakura representatives have completely vanished from the ranking board. Holy cow, they were all totally wiped out. Did the Dragon Nation representative seriously just solo the 3 strongest fighters in the world, using only his own raw power? Back in the meeting room, Sheng Ming is absolutely stunned by the newly announced results. He turns toward the older man, stammering in shock. Elder Fei Bai. Jaein stands in the back, completely unable to process this brutal reality. He turns his head away, frantically muttering, how could this even happen? Seeing Jaeyan's miserable state, Fei Bai just scoffs coldly. As soon as Jaeyan storms out of the meeting room, he smashes his fist right into the solid wall. They actually got themselves killed. Every single one of them. How on earth do I explain this disaster to the Kim family? Kim Sung-han was the literal future and only hope of the Kim family. Taehan poured the entire nation's strength into this national trial only to be completely eliminated just like that. Now here's where you and I witness the real nightmare. Total darkness suddenly swallows the hallway, and creepy tentacles slither forward, completely surrounding Jaeon. Watching the space warp right in front of him, Jaeon trembles. My lord, a heavily cloaked figure materializes from the shadows. Is my son really dead? That terrifying voice rings out, sounding exactly like the Grim Reaper coming for his soul. Absolutely paralyzed by fear, his legs give out and he drops to his knees. This subordinate is useless. I accept my punishment. The Dragon Nation representative is just way too strong. I interfered multiple times, but couldn't eliminate him. Even Zachary of the Star Nation and Wu Zhangtian of the Sakura Nation died by his hands. Feeling a terrifying cold tentacle wrapping tightly around his neck, Jaeon hits absolute peak panic mode. No wonder I felt such sudden, intense fear earlier. The mysterious man slowly grabs his dark hood and pulls it back. It's Kim Sung-han's father. Yeah, exactly who we thought it was. The tentacle suddenly crushes down on his throat, cutting off his air. Completely ignoring Jaeon's desperate, agonizing struggles, Kim Sung-han's father casually lifts him high off the ground. What did you guarantee me before this match started? Now my only son is dead, and our entire Taehan nation has lost. He gets completely unhinged the more he speaks. And now you dare tell me the Dragon Nation representative is just too strong. The air around them practically vanishes. Jaeon violently claws at the gross tentacle choking his neck. Please, just give me one more chance. The enraged father finally obliges, letting him crash hard onto the floor. Looking down at him, he issues a freezing cold order. Do not let that boy leave Taehan alive. Period. After the national trial ends, find any possible way to lock him down. My 4 friends and I will make him disappear permanently, just like we slaughtered the 9 Realms demon. Let's dive back in, guys. He steps into the spatial rift, vanishing completely alongside 4 other mysterious figures. Ian is shaking, cold sweat soaking right through his shirt as he quietly replies yes. Meanwhile, over on Luke's side, he finally catches up and snatches the holy mountain essence. He holds the stone up, inspecting it closely. He had to take down 3 whole enemies just to get this one rock. And the crazy part? He doesn't even know what this consumable item actually does yet. Glancing over his shoulder, Luke really wonders what his zombie demon dragon might evolve into if it eats this thing. No hesitation. He smirks, deciding to see exactly what this thing can do. He immediately tosses the stone right up into the air, ready to witness the true power of the holy mountain essence. The zombie demon dragon watches him toss it, snaps its massive jaws wide open, catches the glowing stone, and swallows it whole. Instantly, blinding golden rays of light explode outward from their massive bodies. The entire ground starts shaking violently as both of the zombie demon dragons begin their epic evolution. Faye, currently in her stunning Eternal One form, instantly spreads her giant wings to shield Luke, easily blocking all the falling rocks and debris. He looks up completely amazed. The 2 pitch-black zombie demon dragons are now completely wrapped in a blinding golden aura, lighting up the entire national trial realm. Magma erupts from the volcano deep inside the dragon domain. If anyone else was here, they would see 2 massive pairs of wings soaring across the sky. Luke stares at his system screen, looking at his brand new skills, Gate of Holy Light and Illumination of Holy Light. He realizes something insane. This second evolution of the zombie demon dragon actually unlocked 2 completely new abilities at once. The glowing stats panel pops up. Zombie Demon Dragon level 35. Skills include Demon Dragon Breath, Demon Dragon Dash, Illumination of Holy Light, Gate of Holy Light, Unsealed Dragon Language, and Demon Dragon Bloodline. Scanning over the system details, Luke starts doing the math. Illumination of Holy Light uses the Holy Mountain energy to boost main stats by a massive 30%, while also constantly regenerating health points during a fight. Sure, the healing effect definitely cannot compete with Faye's insane output. But honestly, that 30% stat boost alone is more than enough to elevate his entire zombie puppet army to a completely new tier of power. Enough to easily wipe a small country off the map. And this Gate of Holy Light skill, he is incredibly satisfied with it. Before summoning the zombie demon dragon, and 9 Realms demon dragon required both him and Faye on the field. Now he can send them out and instantly recall them literally whenever he wants. Talk about a massive upgrade. Thinking about this, he just stares up at the sky. He seriously wonders if his newly evolved zombie holy dragon could evolve again if it absorbs the essence of other ancient gods. Luke watches the twin beasts soar through the clouds. He is getting extremely hyped just thinking about what the absolute final form of these twin demon dragons will eventually look like. Right in the middle of his thoughts, a massive system alert pops up. An important proposal to end the national trial has just triggered a voting phase. Wait, the voting phase is already over, and there are still 6 survivors left alive. Even Andrea hit yes. It looks like absolutely nobody wants to mess with him today. Seeing Luke's system panel glowing, Tracy and Darcy quickly shift back into their human forms, leaning in to peek at the screen. They squint, trying to read what it says. Looks like they can finally head home. Luke nods, reaching out to press the confirm button. Time to wrap up this match, once and for all. The system voice rings out instantly. The majority of the remaining survivors have agreed. Through this vote, the national trial is now officially brought to an end. All rewards based entirely on the total points earned by each representative have been dispatched. Please claim your items before exiting the secret realm. Suddenly, a swirling spatial vortex rips open, spitting a massive treasure chest right onto the ground. Now you and I know this is the best part. He approaches the chest, leaning down. Ignoring the girls messing around behind him, he gets ready for the main event. A super high-level realm that actually dragged in 23 different countries. Just what kind of insane loot does the #1 spot actually get you? The heavy iron lock clicks and the big lid swings open. Looking at the item glowing inside, Luke is left completely speechless. It is a sleek black belt beautifully decorated with swirling golden dragon scales. He is absolutely thrilled. This is a level 90 legendary quality 5-piece gear set. And the craziest part, even just 1 piece triggers a set bonus. Plus, this specific belt actually grants him the insane skill to literally transform into the Golden Dragon King. Collecting all 5 set pieces unlocks 3 more legendary skills. If the other pieces also provide custom skills, he could absolutely fight, using the legendary combat style of a true Dragon Slayer warrior. He checks out those insane legendary Dragon Slayer stats. Strength, agility, spirit, and endurance, every single attribute gets a massive game-changing boost just by equipping this. Plus, it comes with a super rare golden dragon shield effect that blocks incoming attacks and heavily reduces any damage taken. Luke is smiling from ear to ear, quickly checking out the other items. A level 40 skill book called Dragon Language Magic Duplication. And he can actually learn it right now. With this broken skill, he doesn't even need to study other dragon magics. He just copies his dragon pet's abilities, easily triggering a massive dragon language resonance with his pets. But when he checks the final item, he feels a little let down. No matter how you look at it, this final reward is literally just a generic luck-based bag. Its only effect is randomly giving you 3 scrolls of rare quality or higher. The system chimes. Luke just smirks. You and I know how these world-class realms operate. They always pull some cheap random loot box trick right at the very end. That entire Tai Chi nation is just one massive scam. Watching him hold the expansion scroll bag, little Yi and little Kui lean in, totally curious. Whatever happens, Lu Fan just hopes for a stroke of good luck here. He pops open the blind bags, and 3 new items quickly appear right before their eyes. Alright, you and I need to see what he pulled. First, an epic tier summon slot expansion scroll. Next, an epic tier enchanting upgrade scroll. And an epic removal scroll. Oh man, this is not bad at all. You couldn't easily find these 3 scrolls even at the massive Tianhua auction house. Extremely satisfied, Lu Fan tucks the 3 scrolls away into his inventory. That summon slot expansion scroll came at the absolute perfect time. Now he can finally hatch that green dragon egg before hitting his 3rd job change. And that level requirement removal scroll fits perfectly with his new belt. He doesn't even need to wait until level 90 to unlock the insane power of the Golden Dragon King. No time to waste. He pulls out both items and merges them. The level removal enchanting scroll has been successfully applied. The Fierce Dragon Warrior's Decree item panel pops right up. That ridiculous level 90 requirement, it just dropped all the way down to absolute 0. He draws his sword and gives it a test swing. That upgrade scroll can raise its quality by 1 entire tier, maxing out at the legendary rank. Let's see just how far this legendary upgrade can go. He decides to use it on his weapon right now. The quality upgrade enchanting scroll is activated. The Flowing Firestar Meteor sword hits legendary, plus, its level shoots straight from 30 up to 40, and every single core stat gets a massive boost. Gripping his 2 freshly upgraded gears, Lu Fan closes his eyes to feel the surge. These 2 items just bumped his overall combat power to a whole new level. Dragon Speech Copy and Dragon Speech Resonance let him cast spells just like a dragon caster. Plus, that green dragon egg finally has a slot to incubate. His Dragon Rider intensity just leveled up again. And this top-tier belt actually grants him the raw abilities of a fierce dragon warrior. Lu Fan snaps his eyes wide open. The faint image of a dragon flashes in his pupils right as the system prompt chimes in. The new effects are fully activated. Remaining bloodline restriction has been completely lifted. Golden Dragon King transformation ready. Strength, agility, and spirit all boosted to level 50. Endurance increased by 200. Note that riding mode is disabled while transformed into the Golden Dragon King. Mission accomplished. Lu Fan steps right through the portal, leaving the secret realm and arriving at Tai Chi Kingdom's Golden Jade City, the main arena for the national trial. The exact moment he steps out, deafening cheers and the announcer's booming voice immediately blast his eardrums. Lu Fan, the Dragon Kingdom's representative and first-place winner, has returned. Up in the stands, a chaotic mix of wild cheering and bitter insults makes him frown slightly. It is the Dragon Kingdom representative. Please, over here, I need your autograph. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom, give us back our prince, mister. Lu, tell us, how does it feel to get 3 back-to-back kills in there? Dragon Kingdom personnel quickly step in to control the crazy crowd for Lu Fan. Sheng Ming takes the lead, pushing the massive crowd aside. Please make way, Lu Fan is not taking any interviews at this time. Seeing his face, old man Han Fei Bai's eyes crinkle with pure joy. He strokes his long beard, laughing loudly. The true hero of our Dragon Kingdom has finally returned victorious. Vice Principal Zhao Old Han, I am back. He gives them a respectful little nod. Han Fei Bai immediately walks up and grabs his hand. Congratulations on securing first place in this year's intense national trial. We just wanted you to make the top 3. We never expected you to give us so many insane surprises along the way. Sheng Ming nods in total agreement from behind. Lu Fan, great job out there. Your performance over these 2 weeks was completely outstanding. Not just first place, but absolute domination. Feeling something cold pressed into his palm, Lu Fan looks down completely confused. What's this? Well, Tu Xing upgraded you to a silver medal, but I am absolutely positive you deserve to hold the gold medal instead. Hearing the old man say that, he immediately remembers the gold medal's significance. A Griffin Knight comrade mentioned this before. There are only 8 people who hold a gold medal. It is a military honor. Old Lu needed a bronze medal just to become a captain. Above that are silver and gold. The Griffin Knights only have 8 gold medalists total. Lord Tu isn't stationed at the barracks, but those 8 are seriously heavy hitters. Han Fei Bai chuckles happily. Starting right now, you are officially the 9th person and the youngest gold medal holder in our history. With this gold medal in hand, your social status is totally cemented. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the 3 elders and Tu Xing outrank you. Sheng Ming quickly chimes in. A gold medal in the Dragon Kingdom is equivalent to a national protector in Tai Chi Kingdom. You have the Griffin Knight's respect and old Han's backing. Lu Fan kid, your career is absolutely skyrocketing. Highly valued by 2 of the kingdom's major figures, Lu Fan scratches his head awkwardly. You flatter me. Thank you for valuing me, old Han. And with that, this year's national trial officially concludes. The referee steps onto the podium. Congratulations to everyone who survived the realm. Now stick with me, because the final results for this national trial are about to be announced. Taking first place in this national trial is Lu Fan, representing the Dragon Kingdom with a massive 8,436,094 total points. That accounts for 91.8% of the total score. In second place is Andrea, from the Snow Kingdom, scoring 725,629 points, about 6% of the total. Third place goes to True Fire Kingdom. All right, you and I are watching Old Man Harold grinning wildly as Arthur announces the tournament results. First place in the tournament plus scoring over 90% of the total points. Harold calls him a prodigy, but Lucas plays it totally cool. He tells the old man the insane victory is exactly what he expected all along. Getting such a boldly confident answer from the kid, the old man decides to leave the loud, crowded room. He sighs heavily. He is totally exhausted and barely standing. He tells the boys to head back and get some rest too. Lucas tells Harold to take care. Suddenly remembering something important, the elder stops in his tracks. Oh right, tomorrow they finally return to the Dragon Empire. Early tomorrow morning, there is a special national-level reward prepared just for him by the 3 elders. Do not forget. Hearing this sudden reminder leaves our boy completely stunned. He glances over at Simon. The 3 elders. A national reward. Surprisingly, Simon looks just as completely mind-blown as he does. Lucas, oh Lucas. Our boy is absolutely hitting the jackpot this time around. Back in his hotel room, Lucas admires the gleaming gold military medal from the Griffin squad. Wait, is this seriously his 9th gold medal already? He falls back onto the soft mattress, crossing his legs with total swagger. Starting today, his status is second only to the legendary Senior Tucker. According to Vice Chancellor Reed, he actually has enough power now to make Dean Thorne drop to his knees and apologize right to his face. That gold medal is seriously overpowered. Just thinking about his new absolute authority makes him shoot right up. He puts the medal away for now. Time for the main event. He has been waiting way too long for this exact moment. He raises his hand, and a mystical scroll instantly pops up. The system chimes in. He used the scroll to activate the summoning slot. Finally, he can unlock the green dragon egg. The golden light fades away, leaving a massive egg resting right there on the bedroom floor. Perfect timing. He tells everyone to welcome their newest family member. Hearing his voice, all 3 of his loyal pet dragons eagerly crowd around the green egg. Wasting absolutely no time, he casts the dragon taming art on the egg to tame the beast inside. Almost instantly, tiny cracks begin spreading right across the massive eggshell. A sudden blast of crackling lightning bursts out, forcing him and the 3 mini-dragons to take a step back. It is a Tier 1 green dragon, loaded with Thunder Roar, Heavenly Retribution, Lightning Spring, and pure green dragon bloodline skills. What a beast. Reading those insane stats leaves him totally speechless, staring at the little dragon munching its shell. It is a male dragon. Lucas cheers with absolute joy. Simply incredible. They finally have a handsome little guy in the squad. Midnight and Emerald are hyped for the new guy crowding him and making the baby dragon nervous. Lucas studies it. When this thing grows into a giant dragon, it is going to look absolutely magnificent. Time for a name, right? How about we just call him Minion? Hearing that ridiculous name, the baby dragon growls back loudly. Lucas laughs. You like that name, all right, from now on you are officially Minion. But our guy Lucas completely misread the room. Furious Minion flies straight up and viciously chomps down on his finger, hurting him so badly. The dragon shrieks in total outrage. Thankfully, Midnight and Emerald step in to suppress it, letting him exhale deeply. This minion bites literally anyone he meets. Definitely something mentally wrong with him. Stella was already disobedient, and now he has Minion. He is honestly feeling a bit terrified. Suddenly, a sweet system notification rings out. Congratulations, Lucas, you have successfully received the special daily treasure map for today. He gasps, staring hard at the screen. Wait a second, is this the ultra-rare god-tier treasure map? Now let us check out the western border of the Dragon Empire. Inside the Yates courtyard, Miss Yates sits alone giggling while scrolling through breaking news on her tablet. The #1 spot in this year's national trial goes straight to Lucas, representing the Dragon Empire. She knew Lucas would have absolutely zero problems winning. With the weapon she gifted him, crushing this trial was just a walk in the park. Mid-sentence, a violent coughing fit suddenly strikes her hard. Looking down at her trembling hand, she sees fresh blood, a crimson trail slipping down her mouth. The gorgeous lady stares blankly into the gloomy distance. The Crown family. Their methods are incredibly ruthless. Rushed footsteps echo outside the courtyard. Miss Yates, this is really bad. Those guys from the Crown family are back again. Hearing the panicked servant, she calmly wipes the blood off her hand. Her tone shifts to pure annoyance. They are back here again. What do they want this time? They are still obsessing over Cloud River Peak. Furious, she tightly grips the bloody cloth. Cloud River Peak has belonged to the Yates family for nearly a century. The Crown family keeps picking fights over it, clearly looking for any excuse to swallow up her family. The servant nervously replies, "They are taking advantage of us while we lack a leader. They already stole so many resources, and now they are using old debts as a pathetic excuse to never leave us alone." She lets out a heavy breath and stands up. A noble western border family, yet they pull dirty tricks like this. What about the Drake family? Has any news come back after all this time? The servant says the Drake family remains silent. Hearing that betrayal, she angrily slams her hand on the table. Ungrateful, they are all just a bunch of ungrateful cowards. The intense emotional outburst triggers another brutal coughing fit. Blood spills out with every single hack, leaving the poor servant completely horrified. "Please calm down, Miss Yates, take care of your body." She waves it off. "Fine, take me to see them." She gritted her teeth. "All right, you and I are about to see just how completely shameless these people could actually be." Meanwhile, high in the purple sunset sky, Lu Fan sat on his flight, scrolling through the latest updates. He chose the Death Sand Sea. It was a level 70 secret realm on nightmare difficulty requiring a team of at least 5 people. Lu Fan rested his chin on his hand, smirking. That massive national reward from Elder Han came at the absolute perfect time. Back at the Jinyu International Airport in the Taichi Nation, he had scored 460 resource bundles and 10 custom secret realms. Lu Fan thought he was hearing things and stared at old Fei Bai. Of course, this was a massive top-tier national reward. Dragon Nation leaders had scoured the world for these specific zones. Usually, you could not buy access to these places no matter how much cash you offered. Anything catch your eye? Lu Fan just smiled. Even though these were level 60 zones, they offered zero real leveling value for him. Not gonna lie, it was a little disappointing. But flipping to the next page, Lu Fan suddenly froze. Wait a second. Now here is where things get wild for us. The Death Sand Sea was sitting right there unselected. Level 70 plus. The exact location of his god-tier treasure map. Seeing him pause on this specific zone, old Fei Bai quickly peeked over his shoulder. "So found what you wanted, Elder Han. I just want the Death Sand Sea, keep the rest." Hearing this, the old man burst into loud laughter. "You have a great eye for this. Once we get back, I will have Vice Principal Zhao send a squad to scout the borders and build a brand new teleportation point for you. That would be absolutely perfect." He accepted the offer without any hesitation. "Thanks, Elder Han. Though I will be heading back to the Dragon Nation a bit late. I already made plans with Andrea, and it is really hard to turn him down." "No worries at all. I am heading back first. I will just have Vice Principal Zhao let you pick a few high-experience farming zones for those last 9 rewards." While he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly dropped onto his shoulder. It was Shang Ming. He smiled playfully. "All right, champion, it is time for us to get off this flight." Lu Fan smiled and glanced out the window, but he instantly froze when he saw the massive crowd outside. Yeah, okay, things were getting wild out there. Down on the runway, Lu Fan slowly stepped off the plane. The crowd absolutely erupted. Screams and cheers echoed everywhere, giving the Dragon Nation representative a massive, crazy welcome. Lu Fan is the winner. You are so handsome, Lu Fan. Oh my god, look at him. He is actually smiling right at us. Seeing how awkward Lu Fan looked, Shang Ming quickly stepped in. I am guessing you are really not used to all this insane attention. How about I just get you back to campus, Vice Principal Zhao, please? Stop messing around and just get me out of here immediately. Half an hour later, back at the Dragon Academy, Lu Fan finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Peace and quiet at last, right back on his familiar campus. This whole crazy situation was definitely going to drag on for another couple of weeks. Shang Ming walked beside him with some advice. Just skip your classes for now. Take a real break. Once the Death Sand Sea portal is fully built, I will come get you. Lu Fan, a bright familiar voice suddenly called out his name. Lu Fan quickly looked up. It was Han Ke, his aunt. Right behind her stood Qinqiu Xiaoman and Jian Ying holding up a massive welcome banner. You finally made it back. Welcome home to our #1 champion. Seeing them, Lu Fan groaned in total embarrassment. Why are you guys doing this too? Han Ke was literally crying tears of pure joy. Lu Fan, you absolutely terrified me. I was glued to the survival stream every single day watching all those dangerous people trying to kill you. All right, calm down. I made it back perfectly safe, didn't I? Everything is totally fine. He quickly tried to comfort her. Seeing his aunt worry about him like this, the tension finally left his body. He was finally back home. After Vice Principal Zhao finished up the official debrief, he headed out. Lu Fan ate, slept, took care of his dragon pet, and just hung out with his friends. Taking a break felt absolutely amazing. Sitting around the dinner table, everyone started asking Lu Fan questions. You got back way later than the academy officially announced. Nothing dangerous happened out there, right? Nope, nothing. Just met a buddy from the Snow Nation. He invited me out for drinks before I left. Wow. Lu Fan is going rogue. He is already going to drinking parties. Hearing Han Ke scold Lu Fan, Qinqiu could not help but giggle. You are stressing out way too much. But Xiaoman completely disagreed with her. Not an exaggeration. People from the Snow Nation literally drink themselves to death. Looking at everyone chatting, laughing, and peacefully eating his aunt's home-cooked meals, all the heavy exhaustion from his incredibly long journey just completely melted away into nothing. He quietly glanced out the window. He wondered how his senior was doing right now. Did she even know he had secured first place yet? The sky grew dark. Inside a massive skyscraper, a tense voice echoed. Are you sure about this? In the Jin Fu Guild lounge of the Taiki Nation, Kai unbowed respectfully to the man standing before him. 100%. Our spies back at the Jinyu airport confirmed that Lu Fan is heading straight into the Death Sand Sea secret realm. The mysterious man leaned heavily against the dark table. The Death Sand Sea borders the God Bone Forest, right between our territory and the Dragon Nation. I have already ordered the God Slaughtering Legion and the Six Gods Legion to lock down that exact location. Wait, what? Mobilizing 2 of the Taiki Nation's top 3 elite legions. Stick with me because this is about to get insanely chaotic. Kim Song-han's father cuts him off. What did he just ask? He shoots out a massive tentacle, wrapping it right around Jaeon's throat. Terrified, Jaeon doesn't dare say another word. He quickly stammers out that he will follow every single order without question. Hearing exactly what he wants, Kim's father drops him to the floor. Avenging his son is the priority, even if it takes the entire nation's power. Jaeon pants heavily in agreement. The older man grits his teeth. Pure killing intent fills the room. He orders the Secret Realm Legion to strike, wanting all 4 national heroes to completely obliterate Lu Fan. But you, and I know that will not be easy. Fast forward a few days, we are at the Death Sand Sea dungeon entrance right on the tense border. Down in Sun God Valley, the teleportation gate is already active, heavily surrounded by strict guards. A single footsteps right out of the glowing portal. It is Lu Fan's team. Xiaoman looks around totally hyped up. She can barely believe she is actually one of the first people ever to challenge a national-level dungeon. Absolutely incredible. If they were not classmates with Lu Fan, they would never have gotten a crazy opportunity like this. She even wonders if there are any good monster materials around here to cook up later. While the girls are having fun, Lu Fan is deadly serious, scanning the area. The Death Sand Sea. He knows he will find his 5th dragon here very soon. Suddenly, a familiar flag catches his eye, making him instantly suspicious. The Tai Chi Kingdom. What in the world are they doing out here? But then, a familiar voice calls out from right behind him, quickly clearing up Lu Fan's confusion. Ever since the teleportation portal was built here, that kingdom started sending scouts to the border. But their numbers are small, so there is really no need to panic. The whole group turns around at once. It is Teacher Gu. What is she doing out here? Teacher Gu walks over, giving Lu Fan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She explains the academy sent her as backup, just in case things go wrong. If they run into any trouble at all, she has their backs. Lu Fan nods in agreement. The academy really thought of absolutely everything. Han Ke steps up, deeply grateful for her taking such good care of their Lu Fan. Hearing this, Xiao Man just pouts. It is honestly so frustrating to watch. Is this just top student privilege? Someone tells her to keep her voice down. Teacher Gu just smiles brightly and tells the group to follow her right to the dungeon entrance. The whole squad quickly files in line right behind her. Stopping right at the massive entrance, Teacher Gu turns to look at him. Now is the time for Lu Fan to finally enjoy his hard-earned reward. He smiles, nods, and steps right in. But instantly, they hit a wall. He really did not expect this deadly dungeon to have actual gatekeepers waiting for them. Xiao Man eagerly steps right up to the front line. She tells him to sit back. The girls will handle this monster themselves. Is she absolutely sure about that? Lu Fan quickly checks the system panel. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Tyrant Skull Minion. Level 65 Elite. And it packs a nasty skill called Dark Bone Slash. Xiao Man and Qin Chu step up with total confidence. They want to prove that Lu Fan is not the only one who leveled up over the last 2 months. Instantly, Xiao Man activates her water split skill. She swings her blade, launching 4 massive water lotuses that lock straight onto the designated target. A shadow blade smoothly teleports right behind the massive skull monster. One slash from the frost water sword freezes the beast completely solid. Not wanting to lose, Qin Chu instantly activates her heavy hitter Starlight Annihilation. A blinding beam of light erupts from her staff, blasting right into the frozen skull minion. This devastating attack sets the monster on fire, dealing continuous heavy light attribute damage every single second. Watching the girls string their combos together perfectly in a non-stop assault, Lu Fan actually has to give them some props. Excellent work. They all know the power gap between them is huge, so they have been grinding hard just to keep up and not hold him back. For 2 whole months, these girls trained like absolute beasts. After taking down the target, they immediately run over to show off their big win. How was that for some epic teamwork? Their coordination just now was absolutely flawless, right? They finally have the power to fight right by his side without being a burden. Lu Fan nods in total agreement. They really are incredibly strong now, taking down a level 65 elite at just level 30 without taking a single hit. That is top-tier talent at Dragon Capital Academy. But while laughing, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly flash with pure danger. He yells at them to watch out, instantly pulling his dark snake arrow. Without even fully drawing the bow, he rapid-fires 12 magic arrows. They graze right past Xiao Man's shoulder, hitting the monsters sneaking up behind her. She completely freezes in terror. Lu Fan just obliterated a whole pack of those skull minions with a single brutal move. The girls drop their jaws in absolute shock. He just wiped out 8 elite monsters in the blink of an eye. Is the power gap seriously still? This massive Lu Fan lowers his bow with a gentle smile. He refuses to let anything hurt the people important to him. How is he still smiling right now? They feel like they just completely embarrassed themselves in front of him all over again. Feeling the awkward tension, Han Ke quickly changes the subject. By the way, where exactly is Lu Fan's dragon anyway? Why not let it out to level up together? At the mention of his dragons, Lu Fan just awkwardly scratches his head. He admits he actually just got a brand new dragon recently, but its temper is seriously bad. Hearing this massive reveal, the girls are left completely stunned. Wait, no way. Lu Fan actually has 4 dragons now. You and I both know with him around, these ladies aren't scared of anything. Hurry up and call your new friend out so your little aunt can see. Urged on by everyone, Lu Fan finally gives in and summons his new beast. Whatever. If Abu really wants to cause some massive trouble, the worst-case scenario is just recalling him right back. The moment Abu is summoned, pure chaos. Lightning strikes down from the sky over and over, leaving the girls desperately dodging left and right. Xiao Man stares at this newly spawned dragon in absolute shock. Does his entrance have to be earth-shattering every single time? The sheer presence is insane. Jian Ying totally agrees. That magic energy is completely off the charts. Watching Abu make this massive entrance, Lu Fan's mouth just twitches in disbelief. Could we maybe keep a low profile for once, Abu? But nope. Right after spawning, Abu instantly fires off his thunder roar. A massive bolt of lightning blasts, straight down from where he is flying. The shockwave instantly creates this insane hurricane zone, completely paralyzing those undead skull minions. Feeling that electric tingle running right through his veins, Lu Fan looks up. Could this actually be it? He gathers energy in his hand as the lightning gets wilder. The Blue Dragon King lets out a roar. Lu Fan shouts out, showing zero mercy as he commands Abu's attack to strike those monsters, blasting a straight-up shockwave of pure thunder right out in front. It triggers Dragon Speech Resonance. This boosts the Dragon Knight and his pet's magic power by a full 100%, completely wiping those monsters out of existence. The attack ends and the system chimes in right on cue. The Blue Dragon hits level 2. Just as expected, Abu's skill is literally the Blue Dragon King's roar. Plus, using it perfectly triggers that insane Dragon Speech Resonance. Because that last attack was just so massive, every single monster in the area gets completely wiped out. That classic robotic system voice chimes in. Tyrant's Retreat route map fragment found. The dungeon quest is simple. Collect the fragments and piece together the Tyrant's entire escape route. Find the Tyrant's hidden treasure. Current collection progress is sitting at 1 out of 500. Staring right at the map fragment in Lu Fan's hand, Han Ke asks out of pure curiosity. Wait, the quest actually wants us to find a Tyrant's treasure. The Tyrant's Retreat route map fragment. Just your classic little quest item. Jian Ying skims it and breaks it down. Basically, if they collect all 500 pieces, they can rebuild the Tyrant's Retreat map and locate the treasure. Hearing this, Xiaoman's jaw just completely drops open. 500 pieces is insane. Lu Fan frowns, staring hard at the notification. Han Ke and Qin Chu lean in real close to check out the details on this dungeon quest. Collect every single map fragment, rebuild the Tyrant's escape route, and track down his ultimate hidden treasure. Current progress, 1 out of 500. Xiaoman excitedly swings her sword and yells, "What are we waiting for? Let's go completely level this entire desert." Lu Fan is honestly pretty speechless here. Not knowing what else to say, he steps in to warn her first. Calm down. It is all sand out here, and nobody knows what is lurking underneath. Stepping into a trap is way too easy. Curious Han Ke sneaks up right behind him to ask a question. "Little Fan, do you have some kind of plan?" In response, Lu Fan just raises his hand and summons Xiao Fei. "Yeah, of course, we find someone to scout the path first." Xiao Fei flaps her wings flying high. Nature assimilation activates, summoning the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons. These Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons scale perfectly to the user's level. Right now, they hit level 35, rocking that brutal Demon Dragon Breath skill. Demon Dragon Breath. It blasts a nasty wave of dragon fire right at the target, dealing heavy magic damage. Any target killed by this attack revives as a loyal Demon Dragon puppet. Then, there is Demon Dragon Strike. It actually turns that dark corpse energy into thick armor. It completely surrounds itself in darkness. Suddenly, it violently rushes its target, dealing heavy damage while somehow ignoring 99% of all incoming hits. And the best part, it completely reflects any status effects right back at the enemy. Holy Light Illumination. The Demon Dragon unleashes pure holy mountain power, creating an epic aura. It boosts the main stats of all allies within a 100-meter radius by 30%, while healing 1% of their max health every single second. Gate of Holy Light. Unlocking the Holy Mountain's true power. The Demon Dragon opens a glowing portal, instantly teleporting itself and every single corpse puppet straight to the target location. And get this skill has zero restrictions on distance magic zones or even unsealed dragon speech realms. By unlocking the dragon speech magic, that standard Demon Dragon Breath actually gets fully replaced by dragon speech power. As for the Demon Dragon Forbidden spell, the Demon Dragon Strike also gets swapped out for dragon speech magic. Falling Doomsday. It controls the undead, letting it manipulate and transform those zombie puppets however it wants, summoning or recalling them at absolute will. Whenever a puppet dies, its dark zombie energy flows right back to the Holy Dragon. Plus, that Demon Dragon bloodline flat-out reduces all incoming damage by 75%. The twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons furiously flap their wings and roar. They command the dead freely, manipulating and transforming zombie puppets, summoning or recalling them whenever they please. Once again, the moment a puppet drops dead, all that dark energy feeds right back into the holy dragon. The heavenly demon zombie soldiers get directly teleported into this intense level 75 dungeon. Then they activate corpse-tide every single zombie standing nearby, boosts the overall defense of the entire undead army by a massive 25%. Born towards death, every single time they take a non-lethal hit, their defense skyrockets by an extra 25%. Absolutely broken. Then there is hopelessness. Every attack from these zombies triggers 1 or 2 extra hits of pure damage, and those extra strikes, they scale entirely based on their current defense. Zhao Man and the gang stand aside totally speechless. You and I would be too. Seeing thousands of heavenly demon soldiers suddenly spawn makes her scream in pure, unadulterated shock. Alright, are you seeing this? He actually managed to bring all those undead puppets straight out of the dungeon. Quinn steps back, gripping her staff tight. This is terrifying, she stammers out. Beside her, Blade is just standing there, completely lost for words in absolute shock. How exactly did you pull that off, she asks. Faye drops down right next to Luke, and our guy finally turns around to explain the impossible to his completely stunned party. It turns out his undead holy dragon can open a holy light gate. This basically lets it teleport itself and the entire undead army anywhere it wants. No distance limits, no zone restrictions. Absolute teleportation cheat code. Magic circles. Alternate dimensions. Blade just stares at him, eyes wide open. Honestly, this skill is way more broken than a standard necromancer class could ever be. Mandy points into the distance, still processing. Wait, does that mean you brought the Nine Realms demon too? Luke just gives this smug, confident little smirk. It's a seriously useful minion, he says. Why on earth would I leave it behind? Right on cue, the massive Nine Realms demon appears. It opens its jaws and unleashes a deafening roar. The sheer power of that roar is insane. A massive shockwave blasts right through Mandy's group, forcing them to stagger backward in pure shock. Luke just grins. Let's let them clear the path for us. The scene shifts. With the giant Nine Realms demon smashing a trail, Luke's party easily marches straight into the darkest depths of the area. Elite monsters and trash mobs keep popping up everywhere along the way. Like right now, undead skeletons are clashing directly with the demon guards, the tyrant's personal undead minions. Level 65. Elite monster, 10,260 experience points. The attack, Netherbone Slash. The massive skeleton warrior swings its gigantic heavy blade around. It channels pure death energy into the weapon, dealing physical damage at 150% of its attack power. Plus, it hits them with a nasty corrosive debuff. Right behind the skeletons, a massive desert spider. These guys are completely ripping through Luke's vanguard of demon guards like they are absolutely nothing. The spider grabs a demon guard in its huge mandibles, lifting it straight up into the air. Dozens of creepy eyes blink non-stop on its head. A level 70 desert spider monster. Elite tier enemy. 11,750 experience points. It launches its poison spike attack, leaping forward at blinding speed to stab its razor-sharp stinger straight into the enemy. This massive strike hits for 120% physical damage and instantly slaps a brutal continuous poison debuff right on the target. It drains 30% of their health every single second for 5 seconds. But right at that moment, the giant Nine Realms demon charges in, building up momentum. It launches itself into the air, massive violent winds whipping all around it. Opening its jaws, it unleashes a terrifying roar before slamming its heavy mace straight into the ground. The shockwave violently launches all the skeleton grunts right off their feet. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tears across the sky. It's Blitz. He flies up and lands perfectly above the giant spider, and the skeletons completely unnoticed by the clueless monsters below. Blitz opens his jaws wide. A massive, deafening roar. Blinding lightning explodes outward from his body, striking the earth. Countless crackling thunderbolts howl as they rain down relentlessly on the entire target zone. A colossal lightning shockwave crashes down, creating a violent thunderstorm domain. The massive surge of electric energy unleashes heavy area damage instantly, forcing every single enemy caught inside into a paralyzed state. Even for tough elite monsters, getting trapped inside this gigantic lightning zone is just way too much. They cannot handle this level of power. They scream and screech in non-stop agonizing pain right there. Watching from the back, Mandy's eye twitches slightly. "This is completely unbelievable," she mutters. "And here I was feeling proud of my last 2 months of hard training. Meanwhile, this guy just casually wipes out an entire dungeon without breaking a sweat. How is anyone supposed to compete in this world? Blade is honestly just too stunned to even speak anymore. With a giant spider and skeleton army, completely wiped out, a massive loot chest suddenly materializes right on the ground. Now this is where it gets crazy. Luke walks over and cracks it open. System alert, congratulations. These exact coordinates perfectly match the God tier treasure map. Treasure map consumed successfully. Pulling out the very first item, he looks visibly surprised. Huh. Would you look at that? It's actually not a dragon egg. It's the will of the Dragon Slayer. Level requirement, 90. Class requirements include Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Slayer Warrior, or Dragon Rider Knight. Stats: boost 840 agility, 3187 spirit, 1081 strength, and 1248 endurance. It grants the active skill Golden Body. Your whole body turns to gold, granting total immunity to all damage. The catch: you cannot move, attack, or cast skills. It lasts up to 3 whole minutes, but you can cancel the golden form literally whenever you want. And this is just the 1 out of 5 set-piece effect. It unseals the Remnant Bloodline power, letting the user transform into the Golden Dragon King, boosting strength and agility. Spirit gets a massive 50-level jump. Endurance rockets straight up to level 200. But while in the Golden Dragon King form, you cannot enter a mounted riding state. The 3-piece set effect. It unseals even more of that legendary bloodline power. During the Golden Dragon King transformation, the user unlocks 2 deadly new abilities, the Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood. And the full 5-piece effect completely removes all limiters on the Golden Dragon King's power. While transformed, the user permanently gains access to the unstoppable Supreme Shield skill. Luke's eyes completely light up. Oh, this is insane, he blurts out without thinking. Pulling out the very next item, a massive grin spreads across his face. Awesome. He doesn't even need to grind levels for this. He can literally equip it and fight immediately. It's the Shadow Dragon King's Contract Crafting Blueprint, a legendary grade special item. Once used, he can craft the extremely rare special item known as the Shadow Dragon King's Contract. This contract actually lets him summon the legendary Shadow Dragon King, itself the Black Blade, to fight directly on his behalf. The summon lasts for exactly 1 full hour. And get this, the contract holds 3 full charges. The Black Blade Dragon will perfectly match its master's level. All he needs to craft it, just a Realm Stone and a Void Magic Stone. Ancient God Crystal at 0 out of 1. Shadow Island Aura over 300. Shadow Spring over 50. Lu Fan clenches his fist. Absolute God tier artifact. Xiao Fei shifts right back into her primal dragon form. Lu Fan quickly thinks it over. If he lets Xiao Fei use natural assimilation to consume the contract, it becomes a permanent summon skill just like the Undead Holy Dragon. Honestly, it works exactly like hatching a dragon egg. Right on cue, the system panel flashes a brand new notification. He stares at the screen. Task complete. 500 out of 500 fragments collected. The prompt asks, does he want to craft the Tyrant's escape route map? Yes or no? His Jade Dragon jumps 2 levels, hitting 36. Lu Fan grins and hits yes. He really did not expect to finish this grind so incredibly fast. The system confirms. Meanwhile, you and I need to look outside the teleportation zone. Fully armed soldiers from the Tai Chi Kingdom are marching right toward the array. A Dragon Nation officer guarding the teleport gate turns around. He immediately raises his hand, signaling them to stop. He warns them that this secret realm is currently still in use. But Li Tai could not care less. He charges forward, sword raised. The officer is still strictly yelling out his warning. Do not approach. Before the words even leave his mouth, Li Tai slices him clean in half. Blood goes everywhere. Another guard immediately fires a flare into the sky, screaming for everyone to stay on high alert. The explosion completely lights up the battlefield. Gu Han hears the massive commotion and freezes. What in the world is happening out there? Over by the gates, the Tai Chi forces are drawing their blades and slaughtering everyone in sight. In mere seconds, the entire teleportation array is soaked in Dragon Nation blood. Kill them all. Gu Han is absolutely paralyzed with fear. What is actually going on here? One lucky guard somehow manages to break out of the slaughter zone, his body completely covered in brutal wounds. He practically collapses right in front of Gu Han. She desperately catches him, screaming out for him to be careful. The bleeding officer forces himself up, choking out every single word. Tai Chi forces are attacking. He begs her to run and warn the Dragon Nation about the ambush. Tears fill Gu Han's eyes as she grits her teeth and nods. She glances back at the teleport gate. Tai Chi soldiers have already completely locked down the entire entrance. She curses under her breath. Damn it. There is absolutely zero chance she can get close to that gate now. She pulls a sealed scroll right out of her pocket, something she has been hesitating to use this whole time. It is literally her only random teleportation scroll. She has to use it right now. While she hesitates, Li Tai lunges in with a vicious sword strike. Luckily, Guhan is quick enough to dodge out of the way. She ducks low, breaking into a sprint, while desperately tearing the scroll open. Random teleportation scroll. A single-use consumable item. The effect. It instantly warps the user to a completely random location somewhere else on the current map. Li Tai chases after her, bringing his heavy blade crashing down again. But he hits nothing but empty air. Guhan is already completely gone. Li Tai raises his hand, staring into the distance with a dark scowl. She actually got away. Meet Li Tai, the ruthless commander of the Tai Chi Kingdom's 6 Gods Legion. Meanwhile, a system chime rings out. New skill acquired, Jade Mirror Image. Lu Fan stares at the glowing notification on his screen in absolute surprise. Xiao Fei just unlocked a brand new skill. The system panel quickly pulls up all the juicy details. Jade Mirror Image. This allows you to select any friendly unit and create 2 perfect mirror projections of them. These clones inherit every single skill from the target, packing 30% of their original stats. You can keep a maximum of 2 mirror projections active at the exact same time. But here is the crazy part. If used on a dragon or a teammate with a dragon bloodline, the overall effect gets completely doubled. Xiao Fei is still rocking her Eternal One form. Standing to the side, she suddenly flashes a sweet smile. Seeing this, Lu Fan's eyes instantly light up with excitement. This skill actually lets her create literal clones. Lu Fan is getting incredibly hyped up right now. He rubs his chin, running the combat math. Getting jumped by 15 dragons all at the exact same time. Even a literal god would not stand a chance against that. Xiao Fei walks right over to him. He gently pets her head, his mind still racing. She is only level 30, and she already unlocked the Jade Mirror Image Dragon Domain. An absolutely broken, heaven-defying skill that literally doubles their entire team's combat power. Honestly, from this point forward, you could easily call Xiao Fei the single most overpowered dragon pet in the whole world. But suddenly, a massive tremor violently shakes the ground. Dark, murky water starts splashing everywhere around them. Out of absolutely nowhere, 3 bizarre, horrifying monsters erupt straight up from the depths. The system immediately scans them, projecting their monstrous stats right into the air. Level 70 Tyrant Minions. They are worth exactly 14,253 experience points each. The Netherworld Spectral Rain. The massive greatsword swung by the Tyrant's minion is heavily infused with pure death energy. It deals a brutal 200% physical attack damage to enemies, instantly slapping them with a nasty corrosion status effect. But it is not just these ugly minions crashing the party. Right behind them, a massive solid gold wheel comes rolling menacingly out of the shadows. Lu Fan figures this has to be the map's final boss. He just smirks. Honestly, you and I both know this just saves our guy a whole lot of time. The tyrant leading those freaky minions finally reveals himself. He slowly rolls right onto the battlefield, riding on top of a ridiculously majestic solid gold war machine. Lu Fan's system instantly locks on pulling up the final boss data. Level 80, the Cursed Tyrant. Boss difficulty, Nightmare tier. Stats are absolutely wild. Strength 20,951. Agility 28,034. Spirit 27,582. Endurance 10,658. Jian Ying turns to him and asks, "So how exactly do you want to handle this?" Xiao Man steps up right next to him, adding her thoughts. "I suggest letting the Heavenly Demon Army lead the charge as vanguard, and then your dragon can swoop in to wipe them out." Lu Fan just looks back at her, totally relaxed. No need to make it that complicated. The Earth Berserker will handle every single one. Xiao Man panics a little. "I know the Earth Berserker is incredibly strong, but we are not just facing a level 80 nightmare boss here. There are countless level 70 elite commanders swarming this place too." She stares at Lu Fan, needing to confirm. "Are you seriously going to let the Earth Berserker solo this entire thing?" His eyes stay locked and completely confident. Lu Fan just shrugs. "Why on earth not?" Then he turns straight toward Xiao Fei, calling out loud, "Hey, Xiao Fei, why don't you show everyone what your brand new skill can actually do?" The moment Lu Fan finishes talking, Xiao Fei reacts. Her eyes instantly erupt, glowing with this incredibly blinding, intense white light. At that exact same time, the system interface flashes up, bringing back the previous information screen. Jade Mirror Image. It lets her pick an allied unit and perfectly replicate 2 mirrored hologram projections. These mirror images copy every single skill from the ally, holding 30% of their base stats. The absolute maximum number of projections that can exist at the same time is 2 per unit. But here is the kicker. For dragon types or any teammate with a dragon bloodline, that effect literally doubles. Xiao Fei triggers her brand new move instantly. She lets out a sharp little cry, and boom. A completely perfect solid clone of herself just materializes right out of thin air. Someone gasps out loud. A cloning technique, but it does not stop there. Xiao Fei's very first clone suddenly duplicates, creating yet another exact copy of itself. Xiao Man stares with her eyes wide open. Unbelievable. She actually formed 2 full clones. Think about it. If she summons all 9 creatures out here, wouldn't that instantly turn into 27 of them? The cloning finishes up in seconds. Both of Xiao Fei's copies let out a massive echoing roar. Qin Qiu just stands there, jaw completely dropped, absolutely blown away by it. That is seriously impressive. Han Ke nods right beside her, totally agreeing. Xiao Fei's new skill is just insanely overpowered. But then the cursed tyrant boss suddenly bursts into a dark, echoing, menacing laugh. It launches a brutal attack called Sand Abyss Roar. A massive, violently spinning quicksand vortex and a blinding sandstorm immediately erupt right across the battlefield. Enemies caught inside take corrosive sand damage every single second. We are talking attack power multiplied by 120% plus 1.5% of their max health. Movement speed drops by a huge 60%, while random sand blade tornadoes spawn to just blast targets straight away. The whole ground starts shaking violently. Han Ke starts panicking and screams out loud, "Lu Fan, what are we supposed to do now?" Qin Qiu is totally panicking. "I cannot use my strength." Xiao Man collapses to the ground screaming, "The ground is shaking way too much, I cannot even stand up." But Lu Fan, completely calm. He just tells everyone, "Do not panic. Sit back and take a rest." Suddenly, a massive rock goes flying straight toward the cursed tyrant boss. It looks up, absolutely startled by this gigantic boulder soaring toward it at lightning speed. The cursed tyrant literally has 0 time to react. Boom! The massive rock smashes right into its ugly face, echoing with a brutally loud, crushing sound. Before the boss can even process what just hit it, all 3 of Xiao Fei's powerful forms instantly rush forward, completely ready for blood. Alright, you and I are about to watch the Earth Berserker put on an absolute show. All 3 of those massive forms pull out the exact same identical weapon at once. Suddenly, those weapons expand wildly, growing 1,000 times larger than their original size. Then, all 3 giant figures let out an absolutely terrifying, bone-chilling roar together. Countless massive weapons multiply and come raining straight down, crushing the area where the cursed tyrant stands. This epic attack is called the Heaven-Shattering Staff Flurry. It instantly creates an insanely violent, destructive storm right across the targeted zone. Any enemy caught inside takes 36 hits per second, dealing 100% base attack damage. And get this, there is absolutely 0 way to block, dodge, or interrupt this brutal effect. While the attack connects, the enemy's total defense drops dramatically by 40%. Plus, they suffer a severe concussion effect, which forces their attack speed down by another 30%. The mighty cursed tyrant instantly blasted completely out of the air by that overwhelming strike. All the boss minions completely panic, right before getting violently swept away too. In just a matter of seconds, the cursed tyrant and its entire army of minions are completely wiped off the map. All that remains on the battlefield is one massive smoking crater. Lu Fan walks over, shaking his head. "Man, their durability is straight garbage." Jian Ying just stands there laughing helplessly. "Every single time I think you have peaked, you bring out some insane new surprise." Xiao Man walks over, looking totally dazed. "Wait. There is the boss fight already over. I honestly did not even see what just happened." Suddenly, the system chimes in loud and clear. Death Sand Sea Dungeon completely cleared. A glowing treasure chest suddenly pops up right in front of them. Lu Fan steps closer, totally curious. What kind of insane loot is the system dropping this time? The system then announces that Lu Fan just hit level 42. He pops open the chest and boom. A blinding flash reveals a massive pile of incredibly rare items. The system highlights the first item. It is a level removal enchantment scroll, legendary quality consumable type. Its main effect: it completely wipes out the level requirement for any specific target item or piece of gear you want to equip. Lu Fan smiles to himself, absolutely hyped. A level removal scroll. It is exactly like whatever I wish for, I instantly get. You and I both know this is about to save him an absolutely massive fortune. Alright, let's see what we got. Next up, the system displayed the second item, a Seeker Doll. It's a special consumable. Use it, and you get immediate directional hints, tracking the enemy's exact location. The catch: only awakened class holders can trigger it, and it maxes out at 3 uses. Luke smirked. Solid loot. Once he let Faye absorb it, those usage limits would vanish completely. An absolute must-have tool for surviving, traveling, and casually looting the wasteland. Then the third item dropped. A crafting blueprint for flying sesame candy. Yeah, seriously. And it actually required a dedicated chef subclass to even attempt cooking it up. The item description was wild. Master the recipe, cook the candy, and whoever eats it gains legit flight capabilities. Not just a quick hover, a full 2 hours of soaring through the sky. Moving right along to the fourth piece of loot, the God Step Boots. Platinum tier gear. It demanded level 30, instantly boosting strength by 101 and cranking agility up by a massive 374 points. The special effect: it granted the wearer explosive high-speed movement for a short burst, drastically upgrading their dodge rate when things got too intense. Plus, every single time they successfully dodged an attack, the boots would automatically restore a solid chunk of their missing health. And the final piece of loot from the pile was the Tidal Blade. Another forged platinum tier weapon requiring level 30. It boosted strength by 216 and agility by 198. Its special effect let the user summon a pure water elemental shield for a brief window, completely blocking out heavy enemy strikes when their backs were against the wall. That shield didn't just absorb physical hits either. Any monster foolish enough to touch it would instantly suffer nasty elemental damage on contact. Luke quickly grabbed all the new items in his hands and stated his plan. I am keeping the scroll and the doll. Everything else gets handed out to whoever has the right class for it. We can easily farm this zone multiple times. I guarantee everyone will eventually get their hands on proper gear. Any objections to the plan? The entire team eagerly nodded in total agreement. Blade smiled warmly. We follow your lead, man. Mandy practically bounced with excitement. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get back in there and wipe them out. Scene shift. Lionel was standing completely dazed, staring blankly up at a massive spatial portal. His subordinate quickly stepped up with an update. Sir, we have already dispatched our best hunters to track down the woman who slipped away. Lionel coldly issued his next order. Report to Lord King immediately. The Godbone Forest has been entirely wiped out. Once Luke steps out of there, I will personally catch him and his whole crew. The loyal subordinate bowed low. Understood, sir. But right as those words left his mouth, a completely different chilling voice echoed from behind them. But watch closely because things get wild. No need, I am already here. Suddenly, a horrific purple tentacle slithered into view, creeping toward a dead body in the dirt. That freaky tentacle instantly latched on and drained every drop of energy from the guy, shriveling him into a dried-out husk in seconds. The sinister voice echoed through the area once more. Luke, I'm going to rip him apart with my very own bare hands. The speaker, it was Seth, secretly being entirely puppeted by Luke. Lionel and his subordinate immediately dropped to their knees, in absolute terror and respect. Welcome, my lord. The puppeted Seth coldly barked out his next order. Wreck this place. Make it look like those crazy doomsday cultists attacked us. Seth's expression suddenly darkened into a vicious scowl. Under no circumstances can the Dragon Nation ever figure out that we were the ones behind this. Cutting over to the vice principal's office. Thomas was desperately trying to call someone on his phone, but the line was completely dead, with zero signal. He stared at the screen in pure panic. That is so weird. Why cannot I get through? Thomas just watched his phone as it kept loudly beeping. The exact second someone finally answered, he rushed out his introduction. This is Thomas Zhao, calling directly from the prestigious Dragon Academy. I need to ask you something right away. Is our teacher Miss Chloe still stationed over at the Desert of Death base camp? The guy on the phone sounded totally frantic. Vice Principal Thomas. The entire base camp is under a massive sneak attack right now. Hearing those terrifying words, Thomas instantly shot up from his office chair. In pure, unadulterated shock, he screamed right into the receiver. What? The cultists actually ambushed our secure base camp. The terrified operator quickly confirmed it. Yes, sir. The Titan Nation forces just arrived to give us the warning. He rapidly explained the situation. Lately, cultist factions from all over the globe have been insanely active, launching coordinated sneak attacks on Dragon Nation border camps. There were 0 survivors found at the camp. Thomas looked absolutely devastated. How is this even possible? The operator desperately tried to calm the man down. Vice Principal Thomas, please stay calm. You have to keep the teachers and students at the academy completely stable. Our border defense squad is still actively verifying the exact details of the bloodbath. Thomas slowly nodded his head. Understood. I will handle it. So what happens next? Over in the Titan Nation, Director Zane was just casually kicking back, resting both of his boots up on his fancy desk. He was lazily listening to a call through his earpiece. Zane suddenly barked into the mic. Verify. Verify what exactly? Do you guys not trust the Titan Nation? After barking those harsh words, the arrogant executive slowly stood up from his desk. Zane just gave them a completely half-hearted response before ripping the earpiece out. He coldly told the Dragon Nation rep that Desert of Death is insanely remote. Even if they sent literal gods, it would take 10 to 15 days. If nothing else, I am hanging up. Suddenly, Susan kicked the office doors wide open and rushed in completely out of breath. Boss Zane, the Dragon Nation just forwarded 2 urgent documents to us. The man looked visibly annoyed by the sudden interruption. Why are you panicking like a rookie? What kind of news did the Dragon Nation even send? Susan hurriedly bowed at the waist, trembling slightly as she offered the confidential file straight into Zane's hands. Excuse me, this document just arrived from Han Feibai and Tu Jing. Hearing those names, he instantly panics. Wait. What did you just say? Jaeon snatches the stack of papers, frantically flipping through every single page. He demands to know what it means, and So-yoon slowly starts explaining the details. Han Feibai is completely trashing their investigation into the cult incident, calling them totally incompetent. To uncover the real truth, he has officially decided to let Tu Jing step in and handle the entire situation personally. So-yoon awkwardly bows her head, revealing that Tu Jing already deployed the Lion Legion to gather at their borders. He even had the nerve to say that if a conflict breaks out, he hopes the Taiki Kingdom will be understanding. Jaeon falls dead silent for a moment, before absolutely losing his mind. He crushes the document in his fist, slams his hands on the table, and furiously screams out loud. They pretend to be polite, but they are pushing us right into a corner. Every single word is a clear threat. If they try to stop this, it means all-out war. So Yoon quickly steps up to calm him down. But Director Kim, the Dragon Kingdom's Lion Legion, is a total nightmare. There is no way we can actually fight back against them. Jaeon is too stubborn and completely ignores her warning. He fiercely insists that absolutely nothing can be allowed to get in the way of Lord Kim Jaeon's master plan. He orders her to inform Lee Tae of the 6 Gods Legion immediately. He needs Lee to warn their national hero, while simultaneously deploying the God Slayer Legion straight to the border to stall the Lion Legion as long as humanly possible. Jaeon figures if they stall long enough to kill Lu Fan, the dead cannot talk. Without proof, the Dragon Kingdom can only investigate the cultists, leaving them 0 evidence to actually start a war. So Yoon bows her head and agrees. Jaeon looks dead serious now. Getting rid of Lu Fan is the main goal, and absolutely nothing can be allowed to go wrong. Cutting to the others, Xiaoman groans about how exhausting clearing the dungeon was. She just wants to eat some amazing food and pass out for a really long nap. Qin Qiu just sighs helplessly. Tomorrow, everything is going to rely entirely on Lu Fan. Lu Fan throws his hands up and just laughs out loud. He teases that Taozi would probably get completely exhausted just from walking down a simple flat road. All right, you and I are about to see something intense. The 5 of them step right out of the portal, and an absolutely horrifying scene instantly hits them. Han K completely panics and lets out a terrified scream. Qin Qiu snaps to attention, frantically asking what in the world just happened to this place. Everyone is completely dead. Jian Ying cautiously approaches one of the lifeless bodies and shouts out loud. He tells Lu Fan to look closely. The bodies look exactly like the monster he defeated earlier, every drop of life force completely drained. He wonders if the cultists worshipping the ancient god actually tracked them down to strike. Lu Fan takes one quick glance and shakes his head. He quickly explains that this definitely was not the crazy cultists doing. He does not sense any ancient god power lingering around. Instead, he can actually feel an energy signature that feels exactly like Kim Sung-han's dark aura. She looks totally confused, reminding everyone that Kim Sung-han is already dead. But before Jian Ying can even finish her thought, a creepy new voice cuts right in. The stranger praises the top scholar for being incredibly sharp. The man stepping from the shadows is none other than Kim Jae-yoon himself. She goes on high alert, screaming to reveal his identity. Jian Ying leaps into action right away, throwing up her hand and instantly summoning a glowing blade. Suddenly, the system interface chimes with a brand new alert. It reads, Kingdom Lord Kim Jae-yoon, possessing a super rare hidden combat class. Level 97, an actual Abyssal Lord boss. The man just sighs in disappointment, telling them it is a crying shame. Their big brains will not save their lives today. She tries charging right at him, but Lu Fan steps up to block her path. He warns Jian Ying not to be reckless. This guy is level 97, sharing that exact same disgusting abyssal aura that Kim Sung-han had. Jian Ying gasps in pure shock at that insane level 97 stat. Standing close behind them, Chin Chiu suddenly mentions that her father actually knows this guy personally. This is Kim Jae-yoon, the legendary national defense hero of the Taiki Kingdom. Lu Fan can barely believe his own ears, screaming in shock. Kim Sung-han was an actual prince, which means he was this man's very own son. But then another mysterious voice suddenly calls out from a tall tree above. The new guy laughs, mocking Lord Kim. He jokes that he expected a real threat, but they dragged his crew all the way out here just for some kids. The system scans the area and reveals his identity. It is the alcoholic Im Jae-hyuk, rocking yet another ridiculously rare hidden combat class. Level 95, a 4th tier wandering sword. Saint Jae-hyuk is literally just laying across a massive branch, his face bright red from throwing back way too much booze. He is even casually swinging a drinking gourd in his hand right now. Jae-hyuk quickly drops down to the ground bluntly, saying exactly whatever wild thoughts are crossing his drunken mind. He points out that this kid does not even look like a 3rd-tier warrior. Why did not they just let Lee Tae snap his neck and be completely done with it? In Young is literally balancing on a magical arrow floating in midair. She quickly speaks up to scold her lazy teammate. She warns Jae-hyuk not to be so stupid and careless. This kid might be low level, but he actually managed to slaughter their old friend, the Nine-Realm Demon. Lu Fan's system chimes again, feeding him even more terrifying combat data. It reads, White Gull Lee in Young, a level 95 tier 4 Windwalker. Suddenly, the solid ground beneath their feet begins shaking with an insanely violent force. Han Kei totally loses her balance, desperately screaming out about an earthquake. Chin Chiu quickly grabs hold of her gently, telling her sister to stay safe and hold on tight. Now, this is where it gets crazy. Xiaoman panics, asking what is going on, but the massive tremors are actually just the heavy footsteps of Choi Hoon-suk. The brute loudly roars, mocking the Nine-Realm Demon's death. He figures if this kid could be killed, once they can definitely just crush him all over again. He heard rumors that this punk controls an actual living dragon. His giant battle axe is absolutely itching to bathe in fresh dragon blood today. The glowing system screen flashes one last time to reveal his terrifying stats. This is the wild beast Choi Hoon-suk, wielding yet another deadly hidden combat class. Level 96 Hell Blood Axe. Listen, you and I are about to see something insane. Before anyone can even process what is happening, the sky rips open and countless massive lightning bolts suddenly crash down. Xiao Man is totally confused. What in the world is happening now? A massive staff with a glowing gem in the center slowly reveals itself from the smoke. The system identifies the owner of this weapon as Black Robe Liu Shangshen. He is an absolutely terrifying level 95 combat class. A lightning mage. Chi. He stands off to the side watching Shangshen. He speaks between loud hiccups. Old Black is still exactly the same. Totally silent like a mute. Ren Ying lets out an annoyed sigh and explains. His name is Black Robe, but whatever, he rarely speaks anyway. He is just a really boring old guy. Jian Ying quickly speaks up to ask the real question. Are these 4 people just like Jin Zion? Are they all supposed to be national defense heroes? Chin Chiu answers immediately. Yeah, that is probably right, the 5 national defense heroes of the Tai Chi Kingdom. Lu Fan. What exactly are we supposed to do now? Lu Fan slowly steps forward. So it turns out these so-called heroes are the ones who brutally slaughtered absolutely everyone at the garrison camp. He completely loses his temper and screams out loud. This is absolutely unforgivable. I will not spare a single one of you. You will definitely pay for this blood with your own blood. Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei and issues a bold challenge. Come on, you national defense heroes, kill me right now, or I swear you will be buried right alongside all these innocent people. Hanke watches from behind and quickly tries to stop him. Xiao Fan, do not do this. They are all elite masters way over level 90. Lu Fan whispers his orders. Jian Ying Qin Chu, you two keep my aunt safe. He studies the 5 enemies closely and suddenly figures it out. Understood. She stands nearby, totally confused. Himph, Chi. He flies into a massive rage and screams. You arrogant little brat, you have no idea who you are dealing with. He draws his blade in a flash and launches himself at Lu Fan like a rocket. Pay for my son with your own life, die right now. At that exact second, Ren Ying and Zai Shi launch attacks to back up Chi He. Shun Shuo growls with pure savage fury. Just drop dead. You little punk. Without a single second of hesitation, he throws a massive punch, but luckily Lu Fan and Xiao Fei manage to dodge out of the way just in time. Right at that moment, Ren Ying draws her bow and aims directly at Lu Fan. Seeing this, he gets dead serious and tells Xiao Fei to get ready. The system screen flashes, showing the Emerald Dragon shifting into its Eternal One form. Emerald Dragon Bloodline active. All skill effects get a massive upgrade for Dragonkin and anyone sharing the bloodline. Plus, it gives total immunity to all debuff effects and boosts self-recovery power by an insane 5,000%. The Eternal Guardian skill generates a massive defensive barrier, perfectly shielding absolutely every single target hiding underneath it. The amount of damage this shield can absorb depends entirely on the Eternal One's health stats and its own crazy fast recovery abilities. This sudden massive surge of energy leaves Ren Ying totally stunned. Wait, what? Now you and I know this changes everything. Lu Fan erupts with wild power and shouts. If you want me dead, aim at me. Why slaughter innocent Dragon Kingdom people? I'm going to make you watch as I wipe out every single soldier fighting under the banner of your Tai Chi Kingdom. Chi He dashes in lightning fast from a distance. You are dead meat, brat. Just as he swings his sword, a system alert flashes. Piercing sword strike. The Wandering Sword Saint attacks his target once. This crazy attack has a 90% chance to pierce right through the target, dealing double damage and locking them in place for 3 whole seconds. Chi He roars in pure rage. You have some serious nerve talking like that about our great Lord Jin. But suddenly the attack does absolutely 0 damage, leaving him staring in complete disbelief. Wait, it could not pierce. Shun Shuo quickly charges straight into the fight too. Get out of the way, leave this kid to me. Even though his Hell Blood Axe got blocked, Chi He just gets even more aggressive now. Yeah, just a scared little turtle. The Hell Blood Axe calls out the Dark Totem power of the Hell Blood Axe. Throwing the battle axe deals 300% physical damage. Better yet, 25% of that damage gets stored inside the axe to be unleashed in the very next strike. But Sun Shuo does not get his way. Both of his massive axes are easily blocked by the heavy claws of the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. The dragon's roar echoes everywhere, while he stares in total disbelief. My attack just got countered. It was naturally assimilated into its defense. The dragon calling bone flute. It summons twin fallen corpse Holy Dragons, where the level of the Flying Dragon King perfectly matches the user's level. Really bad luck for them. That super arrogant insult easily catches Lu Fan's attention. Oh, so you think I am just a coward? Completely triggered, he blasts out a terrifying wave of energy. Jian Ying, fall back and protect my Aunt Lu Fan's absolute command, leaves Jian Ying completely shocked. Lu Fan goes on the attack. A second later, a system notification pops up for the Holy Light Gate. The Holy Light Fallen Corpse unleashes energy from the Holy Mountain. It rips open the Holy Light Gate, teleporting itself, and all its undead puppets straight to the target. This insane skill ignores all limits of distance domain magic circles, or even different planes. Over the massive roars of the fallen corpse Holy Dragon, Lu Fan swings his arm, gathering an absolutely gigantic wave of power right in the sky. I am going to kill them all. The fallen corpse manipulation lets him control all those undead puppets transformed by the Holy Dragon. He can summon or recall them anytime. And if an undead puppet dies, all of that energy just feeds right back into the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. Lu Fan's wild power quickly summons the 9 Realms Demon. Your command master, we are in for a bloodbath. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Shun Shuo looks absolutely terrified by that overwhelming killing intent. Ren Ying can barely even believe her own eyes right now. Lu Fan actually managed to drag the 9 Realms Demon straight out of the secret domain. The tension here is off the charts, but Zai Si stays insanely confident. So what if he brought it out? Right now, that beast is just a flashy pet and nothing more. Shang Shen immediately backs him up. We killed the Nine Realms demon years ago, so tearing it apart a second time really is not going to be a huge problem. Deliberately provoking them, Lu Fan just smirks. Then go ahead and show me what you got. How exactly do you plan on killing my Nine Realms demon? After watching closely, Chi-He finally spots something totally off. Watch out, there is something very wrong with this monster. Exactly as he warned them, two identical clones of the Nine Realms demon suddenly appear out of thin air. Splitting into a massive army right before their eyes, the beasts roar loudly, ready to destroy everything. Ren Ying panics at this terrifying sight. We are doomed, the demons are multiplying. Trying to calm everyone down, Shang Xian quickly points out the massive flaw in these clones. Backing up his theory perfectly, the system screen flashes. Emerald mirror activated, duplicating the allied target into two exact mirror projections on the battlefield. The mirror projections inherit all the original skills, but their base stats sit at just 30% of the main body. Current mirror count is exactly 18. In a flash, Zai Shi angrily snaps his orders. Everyone calm down and listen to me. If these things are merely clones, then their overall stats are definitely going to drop massively. Proving his words true, the Nine Realms demon gets beaten back with total ease. The current active mirror count officially drops down to 17. Seeing this happen, Zai Shi regains all his arrogant confidence. Look at that, just a cheap scare tactic. These clones are way weaker than the real deal. This entire scene makes Sun Shuo trust him even more. Lord Jin is absolutely right. We just need to focus on wiping out these weak clones first. Suddenly, Shang Xian notices a strange glowing light totally wrapping around Lu Fan. What on earth is that little punk trying to pull off now? Zai Shi sounds absolutely dismissive. He is probably just trying to use another cheap parlor trick to bluff us. Despite the arrogance, Shang Xian starts breaking it down. Ever since this fight started, that weird light has been glowing around the kid. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiles like he has won the lottery. You and I knew this was coming. Finally noticed it, huh? I was just waiting for this skill to load up. The very next second, he flips his hair and transforms straight into an incredibly majestic golden dragon. You guys are facing the will of the fierce dragon warrior. Current set count is 2 out of 5. You can only wait for death. The system screen pops up, confirming the set effect is fully active, releasing the remaining sealed bloodline power, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit stats all level up by 50. Durability increases by 200. While transformed riding mode is completely disabled. The Dragon Rider Knight class hits Tier 2 level 42. Base strength jumps from 2,216 up to 4,316. Agility surges from 1,798 to 4,205. Durability skyrockets from 2,248 to 10,648. This insane sight leaves Xiao Man absolutely stuttering in shock. Lu Fan actually turned into a literal dragon. Qin Qiu is just as stunned. No, this is completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Han Ke looks incredibly worried. Xiao Fan. Pure horror is written all over Shang Xian right now. He can control dragons, and he can transform into one too. Before Zai Shi can even say a single word, Sun Shuo starts screaming for his life. Lord Jin Lao He, get over here, and back us up right now. Turns out Ren Ying is already losing her fight. This is impossible. Why can we not even put a single scratch on this thing? Chi. He is also struggling intensely against the Nine Realms demon. Lord Jin was easily killing these clones a minute ago, but now it is literally impossible. Right after that, the system flashes again. Dragon Domain deployed, expanding a massive dragon zone with a 100-meter diameter. All stats for allied dragons, and those sharing the connected bloodline inside this specific domain, get boosted by a massive 50%. Meanwhile, any enemy units inside the zone without the dragon bloodline will have all of their stats slashed down by 50%. At the same time, moving, teleporting, or summoning to enter or exit, the zone is entirely blocked. Glowing with a brilliant aura, Lu Fan finally speaks up. With all these crazy buffs stacked up combined with the fully activated Emerald Dragon bloodline, every single skill effect is officially doubled for the dragons and those with the shared bloodline. The Life Pulse skill adds Emerald Light and Emerald Blessings to all allied targets currently standing in range, multiplying the layer effect by 2. Insane power-up. He casually finishes his interrupted sentence. Even the Nine Realms demon you guys beat before is now strong enough to crush you under its feet. Holy Light Illumination, Sacred Dragon Descent. He unleashes Holy Mountain energy instantly, forming a massive divine halo of light. Every single allied target inside a 100-meter radius gets their main stats boosted up by 30%. Plus, they recover 1% of max health every 15 seconds. With an incredibly serious tone and massive overwhelming power, Lu Fan ends it. And I get double the buffs. We are witnessing absolute greatness. Dragon Rider Knight Tier 2 Level 42. Strength shoots from 4,316 up to 13,844. Agility climbs from 3,898 to 12,473. Spirit surges from 4,205 to 13,456. Finally, durability explodes from 10,648 all the way to 40,460. This absolutely terrifying level of power makes Zai Shi turn pale. How is this even possible? No more wasting time. Luke lunges forward with razor-sharp claws. Time to die. Already seeing the writing on the wall, Seth violently trembles. He knows it's over. He's dead meat. The very next second, boom, with just a single strike, Luke casually slices Seth into 100 bloody pieces. Coughing up blood, Seth is completely in denial. He actually lost. But how? Why the hell is Luke's power so insanely off the charts? Before Seth can even spit out his last words, an agonizing scream grabs his attention. Turns out Ryan is getting completely devoured by the demon. It hurts, boss. Seth, please save me. Seeing his crew getting totally massacred alongside his own epic failure, Seth finally feels the crushing weight of regret. Is this the true power of a Dragon Tamer? At the exact same time, Sean screams out in absolute terror. Boss Seth helps. Seth's regret deepens. He really shouldn't have messed with Luke. He never should have started this fight. Then boom, he gets blasted another 800 meters away. Lying there trembling in the dirt, Seth finally gives up. I completely underestimated you. Shifting back to his human form, Luke walks over and drops the cold truth. The dragon domain is still active. You'll die agonizingly slowly here just like all your friends. Seth pathetically begs. Okay, I lost. Just give me a quick and painless death. Already knowing his enemy's tricks, our guy calmly calls him out. If I kill a national hero, the Titan Nation is definitely gonna cause major problems for me. Do you remember the promise I made to you earlier? Luke's weirdly calm attitude makes Seth grind his teeth. What are you planning? The next second, Luke's eyes flash with pure murderous intent. I'm going to make you watch me slaughter absolutely every single person serving under your precious Titan Nation. Luke's sword is dripping with fresh blood. Blade watches the whole situation unfold and asks a very curious question. All 5 of the Titan Nation's guardian heroes are dead. How do we even explain this massive mess? Right then, Hank chimes in sounding super worried. Luke, how are you feeling? Is your body hurting anywhere right now? Quinn loops back to Blade's question. We should probably clean up this crime scene a bit. Meanwhile, Mandy is in total shock. Who would have ever thought Seth Kim, the absolute strongest of the 5 guardian heroes, would get slaughtered? Luke, who has been completely silent this whole time, finally speaks up. Who says they died? Guessing his next move, Quinn gasps in shock. Don't tell me you're gonna. Before she even finishes, Luke summons the undead holy dragon. While its massive surge of dark energy completely swallows the fallen Titan Nation team, he growls fiercely. They killed so many of our Dragon Kingdom people. You really think I'd let them off with an easy death? Now you and I are switching over to a thundering cavalry charge. It's Lee leading his troops desperately searching for Seth's squad. After some searching, he finally spots something up ahead. Just as expected, Lee finds the silhouettes of the 5 Titan Nation guardian heroes. The lords are actually all here. He immediately yanks back on his horse's reins and quickly dismounts. Lee and his men respectfully kneel down. My lord Sean Kim has sent back some very urgent news. The Dragon Kingdom knows the portal is destroyed. Finn and Duke already dispatched their forces straight to the border. He finishes his report, but the air around them suddenly goes dead silent. Getting zero response makes Lee sweat. Is he mad because I took way too long? Looking at the scene, Seth must have already brutally murdered Luke by now. But then Lee's face twists in pure shock hearing Luke's voice. Who gave you the guts to attack the Dragon Kingdom? Sounding completely baffled, he screams out in panic. Luke, how the hell are you still alive? The next second, Lee doesn't hesitate. Kill him. He launches an attack, but it gets instantly deflected back, leaving his troops totally terrified and hesitant to advance. Commander. But it doesn't stop there. Luke summons Ryan's undead puppet, making Lee freeze in absolute sheer terror. Lord Lee. While he's still completely bewildered, his soldiers start absolutely panicking. Commander, are you okay? In a flash, they all get wiped out simultaneously thanks to Seth's signature deadly tentacle move. As Luke controls Seth's tentacles to reach forward, Lee starts sweating buckets. Lord Seth, why are you doing this? This beautiful sight makes Luke extremely happy, so he kindly offers an explanation. Because they have obviously become my loyal undead attack dogs now. Taking one look, Lee figures it out. You dared to murder Lord Seth. You're dead. As if he just heard a hilarious joke, Luke smirks in disgust. Even Seth Kim couldn't last 2 rounds against me. He orders his massive beast to pin Lee aggressively into the dirt. Then Luke's face slowly morphs into pure ice. What makes you think you can fight me? The beast's attack drains almost all his strength. Just kill me already. But before Lee can finish, Luke brutally cuts him off. Save your breath. His next move absolutely terrifies the guy. What are you doing? Luke stays completely calm. I'm giving you one chance to tell the truth. All right, let's dive back in. Lee Tai is stammering. I'll talk. After enduring relentless torture, he is pitifully begging for his life. I swear to the heavens I have already told you absolutely everything I know. But get this, the intel Lee Tai just spilled makes Xiaoman absolutely furious. To think that Taya Kingdom dispatched 2 elite ace legions just to kill him on top of their 5 guardian heroes. Chin-Chu chimes in with her theory. There's really no sign of Gugu's body around here, so she must have escaped just like he claimed. Then Han Ke asks in a pretty anxious tone, Xiao Fan, what's our next move? They destroyed the teleportation array. We are thousands of miles from the Dragon Kingdom, and the God-slaying legion is stationed right nearby. Sword Shadow quickly suggests heading to the border to regroup with Marquis Zhenbei's forces. But after thinking it over, Lu Fan reveals his plan. A random teleportation scroll's physical range cannot go beyond the borders of our current map. Our top priority is finding Gugu before the God-slaying legion does. Just as he finishes, Lee Tai's heavy ragged panting interrupts them. Look, I have already handed over every single thing I know. Boom! Lu Fan strikes without warning, sealing the guy's fate. With his last dying breath, Lee Tai manages to scream out, "You tricked me." With a seriously dark smile, Lu Fan points out the one loophole he missed. I never actually agreed to spare you. Your death is the only justice for the fallen Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Meanwhile, a creepy paper doll flutters through the pitch-black sky. The doll glows eerily in the dead of night, slowly floating toward its destination. It gently touches down exactly where it was sent. The target location, the main military camp of the God-slaying legion. We cut inside the command center, where one of the commanding officers is casually gossiping. By the time the Dragon Kingdom's reinforcements actually get here, Lord Kim will have already slaughtered that little punk right. The other general quickly agrees, totally oblivious that the Grim Reaper is standing right behind him. 5 National Guardian heroes, attacking together. Obviously, they'll crush some weak second-tier class user. The view completely opens up on the God-slaying legion's incredibly busy central command hub. One of the soldiers screams as a terrifying dark aura sweeps in. Lord Kim, he rushes inside, stands perfectly straight and shouts his urgent report. Reporting to Lord Kim, Commander Lee already led his men out to the Desert of Death to bring you the news, sir, have you? Before the poor guy can even finish his sentence, a massive spray of crimson blood suddenly bursts out from the guard's body. Absolute terror sets in. Blood-curdling screams echo through the room at the gruesome sight. Pure panic instantly takes over. Trust me, these terrifying images are pure nightmare fuel for life. A soldier nearby screams in absolute panic, his face completely pale at the bloody mess. Lord Kim just murdered the commander. Total chaos erupts. Screams fill the air as frantic, panicked footsteps mix with the deafening wail of the camp's warning sirens. Lord Kim has gone insane. We need to get out of here now. Soldiers frantically trample each other to escape. Move away. But running away, totally impossible. Lethal tentacles quickly seek out their prey, massacring them one by one. The guys blocking the exit freeze up. Run. What are you doing standing at the door? Right as he yells, a severed arm flies straight past his head. The soldier freezes completely, paralyzed by a sight way more terrifying than his own death. The most dangerous, completely brutal monsters have just entered the chat. The 9-realm demon monsters block the front and danger lurks behind. Horrifying screams echo as Kim Jae-hee's brutal tentacles skewer them alive. The bloody scene by the door is an absolute slaughter. A literal purge. After completely wiping out the low-level grunts, Kim Jae-hee steps outside, looking absolutely terrifying. The atmosphere is heavily oppressive, with thick dust clouding the air. His eyes radiate pure, murderous intent. A brutal battle is definitely brewing. We quickly cut to the Kim family manor in the Taejae Kingdom. An unanswered emergency call rings endlessly. Why isn't anyone picking up the line? Suddenly, a deep, incredibly strict voice finally answers the comms. Hello, this is the God-Slaying Legion's command center. Kim Jae-in adjusts his glasses, snapping an urgent order. I'm Kim Jae-in. Immediately deploy your troops to the Desert of Death dungeon. When you find Lee Tai, tell him to contact me right now. But from the other end of the line, a completely terrified voice stammers back. Commander, things are bad. The Nine Realm. An explosion abruptly cuts him off. Kim Jae-in grips the receiver tightly, shouting into it. Hello, what the hell is going on? Answer me, but there's only the long, chilling dial tone, a dead silence that absolutely suffocates any shred of hope. Kim Jae-in frowns heavily, his eyes turning ice cold. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Without hesitating, he jumps into action. We need to send scouts over there now. Suddenly, a female staff member rushes in her face, deathly pale, shouting in pure panic. Boss Kim. All right, you and I are dropping right into the chaos. The Godslayer Legion failed to stop the Dragon Nation. Now their top expert is smashing through, heading straight for Godbone Forest. Hearing this, Kim's voice drops like rolling thunder. What did you just say? Meanwhile, over at the border between the Taiki Kingdom and the Dragon Nation, up in the sky, two armored archers are riding on the back of a massive, terrifying bat-like creature. Both of them have their bows drawn, strings pulled tight, ready to unleash razor-sharp arrows straight at their enemies. Ralph speaks up, his voice completely firm and dead serious. We are Squad 78 of the Dragon Nation Lion Knights. We are under orders to investigate the cultist attack on our camp. Please grant us immediate passage. The ship just floats on the sea, not advancing or retreating. The guard captain steps forward, his eyes cold as steel, showing absolutely zero signs of backing down here. This is the sovereign territory of the Taiki Kingdom. Anyone who dares to trespass will immediately be treated as a hostile target. One of the soldiers quietly whispers to his captain, pure anxiety bleeding through his shaky voice. Captain, those are the legendary Lion Knights from the Dragon Nation. If we block them, we'll suffer massive losses. The captain scoffs. Everyone says the Dragon Nation's Lion Knights are ridiculously strong. But if they die by our hands, today our Godslayer Legion will easily become the absolute #1 force out of the top 3 elite ranks. Without a single second of hesitation, the captain issues his ruthless orders. Everyone prepare for combat. The moment they make a move, fire the giant cannons. Ralph speaks up again clearly, losing the last of his patience. Our Dragon Nation elders and the Northern Lord already notified Kim's mansion. Let us pass immediately, or you will suffer the consequences of your own actions. Despite that, the stubborn captain just roars out completely, ignoring the final warning. Fire the cannons. Instantly, a massive row of cannons activates and opens fire. A terrifying red light releases a wave of unbearable heat, completely engulfing the entire surrounding area. Blazing red spheres shoot straight up into the sky, aiming right at Ralph's elite squad, but they dodge every single one. Without hesitating, Luke immediately drops right into an aggressive attack stance. They threw the first punch. Ralph grips his sword, riding his flying beast straight into the fray. I am going in to provide cover fire and strike right at their attack zone. The entire sky turns blood red as a massive wave of fiery energy rips through space, crashing down like a scorching meteor shower. Even the giant flying beasts up above are left stumbling in midair. That blast of energy aims straight at the hull and completely destroys it. One by one, every single massive ship explodes violently right on the ocean surface. An insanely powerful magic attack suddenly plummets from the sky. It takes the massive shape of a blazing fiery spear, completely surrounded by glowing, intricate golden runic energy patterns. The captain is thrown into absolute panic. A cold chill runs right down his spine, his eyes wide in pure disbelief at what he is witnessing. How is this even possible? Just the sheer power of a single strike wiped out 3 entire warships. Meanwhile, a terrified soldier starts screaming out a warning. The ship is sinking, run for your lives. In that exact moment, the captain desperately tries to keep his cool, his eyes wide with doubt. Wait a second. The Burning Heaven staff, I can't believe he actually showed up here. This guy's power level rivals a national hero. Just relying on our Godslayer Legion, there is absolutely no way we can stop him now. Right after that devastating strike, the Burning Heaven staff flies directly back into its master's hand. David's voice is totally calm, but it booms like thunder across the battlefield. His overwhelming aura suppresses absolutely everything in the area. Taichi Kingdom Legion across the way, listen up. If you stubbornly insist on blocking me, I don't mind starting a total massacre right here. Whatever you decide, just be ready to face the consequences. The very next day over in the Taichi Kingdom's Golden Jade City. Breaking news just came in over the broadcasts. The Godbone Forest, near our national border, along with multiple other towns, has just been attacked by a massive unidentified beast tide. Citizens watching the horrific footage on the giant screens can't help but gasp in pure shock. What kind of beast tide is this? Wait a minute, don't these monsters look exactly like the 9 realm demons from the national trials? Now here's where you and I need to pay attention. Someone raises a huge red flag. Our national hero sealed the 9 realm demons ages ago. They shouldn't be out. It looks like the hero himself might be the terrorist leading this beast tide. Kim's mansion officially orders a strict lockdown. The citizens flood the streets in an absolute panic, screaming out in disbelief. Our national hero. Some people loudly question the sudden martial law order. So what are the people living in the towns near Godbone Forest supposed to do? Our very own national hero is out there attacking his own soldiers. What do you mean looks like? That is obviously Brian out there. Scene shifts to Heavenly Mansion City in the Taichi Kingdom, where 3 major legions are gathering at the border. We ask all citizens to please put your trust in Kim's mansion. Until we confirm the facts, do not spread rumors about the national hero. Meanwhile, the massive crowd of angry citizens gathers on the streets to protest. They look totally furious right now. Protest banners are strung up across every single street reading, "A lockdown will not solve our problems." Kim's mansion needs to give us an explanation right now. Why would the national hero, the guy who swore to protect us, suddenly betray everyone? The national hero and the 9 realm demons have actually shown up again. How much of that old ceiling story was actually the truth? Back at Kim's mansion, things aren't looking any better. So what do you and I take from this total chaos? The angry crowd blocks every exit, ignoring the heavily armed guards, pushing back with riot shields. The crowd just will not quit chanting. Jin Zaxi, come out. Why did the nation's great hero suddenly commit high treason against the entire country? The evidence is rock solid. They literally caught Li Renying and the 9 Realms demon on camera launching a joint attack on the southwest town. Why is the Jin family dodging every single question? And how exactly did the 9 Realms demon escape the secret dungeon? A cornered guard sees the situation spiraling out of control and desperately tries to calm the mob. He begs everyone to please settle down, promising the Jin family will definitely provide a full explanation soon. The government has zero proof of the national hero committing treason. He begs them to stop spreading wild rumors and sharing that leaked video online. Big mistake. The moment those words leave his mouth, the angry citizens completely lose it. They tell him to get completely lost and demand the Jin family step outside to apologize. Hiding behind martial law is just cowardly. The Jin family needs to step down right now. All right, you and I are shifting over to the barren wasteland where a lone figure walks. The muffled sound of that news broadcast still echoes faintly in the background. Step down and apologize. Step down immediately. Back at the Godbone Forest in the southwest town, the protesters swarming the Jin estate are absolutely furious. They keep blasting the Jin family for dodging questions about the 9 Realms demon and the supposed hero. Casualties are already estimated at over 10,000, and the entire border garrison has gone completely dark. 3 major army legions are marching straight for the border to crush the incoming monster wave. Please follow the martial law orders from the Jin estate and do not panic. Citizens around the Godbone Forest are currently being evacuated to safety. Meanwhile, Wu Xian just stands there listening to the chaos in dead silence. Suddenly, a loud noise forces her to look back. The 9 Realms demon is basically toying with the soldiers of the Taichi nation, creating a scene of absolute pure chaos. Bodies of soldiers are scattered all across the ruins. The 9 Realms demon stands up high and roars out, "By my master's command, you all must die." Wu Xian assesses the situation and figures it out. Lu Fan's little pet is still following orders, which means Lu Fan himself is definitely perfectly safe right now. Looks like she was worried for absolutely nothing. The one in real danger here is not Lu Fan, it is actually the Taichi nation. But she knows they cannot let Lu Fan keep venting his anger like this forever. The Jin family is just a puppet. With a massive burst of power, Wu Xian blasts forward like actual lightning. If Lu Fan ends up drawing the attention of the real rulers pulling the strings, his current power level will not be enough. It is just way too dangerous. Even having a bunch of dragons by his side will not save him. Cutting over to the massive Jin estate building. Zian stands by the window watching the absolute chaos without a word. The protesting mob still has not dispersed. Please calm down, they scream back, opposing the martial law. The Jin family scammed the public. Step down. The national hero is a traitor working right alongside the demon. Su-yun stands nervously behind him. Boss Jin, the crowd outside, is getting even bigger now, and the entire internet is publicly ripping us apart. Even though the news claims 3 major armies are still assembling the 6 gods, and god-slaughtering legions have already run into serious trouble. Zian is lost in his own dark thoughts. He calculated every angle, but he never expected this damn Lu Fan to actually pull the 9 Realms demon out of the dungeon just to get revenge. The national hero clearly defeated the 9 Realms demon, so why in the world is Lord Bai Yu suddenly being completely controlled by Lu Fan? Did the great hero actually lose? Could Master Jin also be in trouble? Su-yun notices he is totally spacing out, so she raises her voice to get his attention. Boss Jin Zai, and snaps back and immediately barks an order for the royal guards. He tells them to strictly enforce emergency martial law and brutally crush every single protest out there. Su-yun looks incredibly uncomfortable. She hesitates before muttering, "But Boss Jin, is not this totally crossing the line of your authority?" Unexpectedly, he steps forward and grabs her chin. Master Jin has completely lost contact and is now a prime suspect for high treason. Zian's voice drops to an absolutely terrifying level. "So that means I am now the highest authority in the entire Jin estate." Understand? Su-yun trembles in fear, replying that she gets it. He throws his hand back, shouting, "Then get moving right now." She scrambles away, nodding frantically. "Yes, sir." With Su-yun gone, he leans on the desk with a sick smirk. This really is a godsend of an opportunity. Now you and I need to watch his next move. He just needs a new national hero. If he eliminates Lu Fan during martial law, he permanently erases the 9 Realms demon and the old hero completely. He will blame Jin Zian entirely for smuggling the demon's true body into the national trial. That will finally prove their treason, once and for all. If he pulls this off, the Taiki Nation and the Jin estate are his. Cutting back to the God Bone Forest, Lu Fan angrily roars, "Ah Bao, get back here right now." Ah Bao's raw energy is literally shaking the surrounding space. Jian Ying grabs onto Xiao Man, shouting a warning to her, "Daozi, watch out." Xiao Ye stands protectively right in front of Lu Fan. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt crashes down just ahead, making her flap her wings in pure panic. Roar! Lu Fan's entire group gets pushed back several steps from the shockwave. Blue Dragon 1 just hit level 10. Ah Bao flies up high, staring down at the crushed monster on the ground with a massive happy grin. Lu Fan is still furious and yells, "Ah Bao, come back. If you keep messing around like this, I will seriously deal with you myself." Suddenly, the dragon freezes in midair and a crackling bolt of lightning appears between its claws. Stick with me here because Lu Fan is completely stunned. Ah Bao spreads its limbs in blinding light, the lightning wrapping around its body like they are merging entirely. Roar! Another earth-shattering lightning bolt crashes straight down, violently shaking the ground beneath them. Chinchu runs forward, reaching out his hand and yelling, "Daozi, hurry up and get over here." "All right, you and I are watching madness unfold." Mandy practically lunges forward screaming. Just a little more, and the brand new form-shifting skill finally unlocks. Luke gasps in pure disbelief. "Wait a second, is this actually Buster?" The beast throws its head back and roars. A deafening roar, literally shaking the earth like thunder. Luke is completely stunned, shouting out loud. Level 10 Buster can actually unlock the massive giant dragon form. It is exactly like what happened with Nyx back then. Buster lets out another earth-shattering ring. Its appearance has completely transformed right before our eyes, way taller, way bigger, and covered in jagged spikes. Boom! Blue Dragon Contract, Legendary Tier Level 10. Strength at 501, Agility at 738 and Spirit at a massive 4,107. Boosted to 20,535, Durability at 717. Skills include Thunder Roar, Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Source, the legendary Blue Dragon Bloodline, and of course Blue Dragon Form Shift, stepping right into the mature phase, allowing it to freely shift between different forms. 3.3 million world-destroying thunderbolts. This absolute nuke summons a massive storm over the target zone, raining down a ridiculous barrage of forbidden dragon magic right on their heads. This skill is boosted by Cyan Lightning, but remains completely unaffected by the Thunder Source or the Leaping Lightning skills. Crazy stats here. It fires a single lightning bolt at an enemy target, bouncing up to 10 times. Each chain jump boosts the next hit's damage by a massive 30%. Plus, the blue dragon itself counts as a constant chain lightning source. The cyan lightning, when used in the world-destroying thunder form, can actually alter the raw effects of the thunder jade. The thunder jade currently equipped is the super rare crimson jade. In the baby dragon form, all core attributes and energy consumption drop by exactly 50%. But in the world-destroying thunder form, spirit stats get a 500% boost, fully transforming into the ultimate manifestation of the cyan lightning. Quinn and Mandy quickly dodge to the side. Quinn shudders in pure fear. Even though she has seen a giant dragon transform before, she still cannot get used to this absolutely terrifying pressure. Luke finally regains his composure, checking out Buster's contract stats, displayed right on the system screen. He thinks to himself, both Buster and Nyx unlock their form shifting at level 10, but Buster only possesses one single giant dragon form to use. Spirit jumps up 5 times, plus it gains the Forbidden Dragon Magic, 3.3 million Thunderbolts, and that brand new chain area of effect skill, the Cyan Lightning. Just looking at this name, it is totally on par with the legendary star Extinction Light. Naming him Buster was incredibly accurate. Cyan Lightning is absolutely no joke. In the world-destroying thunder form, it completely changes the Thunder Jade's effects. And right now, the Thunder Jade they are holding is the powerful Crimson Jade. We need to pay attention here. Luke realizes something huge. Buster's one and only giant dragon form basically specializes in maximizing that Thunder Jade. If his guess is right, Buster's Thunder Jade will slowly grow and evolve over time. That Crimson Jade alone boosts every single blue dragon skill by a massive 50% in raw power. Every single time a lightning spell is cast, it creates a deadly thunder barrier. Any enemy target trying to move inside this zone takes absolute maximum overflow damage. Suddenly, Nyx turns around on super high alert right now. Luke looks confused, asking Nyx, what is it? Suddenly, a massive weirdly colored pillar of pure light violently crashes straight down from the sky. Skeletal Zombie level 75, packing the Divine Bone Reassembly skill. When the skeletal zombie takes damage, it can instantly reconstruct its body using surrounding bones, fully restoring its health points. Plus, it has Gale Mark, dealing wind damage once, and then leaving a deadly tracker mark right on its target. Any attack on a marked target deals a terrifying 50% extra bonus damage. Divine Bone Death Rattle. When this zombie dies, it shatters into bone fragments, creating a massive shockwave that fills the entire area with blinding thick dust. Blade rushes forward, shouting, "It is an elite monster." But just as she is about to attack, Luke instantly throws his arm out to stop her. No sweat, he chuckles calmly. Let's just let Nyx and Buster handle these guys completely. The moment he speaks, Nyx flies right up to the skeletal zombie's face. Roar Thunder, Roar activates. Roaring right at the target zone, calling down a massive lightning strike that forms a violent storm area. It deals heavy thunder damage and instantly forces any enemy caught inside the storm straight into a totally paralyzed state. Even Nyx gets thrown completely backward by the sheer shockwave of her own thunder roar. She is completely shocked. She hasn't even touched that skeletal zombie yet. Everyone down below scrambles frantically to get out of the way. Mandy yells out a warning. Everyone watch out. Do not get caught in the friendly fire. Quinn watches closely, making a pretty wild guess, but she isn't fully sure yet. This is literally on par with the Heavenly Punishment lightning. Could it be Blade stares, wide-eyed, stuttering out that red electricity? Luke is absolutely mesmerized, too, muttering under his breath. Exactly right. Buster hovers high up in the sky, wild red electricity shooting everywhere, using him as the core. Roar. Luke explains this is exactly Buster's skill, powered by that Crimson Jade. The Crimson Jade simply boosts every single blue dragon skill by a terrifying 50% in raw power. Every single lightning spell cast spawns a massive thunder barrier. Any enemy trying to move inside takes absolutely insane overflow damage, and right on cue, several more of those terrifying skeletal zombies suddenly spawn into the battlefield. Their screeches are hoarse and completely freakish, sounding like something straight out of the underworld. Buster gets totally annoyed by their screaming and immediately starts blasting lightning bolts everywhere. Nyx helplessly falls back and looks over at Luke. He shouts out, "Buster, fall back. It is too far away to even bother going over there." The skeletal zombies just stand frozen under the immense pressure Buster radiates. What a wild fight. Heavenly Punishment fully locks onto its target. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. The enemies unleash high-speed heavenly lightning strikes back to back. Massive shock damage everywhere. The exact moment Abao unleashes his heavenly tribulation strike, pure insanity. Red lightning violently erupts, completely dyeing the entire sky blood red. Those flying bone zombies trapped. They cannot fight back, and they definitely cannot escape. Faced with Abao's explosive wrath, those monsters can only let out utterly tragic, agonizing screams. Xiao Man completely panics. She cries out that she nearly died of fright, thinking the blast was aimed at her. Meanwhile, Qin Chu squeezes her eyes shut, completely unaware a stray lightning bolt is crashing straight down toward her spot. But right at that very second, a hand reaches out. Lu Fan grabs her, dodging the blast completely. He gently asks if she is hurt. Still entirely shaken, Qin Chu stammers out a quick no. Xiao Man, watching this whole romantic rescue happen, immediately starts teasing them. Oh wow, someone almost got electrocuted. Han Ke grips his own shoulder and looks over, sounding genuinely worried. Did Abao just completely lose control of its power? Xiao Man just puts her hands on her hips. She glances at a very blushing Qin Chu and smirks. Honestly, it totally looks like he is just showing off. Lu Fan casually keeps his grip on Qin Chu's shoulder, but his expression turns deadly serious. Abao is getting way too reckless. This is going to seriously delay their mission to find Miss Gu. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind sweeps directly over the completely shattered remains of those bone zombies. Xiao Ye narrows her eyes on high alert. Lu Fan looks up completely stunned. A massive tornado suddenly rips through, sweeping all those bone fragments straight into the air. Jian Ying gives Lu Fan a confused look. What exactly is going on here? Abao immediately tightens its claws, looking absolutely ready to blast another wave of lightning. Then a massive roar echoes out. Those shattered bone fragments are being magnetically pulled together, instantly combining into something totally new. Jianying gasps in pure disbelief. This has to be the legendary divine bone death whisper. Whenever a flying bone zombie dies, it shatters into literal pieces of divine bone. Lu Fan sees it perfectly clear now, and he is absolutely shocked. All those shattered zombie fragments. They are fusing back together right in front of them, combining into a single terrifyingly massive bone dragon. This new bone dragon towers several meters over Abao, unleashing a furious, deafening roar. Lu Fan yells out in panic, warning Abao to stop being reckless and fall back. A harsh purple light suddenly flashes from the bone dragon's massive wings. Insane energy violently surges outward. But then, completely out of nowhere, it just takes off and vanishes. Abao fiercely lunges forward to stop it, but just wildly swipes at empty air. Furious, Abao shrinks back down into its tiny form, violently beating its chest and stomping around. The beast lets out one final roar. Even Xiao Man is completely blown away by that insane speed. Meanwhile, Lu Fan just frowns, staring exactly where the dragon disappeared. It flew straight into the deep zone of the divine bone forest. Suddenly, Qin Chu's super soft voice breaks the silence. Face totally flushed red, she shyly asks Lu Fan to let her go. Yeah, turns out our guy Lu Fan has literally been holding onto her this entire time since he first rushed in. Totally embarrassed, he quickly drops his hands and apologizes. Meanwhile, up in the air, Xiao Ye furiously grabs Abao by the beak, heavily scolding the little guy for acting crazy. But Abao just stubbornly thrashes around, desperate to break free and go finish the dragon off. Down below, Jian Ying curiously steps up, asking what the heck that massive monster was. It felt way more terrifying than that berserk bone dragon they encountered back inside the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Lu Fan takes a wild guess. It might be the actual undead leader of this whole zone. He really wishes he had just scanned its stats earlier. He quickly weighs their options and makes a tough call. He cannot just risk everyone's lives out of pure curiosity. For now, they absolutely have to give up on chasing that mysterious dragon monster. Making up his mind, he completely shifts focus to Xiaofei. Time to get back on track. Finding Miss Gu is their top priority right now. She totally agrees, immediately pulling out her special paper doll. Natural assimilation activated. Searching paper doll, go. After letting it run for a little bit, this incredibly handy item will perfectly guide them straight toward their specific target's exact location. Lu Fan stares closely at the direction the paper doll starts floating, suddenly feeling suspicious. Wait just a minute. The doll spins in the wind, effortlessly gliding forward. The path leading to Miss Gu is exactly the same direction that mysterious bone dragon just escaped to. High up in that dark, heavy sky, the entire flock of bone dragons continues flying straight ahead. But honestly, did anyone think Abao would just let them escape? The beast opens its jaws and roars, blasting out a massive wave of blood-red lightning. Thunderous roar completely detonates straight across the enemy's flying zone. The strike summons a violently surging shockwave, instantly forming a brutal lightning storm. It deals insane amounts of continuous electrical damage, while actively forcing any enemies trapped inside into a completely paralyzed state. Lu Fan watches their flight path with intense curiosity. Where in the world are those things going? Qin Qiu stares up at the sky, absolutely mind-blown by the sheer epic scale of this scene. Xiaoman is just as amazed. She never expected to actually witness a massive dragon migration like this. Even while getting completely battered by Abao's attacks, the dragon flock never stops to fight back. They just fiercely endure the heavy damage, pushing forward without hesitation. Another massive roar. Now, you and I have to wonder, what kind of insane hidden power is actually driving them to be this incredibly stubborn? The rugged path up the mountain is heavily piled with dry bones. It is incredibly dark, and the chilling stench of pure death literally hangs heavy in the air. The dragon flock finally lands. They snap their heads back, glaring fiercely at Lu Fan's entire group. Xiao Fei's tracking paper doll completely stops right here too. Lu Fan scans the dark horizon. It turns out this terrifying spot is their final destination. What dark secret is this massive mountain actually hiding? Let's find out together. He slowly looks up toward the jagged peak as Jian Ying's team arrives. Shielding her eyes, she quickly points out that the paper doll stopped right at the mountain's edge. Could Miss Goose seriously be trapped inside there? Suddenly Xiao Man gasps her, sharp eyes catching something absolutely insane. She points forward. Those undead dragon bones are literally merging together, physically fusing straight into the mountain. Lu Fan raises his hand, signaling the group. Everyone step back. I'll clear a path. Xiao Man quickly warns him to be careful and absolutely avoid hurting Miss Gu. Dragon Claw. His arm transforms completely. The raw power depends on Black Dragon Phase 2. Lu Fan's arm shifts into a terrifying Dragon Claw. He violently slashes at the base of the mountain, sending buried dry bones flying everywhere from the massive shockwave. He loudly reassures them, "Don't worry, I know exactly what I am doing." The bone dragons, having just landed, suddenly take off again at the noise. Their glowing red eyes lock onto Lu Fan's group. "Oh my god, why are these dragons flying up again?" Han Ke nervously asks Lu Fan what to do now. Qin Qiu panics, realizing they are totally surrounded by these dragons. "You and I both know this looks incredibly bad." But Lu Fan stays perfectly calm. He reassures everyone, telling them not to fear. These are just free upgrade materials delivered right to their doorstep. Ah Bao flutters beside him, letting out an excited little cry, completely agreeing with his master's wild idea. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye instantly shoots forward first, with Ah Bao following close behind. Lu Fan watches them fly off, smiling. "I am leaving this to you guys." The bone dragons roar furiously from the sky above. Blue dragon form 1 shape-shifting activated. World-destroying thunder strikes now. Xiao Ye pauses midair, puffing her cheeks. Magma blaze. She spews intense fire forward, dealing massive damage while simultaneously healing her own body in the process. Ah Bao also launches into his own fierce attack, roaring loudly. Violent lightning violently shrieks directly toward the targeted enemy area. A massive shockwave of lightning crashes down immediately, forming a brutal storm zone. It deals insane amounts of continuous lightning damage, severely injuring enemies and paralyzing absolutely anyone trapped inside the raging tempest. Suddenly, a deeply sinister voice echoes from the void. "Humans, stop at once." Lu Fan looks around, totally confused. Who does that voice belong to? He quietly observes the group. Judging by their reactions, nobody else heard it. As if sensing his total confusion, the mysterious voice echoes in his mind once again. "Human, I only wish to speak with you. The others are completely unworthy." Lu Fan goes on high alert. He opens the system interface to check, but absolutely no stats appear. Appraisal Eye activated. The result? Completely unknown. He suddenly remembers something and starts making a guess. This familiar feeling is exactly like that giant coffin from the extreme northern realm. Could this voice belong to an ancient god? The gloomy voice interrupts his thoughts. "Human, are you a fallen corpse or a slave of the holy mountain?" By this point, Lu Fan basically figures out how to communicate with this being. He shoots back a question. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before interrogating me?" Just as expected, it answers immediately. "I am the Bone Ancient God. If you are connected to the fallen corpses and the holy mountain, then leave this place immediately. I will not kill you. But if you dare to disturb my peace any further, I will absolutely not let you go." Lu Fan frowns. He already had his suspicions during the fight with Sei Li. The Holy Mountain Ancient God's projection knew he possessed fallen corpse energy, yet still tried to kill him. It is pretty clear these ancient gods have no real friendship between them. Right now, it is just bluffing. It clearly hasn't recovered its full strength yet. But even so, an ancient god's power is absolutely nothing to joke about. The bone ancient god's voice urges him impatiently. Human, my patience has a limit. Make your decision quickly before I change my mind. Lu Fan glances at the paper doll released by Xiao Fei. It is still standing there, waving its hands to signal everyone to follow it. But Miss Gu is still here. If they just leave now, she will definitely die. Thinking this over, he turns around and commands Xiao Fei to activate Eternal Guardian for everyone. Now, here is where you and I need to pay close attention. To save Miss Gu, he has to risk it all. Following orders, Xiao Fei instantly transforms and takes flight. Emerald Flood Dragon Form 2. Shapeshift into the Eternal One. Eternal Guardian activates, instantly generating a massive protective barrier. For all allied targets safely under this protective shield, the total damage absorption directly scales with the Eternal One's maximum health points and its incredible self-healing abilities. Thanks to the Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are completely doubled for dragon types and anyone sharing a connected bloodline. It grants full immunity to all debuffs, and the self-healing capacity surges by a massive 5,000%. Lu Fan steps out of the protective circle completely alone. He seriously warns them, stay right here. Absolutely do not step outside. Han Ke asks with deep concern Lu Fan, what exactly are you going to do? He raises his hand, answering with absolute clarity. A terrifying god-level entity is about to wake up right now. Roar Starry Sky Dragon Form 1 shapeshifting engaged. Enter the galactic form. The bone ancient god asks in a deeply chilling tone. Human, is this truly your final choice? Suddenly, the bone dragons shatter into pieces. The earth violently quakes and furious tornadoes whip up blinding dust. Han Ke stumbles backward in panic. Is this an earthquake? Jian Ying rushes toward the center of the barrier, reaching his hand out. Sister Han, grab my hand tightly. As the dust slowly settles, the bone ancient god's chilling voice echoes out. If you all stubbornly insist on seeking death, then become my divine bone puppets forever. System warning, a divine bone clone has appeared at level 90. Boss difficulty is officially at the nightmare tier. System stats revealed: strength is 49,957. Agility sits at 48,334. Spirit reaches 40,592, while endurance hits 46,658. Eternal Tribulation Corridor. The divine bone clone spreads its arms wide, instantly forming 6 massive vortexes, each 30 meters in diameter. Stick with me, it's about to get wild. Alright, you and I are watching it move randomly across the target zone, leaving a storm path. Lasting 10 seconds, any target standing on this path gets hit with a nasty debuff every 2 seconds. This drops their overall defense by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 5 times. Plus, those spinning vortexes are completely packed with brutal curved bone blades waiting to strike. Any target stepping into this attack zone takes 15% of their max health as pure damage every single time. Bone Reconstruction activates. Every single time the Bone God clone takes damage and loses 10% of its health, it automatically triggers this terrifying healing ability. All the scattered bones in the surrounding area will fly back to heal the Bone God clone's body. With every 10% health it heals, the Bone God clone permanently gains a 5% boost to its max health and 3% to its attack power. If it heals past 50%, its physical size increases by 10%. Dead Soul Return activates, lighting up all the undead runes at once and summoning a massive swarm of terrifying Dead Soul vortexes. Those Dead Soul vortexes will relentlessly hunt the target down. Making direct contact causes massive shadow damage and triggers a nasty soul corruption effect. This immediately slashes the target's overall healing efficiency down by a brutal 20%. This effect lasts 15 seconds while sharp bone spikes constantly shoot up from the ground. Any target getting hit by these spikes loses 50% of their max health instantly. Mandy covers her mouth in absolute shock. It is huge, actually way bigger than Night. Luke silently evaluates the situation. Turns out this is just a clone of the ancient god. Massive tornado pillars rapidly gather around the bone god's towering body. It growls darkly. You little bugs turn to dust, right here in this eternal corridor. The Bone God clone unleashes the Eternal Corridor, forming 6 massive vortexes with a 30-meter diameter from its arms. It moves wildly and randomly across the target zone, leaving a deadly storm path that lasts for 10 seconds. Any target caught standing on this path gets hit with a stacking debuff every 2 seconds. This drops their defense by 5%, stacking up to 5 times while the spinning vortexes are fully loaded with razor-sharp curved bone blades waiting to slice. Stepping into the attack zone causes 15% max health damage every single time you get hit. Faye opens a defensive shield in the back, while Knight, Blitz, and Astra stand at the front lines, battling the vortex. The vortex sweeps through, carrying an absolutely undeniable destructive power. Luke shields his face with his arm, accidentally getting a nasty gash torn across his hand. Fresh blood sprays out, landing right on Astra's body. The energy points on her body connect and burst into radiant light. Inside that blinding glow, Astra's brand new form finally reveals itself. Luke is totally stunned. He can barely believe it. Astra actually unlocked a new form right in the middle of this chaos. Luke stares at Astra's glowing, sparkling figure deep in thought. After all this time, he really assumed Astra just did not have a human form yet. Quinn gasps in pure amazement. This is the very first time seeing Astra look like this. Mandy excitedly reaches out to touch the shield, saying, "That is exactly as cool as I imagined it." The Bone God clone's eyes flash an eerie red. It flaps its wings and roars. "You pathetic bugs, welcome your end. You and I better brace ourselves." The Azure Thunder Dragon in its incredible world-destroying form absolutely cannot replace the Thunder Jade's effect. The Thunder Jade currently equipped is actually the Crimson Jade. The Crimson Jade boosts all blue dragon skills by a massive 50% in power. Plus, every single time a lightning magic spell is cast, it naturally generates a fierce thunder barrier. Any enemy target moving inside this barrier takes extreme star shatter damage, actually generating a bright star in the process. Crushing that star unleashes massive area damage, with the total power relying entirely on raw strength. Time for the Thunder Roar skill. It violently roars toward the enemy target zone. A massive shockwave of lightning strikes down, creating a brutal storm area. It deals heavy lightning damage and immediately forces any enemies caught inside the storm into a state of total paralysis. Magma Flame continuously spews blazing fire forward, dealing massive damage to enemies while simultaneously healing the user. Knight, Astra, and Blitz launch their attack together, striking straight at the Bone God clone. Their combined energy converges into one spot, completely lighting up the entire sky. But as the blazing light fades away, the Bone God clone appears completely unharmed. It speaks with heavy mocking sarcasm. "Is this really your power?" Seeing Astra's group totally stunned, it provokes them even more, saying, "You are truly nothing but a massive disappointment to witness. Keep struggling all you want, it is completely meaningless." Luke stands below and commands Faye use Emerald Mirror right now. Emerald Mirror activates, but the skill has zero effect. Luke looks up in deep suspicion. It did not work. The Bone God clone arrogantly sneers. "No illusion can ever hide from the ancient god's eyes, you foolish little human." Luke replies with a completely icy tone. "Is that so?" Brilliant golden light suddenly surrounds him. He clenches his fists tight and snarls, creating a dragon body from white bone. "Just proves that you, ancient god, probably do not even have a real body anymore, just a single miserable soul fragment." Will of the Dragon Slayer activates. Current set pieces at 2 out of 5, with 1/5 of the set effect triggered. He releases the remaining bloodline restriction, fully transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit stats instantly level up by 50. Endurance levels up by 200. While transformed as the Golden Dragon King, the riding state cannot be entered. Dragon Knight class 2 level 43. Strength jumps from 2,265 straight to 4,415. Agility hits 1,841. You and I are witnessing absolute peak power. Stats are skyrocketing. Strength up to 3,991. Spirit jumps from 2,151 to 4,310. Endurance maxes out at 10,887. Night grits her teeth, letting out a deafening roar. Second Black Dragon form unlocked. The Ruined Dragon Roar. Night hits level 39 under the second Black Dragon contract. Her base strength of 2,018 gets a solid 108 boost, while agility shatters the charts at 18,607. Spirit stats jump from 19,915 up to 39,830. Endurance locks in at 20,924. Star's eyes turn dangerously sharp right now. The pet also begins transforming straight back into its true dragon form. Roar. The starry sky dragon shifts into its absolute peak galaxy form. Lu Fan finishes his own transformation process too, his entire body glowing with a blinding, brilliant golden light. He opens his jaws and roars loudly. If you want a real dragon body this badly, then I will gladly open your eyes and show you exactly what one looks like. That arrogant attitude completely enrages the divine bone clone. It spits back with absolute disgust. Your total arrogance will finally bring down divine punishment upon you. I am going to use your fresh blood as a sacrifice for this pathetic ignorance. Eternal Corridor activated. The divine bone clone throws its arms wide, instantly forming 6 massive tornadoes, each measuring exactly 30 meters right across. They violently rip through the target area at random, leaving behind heavy wind-chasing tracks on the ground that last for a full 10 seconds. Any target unlucky enough to step onto these tracks takes a heavy stacking debuff effect every 2 seconds. This completely shreds defense by 5% per hit, stacking up to a massive 5 times. At the exact same time, those tornadoes spin deadly curved bone blades. Entering that attack zone strips away 15% of your max health instantly. Seeing this, the blazing flames surrounding Night burn a vicious crimson red. It perfectly shows off her furious anger. Star immediately begins gathering the raw cosmic power of the stars. Meanwhile, Burst charges up heavy lightning around his body, fully ready. Star launches the very first strike. Night and Burst immediately follow up with their own brutal attacks, all 3 completely surrounding the divine bone clone without leaving a single blind spot. Star Shatter literally creates a massive star. Crushing it unleashes huge area of effect damage, with the explosive power scaling directly off his raw physical strength. All Things Incineration Incantation, Level 1. It destroys the giant dragon wings. He releases 4 raging fire tornadoes, dealing absolutely massive elemental damage to any target caught inside. The Heaven Tribulation perfectly locks onto the enemy, unleashing continuous high-speed heavenly lightning strikes that deal a truly insane amount of heavy thunderstorm damage to the boss. With his 3 overpowered helpers holding the line, Lu Fan easily closes the distance and approaches the divine bone clone. He coldly declares, "Too bad that even with a dragon body you completely lack actual dragon strength." Using his front claws, he tightly grips the giant skeleton, brutally snapping its neck with one insanely decisive bite. The divine bone clone takes a brutally painful hit, but still arrogantly screams right back. Ha ha ha. An absolutely unforgivable sin, daring to injure a supreme god. Suddenly, the shattered bone fragments scattered across the dirt start moving around as if they are actually alive. Lu Fan is still keeping a death grip on the divine bone clone. You and I can clearly see those bone fragments flying up rapidly, reconstructing its broken body in real time. Its deeply sinister voice echoes loudly through the howling wind. Fools only deserve the endless abyss. Bone reconstruction activates every single time the divine bone clone's body gets destroyed and loses 10% health. It automatically triggers this exact broken healing skill. Literally all the bones scattered around the area will perfectly restore the divine bone clone. For every 10% health, it gets back. The clone permanently boosts its max health by 5% and its attack power by 3%. If that health recovery passes 50%, its physical size grows by 10%. Lu Fan is genuinely caught off guard. He realizes it is actually using surrounding bones as an energy source to heal itself back up. If that is the case, he immediately shouts his order: Faye, deploy the Dragon Domain. Faye shoots into the sky with a massive roar, her dragon eyes glowing blood red across the clouds. Whoosh. The Dragon Domain instantly expands a 100-meter wide tribal field. Every single stat for allied Dragon Tribe members and connected bloodlines inside this field gets a massive 50% boost. But for any enemies trapped inside, who are not part of the Dragon bloodline, their stats are slashed entirely in half by 50%. Plus, they are totally locked in, absolutely no teleporting, no moving, and 0 summoning allowed in or out. Now it is finally the Divine Bone clone's turn to panic. It is genuinely terrified of being totally isolated. Right when it starts doubting its chances, Lu Fan's confident voice rings out. You are inside my domain now. Thanks to this active Dragon Domain, Lu Fan and his entire crew get a massive power spike. He raises his voice. Your skills are barely even worth mentioning. Night unleashes a breath of fire, endlessly scorching the Divine Bone clone's massive skeleton. The blazing heat consumes absolutely everything in the area. Dragon Speech Engraving activates, allowing him to flawlessly copy and cast his dragon pet's exact magic skills. The total destruction depends entirely on his own stats. Magma burst, heavy flames erupt right under the target's feet, violently forming a massive bubbling lava lake. Any unlucky target inside this lake slowly sinks straight into the magma, taking continuous ridiculously heavy burn damage. Dragon speech resonance triggers. Here is how it works when the Dragon Knight and his dragon pet cast the exact same magic together. They completely upgrade its raw power, scoring a full 100% damage multiplier. The eerie twisted laugh of the ancient god echoes right through the fiery screen. As the massive skeleton is nearly burned to ash, sealed undead spirits suddenly break free and swarm out. It silently plots a brand new move. Destroying my physical body means nothing. As long as bones exist in this world, I can just reshape myself. But can you do the same? Let's perish right here together with my falling body. Dead Soul Ruin Return. All undead runes activate simultaneously. You and I are about to see a massive, terrifying storm of dead soul tornadoes wipe this place out. The phantom tornado locks onto its target and chases them down. The second it hits it, unleashes massive shadow damage, along with a nasty soul corrosion effect. It drops the target's healing efficiency by 20% for a solid 15 seconds. At the exact same time, the ground below constantly erupts with razor-sharp bone spikes. Any target unlucky enough to get hit instantly loses 50% of their maximum health. Following the ancient bone god's command, the undead army fiercely charges straight toward Lu Fan. But before the undead can even lay a finger on him, Faye steps up and blocks their path completely. She casts Eternal Guardian, summoning a massive defensive shield to cover everyone inside. The shield's total damage absorption depends entirely on the caster's maximum health points and their own natural recovery stats. Right at that exact moment, Bao unleashes a devastating red lightning strike. Both Bao and Ye fly in furiously, launching a massive barrage of attacks. 3.3 million world-destroying heavenly thunders summon a raging storm right over the target. Simultaneously, 3.3 million world-destroying thunder dragon language, forbidden curses crash down. This skill uses the power of Azure Thunder, completely bypassing any restrictions from the Thunder Spring. The final remaining bone fragments shatter into dust. Nothing is left but a glowing red sky as Yi hovers triumphantly in midair. But the ancient bone god's remnant soul still lingers inside a shattered eye socket fragment. Nobody notices that quick, vicious flash of pure cruelty hidden deep within its gaze. I will remember you and your dragons. One day, I will rebuild my body and destroy you. With the battle over, all the dragons shift back into their human forms. Well, except for Bao, of course. Suddenly, a massive wave of level-up notifications triggers. System alerts flood in. Starry Sky Dragon levels up to 30. Blue Dragon reaches level 32. The Emerald Dragon hits level 38. Black Dragon Yi jumps up to level 40. And finally, Lu Fan himself rockets straight up to an impressive level 44. This huge boost in power completely exceeds all of Lu Fan's wildest expectations. All right, you and I need to check out the dry bone field below the mountain. Hey, hurry over here. A tracking paper doll suddenly stops by a small bone pile. Chin Chiu is the first one to spot the clue. She shouts out loud, "Quick look over here, Miss Gu is still right here." Lu Fan and the rest rush over, spotting the unconscious woman lying in the white bones. They loudly call out her name, Miss Gu. Chin Chiu stands right behind him, anxiously asking, "How is Miss Gu doing?" Lu Fan quickly answers her. No life-threatening injuries, but she is still completely unconscious. Han Kei steps up and offers Little Fan, "Let me take care of her." Lu Fan nods and stands up, stepping back to give her some much-needed space. Faye has absolutely no way to wake her from the coma. "Please take good care of her for now," Lu Fan requests. Chin Q kneels down beside them. "It is a shame I changed my class to Holy Inquisitor. I really cannot help with healing right now." Han Kei gently feeds Miss Gu some water and comforts her friend. "Little Q, do not blame yourself. Just help me give her some water." Faye lets out a sad sigh. Lu Fan turns his head toward the side, looking completely confused. "Bao, what exactly are you looking for?" Bao proudly holds up a shiny glowing crystal it just found to show him. Roar, roar. Lu Fan stares intently at the glowing object, his mind racing as he quietly analyzes it. This bone god crystal looks incredibly similar to an ancient god essence, but it is definitely not the real thing. The system interface flashes with new info. Bone god crystal, legendary quality item, with a completely unknown effect. Lu Fan grabs the crystal right out of Bao's paws to get a closer look. If only this was a true essence, I could use it to evolve the fallen corpse Holy Dragon again. Could it be that the ancient bone god cannot fully rebuild its own body? Is that why it failed to drop a complete essence? Meanwhile, Bao flails its tiny arms around, desperately trying to snatch its stolen treasure back from him. Roar, roar. Suddenly a brilliant realization strikes Lu Fan, flashing right inside his mind. Hold on a sec. Isn't a bone god crystal just a specific type of ancient god crystal? His eyes widen in pure shock. This is one of the exact materials needed for the Shadow Dragon King contract. The required evolution materials are insane. He needs up to 3 obsidian stones, 1 ancient god crystal, up to 300 shadow bird breaths, and 50 drops of shadow spring water. Bao absolutely refuses to give up, crying out and roaring non-stop. But its rebellion ends quickly with a swift bonk on the head, leaving a huge comic lump. Lu Fan turns around, practically glowing with excitement. Peach, hurry up and cast a water skill for me. I really need to wash this thing off right now. She stares at him, completely confused, and asks, wait, what? Finally, Xiaoman, who holds the ultra-rare hidden combat class Water Lotus Swordsman, channels a steady water stream from her blade. She sighs heavily. Lu Fan, do you seriously treat me like a common water faucet? I am the strongest hidden combat class out here, you know. Lu Fan just laughs and explains, hey, there is absolutely no water source around here. I can only rely on you to help me out. As the gentle stream of water from Xiaoman's blade washes over the crystal, the outer layer slowly starts crumbling away into several tiny fragments. Lu Fan stares blankly as the small crystal fragments fall down. What in the world is going on here? The bone god crystal shatters, completely revealing a true bone god essence inside. The system panel flashes again. Bone god essence currently holding 0 charged energy. Legendary quality consumable item, with a completely unknown effect. Xiaoman quickly stops the water flowing from her glowing sword and asks him, so do you not need this anymore? I am turning it off, then this wastes way too much mana. Holding the purified crystal, Lu Fan breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness the crystal's core effect is still perfectly intact. That scared me to death. I can still use this as an evolution material. The information panel stays active, displaying the item. Bone God Crystal, legendary quality with its exact effect, still completely unknown. His mind races as he analyzes the situation. Can an uncharged semi-finished essence actually trigger the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon's evolution? Hoping for the best, he confidently waves his hand. Alright, check this out. Xiao Fei summoned the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. She nods, instantly obeying. Xiao Fei closes her eyes and triggers the process. She perfectly synchronizes with the dragon summoning bone flute, calling forth the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. The Wyram King's level completely matches its user's power tier. 2 massive golden dragons materialize right behind her. Lu Fan smirks, casually waving his hand to call one forward. Come here, time for the 3rd ancient god essence. The golden dragon throws its head back and roars. Blinding light completely swallows its body as its eyes shoot out an insanely dazzling, piercing glow. Roar! Lu Fan clenches his fist in pure anticipation. He watches the wild scene unfold, waiting to see if this crazy gamble actually works. The evolution has finally started. The golden dragon spreads its massive wings wide open, and then just freezes completely motionless. He blinks in utter confusion. Wait, is that really it? The golden dragon just stares blankly, looking like it has 0 clue what just happened. Lu Fan immediately turns his head to check his system interface. Uncharged essence really doesn't cut it. But hey, even without a full evolution, he can still score some seriously overpowered new skills from this. Down on the ground, A Bao angrily points at the dragon. You useless garbage, I found it first, so I should be the one using it. The system panel flashes right in front of Lu Fan. Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon level 38. First skill, Demon Dragon Breath. Demon Dragon Strike, Holy Light. Illumination Gate of Holy Light, Dragon Speech. Unseal Fallen Corpse Control. Demon Dragon Bloodline. And finally, Divine Bone Fusion. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon can break down his own summons and pets into pure bones, absorbing them to permanently convert 1% of all their stats into its own power. Reading through the information panel, our guy frowns, his mind racing with questions. Divine Bone Fusion might only absorb 1% of those stats, but combined with Fallen Corpse Control, it can create infinite puppets. Doesn't that basically mean this dragon has completely unlimited growth potential for the future? Lu Fan rubs his chin in deep thought. Out of all his summons, the absolute best targets to absorb are those heavenly demon soldiers. It's officially time to call them all back into action. The 9 Realms Demon and the 5 National Defense Heroes stay put for now. Let them keep wreaking absolute havoc across the Tai Chi Kingdom. Suddenly Han Ke shouts out, "Everyone get over here quickly, Miss Gu is finally awake." Chin Chu rushes closer. Miss Gu, Xiao Man asks in a super worried tone. "How are you feeling right now?" Miss Gu coughs, clearly still half asleep, muttering something under her breath. Enemy ambush. She snaps her eyes open and screams. "Hurry up and retreat to the Dragon Kingdom. Our entire camp is under attack by the Tai Chi Kingdom. Everyone is going to die out here." Han Ke jumps back in pure panic, instantly letting go of her shoulders with a startled gasp. Lu Fan calmly steps up, resting a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Miss Gu, calm down. You are totally safe now." Xiao Man chimes in with a bright smile. "Hee hee." Lu Fan already wiped out all those animals. Hearing that, Miss Gu finally takes a breath, her panic fading away. "Good, that is so good." Qin Qiu adds that they searched for her forever, extremely relieved she is unharmed. Then she gently helps Miss Gu up to her feet. "Lu Fan, if we head to the border next, can we actually make it back to the Dragon Kingdom?" Sword Shadow crosses his arms, looking doubtful. "I am afraid that might be difficult. The Tai Chi Kingdom still has an entire legion waiting for us out there." Lu Fan casually shoves both hands into his pockets, glancing back at them. "Look, you and I know he always has a plan." He says, "Do not worry. Just follow my lead. And by tomorrow, we will easily leave the Tai Chi Kingdom." Tai Chi Kingdom, Heavenly Hand City. 6 hours later, a police car with flashing lights comes speeding straight down the dark city street. Right inside a narrow alleyway that the cruiser just blasted past, Lu Fan and his entire crew are hiding out of sight. He carefully checks the main road for any danger before signaling the rest of his team. It is clear. Everyone can come out now. Chin Chu's face flushes bright red the second she reads the glowing neon sign for the Love Hotel. She looks away awkwardly and asks, "Why exactly do we have to come here?" Lu Fan leads the way inside calmly, explaining the situation. "We just need to lay low for now. The city is on high alert, and this is literally the only street still doing business." Xiao Man waves her hand, urging the other three forward. "Keep up, let's go." Supported by Han Ke, Miss Gu lets out an incredibly guilty sigh. "I am so sorry for dragging everyone into this mess." Qin Qiu squeezes her eyes completely shut, refusing to look at the spicy photos plastered on the walls. She takes a few hesitant steps up the stairs, her voice shaking. "Even though hiding here is smart, we literally just sneaked right into the very capital of the Tai Chi Kingdom." Hearing this, Xiao Man clenches her fists in sheer excitement and turns around. "Oh yeah, flying all the way here was insanely fast. That was way too much fun." She immediately thinks back to the dragon bones from the Divine Bone clone, basically their own private high-speed jet. "Honestly, if we just rode that thing straight back to the Dragon Kingdom, we would be fine." Qin Chu glances to the side and sighs. "Sure, to avoid detection, we had to switch to walking after flying dozens of kilometers, but I am still pretty stressed out about this whole thing." Lu Fan stays totally silent, but inside his head the wheels are turning. That Divine Bone clone is seriously on another level of power. To turn it into a puppet, the fallen corpse Holy Dragon used Divine Bone fusion to absorb every single one of those heavenly demon soldiers. He sinks deeper into his own thoughts. "Now that I can use this ancient god's body, not only does it keep all its skills, it is massive enough to carry a 20-person squad on its back." Han Ke's voice echoes nearby, snapping our MC back to reality. "Things are just getting started. All right, you and I are jumping right back in." The girls are waiting, and someone nervously asks Lu Fan how they should arrange the hotel rooms. The guy behind the reception desk just stares at him, flashing a totally sleazy smile. He actually jokes that sneaking around with so many girls during a strict curfew is seriously wild. Lu Fan totally ignores the teasing, stepping right up to the counter to demand 3 rooms. He promises they will check out before tomorrow night. The receptionist suddenly rubs his chin, narrowing his eyes at our main character. Instead of just handing over the room keys right away, the guy pauses. He calls out to Lu Fan, frowning hard like he is trying to solve a puzzle. He asks if they have crossed paths somewhere before. At that exact same moment, the television screen glowing right behind him happens to be broadcasting a breaking news report. The Kim faction officially signed the national trial. There is an active arrest warrant out for Lu Fan from Camp 1 of the Dragon Nation, while the Kim group claims full responsibility for the recent terrorist attacks. The anchor then reports that Tianzhou City is still locked down under strict curfew. The receptionist suddenly glances back at the television screen behind him. He scratches his head, frowning as he tries desperately to put the pieces together. A few tense seconds pass before he finally shakes it off. He tosses the keys onto the counter, muttering that he must be mistaken, and tells them to take their rooms. Lu Fan snatches the 3 keys and hands them straight to Jian Ying. He tells her to take everyone up to the guest rooms to get some rest. She takes them but quickly asks if he is planning to leave. Lu Fan does not even try to hide it. He casually admits he is going back out to spy on the Kim faction and see what they are planning. Han Ke walks closely behind, gently supporting Gu Han. She softly asks if Miss Gu is doing all right. Gu Han looks much better now. She turns with a soft smile, telling her not to worry at all. The hallway walls are covered in pictures of gorgeous models. Xiaoman gets super excited, pointing straight at one of the posters and shouting about how amazing it looks. Qin Qiu takes one look and blushes bright red. She quickly covers her mouth shyly, murmuring her agreement. Lu Fan pats Jian Ying on the shoulder, promising he will be back by tomorrow morning at the absolute latest. He trusts her to keep everyone safe until then. Gripping the keys tightly, she nods and tells him to stay safe. Lu Fan turns away without another word, making sure to pull his hat down low so nobody recognizes him in the streets. He guarantees that everything finally ends tonight. Once Lu Fan is gone, the rest of the group slowly makes their way back into their hotel rooms. From down the hall, Qin Qiu manages to overhear bits of their private conversation. She gets curious and asks where Lu Fan went. Jian Ying quickly steps in to calm her down, promising he will be back soon. Meanwhile, nobody notices the front desk guy still watching them from afar. He just stands there secretly thinking to himself about how incredibly impressive that young guy actually is. Cut to later that night, in Taiki Kingdom, right outside the Kim faction gates. One of the guards lets out a heavy sigh. He cannot believe their national heroes were actually defeated, complaining that all city troops already left for the Divine Valley to send backup. His partner crosses his arms, telling him to stop whining. He points out that standing guard here is way better than throwing their lives away on the brutal front lines. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air. The guards whip around just in time to see a skyscraper behind them completely detonate. Flames light up the entire block. What just happened? Another guard holding a walkie-talkie sprints over in total panic to deliver the terrible news. It is bad. The 9 Realms demon just spawned right inside Tianzhou City, and they need backup immediately. The first guard is left completely paralyzed by the shock. He questions the terrifying news. How could a massive boss like the 9 Realms demon possibly spawn right here? Almost like it hurt him, the massive beast charges straight down the main highway, heading right for their gates. The monster unleashes an absolutely deafening roar of pure destruction. The gate guards completely lose their minds, screaming that they are doomed. Their small squad is literally the only defense force left in the entire city right now. But then someone steps up, patting the terrified guard's shoulder and telling them to retreat inside. It is Kim Soo-yeon calmly taking control of the chaotic situation. She explains that the faction leaders are still holding a meeting inside. Until they finish, she will personally hold the line as the elite guard of the Kim faction. The guard is sweating bullets, but agrees, leaving everything in her capable hands. Right on cue, the ground violently shakes as thick dust fills the air. Now this is where you and I need to pay attention. The monster reaches the gates, but it brought a friend. The guard absolutely loses it, screaming about the second beast. He desperately yells to notify the other military troops to retreat and defend the city. Soo-yeon just squints into the dark distance, waiting silently for something nobody else can see. Lu Fan drops into the courtyard from a nearby rooftop. Soo-yeon instantly draws her sword mockingly, asking if the little mouse thought he could sneak in. Lu Fan is actually a bit startled, muttering to himself that his stealth cover is blown. Lu Fan slowly draws his blade. Explosive red flames instantly coil around the steel like an awakened dragon. His eyes turn ice cold. He confidently tells her that there is zero chance she can actually stop him. The scene shifts to the glittering city skyline as night takes over. Deep inside a luxurious office at the Kim faction, Qing Xing leans back and drops a totally sarcastic question. He smirks, asking if he truly believes he cannot do it. The other man frowns, carefully weighing his words. He points out that even though Qing Xing shares the boss's bloodline, assassinating Lu Fan basically hands him total control over the faction. He argues that the plan is incredibly reckless. Neither of them actually understands Lu Fan's true power, and honestly, even the faction boss is completely clueless about it. So what do you and I take from this arrogance? Qing Xing just shoves his glasses onto his head sharply, cutting the guy off. He says all those excuses just mean his partner doubts him. Let us dive right in. He told him to stay with the monarch, complaining that missing out on the Abyss class completely ruined his own chances at reaching the top. Enter Kevin, a royal guard from the former king estate. Ryan thought back in silence. He remembered exactly how terrified this absolute loser looked when Jane had him thrown straight out of the royal guard. Ryan never cared before, but now, while searching for a new hero to protect the nation, this guy actually shows up. He absolutely cannot let this fool alert Luke and ruin his entire master plan to take over the king estate. Kevin finally loses his patience. He stands up abruptly, totally unable to wait any longer. He calls the Abyss class nothing but a joke. As for Luke, Kevin insists he needs to face him personally before deciding if he is actually strong. Ryan just lets out a heavy sigh. Rubbing his forehead in pure exhaustion, he warns Kevin that he completely underestimates Luke. He is definitely not someone Kevin can just take down alone. He tells him to leave immediately. But of course, Kevin completely ignores the warning. Smiling with pure arrogance, Kevin asks whoever said he was flying solo. He brags about bringing along a ridiculously beautiful and high-level expert to back him up. But right before he can finish bragging, the entire massive building suddenly starts shaking with absolute violence. Terrified, Ryan rushes over to the window. The absolute total chaos happening outside makes him scream right out loud in pure panic. It is all over. He cannot believe Luke managed to show up at their door this fast. Kevin just looks totally confused. Did the Nine Realms demon finally attack the city? Panicking, Ryan turns around and points right at Kevin. He yells that he agrees to everything, begging him to send out his so-called expert immediately. Kevin just shrugs his shoulders, stammering out a very awkward reply. He mumbles that he only signed up to fight Luke, but that thing outside is a Nine Realms demon. Suddenly, a massive force sends Susan flying straight through the room. The glass completely shatters, and her agonizing scream echoes through the mess. She hits the floor hard, coughing up dark black blood, eyes shut tight and completely unresponsive. Kevin is completely frozen in absolute terror, barely able to ask what just happened. Outside, Luke is already hovering in the air, with his wings spread wide. He coldly asks if they really wanted a fight. He tells them he will gladly grant their wish, promising to use just one single sword strike. Utterly terrified, Ryan collapses right onto the floor, stammering hard. He stutters, asking how Luke even found them here. Turning quickly toward Kevin, he desperately screams at him to use that big energy he was just bragging about. But he has no idea Kevin is still standing there, completely paralyzed by fear. Kevin mutters to himself in pure disbelief. Even Susan, the absolute strongest fighter in their entire royal guard, went down instantly. Luke slowly raises his hand, dark power immediately surging from his palm. He calmly notes another member of the king family is here. Perfect timing. He promises to show them the true terrifying power of the ancient god with just this single strike. With a burst of energy, the ancient god is fully summoned. Now watch this closely. It flaps its wings, sending rocks flying everywhere. He summons the level 90 fallen corpse bone god clone. Its eternal Samsara skill instantly unleashes 6 massive tornadoes, sweeping directly toward the target zone. These tornadoes are absolutely broken. Each hit easily wipes out 15% of the enemy max health, completely shredding their defensive stats in the process. Then there is the bone reconstruction passive skill. Every single time the clone loses 10% of its health, this insane ability automatically activates. The Bone God clone violently absorbs every single shattered fragment around it, completely reconstructing its body to instantly restore its missing health. And do not forget the Dead Soul Ruin. Taking damage grants it one single Phantom Rune fragment every single time. Once it gathers exactly 10 of these Phantom Runes, it unleashes the Dead Soul Whirlwind. This massive storm will endlessly hunt down the target, dealing heavy shadow damage continuously. Anyone unfortunate enough to get locked down by this whirlwind is completely blocked from healing. In literally seconds, the glorious towering building is totally wiped out by the Bone God. Trapped right under the heavy ruins, Ryan groans out loud in absolute burning pain. He glances over just a few feet away. Kevin is lying completely motionless in a massive pool of fresh blood, eyes rolled all the way back. Ryan screams in terror. What kind of monster is this? Ryan tries to shift his broken body, but even that tiny little movement makes him cough up blood violently. Desperate, he pulls a teleportation scroll right out of his shirt. He refuses to accept this. He cannot die here when his grand master plan is so close to giving him total control of the king estate. His mind racing, he frantically rips the rare teleportation scroll open. It is an epic tier consumable item. Its effect instantly teleports the user straight to any designated safe location on the map. Too bad for him, before the magic can even activate, a fast sword completely slices the scroll right in half. Luke drives his blade straight through his chest. He growls that this exact strike was saved just for him. Even taking his last pathetic breath, Ryan still desperately believes the king estate belongs to him. With the garbage finally taken out, Luke casually turns around. He asks his servant if he watched closely. Narrowing his eyes, he declares that the king estate is officially destroyed today. Simon has completely been turned into nothing but a loyal puppet under his absolute control. Simon keeps his face totally stiff. His voice lacks absolutely any warmth, but his posture is completely respectful as he confirms he saw it all, calling him master. Suddenly, Luke turns his head to lock eyes directly with him. He slowly points out that there is still exactly one person missing. Remembering a face that looks so much like Simon does, Luke steps in uncomfortably close. He mentions his youngest daughter, Chloe. The very second he finds her hiding spot, her absolute final day on Earth will finally arrive. We are just getting started. Luke spreads his dark wings and flies off, leaving a lifeless Simon standing completely alone among the burning ruins. All right, let's watch this unfold. Lu Fan looks down, his tone completely sarcastic. Stay right here, he mocks. Let the rescue team admire their precious hero. Speeding away, Lu Fan shouts a chilling command. Divine bone clones level this entire city to the ground. But right then, a massive surge of energy rockets toward him. Even from miles away, you can hear the absolute roar of it echoing. Lu Fan instantly stops. He looks up, completely caught off guard. Could that voice really be who he thinks it is? And sure enough, a very familiar figure steps out of the shadows. He shouts out, completely hyped. Principal Wu Xian. A heavy sigh escapes from beneath her cloak. Looks like I made it just in time, she says. You really love causing absolute chaos. Staring at the massive Jin estate now reduced to total rubble, she is completely speechless. Honestly, she has absolutely no idea what to even say right now. Actually, I should probably be worrying about the Taiki nation. If I had arrived even a second later, all of Tianzhou City would be wiped off the map, right? Lu Fan floats over his voice, totally cold. The Jin family brought this on themselves. And yeah, I was absolutely planning to level the entire city. Hearing this, Wu Xian falls completely silent. Lu Fan quickly breaks down the current situation. Then, full of gratitude, he adds, Thank you, Principal, for crossing thousands of miles just to come get us. Teacher Gu and the others are totally safe. Raising his hand to summon some energy, he adds, I will have Xiao Fei use his paper trackers to guide you to them right now. But before he can even finish his sentence, Wu Xian shoots her hand out. She grabs his arm tight, stopping him cold. Her eyes narrow, seeing right through him. You just want me out of the way so you can finish destroying the Taiki nation, do you not? Put your summons away and come help me get everyone back home. Lu Fan yanks his arm free. Frowning in pure confusion, he asks Principal, Why are you trying to stop me? His mind flashes back to the Sand Sea Death Realm. Exiting that portal, seeing Dragon Nation soldiers lying dead everywhere. An absolute massacre with 0 survivors. Every single member of the Jin family and all their supporters in the Taiki nation just kept targeting me. They went after my family and they brutally slaughtered totally innocent people from our Dragon Nation. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Teeth grinding, he snaps back. If Teacher Gu had not made it out alive, would you still be standing here calmly stopping me? Even death is far too good for them. Wu Xian gently places a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Lu Fan, I completely understand how you feel. Trust me, I am just as furious. But then her voice hardens. I am not stopping you because I have a heart of stone. I am stopping you because I need to protect you. That answer instantly catches him off guard. Lu Fan freezes, staring at her in total disbelief. You want to protect me? Wu Xian quietly turns away, her voice softening just a bit. Commander Du from the far north region probably told you already. This world is massive. And the people who actually reach the absolute peak, they are incredibly rare. She steps lightly onto the ruined ground and continues. That is simply how the real world works. Lu Fan flaps his wings, flying closer as she explains. To ordinary people, a 4th job transition past level 90 is the ultimate peak of power. The final endgame of class progression. Her heavy cloak hides her face completely, so her expression remains a total mystery. But those eyes, they are burning as bright as shooting stars. After the 4th transition, just gaining a single level is basically impossible. And those who actually manage to hit level 100? Basically unheard of. Suddenly, Wu Xian turns around. She locks eyes with Lu Fan and her voice takes on a dead serious intense tone. But I need you to understand something right now. 5th job transition experts at level 120 actually exist in this world, and some of them belong to the Taiki Nation. Listen closely because this changes everything. Lu Fan gasps in absolute shock. What? The Taiki Nation has 5th transition experts. He furrows his brow, mind racing fast. Honestly, dealing with 4th transition fighters is basically a child's game for him at this point. But if those god-tier 5th transition experts are backing the Jin family, he has to find a way to crush them. Otherwise, this whole Taiki Nation nightmare will never actually end. Wu Shen speaks up again, totally shattering his intense train of thought. She looks right at him and states bluntly, I know exactly what you are planning, but drop it. These hidden 5th transition legends never show their faces, and they do not belong to absolutely any nation at all. In fact, they pull the strings from the shadows, manipulating entire nations just to get whatever they want. She walks right up to the frozen body of Zai Shi and continues. And the Taichi Nation is basically the easiest puppet to control. That is exactly why those true rulers chose to stay here. Lu Fan slowly puts the pieces together. So the Jin family was just a disposable puppet for those 5th transition masters. His curiosity takes over. So if I keep tearing down the Taiki Nation, I am basically kicking their hornet's nest. Is that right? Seeing him finally get it, Wu Jian nods with pure satisfaction. Exactly. You came here to end the Jin family grudge. Goal achieved. If you do not stop now, you are just inviting a massive disaster onto yourself. Pausing for a second, she shoots Lu Fan a dead serious glare of warning. When that time comes, only the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation could possibly fix it. You are not the type to blindly start a war, are you? Lu Fan lets out a long, heavy sigh. Closing his eyes, he finally relents. I get it. The moment the words leave his mouth, he raises his hand, recalling his massive puppet army. All of you fall back. Fallen corpse manipulation. It lets him control every puppet made by the sacred dragon, summoning or dismissing them instantly. And honestly, you and I both know that is insanely overpowered. The fallen zombie puppets die, and all that dark energy flows straight back to the zombie dragon. A terrified guard plays a deadly game of hide-and-seek with the 9 Realms demon in the ruins, screaming his lungs out. Lu Fan clenches his fist, and all that demonic energy instantly retracts right into his palm. He lets out a loud laugh. Since the Golden Mansion is ruined, and you are asking so nicely, I guess I will spare the Taiki Kingdom just this once. Seeing the whole situation finally sorted out, Wu Shen turns around completely, ready to leave. Take me to the other enemy flank and I will send the Griffin Knights over. She barely takes 2 steps before Lu Fan suddenly calls out to stop her. Hey, hold on just a second. He pulls out a shiny necklace with a smirk. Here is that gift I promised you. Now I can finally hand it over to you in person. Unmelting ice necklace. Epic rarity accessory. Wu Shen turns back around, her voice ice cold. What exactly are you trying to pull here? Lu Fan just bursts into loud laughter. Haha, stop pretending, senior sister. I know you are at your limit. You could fool me for a little while, but there is no way you could trick me forever. Seeing Wu Shen stay completely silent, he fakes turning away. Guess you don't want it. Fine, I will just keep it and give it to my little aunt instead. Wu Shen finally drops her proud act. She lunges forward, grabbing his hand tightly. You little brat. That is my gift. How dare you give it away? She slowly pulls back, her hood sighing. If my family was not dealing with so much drama right now, I would have accepted this necklace a long time ago. Looking a bit embarrassed, Wu Shen gets curious. Seriously though, how in the world did you figure it out? Lu Fan taps his nose. The scent. Stunned, Wu Shen quickly lifts her sleeve and takes a sniff. Wait, no way. Do I actually smell like something right now? Stop talking nonsense. Lu Fan suddenly leans in super close to her. Relax, I meant you smell really good. He immediately sprints away, leaving Wu Shen stomping her feet in absolute frustration. You little punk. When did you learn to act like such a shameless flirt? Just wait until we get back home. I am totally going to deal with you. While they chase each other, Lu Fan laughs. We need to head over there. I spot a love hotel. Wu Shen just blushes in absolute silence. Realizing what he just said, Lu Fan quickly figures out how incredibly sketchy that sounded. Wait, no, I mean everyone else is resting in that hotel. I definitely did not mean anything weird by that. Both embarrassed and mad, Wu Shen snaps back. Let's just get everyone home first. The principal definitely has ways to discipline badly behaved students. Alright, you and I are shifting gears here. Over at the Long family's western border, the Griffin Knights commander finally reports that the brutal conflict is completely shut down. The principal of Longdu Academy personally marched right into the Divine Bone Forest to save the trapped students and teachers. Sharp laughter echoes through the dark room. Ha ha ha, and here I thought Yi Wuxian was way too busy trying to call for backup. Long Xing speaks from behind an elegant folding screen. Turns out she actually still has time to worry about her precious Longdu Academy. Thick smoke pours from the incense burner. The royal family always takes their strict rules way too seriously. He smirks wickedly. An opportunity this good, our Long family absolutely cannot let it slip by. Raising his voice, Long Xing barks out an order. Guards, prepare a teleportation scroll immediately. I need to make a personal trip down to Longdu. The loyal servant outside instantly replies. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, back at Longdu Academy's villa, number 2, Xiaoman flops onto the comfy sofa, stretching her arms and legs with a massive sigh. We are finally back. Qin Chu plops down next to her, immediately teasing. Ever since teaming up with Lu Fan, Little Peach has been seriously slacking on her training. Xiaoman giggles, remembering when they all stepped through the teleport gate. Lu Fan had been the last one out, waving goodbye to Tu Jing's squad. Take care, guys, Xiaoman wags a finger defensively. Hey, who says I am slacking? When the Griffon Knights fixed that teleport gate, I totally helped out. Jian Ying, casually brewing tea nearby, immediately chimes in. That is only because you were so desperate to get back home. Qin Chu laughs so hard her cheeks turn red. CC Jian Ying has you completely figured out now. Xiaoman practically blows a gasket, yelling out. Hey, you guys are completely ruining Jian Ying. She never used to mock me like this in the past. Han Ke gently covers her mouth with a soft chuckle. Well, everyone finally gets a chance to relax. But honestly, the fact that Lu Fan's senior sister is actually our academy principal, even now, I am still completely shocked by it. Now that her huge secret identity is finally out in the open, Wu Xian acts way more comfortable chatting with everyone. She makes sure to remind them, though. You guys have to keep this a strict secret for me. Even Miss Gu only just found out about it. Qin Chu replies softly. Don't worry, Principal. We will definitely keep your secret safe. Being this young and gorgeous, but having so much crazy power and status, no wonder Lu Fan is always obsessing over you. Makes total sense. Always the straightforward one, Xiaoman clenches her fist and confidently makes a promise. Relax, Principal. My lips are completely sealed. Wu Xian pats her chest and gives them a playful wink. No need to be so formal in private. I am Ye Wu Xian. Just call me Senior Sister Wu Xian. But during school hours, you still have to call me Principal. But the second those words leave her mouth, Qin Chu and Xiaoman snap back in perfect unison. Understood. Principal Wu Xian sighs, putting her hands on her hips. Never mind. Guess it will take a while to break that habit. You and I both know changing titles is never that easy. Suddenly she realizes someone has been missing this entire time. Wait a second. Where did Lu Fan wander off to? Jian Ying carries out a fresh tray of water and casually replies. He is up in his bedroom right now. Said he needed to make a quick phone call. All right, you and I are back. While everyone was chatting away, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Thank you all for your hard work on the monument. Lu Fan walked down holding his tablet. Please send our deepest condolences to those who lost their lives, he said. He turned the screen around so everyone could see. These are my family and friends, he introduced to the group. If we had entered the portal just a little later, we could have all met up. Lu Fei smiled warmly. Hello, everyone. Lu Fan actually asked us to set up a proper memorial for the victims who lost their lives back at the Divine Valley camp. The room's cheerful vibe vanished in an instant. Han Ke looked down, her voice trembling. A memorial. On the screen, Lu Fei continued his introduction. I am Captain Lu Fei of the 78th Lion Knight Squad. I am currently working under Lu Fan. I was ordered by the commander to investigate the recent ambush incident at the border. Chang Kong stood nearby, shaking his head. Such a shame. By the time we broke through the border, Lu Fan had already taken care of everything. Shen Tai rolled his eyes, telling him to stop bragging. The one who actually broke through the border was obviously the principal of Longdu Academy. Back in the room, Xiaoman and Qin Chu were stiffly trying not to laugh. Wu Xian put a finger to her lips. Shh. Keep it a secret. Chang Kong grinned widely at Lu Fan. Anyway, it has been way too long, brother. You can casually take down 4th-tier awakened experts now. Insane. Lu Fan looked a bit nostalgic as he softly replied. Yeah, it really has been over half a year since we last saw each other. Lu Fei turned his head toward the towering monument behind him, looking genuinely emotional. This is the blank memorial, built to honor the fallen victims. Once we manage to track down the names of everyone we lost, we are going to carve them all right here. Lu Fan closed his eyes tightly, fighting his emotions for a long moment before speaking. They only stayed behind to help me activate the portal. I just hope the total destruction of the Jin faction brings them some peace. Suddenly, an unfamiliar commanding voice echoed from the screen. Once the heavy conflict with the Tai Chi Kingdom finally cools down, you can come down here and pay your respects to them personally. Lu Fan opened his eyes in surprise. Through the screen, he saw Lu Fei stepping aside, standing tall, and delivering a perfectly crisp military salute. The new man Zhuo Yu spoke up. Under the commander's direct orders, the final investigation results will be organized and officially announced by me. I will then release this to both nations. The heretics, after repeatedly ambushing the Dragon Nation camps, shifted their target to the Tai Chi Kingdom. The Jin faction's negligence led to their total annihilation. Meanwhile, the Lion Knights and Longdu Academy successfully rescued the surviving members of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan was stunned. But that is not the truth at all. You are just dumping all of the Jin faction's crimes onto the heretics. Before he could finish, someone stepped up and slapped his shoulder hard. Lu Fan looked back. It was Wu Xian. She looked at him calmly. This is the best possible solution. It kills two birds with one stone. Qin Chu blinked in absolute confusion. Two birds with one stone. On the screen, Zhuo Yu heard Wu Xian's words perfectly. Keeping his icy expression, he gave a rare compliment. Your friend is extremely smart. Framing the official report exactly like this prevents the Tai Chi Kingdom rulers from using you as a weakness, while simultaneously provoking the heretics to finally take action. Lu Fan clenched his fists reluctantly. I understand, he muttered. With the serious business handled, Zhuo Yu raised his hand in a sharp salute. Thank you for understanding. This greatly benefits our investigation into the heretic forces. Wu Xian watched this brief exchange very closely, her eyes narrowing. She stared at Lu Fan's back, lost in deep thought. That gold crest officer just initiated a formal salute to Lu Fan. That means Lu Fan has to be at that rank or higher. You and I know what that means. Our boy is at least a gold crest now. The call ended. Han Kei shook off the heavy mood and smiled. Well, I am just glad Lu Fan is out of danger. Who is hungry? I am cooking. Qin Chu immediately raised a hand. Let me help you out. Xiao Man pumped her fists excitedly. Food, yes, please. Meanwhile, Wu Xian crossed her arms, just staring intently at Lu Fan's face. He blinked in confusion. What is wrong with you? She just smirked dangerously. Oh, nothing. I just think you have grown quite a lot lately. That intense stare gave Lu Fan serious goosebumps. But right at that very second, a loud knock echoed from the front door. Knock, knock, knock. He immediately used the distraction to spin around and escape. Hey, Jian Ying, I will get the door. Being stared down and smirked at by his senior sister had genuinely terrified him for a second. Jian Ying had no idea what was happening but casually agreed. Sure. Wu Xian just rested her hands on her hips, highly amused. Truly the man I picked. Before the door even fully opened, Lu Fan called out. I am coming, who are you looking for? Standing there was Andre, a level 64 flame warrior. He flashed a massive grin. You obviously… Lu Fan was completely caught off guard. Andre, holy crap, you actually traveled all the way to the Dragon Nation. He immediately stepped aside to let him in. Get in here, seeing you at Longdu Academy is a massive surprise. The massive warrior stepped inside, his booming voice echoing everywhere. He let out a booming laugh. Haha, I came here specifically to find you. Wait, wow, something smells absolutely incredible. Han Kei heard the commotion from the kitchen and peeked out. Is that Andre? Lu Fan has mentioned you before. Come on, a massive feast is totally ready. She carried over a huge steaming pot, calling out to the room. All right, everyone, food is ready. Let's eat. Andre's eyes lit up like giant spotlights. He did not hesitate. Oh man, thank you, I really showed up at the exact right time. All right, you and I are diving back in. He pulls up a chair, hooked by the insane food smell. I missed you like crazy since we parted ways, Luke. Mandy crosses her arms, rolling her eyes. Wow, you really just make yourself right at home. Tessa jumps frantically, making a shushing motion. Darcy is talking pure nonsense again, but honestly, Hannah looks absolutely thrilled. She smiles. As long as you like it, I will cook more. Vanya just rests her chin, teasing him. Hannah has some serious cooking skills. Even foreign students are completely obsessed. Andre wastes no time grabbing a chicken leg. He talks through a mouthful of meat. I am not a student. I came specifically to invite Luke to the Winter Nation. Luke looks completely shocked. The Winter Nation. Andre just keeps loudly chewing his food and pulls a glowing stone straight out of his pocket. Look at this. It is a genuine Shadow Island aura. Epic tier. It is a radiant stone, corrupted by the dark power of Shadow Island, over a long time forming pure Shadow Island aura. Luke freezes in stunned silence. Shadow Island aura? No way. He remembers fighting in the Death Desert. After securing the ancient god crystal, he only needed 3 more items for the Shadow Dragon King contract. This aura was actually one. The Shadow Dragon King contract is a legendary tier item. Required materials: 0 of 3 obsidian, 1 of 1 ancient god crystal, 0 of 300 shadow auras, and 0 of 50 shadow spring waters. Andre keeps eating and explains. My family got a massive bounty quest to enter Shadow Island and destroy the central Shadow Spring core. But the black fog, there was too thick. The monsters were absolutely insane. I could only grab these materials before forcing my team to retreat. He swallows the meat and reaches for a bun, but someone snatches it right away. But we have to finish this quest. I thought of you. If anyone can survive this, it is you. Luke casually bites a huge chunk of bread and loudly declares, I am in. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps start echoing right outside their door. Inside, Andre had a whole speech ready to convince him. Luke, agreeing this fast, leaves him sitting there completely stunned. Wait, you agreed that easily? A man walks by outside, catching the attention of several girls on the street. Wow, so handsome, did you see him? The girl next to her just mutters in total confusion. Huh, dressed like that? Is he from a major noble family? Meanwhile, Andre keeps rambling on. That island is perfect for leveling up. Now here is where you and I must pay attention. Drake stands completely silent outside. Luke is hyped. He looks at Vanya for her thoughts. I really want to learn more about this shadow aura and the spring water. Senior Vanya, can I go on this mission? Before Vanya can answer, she violently coughs. She wipes her mouth, but a faint trace of blood is clearly visible. She covers her mouth. Cough. Of course you can go. It will be incredibly useful for you. Luke looks worried. Senior, what is wrong? Right then, loud knocking echoes from the door again. Knock knock. Hannah quickly grabs Vanya to support her. She asks, anxiously, could it be a severe cold? Let me help you over to the sofa, so you can rest a little bit. Vanya closes her eyes, leaning back exhaustedly. It is nothing. The knocking gets louder, so Hannah urges him. Luke, go open the door. Luke pushes his chair back. Got it. He jogs to the door, thinking they have a lot of guests today. Drake sees the door open. Hello. Is Lady Vanya Vance here? Hearing that hauntingly familiar voice from inside, Vanya snaps her eyes wide open. Luke gives him a questioning look. Who are you? Drake holds his fan respectfully. I am Drake, here secretly to discuss major Western clan business with Vanya. Vanya totally abandons her grace and storms out shouting. Drake, what are you doing here? We agreed to talk after I returned in a month. Why are you here early? Luke has never seen her this agitated. Senior Vanya suddenly gets dizzy and stumbles. Luke quickly catches her speaking up loudly. Careful, Drake just smiles casually from the side. So you are here. That makes things easy. His eyes flash with pure calculation. Fanning himself, he fakes politeness. I will be blunt. No need to wait a month. Just agree to merge the Vance and Drake families, and I will help you crush Hector. What do you say? I can even leave Cloud Peak to you considering your family's past favors. Vanya glares darkly. You absolute snake. Seeing his senior this unstable, Luke looks at her with deep, urgent concern. Senior, what is wrong with you? Are you okay? Vanya forces a smile, but her face screams agony. I am fine. Just an old injury acting up. Luke is completely stunned, feeling incredibly guilty as he speaks. You were injured this entire time. Why did I not know about this? Lance brings up her severe internal injuries and the tension in the room instantly skyrockets. He mocks her. I almost forgot Jasper left you with massive internal damage. That is definitely not healing in just a month. Lance shoots her this totally smug, ice-cold glare. He knows with her body wrecked like this, she stands zero chance against the combined forces of their 2 elite families. Looking down his nose at her, he drops a threat wrapped as advice. You had better think real carefully before fighting back right now. But Luke steps up and shuts that down instantly, zero hesitation. Yeah, we do not need to think about it. Luke's gaze turns razor sharp as he locks eyes with Lance. His expression screams absolute confidence, as he declares that she is never going to agree to those terms. Daphne is visibly stunned by this. Meanwhile, Lance's eyes just overflow with pure mockery. Since when did her mighty family fall so incredibly hard that they need some clueless kid to save them? Oh, wait a second. I almost completely forgot about this. I should be calling you the great hero of our nation now. Hearing Lance's heavy provocation, Daphne panics and quickly tries to warn our guy. Luke, stay out of this elite family turf war. The sheer danger involved is way beyond what any normal person could possibly imagine. He doesn't back down, turning his head to look at her. You helped me survive this far. Now that you are in deep trouble, there is absolutely no way I am just standing by. Lance treats Luke like some clueless brat who doesn't know his place, his entire face twisting into a mask of pure absolute disgust. Kid playing hero costs you your life. You win a couple of tiny fights and suddenly think you are completely invincible. But Luke honestly could not care less about his trash talk. His only goal right now is taking this guy down. Dealing with you, that is going to be way too easy. Suddenly, right in the middle of this intense standoff, a loud voice echoes from behind Luke. Hey, my brother. Andre completely volunteers to teach this arrogant guy a brutal lesson for Luke. Beside him, Tara and Blade are stepping up too. You sit this out, let me handle him, I will teach him a lesson. But Luke waves off the backup, treating this fight as his personal payback. No need for that, guys. Consider this upcoming battle my massive personal welcome gift to this so-called elite Western family. Lance just bursts into this sarcastic laughter, totally dismissing Luke. Ridiculous. With pure contempt, he summons dozens of sharp swords, aiming them right at our boy. A little clown like you dares to talk big in front of me. Daphne immediately calls him out. Lance, are you seriously going to break your own promise? Lance replies with absolute ice in his voice, his entire face twisting into an ugly, furious scowl. Relax, within a single month Out of nowhere, Midnight lets out a fierce roar, dropping down from the sky to deliver a brutal, flawless kick straight into Lance. The second she hits the ground, a massive explosion rips the background apart. Luke quickly yells to take this fight outside. Villa 1 is still heavily damaged, and I am definitely not letting an arrogant elite jerk like you trash Villa number 2. Furious from Midnight's heavy strike, Lance violently whips his sleeve back. His eyes turn deadly cold, an oppressive aura erupting like an unsheathed blade. Luke. He originally planned to hold back, but seeing Luke's cocky attitude completely changes his mind. I was just going to give you a small punishment to remember me by. Blinding lightning violently erupts from Lance's entire body, his hair whipping wildly in the wind as he instantly summons a flurry of razor-sharp glowing blades. But now, I have completely changed my mind. Seeing this massive power flex, Luke just flashes a hyped grin. What a massive coincidence. I changed my mind too. You and I are about to see something insane. Casper the Black Dragon lets out an earth-shattering roar. Strength, agility, and durability all absolutely skyrocket as the dragon heavily evolves. The glowing system screen aggressively flashes Black Dragon 2 World Destroyer form fully activated. Strength jumps from 20,450 way up to 40,904. Agility hits 19,037. Spirit drops down to 10,207, while base durability holds strong at 21,380. Witnessing this unbelievable worldly spectacle, even Lance cannot help but be seriously impressed. But frankly, that level of raw power still is not quite enough to scare him. This overwhelming aura. It completely lives up to the title of the world's absolute strongest creature. But today, I am going to become the ultimate dragon slayer, to elevate my elite family's legacy. No hesitation. Luke instantly commands Casper to charge in and strike hard. Midnight unleashes massive pressure, while another glowing power board pops up on the system screen. Dragon Boost activated for himself and his dragon pets. Every single stat and base attack power shoots up by 30%. The stats panel keeps rapidly updating, revealing the absolutely terrifying, overwhelming strength of a level 40 Black Dragon Midnight. Look at these numbers. Black Dragon Contract 2 raw strength aggressively rockets from 40,904 all the way up to 50,175. Agility massively spikes from 19,037 to 24,700. 48 spirit energy rises to 13,270. And overall durability heavily scales up, climbing straight from 21,380 up to 27,794. The Black Dragon's heavy strike carries absolute destructive power and terrifying pressure. The massive dragon continuously blasts its overwhelming pressure in every single direction, inflicting intense fear root effects and heavy dizziness on all enemy targets caught within its huge range. Lance desperately manages to block Casper's heavy incoming strike, but it is clearly taking a massive toll. You and I can tell the guy is pushing his absolute physical limits. Casper's raw output is just completely terrifying. Even as Lance tries to resist, his entire body is violently trembling on pure instinct alone. Every single thought of fighting back is just getting utterly crushed under the pressure. Is this really the power of a dragon? But Lance refuses to quit. He forces out another arrogant, totally mocking laugh. If that was anyone else, they would be on their knees begging for mercy by now. Too bad for you, you are facing the elite Lance family. He aggressively unleashes his ultimate family technique. Countless soaring swords explode outward, sky-shattering dragon strike. Alright, we are diving into the chaos. Those swords seemed perfectly aimed at Lu Fan, but their real target was the black dragon Xiao Ye. The blades strike the beast head-on. But look at Longxing's totally pale face. His terrified expression proves one thing. His current strength is nowhere near enough to even scratch Xiao Ye's scales. Are you kidding me right now? My sword could not even break its defense, he yells, absolutely stunned. Lu Fan's aura skyrockets. He does not hesitate for a single second to lay down the harsh truth. Take a good look. This is the undeniable gap of absolute power. Xiao Ye is officially furious. The dragon unleashes a massive, terrifying aura and opens its jaws to blast out an absolutely gigantic fireball. Unable to withstand the brutal impact, Longxing screams out in pure agony. But Xiao Ye does not stop there. The beast charges straight at him, launching another massive attack that sends dirt and rocks violently flying in every direction. Xiao Ye's colossal heavy foot ruthlessly pins Longxing down into the dirt. The guy barely has a single second to scream no. Hearing Longxing's pathetic scream, Lu Fan casually steps up to offer some friendly advice. I highly suggest you stay completely quiet. This dragon's temper is nowhere near as forgiving as mine. Standing right in front of his crushed enemy, Lu Fan smirks. I told you already. Dealing with you is basically effortless for me. Even while pinned under a massive dragon's foot, Longxing talks tough. Lu Fan, the Long family will never let you get away with this. He acts bold, but the second Lu Fan stabs his sword right next to Longxing's head, pure terror instantly takes over his entire face. Lu Fan drops a chilling warning, sending a massive message to those two rival families. Remember this. I am not sparing your life out of fear. Go tell the Huang and Long families that in exactly 1 month my senior and I will return to the western region to demand real justice. Lu Fan does not hesitate to give Longxing a proper send-off. I am done talking. Xiao Ye, give him a ride out of here. Xiao Ye picks Longxing up in his jaws like a tiny helpless toy, while the guy continues to scream his lungs out in absolute defiance. Lu Fan, just you wait, he yells. But before he can say another word, the dragon chucks him straight into the distant sky like a baseball. Who knows where he will land? The dragon looks totally satisfied with that epic throw, while Lu Fan just stands there looking incredibly resolute and hyper-focused. All right, Senior Yi, we are in this together now. But before Lu Fan can even finish his sentence, Yi Wuxian rushes forward and hugs him tightly. Holding him close, she finally speaks from her heart, a genuine look of relief and happiness lighting up her face. Lu Fan, thank you. Catching him off guard, Lu Fan awkwardly steps back from the hug and mutters softly. Senior, there is really no need to be so formal between us. Yi Wuxian's eyes quickly darken, clearly flashing the heavy pain of every single tragic loss the Yi family has suffered over the past 6 months. Half a year ago, her family tried exploring an unknown secret realm in the western region, resulting in absolutely devastating and extremely heavy casualties. The ruined, desolate battlefield flashes vividly through her mind. They lost 4 incredibly powerful, 4th-tier experts back-to-back during that disaster, and tragically her own grandfather was among the fallen. And to make things infinitely worse, the Huang and Long families, the other 2 great western region clans, were watching. Seeing their rival weaken, those families immediately struck while they were down, aiming to steal the Yi family's resources. The memory of her standing in the pouring rain surfaces, running everywhere filled with determination, reliving every desperate step she took while begging for absolutely any outside help. Now, this is where you and I see how bleak it got. She begged everywhere, but nobody dared to offend the Western region's two major families. I was fully prepared for the absolute worst-case scenario, she admits. Before her family was completely wiped out, she just wanted to ensure everyone got to safety. Yi Wuxian sighs softly. She clearly acknowledges how insane Lu Fan's risky move was today, yet her voice is absolutely overflowing with sincere, heartfelt gratitude. Even though what you did today was honestly way too reckless and impulsive, she tells him directly. A beautifully gentle smile finally appears on her face, the heavy emotional weight of her traumatic past fading just a tiny bit. But thank you for showing me I am not fighting this completely alone anymore. Lu Fan replies with a serious, slightly shy tone, his eyes burning with absolute conviction. How could you even say that? In the beginning, you taught me crucial combat experience, helped me track down the enchanting scroll, and even pushed aside your own family's massive problems. Even while suffering from your own old injuries, you rushed thousands of miles to the Taichi Kingdom just to save my life. His voice stays incredibly firm and decisive. It sounds exactly like a sacred oath to protect his benefactor, refusing to let any enemy overwhelm her again. Now that the Huang and Long families are bullying you, how could I possibly just stand by and do absolutely nothing? Yi Wuxian smiles softly, her expression a perfect mix of surprise and deep emotion. I never expected there would be a day where you became my reliable pillar of support. Watching this emotional moment between Lu Fan and Yi Wuxian, everyone standing nearby cannot help but feel a genuine sense of shared joy. The scene flashes forward exactly 1 month later. We are deep inside a primeval forest, the secret realm Elder Han gifted as a special reward. To prepare for the brutal upcoming war against the Western region's two major families, Lu Fan leads his squad inside this realm to power level their strength. Every single team member achieves massive visible breakthroughs. Their collective power violently skyrockets, giving Lu Fan some serious peace of mind before the looming showdown. The stats are insane. Lu Xiaoman hits level 34, Han Ke reaches 33, Qin Chu jumps to 34, Jian Ying pushes to 35, and Lu Fan he absolutely crushes. It's soaring all the way to level 45. The system screen flashes, the Azure Dragon hits level 25. Its Crimson Pearl suddenly erupts with a blinding red light, sending intense waves of raw energy outward. Stick with me here, this is massive. The Crimson Pearl transforms into the Nether Emperor Pearl, signaling a complete game-changing evolution for our heroes. The Blue Dragon's skills and raw power just got massive upgrades, boosting from 50 to 100%. After every single strike, this lightning magic instantly spawns a wild electric barrier right at the target's exact location. Any enemy caught moving inside takes heavy bonus damage. Then a brand new skill flashes onto the system screen, the Thunder Blue Dragon. This right here is the ultimate key to some absolute earth-shattering destruction. In its terrifying world-destroying lightning form, it completely overwrites and replaces the old lightning jade effects. The jade currently equipped is the fierce Nether Emperor Jade. A bold voice suddenly rings out, declaring Abo totally deserves the title of strongest magic dragon. Hitting level 25 upgraded that Crimson Stone straight into the Nether Emperor Jade, literally doubling Abo's raw attack power in an absolute flash. Lu Fan also snags another wild ability. The system screen flashes, revealing a massive swirling lightning storm just waiting to unleash absolute fury down on his enemies. The Blue Dragon Abo just unlocked the Thunder Tornado, skill summoning massive rolling storm clouds. 1 week later, Andre announces the teleportation circle from Dragon Capital Academy to Wavebreaker Port is completely ready. Since Shadow Island is incredibly dangerous, Lu Fan officially decides to travel alongside Andre. Right before leaving, Yi Wuxian shows up with absolute unshakable determination. Her intensely fierce gaze makes it entirely impossible for Lu Fan to even say no. Right before setting off, his senior sister arrives stubbornly, demanding to join his squad no matter what. Her skills are definitely solid enough to earn his total trust. He quickly realizes his senior sister actually has the raw strength to survive the brutal Shadow Island. Lu Fan doesn't refuse her, even though he agrees he is still secretly worried. On this insanely dangerous journey, he really cannot help but stress over those nasty internal injuries she is still dealing with. The scene fully shifts to a massive harbor in Snow Kingdom Wavebreaker Port. A wildly familiar voice suddenly rings out through the freezing white winds. His trusted comrade smiles widely, eagerly welcoming Lu Fan and Yi Wuxian as they step right through the gate. "Brother, over here." Spotting him instantly, Andre rushes over to greet his friend. "Little brother, I've finally been waiting for you to arrive." Andre's voice drops to a serious tone as he introduces 3 different 4th-tier masters. "Let me introduce you. These three are the top 4th-tier experts from our own family. We've got Victor, a level 91 destroyer, Mihai, a level 92 magic dancer, and Ivan, a level 91 frost messenger. Andre turns around, pointing toward a massively huge ship docked nearby, his eyes shining with absolute pride. Back on that ship, there is also a full squad of 3rd-tier experts. About 20 of them will be sailing with us straight toward Shadow Island. And speaking of the ship, come check out our absolute ultimate trump card. A gigantic battleship suddenly looms right in front of them, its silver hull gleaming brightly. The sheer epic presence of this beast hits anyone standing nearby like an absolute truck. This is a Sea Emperor-class magic battleship. Its entire hull is fully crafted from iron fur dragon bones, heavily plated in rare 1000-year silver. 36 magic cannons capable of literally blowing half an island straight to pieces. They hired the top engineers and dumped an insane fortune into forging it. With this beast, maximum profit is totally guaranteed. Lufan stares at the massive ship, genuinely impressed, flashing a smirk that is equal parts awe and pure teasing. Not bad at all. You guys really are just obscenely rich. Andre actually looks a tiny bit embarrassed by Lufan's high praise. For this dangerous island landing, I have made absolutely sure we are perfectly prepared. Andre happily slaps Lufan on the shoulder, his face glowing with absolute confidence. Plus, with your incredible help, my brother, there is completely no way we fail this. The scene now cuts to the massive battleship, finally setting sail smoothly, cutting across the open ocean waters. All right, you and I know things never go smoothly. Violent storms and heavy lightning suddenly roll in. And even worse, a massive sea beast violently erupts right out of the raging waves. The absolutely furious monster locks its deadly gaze straight onto Lufan's ship. But just as it prepares to strike, the dark shadow of an apex predator suddenly blocks out the sky. Out of nowhere, a blinding beam of pure starlight crashes down, making the entire sky sparkle. It is the epic starfall array. Blinding starlight relentlessly rains down from the galaxy. And the absolute best part, Lufan can still cast other skills, while starfall continuously drops pure destruction from above until it is manually cancelled. Heavily wounded and completely outmatched, the sea beast is desperately forced to abandon its tasty prey, retreating quickly back into the dark, deep ocean depths. But wait, another brutal skill quickly activates, sending relentless lightning strikes crashing down straight onto the locked target. Every single strike is terrifyingly precise, violently piercing downward like a holy sword aimed directly at that fleeing monster. The Heaven's Wrath tribulation perfectly locks onto its prey. It rapidly unleashes a high-speed barrage of continuous lightning strikes, dealing massive, devastating electrical damage straight to the terrifying creature. Andre watches in total awe, sounding incredibly impressed. Little brother, your combat class is just absolutely insane. My last trip out here was definitely not this ridiculously smooth. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with a massive update. The whole squad's combat power is rapidly surging as they sail closer to Shadow Island. The majestic starry sky sea dragon shoots straight to level 34, while the blue dragon Abo quickly levels up to 26. Even Andre is utterly amazed by the massive free experience points. Getting carried like this honestly makes it feel like a luxury vacation. Lufan checks out his system interface secretly, smiling at these massive, completely unexpected gains. He truly did not expect such a ridiculous power boost just from sailing. Both Starry Sky and Abo just leveled up beautifully. Now listen, once they finally hit the island, scoring some rare synthesis materials will make this entire trip absolutely flawless. Suddenly, a loud, excited shout echoes down from the ship's crow's nest, finally announcing that their ultimate destination has pierced right through the incredibly thick, heavy ocean fog. Boss, we have finally arrived at Shadow Island. Against the deeply terrifying darkness, the ship's bright lighthouse beam cuts straight through the gloom. And right there, looming ominously before them, you guessed it, is the legendary island they've been hunting. Everyone locks their eyes on the mysterious island ahead. Half of them are hyped, half are sweating bullets over the unknown challenges waiting in the shadows. Andre's voice cuts through the tension. He tells them it doesn't matter if they are thrilled or terrified, because this is just the outer edge. The real nightmares are waiting inside. Andre just chuckles, his tone completely chill, as he tells everyone not to sweat it. Boom, blue light and lightning crash down. Andre explains that he can use his quest guidance to clear a perfectly safe path for their warship, bringing them straight up to the island's shores. Ripping through the lightning, their massive ship carves the waves like a monster hunting its prey. The entire crew stands on the deck, eyes locked on the center, Action time is finally here, and the guy leading the absolute charge is Lu Fan. Someone speaks up. Brother Lu, this is the infamous haunted island. No point beating around the bush. From this moment on, everything totally depends on you. We are counting on your skills. Over the roaring crash of the ocean waves, the scene shifts deep into the island. Inside an old temple, a very familiar deep voice suddenly echoes out. The guy who shows up radiates a razor-sharp sword aura that could slice the sky. It is the mighty Huang family ancestor himself. He says his guest has arrived. Footsteps approach the old man. Meet Huang Yutian, an insane level 98 peerless sword cultivator. Huang Yutian speaks up with a really gentle, super respectful greeting. The powerful ancestor just gives him a short, incredibly majestic grunt in response. Cupping his hands, Huang Yutian admits that the Ye family's ancient flying immortal shrine is genuinely magical. He says in just a few days, he managed to shatter his level 97 chains and officially level up to 98. Now this is where you and I gotta pay attention. The ancestor's eyes widen in pure shock at that insane progress. He sighs with deep admiration, calling him the absolute greatest talent the Huang family has seen in 100 years. He admits that he and the uncles trained in isolation for 3 straight days, but they didn't even get half of the results Yutian just got today. Even with that massive praise, Huang Yutian stays totally humble. He just shakes his head and explains. It is not just about raw talent. It heavily depends on their specific class traits. He goes on to share exactly what he was thinking. The ancestor and uncles are heaven-forging masters, but the shrine honors the ancient immortal sword path. Their special skills just cannot sync up with the true essence hidden inside. That breakdown makes the ancestor extremely satisfied. Even so, Huang Yutian cannot help but feel a little bit bummed out about the strict limits of the shrine. He says it is a huge shame that each person can only enter the ancient shrine exactly once, and they are strictly capped at a 3-day stay. If he could just grind in there for over a year, he is totally confident he could push straight through the legendary level 100 barrier. The scene cuts to the dead of night. The Huang family ancestor casually lifts his teacup and calls out to Yutian. Smiling slightly, his voice drops into a serious mentor tone. He drops some heavy knowledge after the 4th job transition. Just grinding raw experience to level up simply will not work anymore. What genuinely matters now is his deep personal understanding of his own specific class abilities. Once he figures out how to tap into his class, to draw real power, hitting the next level is going to be incredibly easy. Hearing those wise words from the old ancestor, it is like a total light bulb moment for Huang Yutian. Pure enlightenment hits him. It was not just his imagination. Inside the shrine, feeling like he was constantly getting huge experience boosts every single second was totally real. Because he finally grasped a brand new understanding of his class, he actually slashed the massive amount of experience required to level up. He immediately cups his hands, lowers his gaze respectfully, and bows, thanking him for the lesson. But right after that, Huang Yutian suddenly remembers a huge detail. Looking up, his voice turns dead serious. He asks about some crazy rumors he heard on the mountain involving the Yi and Long families. Sipping his tea, the ancestor frowns, his tone dripping with absolute disgust as he replies. That arrogant punk from the Long family completely shattered the rules way before schedule. He tried to ruin the Yi family girl's purity, but insanely enough, her own student publicly humiliated him and beat him down right in front of everyone. Huang Yutian is totally stunned by that news. A student did that. He wonders if the guy is somehow another crazy 4th transition expert. Even though Longxing has pretty average potential, the guy has still successfully broken through into the 4th transition stage. He admits, even if Longxing fought him, he could survive at least 3 hits. Cutting off his thoughts, the ancestor drops a massive bomb. He asks, what if I told you the opponent was only level 45 and the literal first Dragon Tamer in all of history? Huang Yutian's jaw practically hits the floor in pure shock. The old ancestor continues, his eyes suddenly flashing with intense amusement. He is that newly hyped hero of the Dragon Nation everyone is talking about. At just level 45, he clutched the National Trial Championship and actually crushed Longxing. His raw power is definitely nothing ordinary. Even hearing all that, Huang Yutian still looks totally skeptical. He figures that at the end of the day, dragons are just way too overpowered, easily dragging a normal person up several massive power tiers. He just cannot hide his absolute disbelief at the story. The image of that arrogant Longxing flashes through his mind. But get this, you and I are gonna love this twist. The kid is insanely cocky. He actually made Longxing deliver a message claiming in exactly 1 month, He will return with the Ye girl to brutally settle the score with both their families. Hearing that wild threat, a cold smirk creeps onto Huang Yutian's face. His tone drips with pure mockery as he admits you cannot really blame some kid for not knowing how vast the world truly is. After all, the fool has absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying power the great noble families actually represent. You and I know the rule. The higher they climb, the harder the fall. Huang Yuqian pauses, his mind totally made up. This kid might be insanely arrogant, but having actual dragons following his every move, that is a massive game changer. If Lu Fan actually dares to step into the western border a month from now, he graciously plans to spare the kid's life. The royal ancestor is plotting naturally. Because if they can force him to submit to the royal family, he'd make an incredibly powerful top-tier general for their forces. Huang Yutian immediately agrees with him. He figures any kid with half a brain would be down on his knees thanking the royal family for their glorious favor. The royal ancestor completely agrees with this highly arrogant plan, but the rival Long family definitely has the same idea. Once they finally swallow up the Ye family, a massive shadow war between them is totally inevitable. Brimming with complete confidence, Huang Yutian takes full control of the operation from the ancestor. He tells the ancestor to relax, he'll handle everything perfectly. And if the Long family tries to step out of line, he'll gladly remind them why his family rules. Meanwhile, the ship carrying Lu Fan and his crew hits the island. They step off the deck, ready for action. Andre frowns, asking if they're actually leaving the others behind. Lu Fan just narrows his eyes, quietly watching the thick, unnatural fog rolling in just up ahead. He softly explains the grim reality. The outer fog is manageable, but the deeper they push into it, the faster it drains their actual life force. Stamina drain goes completely off the charts in there. Taking a massive group would just drag everyone down and make them super easy targets. Suddenly, Yan's voice echoes out from right behind them. He walks up with two other guys, totally mocking Lu Fan's title. He points out how absolutely insane it is for a mere Tier 2 rookie to call seasoned Tier 3 experts a burden. Talk about peak arrogance right to their faces. Plus, without a dedicated healer, surviving this crazy fog is basically impossible. Lu Fan doesn't even get mad. He just looks back and smirks, claiming his dragon pet can handle the healing. Yen scowls in pure disbelief, staring hard at the divine beast. He literally cannot wrap his head around such a wild claim. Is he kidding right now? Since when does a destructive dragon act like a healer? Victor chimes in next. Sure, dragons are legendary for raw attack power, but for dedicated healing and support, a real healer class beats them every single time without question. Right as the tension hits an absolute peak, another voice breaks the heavy, awkward silence. Andre steps up, stating that Lu Fan clearly has his own arrangements. He firmly orders Ivan's entire group to stay back on the ship. He tells everyone to hold their positions and wait. Watching this drama unfold, Lu Fan just sighs internally. He really has a magical talent for making powerful people hate his guts without even trying, doesn't he? With the argument settled, the three of them move out. Yi Wuxian frowns deeply as the dark aura turns suffocating. He mutters quietly to himself and his teammates, noting how his body feels heavier with every single step they take. This deadly fog is actively ripping away their life force. They can handle it for now, but pushing deeper means their health bars are going to melt down insanely fast. But then Lu Fan casually raises his hand. Pure spiritual energy starts gathering. He channels his power, summoning Little Fei right into the thick mist. The cold wind whips his hair as he calls out his loyal dragon's name. He commands her to release emerald light. A brilliant, radiant jade aura erupts from Little Fei's body, flooding the area with pure energy and completely stunning everyone. The emerald light instantly stacks 3 heavy layers of emerald blessing on her targets. All debuffs wiped clean. All attributes boosted by 30%. Plus, every single layer of that blessing acts as a perfect shield against one incoming attack. Andre quickly checks his own status window. His eyes widen in absolute shock. This buff is ridiculously overpowered. He shouts out in sheer disbelief. Every negative status is wiped out. Even a max-level healer working themselves to death couldn't pull off a miracle like this. Yi Wuxian is just as stunned. The heavy fatigue, crushing his bones, has completely vanished. Even his raw strength is surging right now. Who knew a dragon's support skills could actually be this unbelievably broken? Completely fired up, Andre grips his weapon tight. His eyes burn with pure battle intent, shattering the gloomy vibe with an excited shout to the team. He declares his stats are completely maxed out and he's ready to charge the Shadow Spring head-on. But right then, something deadly flashes in the corner of Lu Fan's eye. Sensing instant danger, Lu Fan throws his hand up, ordering the entire team to freeze immediately. Andre shifts right into a defensive stance. He violently scans the thick edges of the fog, tightly gripping his weapon as he demands to know what's out there. Lu Fan's eyes narrow sharply. Without missing a single beat, his head snaps toward a very specific spot. A lethal throwing knife shoots straight at him. But Lu Fan casually dodges, letting the blade slam right into the stone wall behind him. Now it's his turn. Lu Fan draws his bow and fires a terrifyingly powerful arrow. And this is where we get a clear look at the system. The Mingxi arrow skill allows him to instantly launch 12 magic arrows without even fully drawing the bow with each strike, dealing 20% damage. Just then, a creepy, threatening silhouette finally steps out from the hazy smoke. As the enemy steps fully into view, the system drops the terrifying specs. A level 80 Shadow Swordsman, armed with the deadly Phantom Assault skill. In a blink, the Shadow Swordsman dissolves straight into a mass of black fog. 1 second later, he materializes behind his target. He launches a devastating slash, packing a brutal 200% physical damage multiplier. The Wall of the Dead forms a haunting shield around the body. It lasts for exactly 5 seconds, and during that time it cuts all physical damage taken by a massive 70%. Then, there is the echo of the end. The Shadow Swordsman acts as a trigger, detonating all the dark energy inside its body. It unleashes a devastating explosion, dealing 300% shadow damage to everything within a 10-meter radius. The moment Andre spots the Shadow Swordsman, he immediately shouts a warning to Luke. Watch out. This exact monster handed us a massive defeat last time. It can completely block 70% of all physical attacks, and it phases in and out of that black fog like an absolute ghost. Hearing this, Vera just smirks with sudden interest. It can take a hit. She draws her weapon, absolute battle lust flashing in her eyes as she makes a bold claim. I really want to see if this thing can actually block my next strike. The second the words leave her mouth, she lunges straight at the Shadow Swordsman, instantly delivering a brutal, merciless slash. Luke watches in awe, realizing her long spear and magic staff are actually the exact same weapon. Now, you and I know Vera is fierce, and after a wildly intense chaotic clash with the Shadow Swordsman, she absolutely dominates and claims the final victory. Even while fighting, she clearly hears Luke muttering, and takes a quick second to explain. This weapon was always designed to switch seamlessly between melee combat and pure magic forms. I have never even needed to switch weapons before. But right as her focus slips, a sudden terrifying chill of dark energy shoots straight down her spine. At that exact moment, Andre readies his own weapon and quickly screams out a warning to her. Stay sharp. These freaks never travel alone. If you see just one of them, a whole terrifying swarm is practically guaranteed to be right behind it. As he pulls out his gear, the system reveals the Flame God avatar channeling the raw burning power of the high-tier flame deity Swarok. Every single stat jumps by 100%, granting explosive flaming wings for temporary flight. The exact time this powerful form lasts depends completely on the user's base mental attributes. He stares hopelessly at the approaching horde of Shadow Swordsmen. These things hunt relentlessly, totally unlike regular ghosts. Shaking them off is simply impossible. Remembering their bitter defeat from last time, he grits his teeth in pure frustration. Last time we explored the Shadow Island, this exact bastard is the one who wiped us out. We lost over half our brothers, and even a powerful 4th-tier expert died right here. We had absolutely no choice but to retreat in total disgrace. Hearing this, Luke casually suggests using their 4th-tier strength to secure a safe retreat without any real issues. However, Andre immediately shuts him down with a groan. Do not even mention it. Last time deep in this zone, we had 3 healers constantly restoring our health, and we still could not survive. We ended up running straight into this monster, and it nearly wiped out our entire party in seconds. Despite hearing about that absolute massacre, Luke remains incredibly confident. Relax, he says. Things are going to play out completely differently this time around. He swiftly summons his pet and shouts a command. Sophie summoned the fallen holy corpse dragon. Following his strict orders, Sophie immediately brings forth the colossal beast. At that exact moment, the system flashes new information. Nature assimilation. Dragon bone flute. Summoning the fallen holy corpse dragon. The level of this monstrous dragon matches perfectly with its summoner. Andre watches in pure disbelief and curses out loud. Damn it, this completely defies all logic. A pet actually summoning its own minion into battle. Absolutely insane. Wasting absolutely no time, Luke issues the attack order. Sophie instantly releases both the Emerald Light and the powerful Emerald Blessing skills. Obeying his command, Sophie unleashes two massive abilities back to back. Emerald Blessing stacks 3 to 6 layers on the target, multiplying the dragon aura attack damage by a staggering 3 to 6 times. Then comes Emerald Light, adding 3 more blessing layers, wiping away all negative debuffs and massively boosting overall performance by a flat 30%. With 60% total stat growth, each layer of blessing can block 1 or 2 incoming hits. To back her up, Luke finally makes his own move. Dragon Inspiration. This rare skill works absolute wonders on the battlefield. Dragon Inspiration buffs both the caster and his dragon pets, instantly boosting all attributes and raw attack power by 30%. Empowered by his buff, his loyal dragon pets instantly explode with terrifying, unstoppable strength. Luke charges straight toward the Shadow Swordsman, but he still takes a second to warn Sophie. Your wounds have not healed yet, just stay back and let me handle this. Right behind him, Andre grips his weapon and rushes in. Hey brother, wait for me, you only brought 2 dragons to this fight. Hearing this frantic shout, Luke just smiles casually and replies, 2 is more than enough. And you and I know he is absolutely right. With just 2 dragon pets, he effortlessly wipes out the entire mob of terrifying Shadow Swordsmen. Luke eagerly joins the bloodbath himself, and as a result, every single Shadow Swordsman gets utterly slaughtered by him and his dragons. Suddenly, Luke pauses and asks, a stealth attack, but Andre frantically screams out, watch your back. This absolute bastard loves ambushing from the dark. If his sickle hooks you, it drains your life force instantly. 1 hit, and you are completely ruined. While both of them stay on extremely high alert, Luke suddenly senses something deadly, rushing straight toward them through the shadows. It is a vicious hooked weapon, attached to a long flying chain, and right now, that exact deadly weapon is aiming straight for Vera. Seeing this fatal blind spot, Luke screams out in absolute panic, watch out. Of course Vera is no pushover who would just take a hit like that. She scoffs boldly. Do you really think I am that easy to bully? In a flash, she raises her staff and blocks the ambush. You and I know she is a boss. Flashing a cocky smirk, she yells back. You should be scared. Right after that, Victoria blasts her sneak attacker into the air. She makes it clear they picked the absolute wrong target. Just as she lunges forward to finish the ambusher off, a massive dragon suddenly appears right behind her. It unleashes a blazing torrent of fire, helping her completely obliterate that sneaky Shadow Swordsman. Watching that guy disintegrate, she stands there in absolute awe. She murmurs to herself, is this really the power of a dragon? It goes way beyond her wildest imagination. Victoria stares at her weapon thinking hard. A level 85 elite monster. She would usually need at least 2 skills to beat it, but now it goes down in 1 single hit. Honestly, she is absolutely loving this power trip. She had only watched before, but experiencing it firsthand, now she fully grasps that the white dragon buff is insanely overpowered. So she boldly calls out to him asking a massive favor. Luke, how about you drop the Western Region clan war and just lend Faye to me instead? I could totally wipe out both the Royal and Drake families all by myself. Hearing this little, Faye lets out a terrified whimper. Oh, Senior Luke just shakes his head in disbelief, asking if she is seriously still trying to show off right now. Look, you completely terrified, poor Faye. Meanwhile, he quickly scoops up the dropped loot, successfully securing 2 units of the Shadow Island aura. He glances over, seeing Faye on the verge of crying. He gently rubs her head and reassures her, saying, don't worry, Faye, I will absolutely never lend you to anybody. Victoria just bursts out laughing. She says having Faye around makes it practically impossible not to get arrogant. Even Andre chuckles and nods along with her. I completely understand that feeling. Right now, Luke checks out the stats on his system panel and lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. The drop rate for Shadow Island aura is painfully low. He needs to farm a lot more monsters. His system panel reveals key info: the Shadow Dragon King contract, a paper map, and various consumable items. Gathering all the required materials creates a powerful contract. This summons the Black Blade Shadow Dragon King to fight for him. It lasts 60 full minutes and can be used exactly 3 times. Here are the materials. Radiant Stone 0 out of 3. Ancient God Crystal 1 out of 1. Shadow Island Aura 17 out of 300. Shadow Spring Water 0 out of 50. Right then, Andre claps a hand on his shoulder, and teases him for complaining. He tells him to relax because the path ahead is absolutely crawling with monsters. Hearing that, Luke gets instantly fired up. Stick with me here, because they are about to push forward into pure chaos. Andre naturally does not stop him. Instead, he points out the exact path forward. No problem at all. The Shadow Spring water is located right in this direction. A little later on the road, Luke summons his dragon pets to wipe out the enemies blocking their way. He uses Divine Fusion to convert these Shadow Swordsmen into stat points. No reason to waste good resources. Suddenly, Luke, Andre, and Victoria spot something moving in the shadows. It turns out another massive group of Shadow Swordsmen has just appeared. The monsters stare at them with savage grins. Zero fear. They actually look eager for a bloody fight. Andre charges straight in, shouting loud, "Ask, and you shall receive fresh materials delivered right to our doorstep." Meanwhile, Luke turns to check on Victoria. He tells his senior to watch her injuries and let him and Andre handle the heavy lifting. Victoria obviously brushes off her wound with total confidence. She replies that with Faye here, it is absolutely no problem at all. Plus, she refuses to let anyone else steal her hard-earned spotlight in battle. A completely fiery battle breaks out right away. And of course, the odds heavily favor our unstoppable trio of heroes. Fast forward 4 intense hours later. The very last Shadow Swordsman finally hits the ground, completely destroyed. Instantly, the system pops up, announcing they acquired 1 Shadow Island aura. Their current total sits at exactly 72 out of 300. Luke ignores the notification. He just stares at the scene ahead and sighs in relief. They are finally approaching the very center of the zone. Andre curses out loud in pure shock. Damn, the 3 of them have officially reached the Shadow Island core, a ruined city. Now you and I need to appreciate this visual. Andre stares in total disbelief, never expecting the island center to be a gigantic ancient city. Luke does some quick math. This place is insanely massive. The total area is easily on par with the entire River Sea city. Andre scans the area and points out a creepy detail. This is the city gate, yet there are literal graves scattered everywhere. Victoria chimes in next. Zero signs of the living, and surprisingly, they cannot spot a single monster anywhere either. He pulls out the map, grinning with excitement. This is definitely it. The Shadow Spring water is hidden right inside this ruined city. But Luke gets a chill. He senses something is completely wrong here. The vibe is totally off. Without warning, a glowing orb of raw energy materializes right behind Victoria's back. Luke spots it first. Moving like lightning, he lunges toward her and screams at the top of his lungs. "Senior, watch out." The magic orb slams into the dirt, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. After being tackled to safety, a shaken Victoria gasps out her thanks to Luke. But Luke, he immediately turns to thank Faye. "Thanks for the save, Faye. That random magical attack came out of nowhere. Honestly, it was almost impossible to react in time." Seeing this insane ambush, Andre furiously shouts into the ruins. "What the hell is this? Who just did that? Show yourself right now." Currently, all 3 of them are huddled safely inside Faye's glowing protective circle. Eternal Guardian has generated a defensive shield around them. For all targets standing inside the shield's damage absorption scales directly with the Eternal Guardian's massive health pool, effectively boosting their self-recovery abilities as well. Luke knows things are never that simple. He shifts instantly into full battle mode, warning his team that an invisible monster is definitely lurking nearby. "You and I both know the real fight is just beginning. And there are absolutely tons of them." Lufan quickly summons his dragon pet Ordering Knight to use perception. Instantly following his command, the black dragon enters a deep search state to scan the area. This black dragon perception skill is absolutely broken. It easily detects any enemies hiding in stealth or camouflage. Even better, when actively used, the skill completely strips away the invisibility of every single hostile target in the surrounding area. And that's exactly what this move does right now. The perception wave completely eliminates all nearby stealth and camouflage effects. Instantly, a massive horde of monsters appears out of nowhere, causing Lufan to gasp in slight panic. There they are. Level 95 elite monsters, Shadow Death Singers. Even Wu Xian is totally shocked, seeing these creatures swarming literally everywhere around them. There are just way too many. We're looking at well over 1,000 of these things. Right on cue, the system displays the monster's stats. Shadow Death Singer. Level 95. And their primary ability is a skill called Shadow Stealth. If they don't take damage for 10 seconds, they automatically turn invisible. Then there's Song of Death. They chant an ancient creepy melody that gives every enemy within a 100-meter radius a high chance of falling into severe hallucinations. Yeah, that's incredibly dangerous. They also have shadow magic. They blast targets with dark energy spheres, dealing massive shadow damage while heavily slowing down movement speed. Talk about an annoying combo. While Lu Fan and Wu Xian panic, Andre stays completely chill. He asks why she is even worried. With Lu Fan and his dragons here, you and I know this mob is basically a joke. But right then Lu Fan senses something is seriously wrong. Hold on a second. There is some strange movement coming from deep underground right. Hearing this, Wu Xian screams out in pure panic. Could it be a hidden boss? Lu Fan quickly figures out the threat and yells that there is another incredibly dangerous monster lurking nearby. Immediately the black dragon fires off its perception skill again. But this time, the scan isn't super effective. Lu Fan warns them the beast is hiding underground. Its level is actually lower than the Death Singer's, but its skills cannot be identified. That is never a good sign in this world. Andre hears this and immediately asks, doesn't that mean we could get brutally ambushed at literally any second? In this tense situation, Wu Xian comes up with a quick counterplan. Even so, she and Andre will keep a strict eye out for this underground boss. Meanwhile, Lu Fan needs to quickly destroy all those flying threats above. Lu Fan totally agrees with her strategy. The senior is right. They have to wipe out these Shadow Death Singers first if they want any chance of safely entering the city. Without hesitating, she charges straight forward, shouting for Andre to get ready. Andre quickly pulls out his weapon for combat. Here they come, Flame God's true body. Over on Lu Fan's side, he starts summoning Faye. Suddenly, he hears his Emerald Dragon trying to show him something. He looks over and realizes she found a hidden letter stuffed inside a tiny crack. Wow, good eye. Without overthinking it, he yanks the mysterious letter right out of the crack. After quickly scanning the text, Lu Fan realizes this is actually a hidden quest. We've all played games, we know how huge this is. Understanding the massive reward potential, he shoots Faye a look of pure appreciation. Faye helped him score yet another hidden quest. Great job, Lu Fan. And the little dragon hold up the paper to read the final details. The Shadow Digger problem is finally sorted. And getting extra bonus rewards. Obviously, he is thrilled about that. Bounty order for the Shadow Digger acquired. But suddenly, a violent burst of dark energy blasts toward them. Wu Xian loudly screams a desperate warning. Lu Fan, look out. He quickly draws his sword to fight. Emerald Dragon Bloodline activates. This broken ability perfectly doubles all skill effects for dragons and any bloodline-linked users. His current dragon aura mode, the Mighty Black Dragon. Backed up by Faye's insane buffs, he unleashes a heavy slash to completely block the attack. The Emerald Void Light skill adds 3 to 6 power layers to a target. It casually wipes out every single debuff and boosts all core stats by 30 to 60%. Each blessing layer can block damage 1 to 2 times. Plus, Void Strike combines with Dragon Aura for a double slash, perfectly syncing with his dragon pets. Wu Xian just smiles as she watches him. A level 95 skill cannot even touch him. Sometimes she really feels like Lu Fan is severely underestimated. Massive flames rapidly erupt everywhere. Andre fiercely shouts that the digger has finally surfaced. Lu Fan instantly sprouts massive dragon wings from his back. Perfect timing. He then calls Knight forward for a brutal coordinated tag team assault. Knight prepares to unleash the world-destroying roar. And thanks to the incredible Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are literally doubled for the dragon and its bonded master. Right after that, he screams his command. Faye cast Emerald Mirror Image on the fallen Holy Dragon now. The two dragons glow with golden emerald mirror energy. This insane skill copies an allied target, instantly generating 2 to 4 perfect mirror projections on the field. These mirror projections inherit every single skill from the original body, while holding 30 to 60% of the main dragon's raw base stats. Current mirror count, 8 total dragons. The beasts let out an incredibly majestic, earth-shaking roar. Ready for war, Lu Fan screams out, attack them together. Andre laughs out loud. Time to send them straight to the grave. Wu Xian grips her weapon tight, aiming directly at the enemy. Knight rockets into the sky, roaring loudly. World-destroying roar unleashes a shockwave of pure rage. It deals catastrophic damage, while slapping a heavy weakness debuff on every single target caught in its massive range. The golden dragons unleash an endless brutal barrage of magical attacks right into the enemy swarm. The system announces Demon Dragon Assault. Our guy completely wraps himself in this awakened corrupted zombie energy and just blasts forward. He's not only dealing heavy damage to his targets, but he's also cutting incoming damage by a massive 99% all, while boosting those sweet debuff effects. Andre charges in completely hyped up. 10 kills a second. The speed is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Wu Xian goes all out, hurling her spear right through the undead horde like it's nothing. The Earth Digger is closing in fast. Will they make it? Lu Fan just smirks. More than enough time. He launches himself straight up, slicing right through the enemy. The system screen flashes his new skill, Void Severing. Wrapped in dragon aura, he delivers 2 brutal back-to-back slashes. He syncs up with his dragon pet, unleashing a devastating double claw strike, bursting with dragon aura. Watching this absolute madness, Andre is just completely blown away. Holy crap, they wipe the floor with them so fast, but Wu Xian quickly snaps him out of it. Stop spacing out, Andre. We are not done here. She spots something massive, moving right beneath the dirt, and screams out a warning. Brace yourselves. The Shadow Earth Digger is heading straight for us. This thing is a level 90 Shadow Earth Digger. Its skills are completely unknown, and it honestly looks like some grotesque pupa pushing out of the dirt. Then the system finally drops the details. Toxic pupa gas, Phase 1. The Shadow Earth Digger starts sucking in all the poisonous shadow gas from the area. It literally cocoons itself, and right before it hatches, it revives every single dead zombie around it to use as its own personal summon army. Lu Fan scopes out the situation. Is it turning into a pupa to evolve? But wait, something is seriously wrong with the graves around them. Suddenly, this gross fat orange hand just bursts right out of the dirt. This bizarre orange monster is a summoned unit, an Executor Type 3, sitting at level 85. And right next to it, even more grotesque zombie creatures start clawing their way up. These guys are summoned Exploder Type 4s. They are level 90 zombies, brought back to life by the Earth Digger. Andre swings his massive greatsword, sending their bodies flying. More of them. Lu Fan. What is the plan? Wu Xian stabs her spear straight through one of them, totally disgusted. This is absolutely repulsive. Thank God, they are just summons. Lu Fan immediately gives the order. Xiao Ye, get ready to burn them all down. The system chimes in. Black Dragon 2 shifts into the destruction giant dragon form. At the same time, he calls out to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei instantly transforms, unleashing a massive soul protection barrier. The system confirms the Emerald Dragon's second form change is officially active. With the Emerald Dragon's Soullight bloodline, every single skill effect gets completely doubled for all Dragonkin and anyone sharing the bloodline connection. Xiao Ye breathes out a massive wave of apocalyptic fire. He completely scorches a huge area, flying straight over the monsters and triggering wild explosions that deal massive burning damage. Andre is loving every second of it. Insane work, man. That explosion was exactly what we needed. But watch closely, you and I aren't done yet. The Earth Digger is making a move. Meanwhile, the system confirms that Soul Protection, boosted by Soul Light, is upgrading all ally stats from 100 straight to 200%. Every single time they take a hit, they absorb damage. It builds up 1 to 2 stacks of Aura Shield. Hit 10 stacks and boom, it triggers a massive Aura Shockwave. The damage output equals 10 times the absorbed amount, doubling the total overall damage. Andre is completely mind-blown by this insane buff. It literally gives him damage reduction and healing, but those resurrected zombie summons just keep swarming in. It is seriously unbelievable. The Shadow Earth Digger suddenly triggers its second phase toxic pupa gas. While cocooned inside that grotesque pupa, every ounce of damage it takes is instantly cut down by 90%. And if its health drops below 50%, it just absorbs any nearby summoned monsters to completely heal itself back up. Talk about broken. The countdown for the toxic pupa gas ticks away. 3 seconds left on the clock. Now only 2 seconds left until it completely finishes. Lu Fan yells out a warning. Watch out, this thing is about to burst wide open. Just 1 second left on the clock. The toxic pupa gas is fully prepped. Its true form finally erupts from the shell. I am reborn. The system screen violently flashes its real identity. The Shadow Dragon General, clocking in at level 95. In its night form, the Dragon General fights like a human warrior. Every single attack deals mixed physical and magical damage, while its spirit attribute gets a massive 25% boost. Then there is the Sub-Dragon form, where this general literally battles as a raging dragon. Just like before, all attacks hit with both physical and magical damage, but now its pure strength attribute shoots straight up by 25%. Watch out for the Shadow Poison Gas. The moment its health drops below 25%, it gathers this toxic shadow fog to endlessly drain and absorb health from everything around it. Wu Xian stares in absolute awe. The Shadow Dragon General. This wasn't just a simple phase transition. This thing was the real boss hiding inside that pupa all along. Andre is completely stunned. Are you seriously kidding me right now? Lu Fan. What is the play here? Our MC just gathers his energy and casually smirks back. What do? We just kill it, obviously. He calls down a brutal lightning strike, while Xiao Ye takes lightning dragon form. The system chimes. The Azure Thunder Dragon's apocalyptic lightning form can literally swap out the Jade Thunder effect, and the current Jade Thunder equipped. It is the legendary Underworld Emperor Jade. With the Underworld Emperor Jade active, the pure destructive power of the Azure Dragon's skills jumps up by 100%. Every single time he unleashes lightning magic, a terrifying storm barrier spawns right on the target. If any enemy caught inside that zone even tries to move, they get slammed with massive overflow damage. Lu Fan takes to the sky but makes sure to shout back. Xiao Fei, you need to keep senior sister and Andre safe. And for Abu and Xiao Ye, hit them with the Emerald Mirror image. She nods firmly, flying straight toward Andre's team as she immediately triggers her transformation spell. This is where you and I see the real magic. The Emerald Dragon shifts into the Eternal One, dropping a massive Eternal Guardian shield to protect absolutely everyone. Alright, let's break this down. Everyone under the defensive shield is safe. The total damage absorption completely depends on the maximum health pool of the Eternal, plus its insane self-healing abilities. Vo Tian looks completely confused. Luke Fam, what exactly are you trying to do? But before he can even finish, Xiao Ye unleashes a wild clone spell to attack. Xiao Ye lets out a massive roar. She casts Emerald Mirror Image. This absolutely broken skill duplicates any friendly target into 2 to 4 solid mirror projections on the battlefield. These mirror projections, they copy every single skill from the original body. Their base stats range anywhere from 30 to 60% of the actual main character's power. Thanks to the Emerald Dragon bloodline, every single skill effect gets completely doubled for dragon types and anyone sharing that exact same connected bloodline. Right now, the current mirror image count hits exactly 8. The monster just won't stop breathing fire. Luke Fam launches himself into the air, ready to dive strike before it attacks. The system chimes in current dragon aura Azure Dragon. He screams out, "Let's wipe this thing out together." Instantly, massive red and blue energy streams violently collide mid-air. This devastating move right here, it's Magma Burst. It triggers a massive blazing explosion right inside the enemy's immediate drop zone. It literally forms a boiling magma pool. Any target stuck inside slowly sinks into the molten rock, taking huge amounts of continuous burn damage. His second move is Rolling Thunderclouds. It spawns dark clouds straight above the target, dropping 3 back-to-back lightning strikes. The pure destructive power of this perfectly scales with his spirit stat. Slammed by both energy sources at once, the monster screams out in pure agony. No, this is completely impossible. But the twin energies quickly burn it to absolute ash. Luke Fam rushes in for the final kill. Alright, now we can safely enter the ruined city. The system chimes. Luke Fam levels up, hitting level 46. The Black Dragon jumps up 2 whole levels, officially reaching level 45. The Emerald Dragon also jumps up 2 levels, officially hitting level 40. The Azure Dragon gains 1 level, reaching 27, plus a brand new skill unlocked, Flowing Guardian. As the battle smoke clears, he pulls up his system screen to check Xiao Fei's shiny new stats. A pure damage reduction shield that lasts 5 full minutes. Plus, it grants total debuff immunity. The system delivers the good news. The Emerald Dragon contract officially hits level 40, unlocking Flowing Guardian. This casts a protective shield on yourself or an ally for 5 full minutes, slashing incoming damage by a massive 30%. Plus, during this time, you become completely immune to any annoying debuff effects. He smirks, realizing something. Because of Xiao Fei's unique traits, both he and his dragons will actually receive double the normal shield effects. With this new skill in play, they won't have to keep spamming Light of the Emerald over and over just to block the toxic gas. Luke Fam turns straight to Xiao Fei and shouts, "Xiao Fei, cast Flowing Guardian on everyone right now." She roars back, letting him know she understands. Meanwhile, Andre lets out a soft sigh. Luke Fam got another new skill. This protective feeling is actually pretty amazing. Vo Tian stands nearby and adds damage reduction mixed with debuff immunity. This means we can finally walk right through the toxic gas in this area safely. Andre simply kneels down, reaching out to grab the monster's fallen body. Exactly right. The toxic gas all over Shadow Island literally doesn't affect me anymore. So awesome, Brother Vo Tien nods and replies, well, if that is the case, we will help Luke Fam gather all these materials together. A moment later, a system notification suddenly pops up. Divine Bone Fusion unlocked. The zombie Holy Dragon can now break down and absorb the divine bones of any summon or pet, instantly converting 1% of their total stats into its own permanent power. Andre shrugs calmly. No problem at all. With those two dragons actively absorbing the monster corpses, finding the remaining rare materials will be much easier. Meanwhile, Vo Tien quickly chimes in. All right, then I will head straight over there. Luke Fam watches them, thinking to himself, having friends help means all the materials will be gathered super fast. But right now, there is something else he needs to do. Luke Fam warns the Holy Dragon beside him. Zombie Holy Dragon, stop right there. Leave this Shadow Dragon General alone. If you just absorb it into base stats, that would be a huge waste. The giant monster stands back up, like absolutely nothing happened. A level 95 hidden boss. Yeah, turning this beast into a zombie puppet is definitely the smarter, much more profitable move. The massive creature bows its head. I submit to you, Master. The system quickly announces Shadow Dragon General Zombie level 95 acquired. Night form activated. The Dragon General literally transforms into a humanoid shape just to enter the battlefield. All of its strikes deal heavy physical and shadow damage, while its base spirit stat gets a massive 25% boost, plus it has a sub-dragon form. In this form, the Dragon General enters combat as a full dragon. Its attacks still deal physical and shadow damage, but now its raw strength stat surges by 25%. It also unlocks Shadow Poison Gas. If the Dragon General's health drops below 25%, it unleashes a deadly Shadow Poison Gas. This continuously drains the health bars of every single enemy target standing in the blast radius. The monster bows its head respectfully, waiting for orders. Luke Fam smiles, feeling totally satisfied. Right now, I have the 9 Realms Demon, the 5 Heroes of the Nation, the Divine Bone Clone, and this Shadow Dragon General. Any of them could easily crush a 4th advancement expert. Once I capture an even stronger zombie puppet, I can finally let the zombie Holy Dragon absorb the 5 Heroes of the Nation for pure bonus stats. He pulls out a glowing scroll. Alright, let's see what the reward for this quest is. You and I are about to witness something epic. The system announces the bounty for the Shadow Gravedigger. Quest officially completed. Suddenly, a brilliant gold chest spawns right out of thin air before him. Inside is the Royal Grand Mage gift bag epic quality tier. He slowly pops the heavy chest wide open. Luke Fam grabs the glowing item from inside. A quality upgrade scroll. Not bad at all. The last one of these was strictly meant for upgrading weapons. But this specific scroll, it is pure enchanting magic. Epic quality one-time use. It instantly bumps the total quality of any target item or gear up by 1 full tier, the max limit. It can boost gear all the way up to Legend Plus quality. A little later, Andrew's crew finally comes back. He asks, Luke brother, is this stuff enough? Celestia smiles brightly and says, we've gathered up absolutely every aura surrounding this entire Phantom Island. The system screen pops up, showing they've successfully bagged 397 Phantom Island auras. That's plenty. More than enough, actually. Thanks everyone, Luke says. The system chimes in. Aura count is now 569 out of 300. Andrew stares at the scroll in Luke's hand. Now that's some top-tier loot. Your luck is seriously insane. Celestia gently adds, I remember your soul wings are already legendary tier. Bumping them up to Legendary Plus right now is absolutely the best move. Luke channels his magic, sprouting his massive dragon wings. You make a solid point. He surrounds himself with a blazing aura of fire. His attack power is already high enough, so boosting his mobility with these wings is a perfect strategy. Celestia steps back, completely impressed, saying he looks way cooler now. I can feel it, Luke says. My body is so much lighter. This flight speed just got a massive upgrade. The system flashes. The Wyvern King's soul wings have officially leveled up from Legendary straight to Legendary Plus rank. Level requirement 0. Agility jumps by 356 points. Strength climbs by 291. Spirit gets a 246 boost, and endurance goes up by 234. The enchantment completely removes all flight restrictions. The user gets full aerial mobility plus an insane explosive boost to their overall top flight speed. Best of all, While flying, every single attribute gets a massive 20% boost. Luke powerfully flaps his wings, testing out this crazy new strength. Getting a stat buff just for hovering, I'll take it. Without hesitating, Luke launches himself high into the sky like an absolute rocket. He calls out, "Midnight Fiona, follow me. We are heading straight for the central ruined city palace to track down that phantom spring." Rex zooms right after them, growling and snorting in a way that translates to, "Oh, you want a race? Bring it on, boss." Andrew scrambles behind. "Hey brother, slow down and wait for us." Meanwhile, Celestia calls out, warning everyone to stay on high alert. But then you and I hear it, a spooky echoing voice. "Help, please help me." Luke realizes it's some kind of magical broadcast. It's the exact same trick the Academy principal uses for announcements. The mysterious voice grows even more desperate, begging, "Please somebody, please." The whole squad freezes midair. Andrew looks around nervously. What was that? Sounds like it's coming from the ruined palace right below us. Celestia immediately denies it. "Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me. I have absolutely zero reason to do something like that." "Guess there's only one way to find out." "We're going in," Luke mutters. The scene shifts to the Phantom Island's central palace ruins, where Luke finally touches down gracefully onto the stone floor. As soon as the whole squad lands safely, that spooky, mysterious voice speaks up again. "Yes, you can hear me, can't you?" Luke scans the eerie surroundings. The voice is getting way louder now. "Whoever is talking has to be hiding right around here." "Exactly," Andrew whispers back. "And the phantom spring should be here too." Through the gloom, they spot an old man wearing a heavy hood. The hooded figure speaks weakly. 3,000 years, I've finally found the heroes to complete the bounty. Please, there is no need to panic." But standing right in front of him is Rex, a literal dragon. Before anyone even moves, the old guy absolutely panics, diving behind a door, screaming, "A dragon! It's here! Help!" Rex lunges forward, snapping his jaws and letting out a loud growl. That basically translates to, "Shut your mouth, you annoying old man." Smack out of nowhere, Midnight delivers a heavy chop right onto the dragon's head. Luke immediately orders his pet to step back. "Knock it off. Stop causing so much trouble." So that voice was just his literal ghost, Andrew asks. Celestia narrows her eyes. "He doesn't seem dangerous, but we absolutely cannot drop our guard in a place like this." Luke turns his attention to the trembling phantom behind the door. "You were the one calling out to me. So what exactly do you need help with?" The ghost trembles. "Brave heroes answering the bounty. Please forgive my embarrassing outburst just now. I simply lost control of myself." He takes a slow breath, composing himself. "Long ago, this beautiful place was actually known as the Island of Heaven's Blessing. I served as the royal archmage of the kingdom. I lost my life right here, trying to protect the precious, radiant spring hidden inside this very palace. 3 years ago, a terrifying black dragon descended. Its toxic gas completely obliterated our entire kingdom. Not a single citizen stood a chance against its overwhelming dark power. That horrible toxic gas corrupted our sacred spring water. It mutated my beloved king and placed a vile curse upon our people." His fragile spectral form flickers, almost completely fading away. "Please, brave hero, liberate my country. Let our tortured souls rest in peace forever and restore this tragic fallen island to glory." Andrew rubs his chin, putting the pieces together. "So, over the last 3 years, we're the only ones who've managed to make it this deep inside." Celestia nods in agreement. "Yeah, that definitely makes total sense." And going off what he just said, she adds that phantom spring you need is probably being fiercely guarded by their cursed king. Ding. The system instantly pops up with a brand new quest titled The Archmage's Request. The lore states, this once blessed island was horribly corrupted into the Phantom Island by a toxic black dragon. The righteous king was horribly corrupted, twisted into a half-human, half-dragon monstrosity. Meanwhile, his innocent citizens were turned into restless, rotting zombies forced to wander forever. But right now, this lingering archmage has finally found one last glimmer of hope to cleanse this cursed Phantom Island and end its terrifying disaster once and for all. The core quest objective, hunt down and slay the Phantom Dragonkin King to let the dead rest. Current progress 0 out of 1. Luke reads the prompt. "But you and I are wondering about the loot, right? The ultimate quest reward, ownership over the entire island territory. Hold up, what does this actually mean? The whole island is going to be his." Suddenly, a massive foot covered in razor-sharp claws steps forward. A chilling groan echoes from whoever this thing is. The old man whispers, "My king is finally here." Luke snaps his head straight toward that horrifying sound. Heavy footsteps approach from the shadows, and then a pair of glowing eyes suddenly flashes in the dark. The old man's voice echoes again. Please restore Heaven's Blessing Island, so we can finally rest. Valerie drops into a fighting stance. It is getting closer. Everyone get ready for a fight right now. Andre yells out. No matter what happens, we absolutely have to beat this monster to even get close to that shadow spring. The terrifying figure finally steps into the light. He is wearing a twisted crown, and his body looks like a literal walking skeleton. The old man's fading voice begs, please set my king free. The system screen suddenly flashes with some terrifying new info. Shadow Dragon King level 95. Shadow Erosion. The Shadow King transforms into toxic gas, spreading out and launching deadly attacks from out of nowhere, while completely invisible and impossible to track. Death sentence. He uses his massive sword to slash his target, dealing 490% shadow damage. Oh, and you totally cannot dodge it. Cooldown time for this crazy move is 90 seconds. Dragon Roar. He uses the horrific sound of a dragon to completely drop all the stats of his enemies. He then uses a terrifying human scream to violently mind control his targets. The crazy king suddenly lets out a deafening roar. Andre shouts in shock that Ghost King literally got corrupted into this twisted half-human, half-dragon freak of nature. Valerie turns to look at Luke. This oppressive pressure is seriously insane. Luke, what in the world are we supposed to do here? He answers calmly. Andre, stay in the back and don't do anything crazy. Senior sister, fall back to the mage position. I am charging in first. Once this guy is distracted, Andre, go find that shadow spring. The system suddenly pops up a brand new alert. True Flame God form. It calls upon ancient flame god power, boosting every single stat by a massive 100%. He gains blazing wings, so he can temporarily fly through the air, and the entire form's time limit is completely decided by his base spirit stats. Andre grabs his heavy axe and laughs out loud. Defending the rear isn't really my style, but no problem. Meanwhile, Valerie gets into position. Smart call, she says, I am fully prepared for this. Ember summons a massive ball of fire and screams out, then let's charge. The system announces his current dragon aura is Black Dragon 2. Luke grips his sword tight and shouts, Ember, get ready to shift into your destruction dragon form. The crazy king roars out, rushing forward to slash Luke into pieces. Death sentence. He uses his huge sword to slash his target, dealing 490% shadow damage. You literally cannot dodge it, and the cooldown is exactly 90 seconds. Luke reacts fast, using his Eternal Guardian skill to block the deadly strike and pop up a massive protective shield. For every single person standing under this barrier, the total damage absorbed completely depends on the Guardian's maximum health pool and their own natural self-healing abilities. He smirks confidently. Great job. Now, it is your turn to shine, Ember. She quickly summons a gigantic blazing fireball right out of thin air. This crazy move is called Bursting Lava, and it is still charging up. Right after that, the fiery sphere blasts straight toward the king. The system updates. Bursting lava erupts violently right inside the target zone, instantly creating a huge bubbling lake of pure molten lava. Any poor soul trapped in that lava lake will slowly sink into the magma, taking absolutely massive amounts of continuous damage. The Monster King screams out, raising his terrifying hand to completely shatter the attack. Meanwhile, Valerie and Arthur move in incredibly fast to assassinate the king from behind, easily redirecting Ember's massive fiery blast. All right, you and I can see this boss is clearly on another level. Valerie hurls her spear straight at him while Arthur rushes in fast. Luke barks out his order. Arthur, get ready to strike. Valerie clenches her fist and yells, imprison. Suddenly, the terrifying king is completely frozen in place by her awesome skill. This is the perfect opening. Arthur transforms into his ultimate form, Azure Thunder. This world-destroying thunder form actually swaps out the standard Jade Thunder effect, and his current Jade Thunder is the legendary Jade Emperor level. Luke screams out, do it right now. The system confirms it. Jade Emperor activates, completely boosting the power of every single Azure Dragon skill by a massive 100%. Every single time he blasts out lightning magic, it instantly creates a terrifying thunderstorm barrier right at the main target's exact location. Any enemy trapped inside that barrier takes massive extra damage the second they try to move. The king gets absolutely fried by lightning, screaming in pure agony. The system drops another huge alert. 3.3 million world-ending lightning strikes. It summons a vicious, massive storm right over the target, violently dropping over 3 million forbidden. world-destroying dragon lightning bolts straight down from the very heavens. This wild skill is fully boosted by the Azure Thunder, completely ignoring any limits from the lightning spring. Luke wastes no time and charges straight in. We are not done yet. He violently slashes his glowing sword right at the monster, screaming out Void Sever. The system flashes again. Current dragon aura is Black Dragon 2. Void Sever channels that aura to deliver 2 devastating back-to-back slashes, perfectly supporting his awesome dragon pet. The corrupted king is now completely trapped inside a crushing, violently swirling purple vortex. But watch this closely. The system warns of shadow erosion again. The king turns back into toxic gas, spreading out everywhere to launch deadly stealth attacks, while being totally impossible for anyone to spot. Luke freezes in his tracks in pure shock. Wait, what? Andre yells out in panic. The boss just vanished. Valerie spins around. Luke have Ember use her senses to break its camouflage. He grunts back, no good. This boss's stealth skill is literally impossible to break through. Then he screams out, Andre now. The guy smirks. Understood. He instantly pops his blazing fire wings and blasts forward, while Valerie sprints right behind him, yelling a battle cry. Don't go over there. Why are you all acting so reckless? The king let out a terrifying roar. She warned everyone to watch their backs, quickly casting a defensive skill. Luke, what in the world are you doing? Andre calmly stated, perfect timing. The shadow spring has to be right over here. But suddenly the king unleashed a massive strike, smashing him straight into the dirt. Vivian froze right on the spot. She snapped her head toward Luke, screaming in absolute panic. How can you just stand there and do nothing? Suddenly, a hand gently patted her shoulder. Miss Vivian, no need to worry. The system chimed in with a notification. Emerald Mirror Image. This broken skill perfectly replicates an allied target, generating 2 mirror clones. These clones inherit every single skill from the original body, currently holding 30% of the real person's total power. Andre just laughed it off. I'm still breathing. That was just my clone. The system flashed current mirror clones exactly 1. He continued, Luke saw the boss was hiding, so he had Faye help me bait it out into the open. So how about it? We even managed to fool you. Our teamwork is pretty solid, wouldn't you say? She let out a massive sigh of relief. You guys practically scared me to death. Wait, where is Luke? He drew his sword and answered her. I am in charge of seizing the perfect moment, obviously. Faye and Nyx provided heavy backup from behind while he and Puck charged straight at the enemy. A notification suddenly popped up. Magma Burst was currently charging. Heavenly Tribulation was also charging up. Luke roared at the top of his lungs. Faye, unleash the Dragon Domain. Do not let this monster use poison gas to escape. Nyx, Puck, get ready to finish it off. The king finally realized what was happening. But it was way too late. Luke's team was already locked, loaded, and ready to fire. Luke slashed a brutal strike right across his body, triggering another system alert. Dragon Domain expanded, creating a massive dragon territory spanning 100 meters in diameter. All base stats for allied dragons and their bloodline-linked partners inside this powerful zone are instantly boosted by a whopping 50%. Meanwhile, any enemy trapped inside without a dragon bloodline will instantly have their overall stats heavily reduced by 50%. Plus, absolutely no one can enter or leave this domain through normal movement, teleportation, or summoning. Total lockdown. Magma Burst erupted under the target, creating a blazing inferno that transformed into a deadly lava pool. Anyone caught in this boiling rock would slowly sink, taking massive continuous fire damage until they burned to ash. Heavenly Tribulation firmly locked onto the enemy target, tracking its every single move. It unleashed high-speed heavenly lightning strikes back-to-back, dealing a devastating amount of pure thunder damage. The king slowly faded into dust as the system flashed. Green Dragon leveled up to 28. Black Dragon shot up to level 46. His shattered crown was the only thing left behind. The system kept popping off. Emerald Dragon reached level 46, and Luke leveled up to 47. Absolute wild progression. He stood there quietly thinking, if my guess is right, this crown holds a Mirage Stone. You and I know what that means. The Shadow Dragon King contract is almost done. The system displayed the Royal Archmage request. The quest had updated. Current progress: 1 out of 1 Shadow Dragon King defeated, but still 0 out of 1 restless souls laid to peace. Luke looked down at the mysterious object in his hands. He figured it could definitely be dismantled. It really was the Mirage Stone. The system panel revealed its stats. Shadow Crown, legendary rarity, the former laurel wreath, belonging to the King of Heavenly Blessing Island. After embedding the Mirage Stone, the king was corrupted by the evil dragon, twisting into a hideous monster that was neither human nor beast. When used, it breaks down into 3 separate Mirage Stones. Right before his eyes, the crown cracked and shattered into tiny glowing pieces. After a short while, the glowing dust faded, leaving exactly 3 pitch-black stones resting silently in Luke's palm. He smiled, taking stock of his loot. Aside from the Shadow Spring water, he had gathered everything he needed. He even had leftover materials that could fetch a massive pile of dragon coins. The system pinged again, confirming the human demon Mirage Stone was officially acquired. Mirage Stones 3 out of 3. Ancient God Crystal 1 out of 1. Shadow Island Aura 500, 69 out of 300. Shadow Spring Water 0 out of 50. Vivian marched right up from behind, angrily smacking his back with her magical staff. Seriously, if your teamwork was this flawless, why didn't you bother telling me? You basically scared me half to death. Seeing the fiery situation, Andre quickly stepped in to calm things down. Oh boy, Miss Vivian, please calm down. Luke just laughed, scratching his head nervously. Hey, it was my first time using the mirror on a person. It was an emergency, we just communicated through eye contact. Next time, I promise I will explain. She stubbornly turned her head away, completely ignoring him. Just then, a heavy voice drifted over, catching Luke's attention. You heroes are truly extraordinary. My king has finally been liberated from his eternal torment. An old ghost floated forward, reaching his trembling hand toward the giant sword. Brave hero, please accept my deepest respect. I have waited for this glorious day for far too long. The info panel triggered. Giant Shadow Sword, a quest item. The legendary blade symbolizing the supreme power of Heavenly Blessing Island's fallen king. Corrupted heavily by the evil dragon's toxic poison, it transformed into a twisted vessel, trapping innocent citizens. Returning this blade to the Royal Archmage will finally allow these deeply imprisoned spirits to find their eternal peace. The old spirit called out to Luke once more. Hero, please accept my ultimate respect. I have waited so incredibly long for this exact moment. Seeing him grab the blade, the ghost nodded. Then I entrust this to you. Let the island's souls finally rest. We are about to see this heroic journey hit a whole new level. All right, you and I are about to witness something beautiful. His ghostly image slowly fades away. Finally, the people of Heavenly Blessing Island can rest. The old phantom vanishes, completely sinking deep into the ground. Suddenly, 2 bright, beautiful flowers bloom right there. Thank you, brave hero. You completely restored Heavenly Blessing Island back to its original pure form. A bright system prompt suddenly pops up. Current progress. Shadow Dragonkin King defeated 1 out of 1. The dead put to peaceful rest 1 out of 1. The old man's gentle voice echoes throughout the entire space. I will also fulfill my promise right now, leaving the entire future of Heavenly Blessing Island safely in your hands, hero. The system screen flashes. Shadow Island has officially become Heavenly Blessing Island. Far off to the side, Victor raises his head, staring blankly at the sky. The violent storms and lightning, completely gone. It is absolutely unbelievable. Ivan stands right nearby, making a quick guess. Andre and that crazy Dragon Tamer must have actually succeeded. Back inside the Grand Palace, the glowing sword Lu Fan just picked up slowly dissolves into thin air. The old man's voice returns one last time. From now on, this place entirely belongs to you. Finally, a few lines of text from the Royal Grand Mage's request pop up on the system screen. The mission is totally complete. Boom. The territory system has officially been unlocked. He smiles, looking at the glowing information in front of him. I finally got my own territory. Wu Xian also walks over, getting closer to Lu Fan. Huge congratulations. Compared to me, just inheriting my family's massive domain, you relied entirely on your own strength to get this. Lu Fan thinks quietly to himself. This new territory function is absolutely broken. Not only does it generate resources every single day for a fixed income, but new mobs will also spawn, creating a super stable experience pool. The system panel is listing a whole bunch of information right now. Territory name Heavenly Blessing Island. Territory level is currently level 2. Total area is 43,800 square kilometers. The territory location is set in the Black Sand Sea region. 3 major resources: Radiant Spring Water, Radiant Stone Gold Ore ×2, and Crystal Ore ×2. Let's check the mob information. Level 80. Heavenly Blessing Swordsman with a current quantity of 4,658. Plus level 85 Wounded Soldiers currently at 4,484. And the defensive measures lightning, violent storms, and thick poisonous fog. Right after that, he double-checks the information one more time. The cleansed Shadow Island is officially Heavenly Blessing Island now. The default setting turns off the lightning, storms, and fog. But get this, you and I are looking at some insane possibilities here. With these defensive measures disabled, he could open up a massive trading port using produced resources for heavy trading. He could also accept commissions to clear out mobs, or even turn this entire place into his own personal vacation resort. But here is the wild part. He can change it back to Shadow Island at literally any time, reactivating the lightning storms and poison fog to strictly forbid any outsiders from coming near. The generated resources would also change into their terrifying Shadow Island versions. Radiant Spring Water refreshes every 24 hours. Radiant Stone takes 24 hours. Gold Ore Tier 2 takes 48 hours, while Crystal Ore Tier 2 takes exactly 24 hours to spawn. The territory mobs will also transform back into those fierce beasts seen before. He could even leave his dragons and puppets right here on the island, letting them auto-battle and level up entirely on their own. Lu Fan keeps walking forward, casually tapping away on his floating system interface. Now that he has a territory, he also unlocked the territory teleport skill. This means he can basically open a portal straight back to this exact spot whenever he wants. The glowing screen loudly announces he acquired a brand new skill, Territory Teleport. As the Lord, he can now freely open or completely close a portal, leading directly back to his domain. Casting the spell takes exactly 10 seconds, and at most only one single territory portal can exist at the exact same time. Wu Shen walks just ahead, glancing back at him. Wait, really? That is absolutely amazing. This little island is totally gorgeous and perfectly safe now. You could totally bring everyone over here to check it out. Right at that moment, Andre lets out a heavy sigh nearby. Man, what should I do? Lu Fan notices him and quickly asks. Andre, what is wrong with you? He scratches his head, visibly stressed as he explains. My quest is to completely destroy the Shadow Spring, but earlier I searched the palace for ages and only found one single spring, and it definitely wasn't the Shadow Spring. Wu Xian looks up right at his face. Could there possibly be a hidden area? Let me help you look for it together. Lu Fan quickly raises a hand, stopping her in her tracks. Hold on a minute. Andre, lead the way. Take me directly to this spring of yours. I might actually be able to help you turn it into the Shadow Spring. Andre looks completely bewildered. Change it. What exactly does that mean, Wu? Xian just chuckles twice, immediately following right behind him. Now that this entire island legally belongs to Lu Fan, he definitely has a smart trick up his sleeve. 10 minutes later, back in the ruined palace courtyard of Heavenly Blessing Island. Andre chats continuously as they walk. Lord Lu Fan, oh my gosh, even though my family owns massively huge territories, I still do not have my own yet. Lu Fan points his finger right at the stunning scenery ahead. I honestly thought it was just a tiny spring. He lets out a massive sigh of awe. He never expected such a giant lake. The second Wu Xian sees the water, she excitedly runs straight over. Andre glances at the guy walking beside him. Ah, no wonder you said you could change it. You meant turning this place back into Shadow Island. Lu Fan turns to explain it to him. Exactly right. If this massive lake is actually the spring, then switching it back to Shadow Island will immediately transform it back into the Shadow Spring. Wu Xian dips her hand into the lake. This water is so crystal clear, it genuinely makes me want to bathe. Lu Fan smiles his face, showing total encouragement. Go ahead, please be my guest. But then he suddenly changes his tune, quickly stopping her. Actually, absolutely do not do that. Wu Xian scoops up a little bit of water, widening her eyes as she stares intensely right at it. Seeing her act like that instantly makes Lu Fan super curious. Senior, what is it? Wu Xian turns her face toward Andre. This spring water is totally magical. What exactly is this stuff? Just by touching it a tiny bit, I can feel my stats actually increasing. Andre gasps, his jaw dropping. Wait, really? You and I both know he's gonna try it. Andre scoops up a handful of water and completely loses it. Oh my god, it is actually real. I can feel the power too. Lu Fan dips his hand into the pool. Turns out this Radiant Blessing spring water packs a serious punch. Every single level boosts your base stats by 3 to 30%. Wu Xian drops to her knees right by the edge. This is insane. Wait, does that mean I can level up 90 times? The system screen flashes. Radiant Blessing Spring Water. Legendary tier item unlocked. It is a consumable. Users just need to touch the water for 10 seconds per level to absorb its crazy power. The system notes that since this boosts stats by 3 to 30% per level, anyone way past their current cap, or who already maxed out their attribute levels, will not get any extra benefits. Using it a second time, totally useless. Andre is completely obsessed, just splashing the magic water all over his face. Oh man, that feels amazing. Woo. Xian flashes an OK sign. Premium loot like this, we could sell a single bottle for millions. Want me to hook you up with Boss Tianhua? I will only take a tiny cut. Lu Fan just shakes his head, completely helpless. Senior sister, chill out. I am not selling this stuff. First things first, we need to help Andre finish his actual mission. Lu Fan taps the interface. The territory shifts completely into Shadow Island mode. Andre instantly gets serious, calling out in a total panic. Wait, hold up. The system flashes a massive warning. Heavenly Blessing Island transforms into Shadow Island. Thunderstorm Defense Matrix activated. Toxic Fog, full blast. Meanwhile, miles away, Ivan looks up as the sky literally mutates. You have got to be kidding me. What is happening up there? What kind of nightmare is this? Victor stands next to him, totally freaking out. Did Andre and that Dragon Tamer actually fail the run? Back in the danger zone, Lu Fan throws his hand forward. Xiaofei, activate the mobile ward right now. She takes the order, launches into the air, and blasts out a massive wave of blue energy. System alert. Shadow Spring Water. Epic tier. The pure spring of the island got totally corrupted by dark energy, turning the whole thing into a toxic pool that constantly spits out deadly gas. Andre rests his massive weapon on his shoulder, looking guilty. Lu Fan. I just realized something. My quest to destroy this dark spring, I am literally wrecking your territory's resources. Lu Fan just brushes it off. Do not sweat it, man. Once you clear this quest, I will just hire someone to repair the whole place. Wu Xian chimes right in. Honestly, if we are doing repairs, we might as well upgrade this entire city while we are at it. Andre instantly gets his hype back. He swings his giant hammer high into the air. Now that sounds fun. Leave all the heavy lifting to me. He slams that colossal hammer straight into the ground with explosive force. Brother, I am turning this dump into a luxury resort, ha ha ha. And just like that, the Shadow Island raid is over. Time to finally head home. Alright, you and I have to look at this loot. Lu Fan scored massive stacks of crafting materials, unlocked his own domain, and officially became a territory lord. Plus the payout for helping Andre clear his quest, absolutely legendary. Feeling super guilty about completely wrecking the island's resources, Andre did not just offer free labor to rebuild the entire place. The guy actually handed over a skill book so ridiculously overpowered, it barely makes any sense. System alert. Item acquired. Skill book Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. Yeah, you heard that right. Legendary tier loot. The requirement to equip this is level 45. Once consumed, the user permanently unlocks the ultimate active ability, the Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. Here is how it works. The Dragon Tamer fuses with every single one of their dragon pets, transforming into the Dragon King to unleash one absolute nuke of an attack. Once the massive damage is dealt, the epic fusion instantly wears off. Now Lu Fan just needs that corrupted spring fully repaired. Once that is done, he will have every single material for the Shadow Dragon King pact. Fast forward 1 week. The sunny paradise is now officially Shadow Island. Lu Fan takes a step back to review everything they have pulled off. Over the last 7 days, he totally deactivated the island's defense grid and unleashed his puppet legion to farm monsters non-stop. This place is basically a cheat code grinding zone right now. He reorganized the whole base. To make travel way easier for his crew, he slapped a giant teleportation gate right inside the second villa. Stick with me, this is where it gets hilarious. Under a bright sunny sky, a wild shout echoes out. Ultimate smash attack. Xiao Man, Han, Ke, Qin Qiu, Xiao Fei, Jian Ying, and Xiao Ye are literally playing beach volleyball. I got this one. Lu Fan just sighs, watching his deadly squad act like tourists. The gorgeous scenery completely ruined their hardcore training vibe. Almost overnight, this deadly dungeon turned into a massive luxury vacation spot. But there is still one major bummer. That epic Shadow Spring is still completely busted from Andre's destructive quest. They just have to wait for him to finish the repairs before they can start farming that pure Shadow Spring water again. Deep inside the forest, hidden away from the group, lies a crystal-clear spring glowing with a deep blue aura. Bubbles slowly begin to rise to the surface of the perfectly calm water. Suddenly, Lu Fan, fully shifted into his massive dragon form, bursts out from the depths, splashing water everywhere as he looks up. His massive clawed foot steps heavily onto the rocky shoreline. Surrounded by thick white mist, he closes his eyes. One heavy exhale, and he shrinks right back down into his human form. Suddenly, a voice echoes right behind him. "So this is where you have been hiding." Lu Fan freezes, gritting his teeth in total panic. "Wait. Hold on. Do not come any closer." But Wu Xian leaps straight into the water from out of nowhere. "You found a secret hot spring, and did not even tell us. All right, you and I are jumping right in." Wu Xian is mid-sentence about him, sneaking around when her foot suddenly slips on the damp, mossy ground. She completely loses her balance and tumbles forward with a panicked scream. Lu Fan is standing right there in the spring. He yells for her to be careful, but it is too late. She crashes right into him on the slippery rocks. He quickly turns his head away too, embarrassed to even look her in the eyes. Why is she even here right now? Wu Xian just smirks and teases him about his bright red face. Is the great Lu Fan feeling shy? He squeezes his eyes shut and loudly denies it. No way. He claims the hot spring is just way too warm today. She finally stands up and meets his gaze, dropping the jokes. Andre just sent word. The shadow spring has been completely repaired and is ready to go. Hearing this amazing news, a satisfied smile spreads across Lu Fan's face. The wait is finally over. He carefully takes a glass vial and scoops up some of the glowing spring water. Holding the vial up to the light, he knows he finally has all the materials he needs. Standing right behind him with her arms crossed, Wu Xian cannot hide her curiosity. After grinding for so long, what is he actually trying to make? Lu Fan simply glances back at her and holds up a single finger. She is about to find out. The system screen suddenly pops up. Shadow Dragon King Contract Blueprint. It is a legendary tier special item, and once used, it will craft the highly exclusive Shadow Dragon King contract itself. This contract literally lets him summon the legendary Shadow Dragon King. The Black Blade will fight for him for exactly 1 full hour. But here is the catch. The contract only has 3 total uses. The summoned Dragon King will scale perfectly to match his current level. Let us check the materials. 3 out of 3 Radiant Stones, 1 Ancient God Crystal, 300 Shadow Island Breaths, and finally 50 drops of Shadow Spring Water. All fully gathered. A system prompt flashes on screen asking if he wants to synthesize the item. He immediately taps Confirm. In an instant, dark energy swirls, and a solid jet black summoning scroll suddenly materializes right there in the palm of his hand. Success. Wu Xian stares in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she yells out. Is that a summoning scroll? Lu Fan calls out, and just casually tosses the legendary scroll over his shoulder. Eat it, Xiao Fei. The summoned pet quickly appears in a flash. Without any hesitation, she follows his order, opening her mouth wide to snatch the flying scroll right out of the air. Wu Xian watches the pet happily munching away and completely loses it. Are you insane? Lu Fan puts his hands on his hips and calmly explains. That scroll only had 3 limited uses. But by letting Xiao Fei eat it, the summon becomes her permanent skill. He smirks with absolute confidence. Now, they can use that legendary summon an infinite number of times. The system chimes in. Shadow Dragon King contract successfully assimilated. The Black Blade summon is now permanently unlocked, and its power will directly match the user's current level. We are about to see something wild. Lu Fan excitedly points to the sky, ready for the big reveal. But 5 whole minutes pass, and he is just standing there pointing at nothing. Xiao Fei hasn't moved an inch either. She just stays frozen in place, staring blankly back at him. Wu Xian stands there in awkward silence, waiting for something to happen. Scratching his head, Lu Fan frowns and pulls up the system interface. He is thinking to himself, did the summon actually fail somehow? He stares intently at the stats popping up right in front of him. The panel clearly shows the Shadow Dragon King contract at level 47. Strength stat is at 10,972. Agility is 35,827. Spirit is at 4,807. And endurance hits 11,248. It even features shape-shifting forms, including Shadow Dragon Battle form and the legendary Lord of Death form. Checking the Shadow Dragon traits, the passive ability alone weakens any incoming elemental attack by a massive 90%. That is the pure power of the Shadow Dragon bloodline. It has insanely strong resistance against negative status effects, basically making it immune to all debuffs. Plus, the dragon physique boosts natural healing regeneration by a ridiculous 1,500%. The sharp blades of the Shadow Dragon completely ignore 90% of enemy physical defense. And on top of that, it even has a shield-breaking effect. The Shadow Cloak skill activates perfect stealth mode. Even if it gets attacked, it won't break stealth, allowing it to resist literally any form of incoming damage. The Shadow Assassination move lets it instantly teleport behind a target. It triggers a vital strike with a 1600% damage boost. Then, Shadow Burst instantly creates a massive wind net dealing devastating area damage to all surrounding enemies. It completely wipes out any buffs from nearby foes. And the Shadow Hell skill actually grants that same perfect stealth effect to your entire team. That stealth lasts for 6 whole minutes. Then comes Shadow Death Domain. It releases a thick shadow fog that drastically lowers the stats of every single target inside the area. Next up, Shadow Blink lets it dash forward instantly. In the blink of an eye, any enemies caught in its range will take 800% attack damage. Plus, Shadow Hell works directly inside that death domain. It can chain Shadow Blink endlessly for 1 minute. You and I both know this is completely broken. Lu Fan realizes the movement limits and skills are absolutely insane. These stats are so high, it has to be a system glitch, right? Meanwhile, Wu Xian is completely losing her patience standing back there. Why is he just staring into space? Did the summon actually work, or not? But before she can even finish complaining, he cuts her off with a single command. Remove stealth. Suddenly, blinding spots of light begin gathering high up in the sky, slowly forming into a massive shadowy silhouette. Gradually, right inside that glowing light, a pair of absolute gigantic pitch-black dragon wings unfurl for the world to see. Alright, you and I are about to see something insane. After what felt like forever, a massive black dragon with glowing red eyes finally tears through the sky, roaring with absolute fury. Wu Xian just stares, her jaw completely hitting the floor. She asks how he managed to tame another dragon, especially one that can actually turn completely invisible. Lu Fan just turns around, looking her dead in the eye. He tells her this is no ordinary beast, asking if she wants to test out its true power. Down below on the ground, another massive black dragon is pacing back and forth. The system screen flashes its stats. Shadow Dragon General level 95 Night Form. This insane boss actually shifts into a humanoid shape just to enter combat. Every single strike deals mixed physical and magic damage, while its base strength gets a massive 25% boost. Plus, it has the Shadow Poison Gas skill. Here is the trick. If the general's health drops below 25%, that toxic gas fully activates continuously, draining the life force right out of every single enemy in the area. Up in the sky, Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, Wu Xian, and the Shadow Dragon King hover silently, staring right down at their target. This guy is the second strongest boss on the entire Shadow Island. Lu Fan stares down at the monster, deciding it is the absolute perfect punching bag for some target practice. Lu Fan simply tilts his head, glancing back at his own dragon. He casually calls out the command, Shadow Concealment. The Shadow Dragon King completely understands the assignment and starts moving. It circles around from behind, while Lu Fan suddenly releases a huge burst of energy to grab attention. Sensing that bizarre spike in power, the Shadow Dragon General immediately snaps its head up, growling to see who dared to intrude. Spotting Lu Fan floating way up high, the massive beast stomps its foot right into the ground with insane force, roaring loudly. The general thrusts its razor-sharp claws straight through the air, launching a deadly attack right at him. But right as those lethal claws get mere millimeters from Lu Fan out of absolutely nowhere, a terrifying blast of energy violently slams into the general from behind. A colossal pillar of light shoots down from the sky, landing a direct hit that crushes the boss right into the dirt. Through the thick clouds of white dust, the dragon general clutches its chest, sitting on the ground and groaning out in pure pain. Before the beast can even recover from that brutal earth-shattering strike, an endless barrage of follow-up attacks comes raining down from every possible direction. Absolutely brutal. Toxic green fluid starts leaking straight out of the dragon general's eyes, mouth, and ears as it lets out another roaring scream. Suddenly, the wild fur on its head starts growing longer. With its eyes flashing a deadly red, the boss throws its head back and screams with everything it has. Watching all of this unfold from the sky, Wu Xian makes her final assessment. The boss cannot even see where the attacks are coming from. It is completely one-sided damage. She hits the nail on the head. This is just an absolute waking nightmare. Lu Fan smirks, staring intensely down at the chaos below. Time to turn the heat up even higher. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. He orders the girl behind him to cast Soul Cover on Black Blade. Xiao Fei nods, fully activating her power. Jade Dragon, shift your form. Light of the Soul, activate right now. Thanks to the Jade Dragon bloodline, every single skill effect gets completely doubled against the dragon race and their linked bloodlines. The Soul Cover skill. When an ally has Light of the Soul, all their stats jump by 100%, and they absorb double the damage every time they get hit. It builds a defensive aura layer, and after 10 stacks, it releases a shockwave, dealing 10 times the total amount of damage it previously soaked up. Down on the ground, the boss opens its massive jaw, gathering pure dark energy and compressing it all into a concentrated deadly sphere. With a wild roar, it launches that devastating blast of energy straight toward the Jade Dragon. The attack closes in at lightning speed, but the Jade Dragon just calmly stands there completely unfazed by the threat. The energy blast reaches its target and just dissolves straight into thin air, not dealing even a single scratch of damage to the majestic creature. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, realizing exactly how this works. So that is it. The stealth power of the Black Blade is so insane that even with Xiao Fei backing it up, it flawlessly conceals their entire presence. Staring daggers right at our main character, the furious boss roars, shooting pitch-black dragon scales straight out of its own body. Its eyes glow bright red as an absolute storm of razor-sharp dragon scales erupts everywhere. Throwing its head back, it uses every last drop of strength to launch the deadly scale barrage straight at Lu Fan. A dark circle materializes right in front of him, casually swallowing up every single attack. The system screen flashes the new skill. Shadow Cloak has officially been summoned to the field. This insanely overpowered cloak totally blocks formation restrictions, raw physical strikes, and basically magical attacks of any shape or form. Lu Fan cracks a deeply amused smile, reducing all damage to absolute zero. That is the ultimate perfect defense. His eyes narrow down as he gives his next command. Black Blade, it is time. Let me see your absolute strongest strike. The Dragon General's eyes flare up with blinding light and pure killing intent. Roaring loudly, it launches itself straight into the sky, diving in for one final direct hit on Lu Fan. But right in midair, the enraged boss just freezes, completely confused and absolutely unable to figure out where its target actually went. And while it is busy panicking, boom, another absolutely devastating surprise attack slams right into its blind side. Perched on the Shadow Dragon King's wing, the Jade Dragon finishes it with a single strike. And you and I know never doubt Lu Fan's overpowered pets. Boss defeated. The system interface flashes its data. Shadow assassination initiated. Target locked. He instantly moves behind the enemy, launching a critical weak point strike. This boosts extra damage by a massive 1600%. Plus, this brutal effect cannot be cancelled out by any buff skills. Wu Xian stands off to the side, watching the whole clash between the Emerald Dragon bloodline and Lu Fan from start to finish. She is absolutely mind-blown. Completely terrifying power. This is a level 95 boss. Lu Fan just casually turns his head to explain. The Shadow Dragon King is a top-tier assassin among the dragons built for one-hit kills. Add Xiao Fei's insane damage boost, and wiping out a boss like that is just business as usual. Seeing his totally relaxed attitude, Wu Xian gasps in pure shock. Wait, he actually calls this normal? A level 47 player deleting a level 95 boss. As a level 96 battle mage, her stats are barely at 8,000. Just how godlike and broken must his stats be to pull this off? She flashes a smile, buzzing with anticipation. At least in 2 days, she can finally stand tall and go head-to-head with this crazy guy. You being here is my ultimate backup. Lu Fan does not even look at her, but his response is incredibly firm and confident. Do not worry. He slides his hands deep into his pockets, his gaze perfectly steady as he looks directly into his companion's eyes. With me standing right here, nobody is going to bully you. A huge smile brightens Wu Xian's face as she looks back at Lu Fan. Alright, in her mind, she secretly makes a heavy promise. If he actually pulls this off, he will be the absolute savior of her Ye family. If so, she will definitely use her Ye family authority to reward him massively. 2 days later, let us follow them to the western frontier. It is a harsh desert filled with bare rocks and dead trees. As promised, Lu Fan and his senior finally arrive. Sitting high on the bone dragon's back, Lu Fan scans the sweeping landscape, quietly whispering his own little greeting. Western frontier, I am finally back. The massive bone dragon spreads its dark wings, soaring straight into a hidden valley surrounded by towering mountain peaks. Riding smoothly on its back, Lu Fan checks out his surroundings. He sighs, realizing this rugged environment is basically the perfect breeding ground for elite experts. No wonder the major families all gather out here. Wu Xian, sitting just ahead of him, starts breaking it down. Because the powerful Dragon Nation urgently needed elite backing, they handed over the entire western frontier and its insanely rich resources to these major families during their early foundation days. They did not even build modern cities out here, just to avoid disturbing the private lives of those powerful clans. Lu Fan smirks, clearly picking up on her subtle meaning. So there is actually a deep political reason behind this setup. Wu Xian tilts her head, watching him rub his head, and continues her story. Out here, the Yi Huang and Long families are just declining Class D factions. Deeper inside sit the Class C, B, and A powerhouses, literal fourth job transfer experts waiting in the shadows. Below them, the Bone Dragon tears across the empty sky. Wu Xian's voice rings out, admitting that in these elite circles, they are practically just background characters. Hearing her drop all this lore, Lu Fan thinks to himself. He seriously never expected the Western frontier to hide such a massive secret structure. It seems his current understanding of this crazy vast world is barely scratching the absolute surface. In the terrifying eyes of those Class A elite families, he is probably nothing more than a tiny, insignificant ant. But honestly, that just makes the glorious moment of ripping away the veil even more exciting. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, snapping Lu Fan right out of his intense internal thoughts. We arrived. Wu Xian stands up straight, quickly pointing directly below them. Down on the ground sits a massive, sprawling mansion, boasting ancient architecture that looks absolutely luxurious and incredibly magnificent. The Yi Mansion. Wu Xian takes a leap forward, her feet touching the dusty ground with perfect grace. Right behind her, Lu Fan hops off the bone dragon to follow along. The two of them stand frozen before the gigantic double doors. Wu Xian suddenly turns and asks, Lu Fan, are you seriously prepared to shoulder all of this baggage with me? If you want to back out now, there is time. He completely ignores answering her directly, tossing a question right back. We are already standing here. Do you really think I am the type to regret this? The ones who should be regretting things are the Huang and Long families. Wu Xian spins around, offering her hand toward him. Let's go, I will show you my childhood home. Lu Fan just nods. Yeah. Meanwhile, let us check out another side of town, where a heavy wooden sign proudly displays the words, Huang family. Inside the Huang family's massive martial arts arena, countless deadly weapons are displayed along the walls. Right in the dead center, two brutal forces of fire and water are clashing head-on. The impact generates a crushing pressure that literally warps the air. Who knows how long this duel lasts, but suddenly an earth-shattering explosion blasts their energy outward. The shockwave violently shakes the entire span of the massive courtyard. Someone wearing dark blue cloth shoes digs his foot incredibly hard into the torn ground, gathering all his strength just to stop sliding backward. Over on the exact opposite side, another fighter wearing crisp white cloth shoes angrily stomps the ground, fighting fiercely to stabilize his own shaking body. Yu Tian smirks, resting both hands flat against his stomach to calm his wild aura. As expected, you really are one level higher, ancestor. He throws both arms wide open, staring right at the old master, before harshly judging his own progress. Even after a full month of hard consolidation, I am still slightly behind you. The Huang family ancestor replies with deep humility. You are at level 98, yet you are already projecting the raw strength that normal level 99 experts possess. That is already an insane achievement. Give it another 6 months, and your power will definitely surpass mine completely. Alright, you and I are about to witness something wild. The old man stares dead ahead, dropping serious advice. A genius like that. In any Class D family, they are an absolute legend. Once you break through to level 99, our Huang family might actually have a shot at becoming a Class C tier family. When that finally happens, we will have enough raw power to completely crush the Ning family. Yu Tian frowns determination in his eyes as he firmly repeats those exact words. A Class C family, I am definitely going to make it happen. The Huang family ancestor steps forward with fresh intel. Apparently, Yi Wuxian has officially returned to town. Walking ahead, the old ancestor spills everything he recently found out, bringing a young guy right beside him. They are riding on a massive bone dragon mount. Wait, is that a Dragon Tamer? Yu Tian asks, completely confused. Isn't a bone dragon basically a black dragon? The ancestor side eyes the guy next to him and sighs. That Dragon Tamer actually raised so many crazy powerful dragon pets. If we let him grow, the future threat will be endless. Yu Tian shakes his head confidently. He promises the old man, do not worry, ancestor. I will absolutely recruit this guy and make sure he works directly under our Huang family from now on. And if he refuses, He smiles completely full of himself, declaring that out here on the western border life and death are up to fate. Even if someone mysteriously dies out here, the dragons will not say a single word. The ancestor just closes his eyes, nodding along. Yeah, and these past 2 days, Long Erhu from the Long family brought Long Xing straight to the Ye family. Not only are they demanding resources to get Long Xing's dignity back, but they also want Ye Wuxian to marry him. They are absolutely not backing down on this. Hearing all this crazy drama, Yu Tian just throws his head back and bursts into loud, arrogant laughter. He drops a totally mocking comment with pure disgust. This Long Erhu guy really never changes his stubborn and greedy nature, does he? Classic. If that is how it is, I will just head to the Yi family in 3 days at the exact same time as Long Erhu. That way, we can easily crush the Yi family while keeping the Long family entirely under our control. The Huang family ancestor walks forward right beside him, completely praising the brilliant plan. Yu Tian, I truly believe with you here. The entire western border will finally belong to the Huang family. 3 days later, inside a gorgeous courtyard, bright sunlight shines down from high above, making the entire front yard in front of the room sparkle beautifully. Over at the Ye family guest room, a maid rapidly knocks on the heavy wooden door, shouting out, "Mr. Lu, it is time for your breakfast." Her voice echoes right into Mr. Lu's room, but it is completely empty inside. Instead, a massive spatial teleportation portal just suddenly appears out of nowhere. At the exact same time, down on the beach of Heavenly Fortune Island, system notifications start flashing wildly. Lu Fan has successfully leveled up to level 48. The system updates roll in. The Black Dragon gains 2 whole levels, reaching level 48. The Emerald Dragon also gains 2 levels, hitting level 42. The Star Dragon levels up twice, unlocking level 39. And the Green Dragon pushes forward by 2 levels, officially reaching level 31. Lu Fan clenches his fists tight, feeling absolutely hyped. In just a few short days, his epic dragons have actually managed to level up again. Now, even if he faces a top family leader with his current insane strength, a lightning-fast strike could easily hold up in a real fight. An image of Wu Shen flashes through his mind, and he wonders to himself, how is the senior doing with her preparations? Meanwhile, the bright daytime sun continues blazing down with incredibly intense shining rays. Outside his door, a panicked voice suddenly shouts, "Bad news, young lady, the Long family has literally fought their way to our front door." Lu Fan calmly straightens out his clothes. Hearing the frantic report echoing from outside, he just mutters to himself, "Well, it looks like I came back at the exact perfect time." The subordinate rushes to explain, "The Long family guys are all waiting in the main hall, demanding you go out there. Plus, the Huang family convoy crossed the river and will arrive soon." The girl standing outside instructs her guard. "Got it. Take our defenders to the courtyard and absolutely do not let them step inside here." Wu Xian glances over at the dark figure who mysteriously appeared right at her door. "Well, I guess they are finally here." Lu Fan smiles and warmly reassures her, "You do not need to be afraid. With me standing right here, nobody is going to bully you." Outside, near the towering Rocky Mountains, leading into the Ye family estate, the clear sky is totally bathed in warm, glowing sunlight. Now stick with me, this is where it gets good. Outside the guest room, Lu Fan and Wu Shan walk side by side, slowly heading toward the main hall. When the two of them step inside, a huge crowd is already waiting. Long Xing crosses his arms, looking completely impatient as he snaps at them. "Oh, you actually had the nerve to show up," he mocks her with heavy dissatisfaction. "The Ye family hospitality is honestly a complete joke. We have been sitting here forever, and you guys did not even bring us a pot of hot tea." Wu Shen glares and scolds him right back. "You should consider yourself lucky. If this was the past trash, like you would have been violently thrown out by now." Hearing himself get insulted, Long Xing bursts into laughter. He literally acts like a maniac, tilting his head to the ceiling and laughing completely out of control. Long Xing bends over, sticking his tongue out and flailing his arms in these super weird mocking gestures. "You said it yourself, that was the past. Now, even if I pee right on your doorstep, your pathetic Yi family will not even dare to cough." Then the 32-year-old Long Erhu suddenly speaks up. He is a level 98 hidden class diamond martial monk, Long Xing's older brother, who was just sitting there quietly resting his chin. "Lady Ye. All right, you and I are jumping right into the tension. The 2-month deadline is officially up, and the Long family originally came here to collect resources from the Ye clan. But unfortunately for them right now, the Yi family actually owes the Long family a massive apology and a whole lot of compensation." He glares right at the person standing in front of him. Long Xing traveled thousands of miles just to give the Yi family a clear way out of this mess. But instead of thanking him, she just beat him half to death. Naturally, their old master is absolutely furious about this whole situation, swearing that the Ye family is going to pay a very heavy price. Hearing his arrogant words, Yi Wuxian completely loses her temper and fires back. Shameless trash. You guys clearly never had any intention of giving it back in the first place. Long Xing broke the rules, so he brought that beating on himself. But Long Erhu just smirks, flashing a totally cunning smile. He tells her not to be mad, because he actually has the perfect solution to settle everything. He stands right up and walks straight over to Wuxian. His big idea, she should just go ahead and marry him. If she does that, she becomes Long Xing's sister-in-law, meaning beating him up wouldn't even be considered a crime. Plus, with the Long family backing them up, the royal family wouldn't dare mess with the Yi clan. Wuxian steps back defensively, completely disgusted. Long Erhu, you absolute creep. Standing off to the side, Long Xing chimes in with some incredibly trashy remarks. He tells her that if she serves his second brother well, he might actually forgive her, strictly out of respect for her being his new sister-in-law. That is when Lu Fan, who was quietly standing in the back this whole time, suddenly steps right up to shield Wuxian from Erhu. A toad trying to eat swan meat. He asks if Erhu even bothered looking in a mirror today, before running his arrogant mouth. Seeing someone actually dare to insult the two brothers, Long Xing covers his mouth with his fan. Looking totally annoyed, he asks how a nobody dares to speak to his second brother that way. Lu Fan just firmly grabs her hand. He tells his senior sister not to worry, promising he will never let these guys bully her ever again. Wuxian stares wide-eyed at the guy standing beside her, softly calling out Lu Fan's name. Then her lips curve up into a totally confident, knowing smile. She suddenly wraps her arms right around his neck, acting all helpless and clingy. Oh, my, just look at how huge and scary their group is. What is a weak little woman like me supposed to do? Lu Fan looks completely dumbfounded, totally unprepared for her sudden Oscar-worthy acting performance. Wuxian keeps up the spoiled, whiny act to complain. You heard them just now right. Not only do they want the Ye family territory, but they want me too. Boo-hoo. Watching this incredibly dramatic scene unfold, Long Xing aggressively grinds his teeth. You bastards! Lu Fan finally catches on and plays along with her damsel act. All right, don't worry, I will handle these guys for you. Long Erhu furrows his brows in pure annoyance. Handle us. As nothing more than her pretty boy toy, you have absolutely zero right to interfere in a noble family dispute. Hearing this, Wuxian turns her head to face him directly. That is true, noble family disputes are entirely based on proper legitimacy. With that said, she suddenly pulls Lu Fan over toward a specific direction. Using my authority as the true heir of the Yi family, I officially declare that Lu Fan will represent us in settling this family dispute. Now, this is where you and I need to pay attention. Long Erhu looks totally confused. What do you mean? Lu Fan calmly takes a seat on a wooden chair right in the center, while Wuxian proudly makes a massive announcement to the room. He is now the ultimate decision-maker for the entire Yi family. Does he have the proper qualifications now? The system panel flashes, displaying information about the Yi clan's patriarchal seat in the Western realm. The main guest room chair carries intense family traditions. Only the person holding absolute supreme authority within the entire household is allowed to take this specific seat. This exact seat once belonged to Ye Wuxian's grandfather. Seeing this happen, Long Xing completely loses his temper and yells out loud. Are you kidding me? You are basically handing the Ye family over to this brat on a silver platter? But Erhu simply raises a hand, ordering Long Xing to stay quiet. Thick veins bulge on Erhu's